This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Are we back? We're back technically here on the radio, but did Jerry Jones suck you back in? Got the entire morning squad with you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Pepe running things, Aiden on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and an NFL trade deadline day for the ages as the Dallas Cowboys strike not once but twice with the addition and acquisition of Quinnen Williams from the New York Jets.
We'll be all in.
The Jets are going to receive the Cowboys' second-round pick in 2026, and then the better of the first-round picks between the Cowboys and the Packers in 2027. So technically it is a first-rounder and a second-rounder for Quinnen Williams. Roberto, start us off.
Chop, you got a Pacino impression? I don't do a good one. Yeah, well, not that one. The just when I was out, just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
We don't acknowledge.
We don't acknowledge Godfather 3.
Part 3.
Yeah, Sofia Coppola. I get it. This is a great trade to me. I love it. I know not everybody else does. I know we'll get to Seth Walder and his little calculator brain and why he hates it. But no, I think this is you got one of the biggest difference makers in the league at the position for essentially what has become Micah Parsons a second for Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams, and a first. That's what you got. And to me, that's worth it. And he is certainly the best defensive tackle you've had since at least Leroy Glover, but it might be going back to Leon Lett. This is a total difference maker in the run game, the way he can rush the passer. With Clowney and Ezraku coming on now, you've got a legitimate core at defensive line that can do things to effectively win you games on the defensive side of the ball.
Trade Grinch, RJ Choppy.
They're better today. There's no doubt about that. My issue is, you got 2 1s for Micah. You gave up a 1 and a 2 for this guy. So you're saying that the only difference between Micah, because Kenny Clark's a nothing. He's a non-factor in this. You're basically saying that the only difference between Quinnen Williams and Micah Parsons is a move from a 2 to a 1. That I can't get around.
They wanted to essentially do Micah for Quinnen.
Yeah, and that's
back
stupid.
5 months ago,
yeah,
whatever it was, and the Jets shut it down.
And that's stupid.
Saying that Micah's definitely better, you're saying.
Yeah, it's not even close. It's not like there's not a single team that would, in the draft, select Quinnen over Micah Parsons. If the both players were available. And if you do, enjoy your next career as an analyst, if you're that GM. So that's my main issue. Otherwise, you're absolutely a better team. He's an amazing player. No doubt about that. He's a fantastic player. The ones were off limits. They were just off limits for me.
Quinnen Williams makes you a better football team than Micah does. Micah may be a more individually talented player. Quinnen is a player that contributes more to you winning football games.
He's a better team defender, I'm sure, no doubt. Does it matter? I mean, the Jets suck. Their defense sucks too. So how much does it actually matter? They had 2 players that were given up yesterday. They got 3 first-round picks out of it, and those 2 players didn't make their defense a damn bit better.
Let's reset our criteria that we laid out yesterday when it comes to trading for a player like this. You throw in Crosby, Hendrickson, Simmons in Tennessee, and now Quinnen Williams. For me, it was, okay, you can play around with the first-round picks if the player is young enough and enough team control that you have and that you own. Quinnen Williams is what? He's about to turn 28?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so he's 27. In a couple of weeks, he is going to be 28. How are we looking with team control and what you pay him?
Yeah, so Quinnen Williams he'll be under contract for the next, it's essentially a year and a half is what you're going to have him for. And he's somebody he'll be 28 next month, like you mentioned. He's going to be here in all likelihood into his 30s, I would guess. He's the type of player that can sustain his level of play into his mid-30s. But he's somebody that you've got control for realistically under the next, like I said, or actually it's the next 2.5 years, not year and a half. Next 2.5 years, you can get out of it after 26 if there's any sort of financial problems or anything else, or he starts declining. But you've got him for 2.5 years until he's about 30 years old, and then you can reevaluate it again.
Look, we can all say what we want. I actually respect Choppy holding firm and speaking out against this because I'm a sucker for when the move is made. There's no way emotionally, as I'm sitting home yesterday, skipping the nap, staying up for trade deadline, if a blockbuster was going to happen and the Cowboys got the player, there's just no way physically and emotionally I was not going to react with excitement. So I think we all get kind of caught up into that. It is important to stick with what your rational thought was before the emotion of the news hits. And what is the plan? That's the problem around here forever, and RJ has been talking about it for a long time. What is the plan? Is it to try to keep the Dak window alive? Is it to totally reset the defense and let these young offensive linemen go ahead and grow? Because if you trade for Quinnen Williams, you're trying to keep a 3-year window alive. That, to me, is what the message is.
Yeah, absolutely.
In terms of, now, is that attainable? To me, it's not about this year. The Dallas Cowboys are not making the playoffs. I got a couple of tweets, and oh my God, I see 2 losses in the rest of the schedule. They're not making the playoffs. Can this defense be respectable enough next season, and dare I say, close to good, to go along with the offense? Dak playing like he did before the last couple of weeks, and then you can make some type of run. To me, it's not about this year. If anything, I could argue, I wish you would have just done this in the offseason because now you're going to hurt your draft pick.
You did try to do it in the offseason. Jets didn't want to go for it then. And Jets, I mean, they also traded Sauce yesterday after they signed him 3 months ago. So they've clearly just had a radical shift on a lot of their personnel.
Yeah.
And you didn't just get tweets about it. You got an email about it. 2 games the rest of the way. That's it. That's all they lose.
Bobby Belt with a possible guarantee later on in the show.
Yeah, because
you picked up that Kool-Aid real quick.
I'll tell you, they win 3 of the games they've lost this year if Quinnen Williams is here.
My thought with the plan.
I might just say run to the edge and get to the outside.
Yeah,
But
right?
now you've got Izaraku and Clowney playing the edge just fine.
All right.
Like my thought on the plan, when they traded Micah, it was like the plan to me was pretty much in motion. Like they were coming away with one of these 4 picks with their quarterback, their future quarterback. I don't see as them extending the window by 3 years with this move. I see them extending the drought by 3 years with this move. Like, to me, you can't move on. You can't move on until you've gotten that new quarterback. Like, as great as Dak is, as great as he has been this year, I don't expect him to be healthy again next year. Is he having a better year than he would be? He's another year older, and then the following year he'll be 2 years older. I'm ready to just move on.
That doesn't historically matter, though.
It doesn't, but
the injury thing is we just don't know.
Right, it's just a thing.
To say you don't expect him to be healthy, we just don't know what he will be. There's no telling how he's going to be. But to
you
say
lean against not healthy.
Probably not, but I mean, there were a lot of people who felt like after Brady tore his ACL and things like that at 30 that he was going to start being an injury risk the rest of the way. Now, the thing is that if you look at quarterback play historically, especially in the last 20 years, it's into their mid-30s that they generally play their best. And he's not even into his mid-30s yet. So I don't think you can just say where he's at right now, he's going to decline from here, because I don't think that that's necessarily likely with the way that quarterbacks play.
Yeah, physically, his body just breaking down.
Physically, but mentally, usually they're at their most advanced point, and so they're able to cheat the defense.
No doubt. So I don't know. I just I was looking at this with these 4 picks, and now 3. I'm coming away with my quarterback, because with the way Dak's contract is structured, they're going to have to either extend him or find a way to restructure. What does this do for Pickens? Like, if they bring him in, and now this means they can't sign Pickens or whatever, which they can, but can you sign him and then have enough pieces around you to be good? I don't know.
Quinnen Williams, in case you did not know, is a 3-time Pro Bowler, an All-Pro in 2022, racked up 12 sacks. 12. He also leads all defensive linemen with a 9.5% run-stop percentage this season. A little knock on him in those off-season Jeremy Fowler rankings was actually about run defense. And they're like, well, he's getting double teamed and maybe he's not getting his physical. Here he is, according to ESPN's research, with the run stop percentage. His 40 sacks since entering the league in 2019 ranks 5th among primary defensive tackles over that span. He's beaten 57 double teams to generate pressure since 2022. That's the most of any player in that span. His 190 total pressures during that time frame, the 4th most among defensive tackles. He has the most pressures in facing double teams. Osa actually second with 53, and he was very happy and relieved yesterday to get maybe some of that attention off of him.
Yeah, that's good. That's going to make things better for him. It's going to make things better for everybody on the defensive line. But that's a great stat you just read. Because, Chop, isn't Micah Parsons better than TJ Watt because he produces while getting double teamed? So if Quinnen Williams is generating the most pressure in football while getting double teamed,
TJ's a tryhard.
But if you're getting the most pressure from getting double teamed in the NFL from Quinnen, sounds like he's better than all of them.
I love it. I love that he is getting pressure being double teamed because he shows he's a real football player, unlike TJ Watt. That doesn't mean I would give him a 1 and 2 for.
Brian Schottenheimer yesterday on the big acquisition.
Played him a couple times. Just played him a couple weeks ago. He's just a difference maker. Ability to affect the interior part of the pocket. From a pass rush standpoint, I think 12 sacks a couple years ago under the tutelage. I'm not saying it was White Cotton that did it because Quinnen did it, but around A-Dub and very disruptive. I mean, for us, there's certain calls you make. You're aware when he's in the game because he's just so disruptive. So we had alerting calls when he was out of the game. We had to set protections based on him, and you guys see it. You see the talent. But I love the play style too, just the way the guy plays, the way the guy runs the football, and then from what I've heard from A-Dub, just the type of young man he is. I think he'll fit in great in this locker room, and very exciting.
Let's talk about the compensation. Who else held their breath yesterday as we were waiting for that news to come out with the picks? I was scared as hell.
I'm still holding it.
I thought it was going to be when Peyton sent the text, because I was driving. When Peyton sent the text and I see it and you reacted to it, I was like, oh God, they went and got Crosby, didn't they? And then I opened it up and I was like, all right, Quinnen, that's great too. When I opened it up and I looked, my first thought immediately was they gave up a first round pick. That's what I thought it was. I figured it was probably just a 1. But then thinking about it, I was like, don't be 2 1s like Sauce Gardner just got, and then it was the 1 and the 2, which initially the reports at first were saying it was the 26th first, which that was going to be a bigger issue to me than the 27th.
You got to hope that you are good next season so that at least, your first round pick is lower.
Or that
you need a good regular season record next year.
Or that Jordan Love doesn't get hurt. Because it's the better of the 2.
Because you would have had that.
Yeah, it's the better of the 2 picks, so it's not just...
How do you think about... I know what you're saying overall about the ones off limits for you. How do you feel about what actually got kicked over to the Jets in terms of the way they structured it with the 1 and the 2?
Well, I mean, I guess you got to look at it like the
we're happy it's not this year's 1.
Sure, I don't think it's going to change. Like I don't think they're an 11-1 team next year necessarily.
You said if Dak is healthy, it's automatic.
I mean, he's healthy now.
Yeah.
So is Burrow. Maybe that's testing your theory a little bit.
Trade for Flacco.
Look, you can't. The theory is that you can't have the worst defense in the league,
and now you don't.
You do.
No, you don't.
Do. You can't. Okay, they had the 10th worst defense in the league. That's
maybe, but we literally 2 weeks ago were talking about 10th worst defense in the league might make them a 10-win team.
It might, and that would prove the theory right. You just can't have an awful defense.
I'm just happy it wasn't this year's first right now.
Yeah, this year's first is, and look, next year's first is considered this year's 2. Right, that's how they look at it.
Generally.
So,
but they're guaranteeing the higher one.
They're guaranteeing the higher one, which stinks. But it's like, the way it is, if the year down the road, it's considered like an extra a round below. So I guess it's like 2 2s.
27 is projected to be a really, really deep class. Like it's projected to be one of these historic classes. So the Jets are trying to stack in that draft.
All right, whose side are you on right now? Bobby is all in drinking the Kool-Aid. RJ is not happy with what went down Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. Maybe we'll take a couple of Quinnen Williams phone calls right now at 877-881-1053. And is the trade Grinch here to crap on the Indianapolis Colts as well? The rest of the craziness throughout the National Football League and your Quinnen Williams call reaction next.
After we get Joe.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Quinnen Williams and Logan Wilson are Dallas Cowboys. I really thought they were going to get Minka as well. There was an hour left. I was disappointed. Adam Schefter said, I think teams are done. He ended up being right, but I was like, here comes a fifth rounder. If they traded a fifth for Minka Fitzpatrick, I was going to be running the streets.
Oh, I would be calling. We would be celebrating the Super Bowl this morning if they got Minka. That's what we'd be doing.
But the Miami Dolphins didn't do an all-out sell.
No.
What the hell are they doing over there?
So the Dolphins, they didn't get rid of Waddle. They didn't get rid of Minka. They traded Jalen Phillips.
No Chubb.
I had heard from people that as soon as
Bobby's got a Chubb today, but no Chubb traded.
As soon as they traded Jalen Phillips, they started jacking up the price on Bradley Chubb to teams around the league. And teams went, no, we're not playing this game. And a bunch of teams backed off the deals with the Dolphins after that.
And what about Fitzpatrick?
I think a lot of teams just started backing off of doing deals with them because they were just like, no, they're shifting. They're trying to move the goalposts here. We're not doing this.
Plus, they have a new GM after they fired Chris Greer. Somehow Mike McDaniel is still surviving, but I was like, here it comes. Here comes the third piece on all the levels.
If you would have gotten it, I'm just happy to see that there's clearly a shift in ideology in terms of the way the Cowboys are doing things. For so long, it was just draft to fill this team. Draft. That's all we're going to do. They still don't play in the free agent waters very much, but they're showing like, okay, we'll go get Pickens. We'll go get Quinnen Williams. We'll do whatever to acquire these guys. So they've clearly, I think, had a shift in terms of we can move some of this capital to get players that we know the answers to who they are.
Let's hear from the Tolos in the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. By the way, John Machota put up the poll question. It's got about 6,000 votes. How do you feel about the trades that Dallas made? The options are exceeded my expectations, what I expected, should have done more, I don't care.
I don't care?
Yeah.
I don't know how you don't care either way. Even if you're unhappy with it, I don't know how you don't care.
It's probably just somebody who's emotionally dead about the Cowboys, I would guess.
Exceeded my expectations is winning in a landslide at 58%. So people are actually giving Jerry Jones some props and praise yesterday. Then barely in second place is I don't care, followed by should have done more, and then what I expected. The RJ Choppy category is not on here of dislike and should have held on to the pick.
How many, what percent was what I expected?
9.5.
If 9.5% of you expected them to trade for Quinnen Williams, you liar.
Yeah, but what if some people thought they were going to get Crosby or Hendrickson?
I don't think anybody thought that yesterday.
Who came up with that poll?
John Machota.
See, that's why he's a writer.
No, I think John has thrown that out there to go like, how do I thin the herd and realize, okay, how many actual answers am I getting here? All right, well, 9% I can throw them out.
But I don't care should have been just dissatisfied. But I always send these out and then I'm like, damn it, I should have included that category. So
that happens.
I can't say much. All right, let's hear from the Tolos. Quinnen Williams for a first and a second. It'll be an immediate second rounder and then a first rounder in the draft after that, depending on which pick is better between the Cowboys and the Packers. Chris and Dallas, start us off. How are you feeling about the deal?
Well, I can answer. It's what I expected because the Joneses know a lot of fans already punt on the season.
Yep.
And I'm not ready to let Jerry Jones off the hook of the Parsons debacle. I mean, you should have evaluated the team. We should have just signed him, maybe trade him next year. And then you sign Bland and give money to people who are loyal to you. That's just Jerry Jones' issue with anyone who's loyal to him, he'll sign him, he'll keep him. Will McClay's not going nowhere because he was loyal when he was a prime candidate for a GM job. So it's more of the Cowboys show. So it's what I expected.
Thanks for the call, Chris. Anthony in Fort Worth, you are up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Ant.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed. I agree with Ralph James. Gave up too much, a first and a second. Just way too much. Got way too many needs. A one and a second is too costly, and especially with a team that might be on the bubble for a playoff. I'd rather have just held on to them picks. Maybe gave up a second this year, maybe a second and a third in 27, but I would refuse to give up any of the first-round picks.
Thanks for the call, brother. And you are definitely not having that cheap help that you were hoping for. I do have to balance it with the draft fails. Because we all just say, oh, my God, it's a first and a second. We never factor in the busts or the players. By the way, Mazi Smith included in this deal.
Yeah,
we'll
that's
get to
another
that.
victory right there.
We'll get to that in a second. 2023 draft class was Mazi, Schoon, Overshone. Remember Fehoko?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome Richards, Eric Scott, Deuce Vaughn, Jalen Brooks. You can look at Taco Charlton. You can, look at and name a defensive player that was drafted besides Trayvon Diggs early on and Micah Parsons, and then some. Tyler Guyton. Like Tyler Guyton is a humongous question mark right now.
Where is he? Maybe checking at 720. Maybe he's not a question mark, Sean.
Oh. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line.
I think when looking at the draft selections, I think it's also important not to look at the players the Cowboys picked, but also the players who were available.
Yeah.
So, if they took the year they took Mazi, let's say two. So, obviously, the Taco pick is easy. Right after Taco went TJ.
Mm-hmm.
So, the Taco pick was still valuable. They just made the wrong selection.
You were in a range of finding someone.
You were in a range of finding someone. You did a bad job of finding someone. Let's see, in the Mazi draft wasn't exceptional. I guess after him was Nolan Smith. Sam Laporta went, half a dozen picks later. That'd have been nice, but they also didn't need him.
Nobody thought he should go that early, though.
Laporta?
Yeah.
There's other Pro Bowlers that have maybe Brian Branch, but that was much later. You weren't going to take him there. Look, the Mazi draft it's fair. It's fair. There wasn't a ton of impact players from that draft yet.
Were you surprised that this was the ultimate price, that someone throughout the league did not beat it? Because Adam Schefter said a lot of people wanted Quinnen Williams.
No, I guess that's probably why Jerry wanted it quiet.
If we would have done this exercise 2, 3, 4 days ago and we went Quinnen for a first and a second, what would we have said here on the show? I know what RJ would have said. What would you have said? I'm trying to think what I would have said. A first and a second.
It's worth it to me because of how it's split up. If you tell me it's the second this year and the first next year, but if you would have told me it's the first and the second next year, or it's the first next year and the second the year after that, then I think now we're getting into territory where the value is getting closer to not matching up.
Here's interesting. They pointed this out on.
And you got to factor in now with this upcoming draft, you're not drafting again till the 4th. Now you can take some of those firsts.
Yeah, you can move down
and move down, but you're not drafting in the second and you're not drafting in the third because of the Pickens deal as of today.
Right. This is an interesting point that was brought up. I think Ben Solak had this. If the Cowboys finish next year, middle of the pack, right? Just say middle of the pack. So you get the 16th pick. This year, the second rounder is projected to be pick number 42. The 16th and the 42 equals, on a trade, if you were just trading picks, 2 late first rounders, which is what Green Bay's picks are going to be. So it actually is essentially the Micah deal for Quinnen.
All right, let's get to Coach Red in what?
Yeah.
No, it's not, because whenever you're talking about trading ahead, a year ahead.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, if you were to just take those picks, in a vacuum, and
but you
trade
don't,
them,
and you can't. So that's what I'm saying. You can't look at it that way.
See, you can't. You kind of can.
You can't. You literally got a first next year, a first after that. You're giving up You're essentially giving up 2 2s, not 2 1s.
Okay, well then, if that's the case, then with Micah's deal, you only got a first and a second.
No, right? Okay, fine. If you want to talk about it that way, that's fine. The issue is that when you talk about first, 2 1, and you break it up like that, it's not the same return.
You're okay, but I'm just talking about if you were to use the trade value chart, whatever chart you want to use, right? Whatever trade value
and the trade value chart dings things around for a year in advance.
No doubt. But the point is, if you were to take the numbers where they are, right, at 42 and 16, that would equal the 2 late first round picks if they were in the same draft.
Yes, and if teams operated that way, that would be an argument that we could talk about, but it's not how teams operate.
It doesn't, Bobby.
It does matter.
You're giving up almost the same that you gave up for Mike.
It's like saying if the dollar had the value of the euro, then it would be that's not what it is, though.
It's minuscule. The difference is minuscule. The difference is minuscule from year to year. You're giving up 2 firsts.
Y'all saw it in the commercial break real quick. Coach Red in Oak Cliff, you're next up here on the morning show. How you feeling about it, Red?
All right. Good morning, fellas. I'm not overly excited, but I am happy a little bit because I agree with Bobby how they split what we gave back. And then also I agree with Choppy
because, we have a small window with Dak. So with that being said, I would just like to say that you got to build that defensive line up, because if you got a strong forward that can rush 80% of the time, that in the backfield, that leaves you can have a mediocre kind of average defensive backs to where it makes them look better because you got a strong rush.
Yeah.
Jimmy Johnson laid the blueprint out back in the day, and I'm surprised that Jerry Jones didn't go by this blueprint by having a strong defensive line all these years. We wouldn't have went 30 years without having a Super Bowl. That's what I say.
Thank you for the call. You're appreciated.
You're appreciated.
Tolo Royal says you got to compare it to the Micah money as well if you want to compare great players. So Micah is going to be making 46.5 this year in Green Bay. Quinnen is going to be making 24.
And they will, I think, in all likelihood, I don't think Kenny Clark's going to be here next year now. You're talking, I mean, that's money that can be completely free of in the offseason.
Michael in California listening early on the Odyssey app. Mike, you're live on Sean and RJ.
Good morning, Bobby. Good morning, everybody. Hey, you know what? Let's go. I love the player. I love Choppy's point, though. I love what you're saying, RJ, about those picks. But you know what? I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid. I think if we could have threw Minkah Fitzpatrick in there, then man, okay, Jerry Jones is really trying to chase some wins around here, other than just marketing. But I think the biggest thing being overlooked, and I'm most excited about, is let's go. Mazi's gone. Too bad Tolbert couldn't go with him. God bless you all. God bless America, and have a great day, everybody.
Always love hearing from you, Mike. What was your reaction when you saw the late news that Mazi was included?
Man, it's that was good to see. That was the best part of the day. Like, you had to come away for the day. It would have been better if they had, got, who else on the list? Eberflus yesterday. Get him out of there. It would have been better if they got Bland out of here and Terrence Steele. Get all those guys out. Tolbert, get him out. Would have been better.
I want to hold this up. I should have sent it to Aiden. The picture that NFL.com NFL Twitter put up of Mazi, this says everything. This was Mazi Smith. That picture perfectly encapsulates kind of the sulking, doesn't look like a dog whatsoever, a little bit mopey, just like, all right, I'm here. That scoreboard's cool. I don't care what's really going on the field. I'm not going to get engaged in that. This photo right here of Mazi Smith, adios, peace out.
As many sacks as he had defensive holding calls in his Cowboys career.
Come again, say what?
As many sacks as he had defensive holding calls in his career.
Defensive holding?
Defensive holding.
Boy.
Not holdings drawn.
Damn!
Was that Randy Gregory did all that San Fran playoff game?
2 defensive holdings, 2 sacks.
Dante in Fort Worth, you're up next. Dante, how you feeling about it?
Man, I'm actually liking the move. I really appreciate it. You guys had a lot of my points about, hey, man, the 2023 draft sucked. So you might as well use some of those picks, because I know they're never going to spend the money. Bad teams that are bad at drafting usually spend that money in free agency. They weren't going to do that, so you went and got a proven player in Quinnen Williams. I'm full on for 2026 this year. Hey, it'll be more interesting to watch us not get shredded. So I appreciate that. But I'm with everybody else. Keep the pressure on Jerry. Kudos to you for that move. You got to be fair. But, overall, if you balance what we did here in the Micah deal, if you do that during the draft in 2025, then we're a little bit happier about it. But here we are now. Do appreciate the move.
Thank you for the call, Dante. You're appreciated.
All right.
So the feeling and emotion from the Tolos to start off the show is kind of like where I am. I'm not doing backflips like Bobby. I don't hate it as much as Choppy. I'm like, I'm happy. I'm not thrilled. I'm happy because the rest of the season is more interesting. And what are you going to do? I'm not patient. I want things now.
Yeah.
And I know, unless and I hope I'm way wrong about the rest of this year, what happens next offseason, and then I will reset my expectations for the Cowboys. What are they saying in New York about the trade? What other blockbuster happened, and what are they saying in the Cowboys locker room? Cover your kids' ears, because Dak Prescott is dropping that word. We continue with the Quinnen Williams trade on the home of the Cowboys.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Those are Nutmeg maidens? No.
Nutmeg maidens.
product? I gotta remember
Well,
that.
you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Oh, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Quinnen Williams is a Dallas Cowboy. You got 2 new pieces along with Logan Wilson from the Cincinnati Bengals. You have a week plus to get them acclimated around here with the scheme and the defense before the Las Vegas Raiders. And already I got people blowing me up over the rest of the schedule. Man, having a week off in this time in the National Football League is such a great thing because you get to forget and reset all expectations and hope. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franco Injury Attorney text line. What are they saying in New York? I thought Connor Hughes, SNY Television, did a great job of giving the Jets perspective after this trade.
Now, Quinnen Williams' relationship with the Jets has been deteriorating. This goes all the way back to when they made the decision to move on from Aaron Rodgers. That's when things started to change with Quinnen Williams and with the New York Jets. When Aaron Glenn was then very critical of Quinnen Williams in a one-on-one meeting and then critical of him publicly at the NFL Combine to us, that is when things truly started to spiral and spiral and spiral for Quinnen Williams and the Jets. The incessant losing has not been bad. I was told that on 3 separate occasions, Quinnen Williams requested a trade from the New York Jets.
Whoa.
That on 3 different occasions, Quinnen requested a trade from the Jets. He let the Jets know that he had 0 plans to extend him. Again, his contract is out of guaranteed money after this year, just like $4.95 million left in guaranteed money after this year. Quinnen Williams had stressed to the Jets time and time and time again that he wanted to rework his deal, wanted to rework the deal. The Jets rebuffed that. The losing, a deterioration of a relationship with Aaron Glenn got Quinnen Williams to the point where he said, I want to be gone. Now, the Jets denied this when I asked them that, but I had heard from a source very close to Quinnen Williams that he actually met with members of the Jets brass, Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn, and said he wanted to go out. The meeting did not go particularly well, and Quinnen wasn't sure he was actually going to get traded. Now, they have obviously reached an agreement here with the Dallas Cowboys. He's reunited with Aaron Wycott, his defensive line coach, who he was very, very close with the New York Jets. They are reunited, and Dallas obviously reloading.
7th year, yet to experience a winning season. Also was not happy with the way he was reportedly being used on defense. He recorded a sack on his first defensive play of the season against Aaron Rodgers and has not had one since. You also talk about the contract that Connor Hughes just mentioned. They expected him to demand a renegotiation that would have meant more guaranteed money. Instead of doing that, they decided to go ahead and offload him. So that is the reaction out of New York. What about inside the Cowboys locker room yesterday? Dak Prescott, quote, I'm effing pumped. Schottenheimer praised Jerry and Steven, saying these were aggressive but smart moves because they helped this year, but also the future. On dealing Mazi, Schottenheimer said, I had a really good talk with him. He was obviously disappointed that it did not work out. It was tough to say goodbye to Mazi. And then Joseph Hoyt with this note, each of the last 2 Cowboys first-round defensive tackles didn't last 1,000 days with the team. They waived Taco 875 days after picking him. They traded Mazi after 923.
Defensive linemen or defensive tackles?
Each of the Cowboys first round. The tweet was DT, but obviously Taco.
What are you doing, Joe? Come on, Joe.
He got his TV time the other day standing behind Jerry on all the national televisions, and he got sloppy.
Yeah, he's going with the top button undone. I told him, I was like, I think you need to button that one back up.
Absolutely not.
What, you like the Chris Sims look?
No, not the neck one. The next one. That was
it depends on the button. It depends on the shirt. Some buttons are too high. Others, they're in no man's land.
Schottenheimer said the current plan is for Overshone and Ravel to play after the bye week. So are you getting 4 new defensive players on the field for this defense? Wait till you hear Bobby Belt's guarantee after they acquired Quinnen Williams coming up at 7:20 this morning. So that's how they're feeling in Frisco.
He's a difference maker. The fact that we talk about him having 12 sacks, the last time a defensive tackle had 12 sacks in Dallas was Randy White 40 years ago. It's not a common thing. You're looking at a guy who is not only going to make your pass rush better, make your run defense better on the defensive front. You're talking about somebody who is going to make the linebackers better. The linebackers will just be better because of Quinnen Williams being here. In fact, the Logan Wilson trade is that much better because you got Quinnen Williams. This is a guy who can actually take up double team blocks. He can shed blocks. He can pass rush. He can do anything you need to do on the defensive line, and to have that right in the middle, that makes them significantly better.
Former Cowboy Marcus Spears. I was watching Spears on live TV as Dan Graziano broke the news to him, and he was giddy.
I think this is a hell of a deal for the Dallas Cowboys to get an impact player right now. And what I was just saying about 20 seconds ago, this is absolutely a step in the right direction. So kudos to Jerry. Like, I'm hard as hell on Jerry. Actually, last night, he probably ain't even want to talk to me because I've been very hard on him about not making moves like this. This is what I've been talking about for a long time. I'm extremely happy that Quinnen Williams will be a Dallas Cowboy, and I'm extremely confident that he will help this team in the immediacy in which Jerry alluded to when he was talking just now.
Now, I will say this about the position. It is a position that can get lost from football observers like us, just in terms of watching the game. We're all sitting here saying, I'm not usually breaking down defensive tackles unless it's Vince Wilfork or Vita Vea, because they're so massive and it's fun to watch the big fat sloppy dudes belly flop on somebody. But there's going to be many times when we're like, is Quinnen Williams playing? Quinnen Williams out there? I'm trying to remember what Quinnen Williams did against the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's the job of them in half the plays is just take up attention.
Yeah.
Like, they're not necessarily
We're all on here today, and
players.
everyone is saying Quinnen Williams, awesome, fantastic. Well, part of that is because we're told to think, Quinnen Williams is a great player from the X's and O's people, and then the rest of us are just like, oh, Quinnen Williams, he's absolutely fantastic. But we're going to be tweeting. We're going to be coming in here. I can already see choppy sarcasm some days. Quinnen Williams is activated, right? He did start to play for the Cowboys against the Raiders, right?
I won't say that because I don't pay attention to defensive linemen.
Oh, okay.
I only watch the quarterbacks, Sean. You know this better than anybody else. I love some of the stats on this because, the Next Gen does a pretty good job with defensive linemen and stuff because, detailing when their pressure is and everything. The 23 season was the most disruptive defensive tackle pass.
He had 12 sacks?
Yeah, that was the
22.
Most. 22. Mm-hmm. So they're saying in his 23 season, his pressure rate in 23 was 16%. It's the most disruptive pass rush season for a defensive tackle ever. Now, it's gone down steadily since, so it's 8% this year, which is pretty bad. As his time to pressure, the all-pro season he had was 2.74 seconds, and time to pressure this year is 3.16. So That's down. But how much of that is he just doesn't care anymore because he's been playing for a losing team?
They changed the scheme in New York too. So White Cotton, that's a big part of this. White Cotton was having him play a certain technique. He doesn't play the same technique in New York anymore. And so they think this is going to free him up to be a better pass rusher.
The New York Jets stunned the league earlier in the day. Trade Grinch RJ Choppy is here to rain on the Indianapolis Colts parade. 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner and A.D. Mitchell. They just signed Sauce to a 4-year, $120 million extension this offseason. A few months later, he gets out of jail to the 7-2 Colts.
Man, this is one of the you got fooled. You got fooled. There's a line in the movie The Few Good Men. You got fooled by the memory of a dead attorney. The Colts got fooled by their start to this year. They're going to give away a mid-20s pick this year, and then next year they're going to give away a top 10 draft pick for Sauce Gardner, a declining, overrated player who, if his name was Fred, nobody knows who he is.
You just said last week you'd give up a first for Sauce.
A first, not 2 firsts.
For a declining player, though?
Yeah, declining player. The Jets are pretty clearly the winners here across the league. I mean, they control 2 drafts now. They control back-to-back drafts at the NFL. That's saying something. If they need a quarterback, they could go get one. The Cowboys were in charge of 2 straight drafts. We were in charge. That's why I'm so disappointed. I don't actually ever want to win.
Yeah.
I want to build towards winning. Because the moment you win, job's over. Then what the hell am I going to do? All right, then what am I going to do? I'm going to have nothing.
It's about the journey.
It's about the journey.
The journey's
Coach Joe
reward,
told me.
yeah.
What?
The journey's the reward, yeah.
Yeah, Coach Joe told me this, man. He goes, if you don't enjoy the journey, you can never appreciate the destination.
So
that's stuck with me.
So you don't think Indianapolis should have looked at the 7-1 start and said,
that's fool's gold. That is such fool's gold. Anybody with half a brain can see that, and you know it too.
You had them in their power rankings pretty high.
Guess what? They ain't in there today, baby. All right, they ain't in there today.
They lose to Pittsburgh 27-20.
Yeah. 2 firsts for Sauce. In the AFC, there are 2 types of teams. There are teams with Mahomes and Allen, and there are teams without. And if you're without, you can't afford to waste 2 first-round picks on a player that's going to cost you $30 million a year. It probably is a little bit overrated if you're not those 2 teams.
What did you think about the deal and the price? The Sauce price, he's 25 versus Quinnen.
It's a lot. It's 2 firsts. It's not just 2 firsts. It's 2 firsts and A.D. Mitchell, who was a second-round pick last year, who's clearly fallen out of favor there. I was telling y'all during the break, this is A.D. Mitchell's 7th team since high school. He played on 3 high school teams. He played for Georgia and Texas. Now he's the Colts and the Jets. This dude cannot stay put anywhere. But this is it's a good move for the Jets. In all, I like the moves yesterday for the Jets. I like the Cowboys getting Quinnen. I like for the Jets that they're saying we're bad and let's just start stockpiling. Now use some of that on offensive players. Don't just keep trying to hire defensive coaches and build up a defense and not score anything. Remember, the highest ranked Jets offense in the last 20 years is still those Brian Schottenheimer offenses that got him fired. So that's something where when you think about it, the Jets need to explore that. But the Colts, this is clearly them saying, like, we feel like we've got a window, or we feel like this is vulnerable
this year.
And I everything I'd seen about the Colts and everything else, I had not thought of them as they need a shutdown corner. That's what they are away. They're fine.
Yeah.
But I did not look at that and go like, man, get you a shutdown corner. And the Colts, all of a sudden, now I'm saying they're contenders.
It's like they saw food for the first time. And because it's been since Andrew Luck since they were remotely good. Like they had those years with like Rivers where they were kind of scrappy. Jonathan Taylor popped, but like it's been they've been so desperate.
Oh, is this trade Grinch music for RJ?
Oh man,
crapping on everybody's deals.
It's
except for the Jets.
The sellers win, baby. Sellers always win. Go look at the trade grades. The sellers win every trade.
And who says that those fools are right?
Well, but how about this?
We don't have time for all this. We'll get back to it at 7:20. I promise. We're probably blowing out power rankings today because you can do it tomorrow.
We don't blow
Thank
things
goodness.
out.
I don't want to do that.
Dallas Stars come back, and did A&M? Choppy is not happy about the Aggies getting screwed. The first CFP rankings are out. Let's get ready to fight about that. We're back with the energy. Hump Day edition. Continuing on the Fan. Do you have a game?
what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Budding star. Team leader in goals this season. Wyatt shoots and scores. Dallas takes it in a shootout.
That was the call. They were down 3-1. And it's like Edmonton owns you. And the Dallas Stars have a 7-game point streak. 3 points in 2 games versus Florida and Edmonton. They come back and beat the Oilers.
Man, I hate to sound like Broadus here, but you cannot make it difficult for local fans to watch these games. I went to Victory Plus. Oh, I don't see the game. That must be on TNT. No, that was Hurricanes and whoever. Oh, it must be on ESPN. Well, no, I was already on ESPN because I was watching Texas and Duke.
The audio I got here from Peyton says ESPN.
It was on ESPN Plus.
Dude, the ESPN Plus is...
So I did the ESPN app, and I'm like, I got to sign into this. You just can't make it difficult for local fans to watch the game.
Stars!
You just can't. You can't. It's crap. Like, the game should be on... If it's on ESPN Plus, like where it's not on the regular TV, the guide aspect of it, you're just making it difficult. I have no idea. Disney Plus. Do I have to? I don't know. Maybe I have it. I don't really know what I have anymore. I could be paying hundreds of dollars a month, and I have no idea. And it's just very difficult. As for the game, that's a good 2 points.
Whew.
That's a real good 2 points you got there.
Jake Riedma is sitting there with an awesome game recap that he sent me. He's still fist pumping in the back. Our Stars insider, Mikko, had 2 goals and an assist. They rallied for the 4-3 shootout win at the AAC. No Hintz, no Duchesne, no Ben.
No Otter. Yeah, Smith a goal.
No Otter. Congratulations to Otter. And can I say the in-station news? Is that public?
I don't know the in-station news.
Who else would be out because of Otter's reasons?
Oh, I think you can.
All right.
Yeah.
Zach Wolchuk, baby number 2. Congratulations, Zachary.
Oh, nice.
So Ottinger was on the bench. Casey DeSmith gets the W and now points in 7 straight games. Rantanen scores his 300th goal. Only the 4th Finnish player to accomplish that. Spittle with the note. Wyatt added 3 assists.
Dude, like, again, you go to shoot. This is how, one thing.
And then Miro blanketing McDavid in overtime defensively.
Yeah, look, the 3-on-3 is fun when you get to overtime. It's just so much. Every time there's a turnover, the crowd gets up and they go, oh, we're going to have a chance to score. Like, literally on every time. And then, with especially the way Edmonton is with the players that they have, like, they're so electric. Like, getting through the overtime period when you're playing Edmonton, it's like, all right, this is going to be difficult. And then in the OT and the shootout, I mean, they made some nice saves. Stars made some nice saves, and obviously Edmonton. I think McDavid completely whiffed.
With 11 minutes left in the game, the Stars apparently had a 2% chance of winning. That was all it was. When they had gotten down 3-1, it was a 2% chance of winning. But Money Puck did give them a 66% chance of winning on the deserve to win meter. So that ultimately wins out.
The Stars are back in action tomorrow at home against Anaheim. This Ducks team off to a hot start. Tops in the Pacific Division. Winners of 4 straight. Spits and Suds wherever you get your podcasts to get more hockey. Let's battle.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
All right, so the first round of the college football playoff rankings were released yesterday, and the first round doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter unless everybody wins out, and then it kind of matters. But even still, things can change. There's data points to be had. The number 1, number 2, number 3, we all knew who those 3 were going to be. We just didn't know what order they were going to be in. It was Ohio State, number 1, Indiana, number 2, and Texas A&M, number 3. On the broadcast, it was pretty clear that they thought A&M should have been number 1.
1?
Yes. Like Joey Galloway.
Booger.
And Booger, they all thought they should have been number 1 because of their overall resume. They win at Notre Dame. Notre Dame is in the ranking at number 10. That's a better win than Ohio State. Ohio State's top win is Texas at home. So the win at Notre Dame would have trumped Ohio State's Texas win at home. The other question would have been, was the win at Notre Dame better than Indiana's win at Oregon? I don't necessarily think so. I think the Oregon win is better.
How do you guys judge beating the team at the time of the ranking? And I'm not talking about the first game of the year, second year, where the ranking can be really exposed, but middle of the year, judging Oregon, Penn State.
I think Indiana's win over Oregon.
Judging what the team was versus what they become.
There has to be something. There's a lot of different angles to it because it's like, what were they at the time? How were they playing? I think there's something to be said for you sending a team into a spiral too. But like, not always. Sometimes it is just exposing a bad team. But there have been instances of just you made a team crumble.
Oregon clearly did it to Penn State.
Yeah.
They beat Penn State in double OT, and then the next week Penn State goes out to UCLA, gets beat. And then they lose again. Was it to Iowa? I can't remember who they lost to again. But they lost Northwestern, right? They just lose. They keep losing. They just keep losing and losing. They go into a spiral. Next thing you know, the coach is fired. That definitely happens. So, I mean, look, I don't have a major issue with A&M being third. I would have put them number 1 or 2. I think Indiana and A&M had a better resume than Ohio State at the moment. I think Ohio State's clearly the best team. So how are you doing the rankings? Was the committee doing the rankings best based on who has the best resume and who's the most deserving, or who would win the game? Because if you're doing it as who would win the game, look, does anybody think Virginia's beating Miami? I don't think Virginia's that good. Virginia's right ahead of Miami.
Beating Miami? Oh, I think everybody's beating Miami right now.
Well, that might. Are they beating Iowa?
Carson Beck will throw another team.
There's a lot of teams, right? I don't think Virginia's all that good. Their resume absolutely deserves to be where they are. So I thought there's a little bit of inconsistencies there. My main gripe is with Notre Dame and Miami. Now, to be fair, I can't stand either program. There's no bias here. I think they both are they are as bad as it gets. I can't stand Notre Dame, and I can't stand Miami.
Why can't you stand Miami?
They've had one cute little run in their entire history from like 84 to 92, and they popped again in 01. Other than that, they have been a nothing program. They've just been a disappointing program. They had one cute little run, and everybody treats them like they're Bear Bryant's Bama team.
That is it. That is 2 runs.
They had one good year.
The Butch Davis into Larry Coker is a run.
It's too short. Too short for me. But either way, it's like if they had one, and they had a ton of great. Like that was the greatest 10-year run the sport's ever seen. Their Jimmy Dennis Erickson, the end of Schnellenberger run. That was like the greatest 10-year run we've ever seen. But Miami beat Notre Dame. Miami's best win is against Notre Dame. Notre Dame's best win is against USC. You can't have they have the same record. You cannot have Notre Dame ahead of Miami. Otherwise, why are we playing these football games? Why am I scheduling, if I'm Miami, Notre Dame? Why am I not just scheduling South Florida, East Carolina, and let's just go? Like, do the games matter or do they not matter?
True, but didn't you say that it's that to the committee?
I don't know what I said.
The earlier losses don't hurt you as much as the recent losses. Miami's got some pretty bad.
They do have some bad recent losses, no doubt, no doubt.
The rest of the rankings: A&M 3, Bama 4. Man, Kalen DeBoer, good for you. We were all wrong. Getting ready to fire you. Georgia 5, Ole Miss 6, BYU 7, Texas Tech 8.
Game days there this week.
Home
BYU,
game.
Texas Tech.
Home game as it stands for right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon 9, Notre Dame 10, Bobby and Tommy Yarsh's Longhorns number 11, Oklahoma 12, Utah 13, Virginia 14, Louisville 15, and my Commodores dropping down to 16.
And the way it would work right now, OU would be out. They would not make it. Memphis is the highest ranked Group of 5 team. They're not in the top 25. So they would make it over Oklahoma as it sits right now. And I also think Texas would be out.
Yeah,
too,
Texas is out.
because Virginia would have to be in.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So Texas is out right now, but
they got. I mean, look, if they win
10,
out, they'll be in.
Yeah. As soon as they go through the gauntlet, as soon as they take out A&M, as soon as they take out Georgia. Look, I've told you guys all year.
They got to take them both out.
I've told you guys all year. Patience with Arch.
Yes, you're like Hugh Freeze, man.
Let's have some patience with Arch. Let's let this all coalesce, come together, and you're starting to see the vision.
As Bobby flip more, I'm still not believing his Longhorn flip, but as he flip more on the Longhorns of the Cowboys, I told you the same program, the same fan base, all of it, all the bad.
To be fair, the Cowboys actually changed something. With Texas, I'm believing now.
College football kegger right here on 105.3 The Fan. Is that all you have on that? I have audio, unless you got something else.
As far as that goes, that's all I got on the player. My issue is just I just don't know that. Why am I playing the game? If Miami's going to have the same record as Notre Dame, they're going to be behind Notre Dame. Then why am I bother playing?
How about the way that Hugh Freeze got done dirty at the golf course?
Dude, this just means more.
SEC.
It just means more, man. Hugh Freeze has a standing 1:30 Sunday tee time at the Auburn University golf course. It's a private course. It's a standing tee time. Well, it was his firing on Sunday was broken by a random Twitter user who happened to notice a change in the tee sheet where Hugh Freeze used to be. It used to be Hugh Freeze's tee time at 1:30. Jill Freeze and a player. Well, here we go. That same tee time, 1:30, David Lewis, whoever that is. A canceled tee time. They canceled it. So this guy posts on social media, the standing tee time held by Hugh Freeze has been canceled. Here's the screenshots. A shakeup on the plains is imminent. How about that? How about that? That's how you do it right there. That's how you fire a coach. You just cancel his tee time.
Is it presumptuous to just assume, since the tee time is not canceled, unless you're the one doing the canceling, like that he's fired because of that?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a leap.
Yeah, it's a bit of a leap.
I'm leaking this. Yeah. And is that employee fired now for giving out tee time?
He could have had diarrhea
Probably.
that morning. You never know.
It's a bit of a leap, but
like, did the AD at Auburn call the golf course and go cancel it?
But he might have. I don't know. He might have.
Don't accept a reservation any restaurant in town if it's Hugh Freeze.
But is it worth it if you're that person? It's not worth it if you're Bruce Feldman. Bruce Feldman can't see that and go, he's fired. Right. Some random guy on Twitter can go, oh, I'll take this chance.
Yeah,
he's fired.
For sure.
Unless he, wanted to keep his job, like.
Oh, as the tee sheet coordinator. Yes, as the marshal.
Yeah,
he wants to keep his job as the starter there. Yeah. He's getting up there and go, 4, please.
Yes. So there it is, little college football kegger with the CFP rankings out last night. Bobby Belt is giddy, y'all. He is taking a bath in the Cowboy Kool-Aid after the 2 trades yesterday. And wait till you hear Bobby's guarantee. Not for next year. Not for after that.
No, sir.
For the rest of this Cowboys season, in which I'm telling you they're not making the playoffs, Bobby Belt may strongly disagree. Commercial-free expressway on the home of the Dallas Cowboys is next.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now, The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We are commercial-free Hump Day edition here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. The difference in energy is palpable after reacting to the Cardinals. See, this is the problem, really. Jerry Jones runs the Cowboys like I want the radio show to go. Like, what's the next piece of news? Let's just fill the next day. How do we keep the excitement day to day? When Micah got dealt, I told Bobby this is the worst thing that can happen because they're going to start stinking and then fans are going to check out. And we want weekly, monthly, and yearly ratings. And unfortunately, Jerry Jones looks at it the same way. How do I stop? Forget about 2 years from now. Forget about the big picture. Forget about a program. How do I go ahead and save the second half of the season, get you for the offseason and next year? We're in for the next year and a half. Period. Done. Like heading to training camp. What are they going to do in the offseason? And Quinnen Williams going to have a full program of OTAs and mini camp. And that may not be, I know, the RJ Choppy way of doing things. Nick Eatman, we said he's got way too much Jerry in him, and he's probably going to be doing cartwheels at 9:20 this morning. But Quinnen Williams is a Dallas Cowboy for a first and a second round pick. And Pro Football Focus ranks him as the best run-stopping interior lineman in football with a run D grade of 90.8. 2 years left on the 4-year deal at $96 million. So it's not a crazy deal for the Cowboys to absorb. There's also room to rework or extend if he is traded. $24 million a season. Micah's making $46. When I go and look at what he was regarded as in the offseason, I went to Jeremy Fowler's list, and he asks all the executives throughout the league for the top 10 at each position. This past offseason, Quinnen Williams at D-tackle, highest ranking was 3rd, lowest ranking was 8th. He came in overall at number 5. The year before, he was ranked number 2. Here's what they wrote. Williams has been one of the constants amid persistent Jets changes, going on 3 straight Pro Bowls, has 23.5 sacks during that span. An NFL personnel man, true 3-down player, talented inside rusher who is fully capable against the run. Solid yet unspectacular in most categories, including pass rush win rate 13%, RJ, incompletions created 16, and quarterback hits 18. One complaint from an AFC exec is that Williams gets pushed around in the run game at times, but that's nitpicking an elite player. One AFC scout said Quinnen did not have much help around him inside, prompting defenses to key on him. He also battled through a hamstring issue. Quote from a coordinator, he's a guy you have to dedicate a game plan to, one of the most complete interior guys in the game. That was before the season and this big monster run grade that he's putting up in different metrics.
Yeah, there's no doubt they're a better football team today. I don't think you can make that argument at all.
Of course not.
It's just, is it, to me, they're just going closer to the middle when I want them to go closer to the bottom because I want to rebuild this whole thing. I think the only way to get to the top is to get to the bottom first. That's just my philosophical thing. So I'll never trade a first for when you're bad. And this is a bad team. And to me, trading a first-round pick is no good.
What do you say to the thing that we have been discussing all season, though, and we all kind of agreed on this? If you can get to 19th defensively, you can be what as a contender? And next year, can Quinnen Williams, Logan Wilson, whatever else they do in the offseason, safety, secondary, I don't think getting to 19th or 15th is too crazy of a goal.
No,
and
it's
if you put
not.
that with the offense, then what are you?
Yeah, ideally,
And is he young enough to fit our age criteria yesterday to give up this much capital for the young, controllable star? Fringe. I agree.
Yeah, they can get to
if he was 25 like Sauce, would you rather trade it for
25? I would have done it.
Would you rather trade it for Sauce?
No, because that cost would have been too high. That would have been much higher.
He's going to play probably.
He'll age better than Sauce because of the position.
He'll play 36 games here before he turns 30.
Yeah.
So he is young.
The defensive tackle will age better, I think, than a corner.
Bob, if it was this capital for Max, Hendrickson, Quinnen, Simmons. Put them in order.
If we're just talking in a vacuum, who's the best of those players? It'd be Max. It'd be Max, Quinnen, Simmons, Hendrickson.
Max, Quinnen, Simmons, Hendrickson.
For making this team better right now, or for addressing what this team needs, it's Quinnen, Simmons, Max, Hendrickson.
Quinnen, Simmons, Max, Hendrickson. Okay. Because of the run defense.
Just
problem?
because of what it is that.
And you have Clowney and Ezeraku
You've
emerging.
got Clowney and Ezeraku on the edges. They're playing well against the run. They're rushing the passer. Right now, you have been getting just bullied on the interior. Has been a big part of it. And so if you've got that stabilized, that makes more of an impact than getting somebody else to be a better rotation on the edge.
But if you look at it, like defensively, they're better. Like we said, get to the 15th best defensive team in the league. Now, you assume the offense has got to be there. If they don't re-sign Pickens, then I don't think the offense can get to that spot, right? To where they're a top offense in the league.
They were top offense without CD.
Huh?
They were top offense without CD.
Can you be that long, like throughout the entire course of the year? Can you sustain that?
Yeah,
because they haven't sustained.
If you're right, because the offensive line issues have cropped up. But I mean, if you're blocking things up well, then yeah, they can do that.
Like it's. Again, to me, this was not a good football team. This is a team that's far away. The amazing thing about the Cowboys, the maddening thing about the Cowboys franchise, they invented the blueprint on how to win. Stockpile draft picks, and they did it. And they immediately said, you know what? No, I need the big-time name player, and I need to make a splash because I need to be in the headlines. They had the blueprint. They did it again. They did it. The only thing that was missing was the first-round drafted quarterback, which, they haven't done since Eatman. They had the formula. They did it again. But football guys got to get in the way. Football guy loves this move. Football guy, the guy I'm talking about. The guy who sits at the game and says, run the damn ball. All right, run the damn ball. That's football guy. The same guy has never seen a bottle of sunscreen before. All right, that's who I'm talking about, and they love this trade.
All right. I've been waiting to see if Bobby Belt would back off of this. A lot of hype and a lot of excitement from Roberto. We're only in the studio for one more show. But nonetheless, RJ Choppy, get out your Ernie Johnson little notepad.
Okay.
Get out the sticky note. Where are they? Take it away, Bob.
Did we move them to the new building yet?
I don't know. Here, there's a sheet of paper right there. So yesterday, the biggest disappointment about yesterday was that you didn't get Minka. Because if you get Minka...
And you told me in the hallway you think Minka's price was probably a second?
Yeah.
Dang.
I mean, he's still a very, very good player. And he's younger. Like, I mean, he's not 25, but I mean, he's managed to be in the league this long. He's still not even 30. But I think if you get Minka, that changes the entire shape of your defense. You would be talking about, you'd be addressing you'd be getting the best player on each level of the defense right up the middle. So you'd be getting somebody on first, second, and third level of the defense right up the middle that would become your best player on those spots. So that would just change the entire complexion of your defense. You didn't do that. So I'm not going to be able to just start going, hell yeah, they're making the playoffs. But
here we go.
You did do enough in...
We don't even need Mickey Fisher this week.
No, you don't. You know why? Because you got reality right here talking to you. You've got Quinnen Williams stepping into the middle. Kenny Clark and Osa playing better lately.
Booger McFarland said you now have the best pair of defensive tackles in the league.
Slow down. But you've got Kenny Clark, Osa playing better. You've got Quinnen Williams there. The edges and Ezeraku and Clowney stabilizing. Fowler's been better. You're starting to look and say, okay, defensive line is improved. You've got Logan Wilson, who I'll show you some cut-ups here later. I don't know how much we can throw on the fan cam. I'd like to, but otherwise I'll just tweet him. Logan Wilson, it is, even this year, if you just take clips from this year, it is so plain as day that he's better than anything you've had at linebacker.
I saw some.
He's so much more instinctive and sees things the right way and is really disciplined and patient. You're going to get Overshown back, which I don't know if Overshown's going to play well. He's got the knee that he's coming off of. That's not the point. The point is Overshown will tell everybody where they're supposed to be. The biggest value in overshowing right away, whether he's hurt or not, is he's going to direct traffic and say, you need to be here, you need to be doing this, you need to be doing this, you need to be doing this.
Oh, that's a strength?
He's a big strength of his. He's not been the green dot guy, but he has been the guy who, when they're going to go, no, get in here, move. He's very good at communicating and seeing what they're supposed to be doing. So all of that right there. Dallas will not lose more than 2 games the rest of the year.
Ooh, Josh Clark.
Dallas will finish above 500.
Web guy, get this on a t-shirt. 2 games.
Raiders, Eagles, Chiefs, Lions, Vikings, Chargers, Commanders, Giants. They have 2 losses the rest of the way. And it's because, you're talking about they're averaging giving up 143 yards rushing per game right now. They might give up 143 yards rushing 1 more time this year, 2 more times maybe.
Whoa!
Because in large part, it's just no longer going to be an efficiency thing. Teams are going to look at it and go, okay, it's not pick your poison. We need to throw the ball.
So that's improvement.
So there's going to be more of that. But this is absolutely
the last sticky note in the history of the morning show at 4131 Central Expressway is a damn bold one. 9-7-1 for your Cowboys, and they will not allow over $143 on the ground for the rest of the regular.
They'll do it one or 2 more times. That'd be it.
1 or 2. Okay.
1 or 2.
And that's their average. No, that's their average right now. They won't allow more than that 1 or 2 more times. But that's where
they're definitely improved. There's no doubt. And the teams you're gonna have to face in the NFC, you do need someone strong up the middle. Helps with the tush push. Helps on all these. I mean, you play Detroit, you got to get pressure up the middle on Goff.
If they
easy way to get him off balance.
If they had Logan Wilson and Quinnen Williams here at the start of the season, they're 6-3 right
now. So who are their losses?
You're still losing to Chicago, Denver, and Arizona.
What do y'all think?
I mean, the defense played pretty well in the second half against Philly already, as it is.
9.
I'm saying Jalen Hurts is not doing the scrambling that he's doing in that game. They're not scoring every single of the first 4 drives like they did.
9-7-1, and this is why I really wish they just would have done the deal in the offseason, because you're gonna mess up the draft pick But I'm not even agreeing with Bobby for the record. They are going to lose, guaranteed. 1, 2, 3. They're guaranteed to lose 4 more games.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. We need another bet. You
want to lose another one?
Because you're off it. Well, I'm not feeling great. What happened last night in the association?
They didn't play, neither one of them.
Okay, neither one of them played.
Yeah, I've been checking every day.
You still, and this should really be bye-week conversation, but you're still horrific in the secondary, and now I'm worried about you being able to pass block. Now, secondary helped by this up front. No doubt about it. We'll get into all that stuff later. What do y'all think of what Roberto said? Franklin Franco, injury attorney, text line 877-881-1053. Let's get to Post Hut.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films,
Mike. That is gross. And those people are getting paid.
Yeah, let's see just how bad it was for this above 500 football team that they will become, the Dallas Cowboys. By the way, 469, Bobby making Mickey Fisher look like Stephen A. I don't know what that means, because I would think that Stephen A. is going
making
to be
Mickey look like a hater.
I guess. Yeah. Here's the thing. I would like to remind people, last year was the only one who didn't pick them to make the playoffs, and not only that, at the start of the season, I said they'd be 7-10. They went 7-10. And before the season, I said they were 7-10 football team. So I do not just glaze them on this. I will be.
Let's
don't
make
like
a bet.
the outlook.
Let's make a bet on 9 wins.
Okay.
I'll take the under, but we'll figure out the stakes.
Okay.
Maybe it'll be a stake.
Maybe it's double or nothing.
I get a free one from Wild for it.
On the Lakers bet.
That's a lot of money.
I know it is.
That's a lot of money.
That's why nothing could be a nice little reason.
I'm just dumbfounded because you're putting this. You're basically saying that Quinnen Williams is worth 5 wins.
Okay, so first off,
and in Vegas, no defensive player has ever been worth more than a single win.
No, I'm saying defense is worth 5 wins.
Well, I mean,
yeah, better defense is worth 5 wins. This is not just what you literally just improved 2 levels of the defense that you don't have. We're talking about no resistance, none, and on those 2 levels for several
versus
weeks.
Marginal resistance.
No, versus that defensive line is good now. That defensive line, that's a good Ezeraku. Hold on. Ezeraku's improved. Do we think Ezeraku's not a good football player?
Yes.
Ezeraku's good. Clowney has shown what he's been his whole career. He knocked off Russ. Now he
won't be here next year.
Now
But Bobby, they don't have corners that are in the screen. You're not going to fix Bridges, Bland, Diggs.
Right. But what you have done now is you have fixed the run game to where teams are going to go, we're just throwing on them, which means pinning your ears back, rushing. They're going to start forcing turnovers. They're going to start having benefits there. I'm not saying the secondary is going to be better. The secondary is bad.
Yeah.
Secondary's bad. But if you can just stop the run and make it so that teams are throwing consistently and you can change your rush plan, that's going to cause more stops, more turnovers. All that's going to get better. All right. Let's take a look at things. This is going to be a mainly trenches-focused post-clarity because everything was pretty much as bad as you thought it was that you could see on TV. But I'll start with the stuff that's not the trenches. Deron Bland was that bad. He was. That was a bad day for him. And I think it was... I don't know if it's just Marvin Harrison was just a really good matchup. Like it's a styles make fights thing.
He hasn't been for anyone else.
That was that was not a good performance from Deron Bland. I just think he was not seeing things. Like I'm just genuinely saying, I think he was just misreading things in a way that he doesn't normally.
Was it zone?
A lot of it was zone. Yeah, he got picked apart.
Was the 50-yarder Wilson coming out of the third quarter zone?
Yes. Yep. He's not. He's generally been a pretty good zone player. It's just, I think in this one, there was a lot of misread from him. And I think a lot of his keys were off. And of course, he had the stumble on the goal line that allowed the touchdown. But he was bad, for sure. A lot of people were bad. Marquise Bell was awful in this game. Shamar James was awful in this game. Like, really bad football. Dak did not play as bad as I thought he did. Dak was okay. There was a couple of throws that I think he wants back, but this is not the worst game he's played this year. Like there was talk about of like the QBR being the lowest one of the year or whatever. I don't think that's accurate at all. I mean, I know the number is, but I don't think it's accurate that that's the worst he's played this year. So let's go to the trenches. The best player on the football field for the Cowboys on Sunday was Tyler Booker, and it was not particularly close. That was a really, really good performance from him in pass protection. He did some nice things in the run game. A lot of that efficiency you saw in the run game from Javonte Williams was just Tyler Booker being a bully and moving people. But in the pass game, I thought this was probably his best game of pass protection that he's played all year. So he was really, really impressive. That gives me some confidence that we're settling down a little bit and we're getting some stability there. Playing alongside Cooper Beebe, I also wonder if that was part of it.
How was he?
He was decent. He was not bad. He was better than Hoffman's been. Guyton. Tyler Guyton is, I'll give him credit for this. He's not Mazi.
Well, go. Well, great. Well, fantastic.
Put that one on the wall, Chop.
He's not Mazi
up there. He's not Mazi. Yeah, Tyler Guyton is not Mazi.
Do not waste paper on that.
No, I'll say this is that when I say that, I mean he is not somebody who's gotten beaten down by his previous failures.
Pouty.
I give him credit for being more mentally tough, and because he's mentally tough, he battles. And even though it's not always pretty, this is 2 weeks in a row that even with it not being pretty, he's getting it done. And there are times he'll play with some nastiness. He'll put people into the ground. And so I like what I'm starting to see. I want to see him clean up technique a little bit, but if they can start cleaning up some of the technique and he can come along, you got to remember he was like a defensive tackle or something when he got to TCU. And then he was playing right tackle at Oklahoma. Now he's at left. It's a change, but that's somebody who I think you're starting to see, okay, this is getting better. And if you can clean up some of the technical stuff by next year, I think you're talking about this is a good starting left tackle in the NFL. So okay. I'm feeling better about him. Terrence Steele was that bad as well.
Ugh.
Nathan Thomas was worse. Significantly worse, I thought.
Oh.
And Steele was bad. Steele, I do wonder how much, I know some people are going to roll their eyes at it. The fact that he did have the migraine and he was questionable heading into the game, I wonder just how, there were a couple different times where he was stumbling. I genuinely wonder if he was like, it had all his bearings about him because he did not look like he was very balanced in pass protection. He had a lot of issues there. He was fighting. He was not just like, whiffing and doing stuff like that. He was getting beat and looked off balance a lot. But then Thomas came in there and Thomas got worked. Bad. That was a genuinely awful performance from Nathan Thomas stepping in and playing at right tackle. So I don't think you can necessarily, I was ready to make the change in my email on Monday. I don't think you can make the change right now. That was really, really rough. If you're going to make a change, you need it to be a completely different player than Nathan Thomas. It can't be him because it's worse than it was with Terrence Steele. But overall, I think that the offensive line individuals are getting better now that BB's back and they're hopefully healthy and they've finally got the line together that they were supposed to have this year. Hopefully that'll start settling the unit into place. But individually, I think they're all playing fairly well right now other than Terrence Steele. Tyler Smith has not been great lately. I mean, there are moments where you see it and go, oh, okay, there's Tyler Smith. He's got to be hurt. Because it's like Zach Martin last year. When you watch Zach Martin, you're like, that can't just be all fall off. That you're hurt. You're not physically where you need to be. Tyler Smith, ever since that leg injury that, kept him out of that game against, was it the Jets, I think it was? When he got kept out of the Jets game because of the leg injury, ever since he's returned, he's looked compromised. So I think that may just be something he might be dealing with for the rest of the year, potentially. Because we don't even have clarity on how much it's lingering, but it's clearly affecting him. Hopefully the bye week does him some good, and the offensive line starts cleaning things up.
Post-Hut Clarity with Roberto. This is the Hump Day edition. In the commercial-free expressway, let's chop it up.
Let's talk to our dude who knows everything about Big D. Really, it's Little D. We're talking to our guy, RJ Choppy. Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, man, I love that intro. It's so much better than the old one. But although the old one did sound like Jason Garrett, I like that aspect of it. It is chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Story time with the Chopster. Story time.
The Chopster.
The Chopster, it's me.
Very douchey of you.
Yeah, it is. It is. But that's what they called me. That's what they used to call me. Let's go back to Halloween night, Halloween afternoon, really, as we were getting set up in the down the driveway and, setting up for the kids to come over and give them candy and make dentists happy everywhere that they're going to have more kids with cavities. My neighbor across the street from me comes over and says, need your help. Need your help with a little something.
This is an epic story.
So, this is the neighbor whose cat has passed away in years ago. Cat died.
Oh, they kept dying 9 lives.
No, the cat died, and he put the cat in the freezer. Right? He wanted to bury the cat on his land.
Sure, normal human behavior.
Yeah, it's he wanted to bury the cat on his land. He's got land out west. So he goes, man, my dog died. I was like, oh, man, that's... And he's like, yeah, I had cancer. And
clone it like Brady.
We were going to... Well, we'll get to that. Had cancer, and, we had to put her down. It's a bummer, man. That's a bummer. And it's a great dog's name, Remy. That's a fantastic dog name. It had... the dog passed away. I was like, all right. He goes, well, I need your help. And I'm like, well, what do you need my help with, man? That's really sad about your dog. You want to talk about it? He goes, no. I need your help. We're going to freeze the dog. I was like, oh, we're going to freeze the dog? They were doing this?
What?
He needed my help to freeze the dog. So I walked over there.
Is this a thing? Has anyone else have a frozen dog in your house?
I've never heard of this before.
This is crazy, right?
Anyone else have a dog? What's the purpose? What's the point?
To bury it. He wants to freeze the dog, so when he has a chance to go out to his land, he's going to bury the dog.
Oh.
Okay.
Sounds about white.
So
it's not actually.
No?
It wasn't. No, I mean, isn't this
No, this does sound about
this
white.
This is a white neighbor?
This is as white of a neighbor.
Damn right he's white. Bobby, he's your worst scouting report ever.
I just heard him say my land.
Damn right he's white.
There are no whiter people than this guy out there. So he was like, he's playing it. He goes, the first thing we got to do is we got to bleed her out.
What?
And I'm like, excuse me?
What?
I'm sorry, what?
And you said yes.
I said
okay.
I said, okay. He goes, I'm just messing with you, man. He goes, I already took care of that. I was like, what? Whoa. You already did that.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I didn't ask any more questions. I assumed then he opened up an artery and took the blood out of the dog.
You need to move.
Huh?
You need to move.
Bleed the dog out? I've never heard of
I never heard of that either. He may have been messing with me. I don't know. I didn't look. I didn't ask for any clarification here on this one. I didn't go in the backyard. I would have done it in the backyard, by the way. I would have done it in the backyard. It would have just gone into the soil. And probably, grow a new dog. You never know, right? Grow a new dog out of the soil.
Brady.
So we wrapped this dog up. All right. And then he goes, I need your help to get... This is a big dog. It's a big dog.
All right. So this is about, carrying.
This is about carrying. Yeah. We get this thing into the freezer. And as we're putting
How big? And how big is the freezer?
It's a big deep freezer. It's a big...
Okay, so
you can fit 2-3 bodies in here.
This is in the garage.
Yeah, you can fit a couple of good bodies in here. This thing is on forensic files. So this dog, it's a 100-pound dog. Now, without the blood,
is there other meat in the freezer?
Well, Funny you ask. I looked down and I said,
How
hey,
much wild fork they got in there?
I said, what's in that bag? And he goes, oh, that's the cat. And I was like, you haven't buried the cat yet? This is from years ago. We're talking 6-7 years. Before you.
Not only is this guy sick, he's lazy.
No,
he's a lazy barrier.
And I said, I thought you buried the cat. And he goes, well, I sold the land. So I guess he went out and got the cat. Maybe he got the cat for the burial. I don't know. He wanted to get the cat, so they got when they get their new house, that they get new land. He's going to go, bury the dog.
Is there other produce in there, like stuff
honestly,
they eat?
No, it's not. There's nothing in there.
It's reserved for the dead animals.
This is reserved for dead animals.
It's reserved for dead
livestock.
pets.
Dead livestock. That's the thing.
Wow.
So, man, I love this guy. He's a treat,
dude.
He is a treat. It's never a dull moment. Never a dull moment.
So there's a dog and a cat in his freezer.
In his freezer in the garage, 100 feet from my garage. Right there, 100 feet.
Top that, y'all.
Yeah, you can't beat it.
Top that.
You cannot beat it.
You need to move.
No, this guy is
an
awesome.
insane human being.
He loves it.
Yeah, guess what? I got a deep freezer. When Pudge goes, like 8 years from now, right in the freezer.
You're going to put your dog in the freezer.
Yeah, might as well.
8 years from now. That seems a little soon.
He'll be 11.
Yeah, no, that seems soon.
Is that soon?
I think so.
All right, well, 10 years from now. All right, chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of dogs, speaking of dead dogs, Tom Brady cloned his dog. People magazine reveals that his current dog, Junie, is a clone of his previous dog, Lua, whom he shared with Giselle and their children, and it died in December of 2023. He used Colossal Biosciences, a biotech company he's an investor in, and he has cloned this dog. I guess they took a blood draw for the dog before the dog passed, and they used it to clone a new dog. My question to y'all, is this remotely normal behavior?
It's not normal because it's new science.
It's true.
My question is Brady, Kevin Hagelin, I was counting on him to go insane over this story because he hates Brady already with his miracle water or whatever, him and Russell Wilson, whatever he's got.
This is rich weird. This is weird, rich.
Yeah, but is he trying to push his business, trying to push this technology? Because really, it is a brilliant idea. This is brilliant. We all have the animal that you're devastated over, so why not just clone the animal? You lost your dog, the same dog is there the next week. It's amazing.
Would you feel that way, you think?
Yeah, I would feel that way if I'm like, this is kind of the same. I'd feel better about that dog than a totally different dog. I'd see the past dog. I think it was kind of there.
Yeah, I
would
would
have
think
the ashes in the room for the spirit of it. Well, you got a living, breathing thing.
Yeah, I'm going back and forth. This would I just have memories of is the dog looks the same, but does he act the same mannerism?
Right.
I don't know.
It's a different soul.
It's a different soul.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it's cloned, so it's probably soulless.
I was gonna say, well, I mean,
that's not good.
Yeah, never mind. I'm not gonna say it's Peyton. Peyton's liable to go crazy over it.
You don't think it's soulless?
I'm just saying. There's no telling if
How much does this cost? If this hits the market, this will dominate because people never want to lose that pet. I didn't. I don't.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
It's a family member. It's crushing.
No doubt.
It's soul crushing. I'm so scarred from losing Romeo. I won't get the kids a dog right now because of me and my emotional scarring.
So you don't want a new dog. It's you. You're the one that's holding things up.
Yes, I'm holding.
But if you
up.
cloned Romeo, don't you think there would be a part of you that would go, but you're not? Like you are, but you're not. I would think that would be a harder transition.
I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe I'm wrong. Fantex, tell me.
Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Walt Disney announced on Tuesday
Another
they are
Kevin Hagelin favorite.
I know, right?
Yeah, speaking of Frozen.
They are raising the price of its streaming services.
I have multiple meetings.
So Disney Plus.
Is he Frozen? Or you talking about the movie?
No, he's Frozen.
He's Frozen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. It was Frozen a Disney movie?
Yeah,
Frozen was
Disney.
It was, on all fronts.
It all worked.
It all worked.
Disney Plus is raising their prices from $79.99 to $159.99.
Oh my word!
Holy smoke! I do believe that is doubling your price.
Man,
that is a doubling of the price.
Yeah,
Holy cow!
I don't pay the year in advance. I do the monthly. So I know it's going up because I got the email the other day, and it's going up a significant. I think it's like $20 a month now or something. But
my issue with this is I don't know which one. Do I have the Disney Plus? I have no idea. I don't know. And that's the problem with all these apps. I don't know what I have, how much I'm spending.
Is this going up because Hulu is being combined with it? I thought I read something about that.
Is all.
So should I not feel as bad about the price gouge because I'm just paying the Hulu membership with that price?
So packages are combining Disney Plus with Hulu, ESPN, or HBO Max will also become more expensive. So yes, bundles that include Hulu and ESPN Select are all part of this, right? So it's going to be the regular, the bundles, and then if you add in HBO Max, it's all going to become a little bit more expensive for you.
And this YouTube TV thing is still crushing people. The amount of Tolos who sent me the portable antennas they bought for the Texas game and the Cowboy game.
ESPN, Disney have reportedly and are reportedly losing $5 million a day. They're losing $5 million per day because of the YouTube TV thing, which, like, just the thing that they make $5 million per day off of YouTube TV is stunning.
This is such it's such a tough argument because the TV provider is the one who always loses. The YouTube TV will have people canceling and fix it. I don't care how you get it done, just fix it. And it's similar to the way you get like teams when they negotiate with players and a player may be asking for a ridiculous amount and a team's like, we can't really pay that much, or we don't really, like, that's not realistic value. And then people go, I don't care, just get it done. And it's like, okay, all right, but we can't really get it done. We don't want to be held hostage to this. We can't just give. And so I get the YouTube TV position, but it's like you're always going to lose in public opinion over that. The fact that you don't provide that channel.
All right, chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, real quick. Look at your palms. Do you have an M on your palm?
I can't see through this.
I have an M and an A.
An M and an A. Okay, so it would be, and Aiden's going to put this up on the fan cam. It would look like it would be probably the right, or on me, it's the right hand. Only 1% of people have the M on their hands.
Is it a W though? If you go upside down?
Well, that's a W.
Yeah, that would be a W.
That would be a W.
Well, there you go.
Also, on your thumb, do you have the little I? It's a little I there.
Would it be the opposite one?
It could be the opposite one.
I have no idea what we're looking for here. What do you mean M? Here's my hand.
I think I have the M right here.
There's the M. You do have the M. You do have the M.
I have the M.
You have the M.
I need some damn lotion,
I don't know
too.
what the hell we're looking for.
Yeah, you got the M on that hand.
On the right hand?
Oh, but only 1% of people have all three. The M, the boat. That's the boat right there. I have the boat.
All right.
And then the I.
And what is this supposed to mean?
Absolutely nothing.
Chopping it up.
We're working towards something.
No more perfect way to end it than that. Right here, Hump Day Edition in the commercial-free expressway. 1 through 5, 5 through 1. This is tough. This is tough. Who is now the best team in the National Football League? And more on the Quinnen Williams trade next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get you.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
to it?
Basil babes.
Saffron squash?
Nutmeg maidens?
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Oh, I hate the power rankings this week.
I don't
even know what to do.
How ugly is this going to be, as we were all undefeated last week? Of course, we have the very latest on the Cowboy moves, Logan Wilson and Quinnen Williams on your Home of America's team. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, and of course, Peyton Russell. 1 through 5, 5 through 1 with DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. First, let's bring you the latest. Quinnen Williams, of course, is a Dallas Cowboy. Yesterday, Brian Schottenheimer praised the front office for being aggressive but smart for the present and the future. And Schotty was asked Actually, which one do I want to go with? You want to hear about Logan Wilson? Did he know the trades were coming, or what this team needs to address during the bye week? Oh, we can save that one. Let's hear what he has to say about their newest linebacker from Cincinnati.
Again, I think when you watch the film of Logan, you talk about a guy that's got 4, 100-plus tackle seasons, and we played him a couple years ago, and what jumped off the film was the athleticism, the ability to dissect things. He's excellent in coverage, from both zone and man. But what I saw that really jumped off the film was how quick he was to dissect what was getting ready to happen, and then he shows up fast at the ball.
And that's the thing, that this defense, they don't even give a crap right now about athleticism. They need brains. They need intelligence. They need someone to put them in the right spots, like organizing a fire drill for third graders.
And you traded for 2 high IQ football players, and you traded for 2 captains. These are Quinnen Williams and Logan Wilson. Logan Wilson was being benched as a captain in Cincinnati. But, yeah.
Which, are we not talking about that enough, though? Like
him being benched?
Yeah.
I mean, I think when you look at the tape, it's clear there's politics going on there. Like, I mean, he was not as good as he has been. He was better than what they were putting out there at linebacker.
And the politics were?
He wanted out. He was unhappy. They were unhappy with him, and they were ready for divorce.
They were playing the receiver in Vegas who wanted out, Jacoby Myers. Didn't he get dealt yesterday? Like, you still...
Yeah, that's the Raiders, though. The Raiders are used to, like, if they didn't play people who were unhappy, the Raiders wouldn't have a team. They wouldn't be able to field anyone.
Mark Schlereth, who lived in the trenches throughout his career, yesterday was on the G-Bag Nation. He gave his Quinnen reaction.
Oh, I mean, I like it. I mean, I think Quinnen Williams is a hell of a football player, without question, and great run defender. What does it do for you this year? Probably not a whole lot. I mean, you guys give up 20-yard plays like it's your job in Dallas, and so I don't know that one guy in the middle, and I know they got Logan Wilson as well, right, who I really like as a linebacker. But, hey, I always say on the line of scrimmage, one guy that's a beast, we can contend with that. When you start getting 2 or 3 dudes, that's when it becomes really, really hard for offensive line to kind of eliminate that guy, so to speak. So he'll make some plays, but your back end is so tore up, and the defense has just been so abysmal that I don't know that makes a big difference, as far as, trying to make a playoff push.
I totally agree. Bobby Belt disagrees. We shall see. What do you think of what Stink said?
I think I couldn't tell there. Was he saying you add Quinn into this and now you've got 2 or 3, or is he saying you just have one guy on the defense?
He's saying you have one.
Hey, then Stink's not paying enough attention to the way that what they've gotten out of Ezeraku and Clowney the last 3 weeks. And Clowney's showing the guy who he's always been. The trenches are good now. Their defense, they have a good defensive line right now. And that's not just a good defensive line. They have an advantageous defensive line against most offensive lines.
All right, back to it in Below the Belt right here on 105.3 The Fan. How did we do last week in the power rankings?
All right, Sean, you had at number 1, Detroit. 2, Indy. 3, Kansas City.
Oh, no.
4, L.A. Rams.
Ding.
And then 5, New England.
Ding.
2 and 3.
Bobby, 1, Detroit.
Nope.
2, New England.
Yep.
3, the Rams.
Yep.
4, Indy.
Nope.
5, Kansas City.
Nope.
Peyton, you had Detroit 1. 2, Indy.
Nice.
3, Kansas City.
Oh, yeah?
4, Green Bay.
Oh, here we go.
And 5, New England.
Dang it.
I had
1 and 4.
He got 1. I had 1, Detroit. 2, Kansas City. 3, Indy. 4, New England. And 5, Green Bay.
So 1 and 4.
1 and 4.
Hell yeah, I won.
No, we tied.
Nope, but you have to have tiebreakers, and my tiebreakers beat yours. Choppy and I already settled this during the break while you were recording. I beat you.
And what was the tiebreaker?
His highest ranked team won.
My 2 and 3, my 2 and 3 ranked teams won.
That's
Your
his
4 and 5
contention.
won. Those are tiebreakers,
That's his
baby.
contention.
You know what my tiebreaker is? I make the decisions. And he's last on the show.
All right.
877-881-1053.
Yeah, I know. I got the memo yesterday.
Where are the Cowboys?
The Cowboys are right around 21st in the National Football League. They did not take the dive that you would think they would. So I was looking through The Athletic, NFL.com, all those different places to see their rankings.
That's because they probably did this before the game, right?
No, they didn't. They did this Tuesday. They didn't tumble like you would normally expect. They went down about a spot or two in most of these. It's because I think you're starting to see the bad teams settle in. So the teams that were behind Dallas keep losing. So there wasn't like a whole bunch of teams where it's like, well, you got to move them over, Dallas, because they kept losing. So Dallas right now, on average, about 22nd in most of these power rankings.
Let's go 5 through 1. Bobby, since you are the self-declared winner, start us off at 5.
Number 5 was number 1. It's the Detroit Lions. This is I could justify the loss a couple weeks ago. When you lose a second one and it's to J.J. McCarthy coming off of an injury and looking rusty, and that's concerning. That was a concerning game for the Detroit Lions. I still am. I have a positive outlook about their future, but where they are today, I can't in good conscience have them any higher than 5th.
I'll go second and have the Buffalo Bills in 5th. That was impressive. I don't know what to make of Kansas City. I don't know what to make of Buffalo, but I do have to have Josh Allen in there after the very, very nice win. I had them out of the power rankings last week. I'll go Bills at 5.
None of us had Buffalo in the power rankings last week. I'm going to change this up. I'm going to change what I wrote down. I'm changing. I'm putting Kansas City here. I have very little doubt they'll be in the AFC title game. I have very little doubt that they'll be in the Super Bowl again. But they did get kind of run off the field a little bit. So
had their moments, had the Mahomes drives at the end where you're like, here it is, Buffalo haunted, Buffalo screwed, Buffalo will lose. Did not happen.
KC at 5.
If you started the playoffs today, they would be out.
I know.
Have you found value and bet on it about them at least making the AFC Championship or winning the AFC title game?
I have not seen a make the AFC Championship game number. I haven't really looked, though, either.
Well, they're the favorite to win the Super Bowl still at 6-1.
At number 5, I have the Patriots. Look, they barely beat the Falcons. They only beat them by 1, but they're the only team on power rankings from last week that actually won. So you know what? They got to stay in there. And they do have a big test Sunday against Tampa Bay. But I have the Patriots at 5.
Baker with the line of the week on the Manning cast when they said, "All right, so what day of the week do you practice scrambling and running around?" And he goes, "Well, I tried that once when I was in Arkansas, and I ended up getting arrested running from the cops."
Good line.
Awareness.
Good line.
The awareness.
That's good. I will respect that. Number 4, I'm also putting the Buffalo Bills back in the power rankings. They are, again, this is such a league right now that doesn't feel like it's got anybody who's just a clear cream of the crop rising. I thought it was going to be Detroit. It is not. Buffalo is making a strong case to be back up there. The 2 losses that they have this year are New England by 3, and then they lost to the Falcons on the road by 10. But since the bye week, they absolutely crushed Carolina, and they put it on Kansas City and really held Mahomes in check for most of the week. That is a strong top 10 offense and defense. I got the Bills.
Took an extra point miss for them to go ahead and hang on to this win, but I'm going to have the Patriots at number 4. And I keep on saying, who are their weapons? They're going to make a trade yesterday. They're going to go get a receiver. There was a rumor out there that the Titans would not deal with them because Amy Adams, the owner, is ticked off at Vrabel with the way that he left. Stephon Diggs leads the way at 508 yards. And then what? Hunter Henry. Is it Kayshawn Booty?
They got 3 really good weapons.
A lot of booty.
Who are the really good weapons?
Drake May's right arm, his right leg, and his left leg.
Patriots, for me, are number 4.
I have the L.A. Rams at number 4. I think they're the NFC team nobody wants to play. I do not want to play them. I could have put Philly here. I could have put Seattle here. I just don't trust Philadelphia. And I'm just not there yet with Seattle, even though I think the Seattle Seahawks are a problem. But give me the Rams at 4.
At number 4, I have the Detroit Lions. Pretty bad loss, pretty embarrassing loss at home against the Vikings. They've lost 2 of 3. Like Bobby said, you can justify 1 loss, but 2 losses, that's unacceptable. I mean, I still like them to win the North. I don't really know much about the Packers anymore now with their loss against the Panthers, but I'm not as confident with the Lions as I was last week, but I'll put the Lions at 4.
Number 3, I'm going to go with Troy Aikman's number 1. Brad Sham interviewed him before the game on Sunday. He said, who is the best football team you've seen this year? And he answered without hesitation, said it is those Seattle Seahawks.
Wow.
So Troy Aikman said the Seattle Seahawks are the best team he's seen in the NFL this year.
Feel good about leaving them out.
I will never, I don't know that I will ever be able to just be like, yeah, Darnold's it. But he was it on Sunday and absolutely destroyed them. And is playing well this year. And that is a terrifying defense to play. And so I got the Seattle Seahawks at number 3.
Rams at 3.
The Rams at 3.
NFC West making a lot of noise with those coaches. Devontae Adams looks like a baller once again. No one talks about the Rams defense, and that may be the strength of their team, and people are talking about them as one of the better defenses in the National Football League. LA Rams 3 for me in this week's power rankings.
All right, so 3. I'm changing it up again from what I had. I'm going to put Detroit here begrudgingly. I still don't think I would have moved them. That is the most predictable loss of the week. I know everybody is surprised by the loss, but since 2021, home favorites off a bye are 21, 28, and 2 against the spread, and they have a below 500 record, like a game below 500
After
record.
a bye?
Yes, because you're still on vacation. Mentally, you're not there yet. Our first day back from vacation, it's a little sped up. We don't want to be here. We're still back on island time. That's first day back off vacation. The sweet spot for a bettor is the team going into the bye, playing on the road against a team coming off a bye. That's the sweet spot. You want to be the team going into the bye. That is a much better spot. This is the last time that they'll probably move up again, but Detroit at 3.
At number 3, I have the Buffalo Bills. They've been out of my power rankings for a little bit now, but I think they're over their hiccups. They had 2 losses in a row to some teams they probably should have beaten earlier in the season, but they lost those, so I have them at number 3 here, back in the rankings. I mean, they only beat the Chiefs by 7, but they controlled that game, the majority of the game there. So really impressive stuff for Josh Allen to beat Mahomes again in the regular season. I have the Bills at 3.
At number 2, I've got the Los Angeles Rams. And that very strong defense and the main competitor.
What if Wolchuk named his new baby Stafford?
The main competitor to Drake May for MVP this year, which is Matthew Stafford.
Whoa! Wow. Growth, Bobby Belt growth.
He's been fantastic this year. He's done everything that he hasn't done throughout his entire freaking career that gave him the unjust standing. But he's
Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt admits he was wrong without any buts or caveats.
So I'm gonna go.
You need a day of rest more often. You're coming back sharp today.
I'm gonna go he's not like the bye week. The home team's coming off the bye. I'm gonna go the Los Angeles Rams number 2.
The Colts are number 2. What? The Colts are number 2.
Steelers better be 1
with sauce.
Wow. With sauce.
They go and get Sauce Gardner. There was not a great passing of a test against Pittsburgh. I will admit that. I'm not bailing. I think they're legit. Only because I want to be right years and years ago about Danny Dimes. Indy is number 2 for me.
All right, so I have at number 2 the Buffalo Bills.
Wow.
They've been absent from my power rankings, all of ours, but they dominated Kansas City. Now, the reason they're not number 1 is because this is what they always do. They always handle Kansas City in the regular season, and they never beat them in the playoffs. So this is exactly where the Bills should be. Number 2, Buffalo.
I have the Colts, just like Sean, at number 2. And the Sauce Gardner trade, I think, kept them up here at number 2. They were number 2 last week. They lost to Pittsburgh, and they were bound to lose one soon. Jonathan Taylor was bound to come back down to earth, be human, not score 3 or 4 touchdowns every game. But I have the Colts at 2.
The number 1 team for me is the actual NFL MVP, even though it's his biggest competitor. It's the New England Patriots. Because I'm feeling like a believer in Mike Vrabel right now in a way that I haven't been. But, Drake May and Josh McDaniels working together has been so strong, and that defense has been that run defense in particular is really, really difficult to get anything by. I got the Patriots number 1.
Bobby was stunned by my number 2. Maybe floored by my number 1.
Say it.
It's the Seattle Seahawks.
Whoa! Sean Aikman.
They are playing like the best team in the league. Mike McDaniel, coach of the year, 38-14. I know the Commanders lost Jade and everything. They're destroying people. They're dominant on the road. Seahawks are 1.
I have New England 1.
Wow.
They won a tight game. I needed to see it. I saw it. Let's ride.
At number 1, I have the Rams in there. Other than a 19-point blown lead against the Eagles and a Kyron Williams fumble at the 1-yard line against the 49ers, they would be undefeated. But they're not. They're 6-2. I have the Rams at 1.
Wow.
An F? People are giving the Dallas Cowboys an F for the Quinnen Williams trade? Why? Let's talk about it next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3233. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
An F? A failure? ESPN destroying the Dallas Cowboys trade for Quinnen Williams. It'll be their next second rounder and then the first round pick a year after that in the 2027 draft, whichever pick is higher between the Cowboys and Green Bay. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with you here on the home of America's team.
By the way, can you recall a trade like that in the NFL where they've done the whichever of your picks is higher, like almost like pick swaps in the NBA?
Right,
I don't know that
I can't remember that.
When they threw that out there yesterday, I was like, I can't remember an NFL trade being dictated like that.
Creative.
Yeah, I mean, it's good on the Jets to guarantee something, but and obviously there's not always opportunity to be able to do that.
Yeah, not often do you have two firsts.
I wonder, that means they can't trade their other first rounder if they wanted to, does it?
Oh.
People were asking that yesterday. I did not know.
Makes sense.
An F?
Yeah, so I got a lot of the grades from all these publications. So The Athletic gave the Cowboys a B- and the Jets an A. Yahoo gave the Cowboys an A, the Jets a C. CBS, Cowboys B-, Jets A-. SI, Cowboys B+, Jets A. SB Nation, Cowboys A, Jets B+. USA Today, Cowboys B+, Jets A-. Walter Football gave the Cowboys an A and the Jets a D. They said if the Jets don't nail these picks, they'll be one of the worst teams in the league for a long time. I'm like, dude, they're already one of the worst teams in the league, and they've been that way for a long time.
Yep.
ESPN gave the Jets an A- and the Cowboys an F. Two different articles on grades, one by Ben Solak, one by Seth Walder. Solak said the deadline biggest loser is the Dallas Cowboys.
Wow.
He said, and some of the write-up here, his 23 season, in which he had a pressure rate of 16.3%, remains the most disruptive ever. But, like Sauce Gardner, his plays tailed off in recent years, pressure rate of 12% in 24 and 8% so far this year. His time to pressure is also failing. Bobby mentioned that was maybe scheme dependent. He did bring up the scheme return to White Cotton might help. The Cowboys already had a penetrative defensive tackle in Osa, whom they just extended, a 14% pressure rate in 2023, 11% in 24. So they go on and talking about how the total of $47 million, if he continues to play well, could cash in again. But then you get over to...
And he also said not convinced he's one of the 5 best players at his position. And they start off, both these guys writing for ESPN. I quote tweeted this yesterday. It's not me, X. I'm glad that Jerry Jones has recently become obsessed with solving Dallas's run D. It's a worthy pursuit. This was not a good way to go about it, though. Bobby, did you look at any of the rest of this write-up?
No, I looked at the Seth Walder grade, that initial blurb that existed for it, and then when he said F, and then I remembered he gave George Pickens trade, I think a C+ and said the Steelers won that trade, then I remembered he's an idiot.
This is not a good trade in a vacuum, and it looks even worse when you remember the Cowboys traded Mike away for 2 first-rounders. The only difference in trade return between the Parsons deal and the Williams deal was swapping a first for a second, and now the Cowboys are paying Williams with the money they would have used in part to pay Micah. Here's a hypothetical. The Packers' 2 first-round picks end up both at 29. 2 losses in the NFC Championship. You know what? I'm not going through all that.
That's what we talked about earlier.
Okay.
With the 2 firsts.
It might bear good returns on the football field. Williams is a highly disruptive and talented player, but on the trade value scales, this deal was heavily weighted to the Jets.
Walder gave the Steelers the win in the trade with Pickens. Walder gave the Jets an A last year for trading a 3rd rounder for Devontae Adams. And then had to recycle back to it and go oh yeah, by the way, that didn't totally work out. He gave the Bills an A+ for the Amari Cooper trade, and then came back a few months later and said it was a D+.
Can you text all that to me so I can get the credit in writing that back to him on there?
Yep.
So the Cowboy fans would think I was hating on the trade yesterday by quote tweeting. Well, now see the other side.
I mean, look, he's looking at this from the team building perspective. Because clearly on the field it is a good move. They're a better football team. Is it a little grotesque from a team building perspective? Yeah, you give it up a 1 and 2 for a player. That's in his late 20s.
For 2 players who probably are not going to be as good as that one.
Maybe not.
Probably
Maybe not. But again, I wasn't looking to get players. I was looking to get a quarterback for the future. That's what I was looking to tank to be better.
How soon do you want to move on from Dak?
I don't want to go
because that should answer everything.
I don't want to go beyond this contract.
I don't know that. I don't think the Cowboys think of it that way at all.
But why can't
I agree?
But why can't you get your quarterback still?
Well, because you're just by doing this, you're extending Dak's window. So you're probably not going to get a quarterback. You're probably not going to take a quarterback within the next.
Dak's deal, in all reality, has how many years left, Bobby? This one.
2.5, probably.
2.5.
Yeah, it's
okay,
legit.
so that's not extending it. That's matching it. It's running along the same exact course.
Is it?
Yeah. Williams. I mean, I think it's too much in a vacuum to be like, oh, Williams equals Dak's window. Williams is 2 years or 2.5 or 1.5? 2.5.
Yeah, I understand that. What I'm saying, but the problem is Dak's cap number is 70-something million next year. Is that right?
So you're saying they're going to have to redo it and then extend it?
They're going to redo it. And by redoing it, you're just kicking the money can because you're not going to get the full value of the cheap quarterback if you have money.
But what were they going to do otherwise next year, even if they sold?
Hopefully be worse. Be worse.
Okay.
That's it.
I mean, this is part of their argument for why they said it was good to move on from Micah, though, because they're like, we now have $47 million in flexibility that we didn't know we were going to have. And then some people go, well, you've added people since then. It's like, yeah, but one of the guys, Kenny Clark, none of his $20 million salary is guaranteed next year. You can cut it and free up $20 million off your cap like that.
Walder likes the player.
Everyone does.
Everyone does. This is his write-up. He goes, there's no way to put it. This is a horrific trade. It's completely unfathomable for a team like Dallas to be trading away major draft resources for a soon-to-be 28-year-old tackle on a salary-heavy contract in a season when it has a 7% chance to make the playoffs, yet here we are.
By the way, I'm not looking at it like that for this year. This is not
for this year.
Jerry may look at it. He's going to sell it to us on Friday at 10:30 with KNC. The Cowboys, to me, are not making the playoffs. I'm getting ready to have another $300 type bet with Roberto, but they're not making the postseason. I need next year for me to feel good about the defense. And him being 28 years old, next year, okay, with whatever else you add in the offseason and the draft. But yeah, if you want to say the world is ending today and the Dallas Cowboys have to make the playoffs, like, I get what he's saying, but I'm not thinking of it just this season. That was the part of our criteria yesterday about having team control.
When Seth Walder's talking about an almost 28-year-old, gosh, we're looking at the end here, essentially. If you look at the top 10 defensive tackles on Fowler's list before the season, Chris Jones is 31. You've got Leonard Williams is 31. DeForest Buckner is 30. Vita Vea is 30. Cameron Hayward is 36. Defensive tackle is not. You get old man strength. They're still moving.
Get old man strength. But what worries me too is Kenny Clark. Kenny Clark is 30, going to be. Well, he just turned 30, and I think we're talking about him being gone already.
And I don't think he would be gone, except for now that they've got Quinnen. It's like, all right, well, this just doesn't make sense from resources perspective. Yeah. This is the guy we wanted for Mike all along anyway. We'll make him.
But Kenny Clark has not been what they promised.
No, he has.
And I would trade Clark. I would try to trade him instead of cut him.
I just look at first round picks as that's a 10-year ticket. And the problem is that Quinnen Williams is not going to be a 10-year player. To me, every first round pick you have, your expectation is they will be there for 10 years.
With a 40% or less reality.
Sure, that's fine. That's fine.
But you have to factor that in. You would rather have the 40% possibility
of
10 years
than 100% possibility of 3.
Yes.
100%.
Okay.
Every single day of the week. I've said I'm not looking to win a Super Bowl. I'm looking to win multiple.
Okay.
And that's just team building to me.
So you got Zach. Outside of Zach, Tyron. Zach and Tyron may not have gotten to 10 years here. Did he? Yeah, he did. Zach and Tyron are the only ones really in the last 20 years
take
that
10
made
literally.
10 years.
8's fine. I got to live. You know what I mean?
You get the 5 years of the rookie deal, and then you want an extension.
And then you want an extension. Yeah.
So 9.
So yeah, sure. It's not 3.
Let's continue with Seth Walder giving them an F. It is. Go ahead, Chop.
All right. So he said, "Don't let the negative rhetoric on Williams fool you. He's a great player. Top 8 in pass rush win rate, defensive tackle every season. Had at least 5.5 sacks in each of those years. He appears to have dropped a bit in the pass rushing front this year with just the 1 sack. But even if that's fallen off, his run-stop win rate of almost 47% is second in the NFL among interior defenders. The Cowboys need all the help they can get. The 29th in EPA allowed against the pass and 30th against the run. They had to be the highest bidder to get him, who would have been really valuable for some teams, but at 3-5-1, that's not the case. So the value of some of the draft capital and paying half the $16.5 million owed in salary and per game roster bonuses is lost by Dallas's position in the standings. He liked the Logan Wilson selection, trade, I should say. The value they gain is really for 26 and 27 when he's only going to be older, but they're not getting those years for free. It's salary heavy as opposed to bonus heavy, so assuming the contract is untouched, they're going to pay 21.5 and 25.5 in the next 2 years. So that's where, and then he goes into the Jets. They can't believe their fortune. By the time they're contenders, Williams will be so bad it won't matter.
I don't know Seth Walder. I think Choppy, you're a big fan of his work.
Is he not the? Who's the guy that's the father of all the? He's one of
their ESPN analytics guys.
But the writing in this with F and then it's a horrific trade makes me think he's a little bit of a headline whore. I'm just guessing that. I don't really know him, but this is very extreme.
Yeah, and then you've got the other side of it, which is Deontay Lee at the Ringer, who said that we have mocked Jones for the Parsons trade in August, justifiably so, but now it's possible that the net return helped Dallas ultimately break even. And if you're considering the contracts, there's an argument that Dallas is the winner in the end.
I went and looked at the other grades that he gave. He gave the Colts a D, the Jets an A. So he's basically like, if you're getting the first-round picks, you're winning the trade,
right.
Which I think we all agree with, right?
No,
I just told you why I didn't agree with it. You
don't think the Jets won the sauce or this deal?
I don't know.
Well, you can't worry about who they get because that's not part of the equation.
Yes, I can. I can. Yeah, it is part of the equation. It's my equation. Draft picks are failures. You are completely overlooking the failure rate. They just got rid of Mazi Smith. You could get trash garbage, and we have defensively. But you and Walder and all these draft nerds are like, oh, it's just automatic. You get high. You get high off of the first round value without factoring in the fail.
You have said you can only make a decision. You've agreed with me that you can only make your determination, your grade, at the time of the move. That what happens later.
But I have to factor in that 4 people around me may be the right pick, and I have a 1 in 4 chance of getting that right player. I have to get Justin Jefferson or CeeDee Lamb instead of Henry Ruggs. That has to be factored in.
But that, again, the point is that at the time that you pick, are those players available? Now, if you miss on those players, you miss on those players. Well, you have
to factor in the miss possibility.
That's possible. No doubt. No doubt. But it's not.
If the Jets draft Mazi Smith, we don't have enough time to disagree about it. My point is they can draft Mazi Smith and Taco Charlton. Your point is they could draft TJ Watt.
Yeah.
So we're just going to agree to disagree on it.
Yeah, it's like, it's just like everybody.
Like Sauce. The Jets could find Jaden Williams next year, and then you've given away a 24-year-old corner. It's just stupid. You can rebuild quickly in the National Football League. All it takes is getting the right quarterback. No one has said that more than you. And you've given away a 24-year-old corner, 25-year-old corner for what?
Oh, now they have a chance
because you don't think you're ever going to have someone play at quarterback for the next 4 years? You had a 24-year-old corner who you just signed. You didn't have to trade him.
You didn't have to trade him, but now they position themselves
to get a bust, another great player,
or a great player. I mean, the Bills were terrible. And they fall into Josh Allen. And that's all it took.
And they fell into Josh Allen because the Jets took Sam Darnold ahead of them.
That's the point. It doesn't matter where you are.
But Choppy,
all that matters is who's available.
But Choppy, you put no value in the known. All you care about is the unknown fantasy. You care about the darts.
Uh-huh.
And okay, well that's not foolproof.
Oh, it's not. No, I recognize that.
So then why are you fighting me so much?
I'm not fighting you. It's just a philosophical difference, and it's just I happen to be right.
877-881-1053. Let's take a look inside the film room at what makes Logan Wilson and Quinnen Williams positive additions in Bobby's opinion. Next, and below the belt, right here on the fan.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Well, you can't worry about who they get. That's not part of the equation.
Yes, I can.
That's
I
not
can
part
work.
of the
I
equation.
can. Yeah, it is part of the equation. It's my equation.
You and I have
Draft
talked
picks are
about this.
failures.
Over to you, Bobby.
Let's talk about those trades.
It's on. It's on site with you, Bobby. It's on site with you. You're a little bit earlier in the week. My mom's trying to text me. This is me and Choppy are totally fine. Yeah. It's good radio.
We were talking
It
about
is. I know.
It's good
we were
radio.
talking
No. You want to
politics
do
in the
your little
break.
stupid bit earlier in the week, and then you want to run in the back there. You need to put a lock on that door,
Yeah,
Aiden.
put a lock on that
and
door,
then you do
baby.
your stupid little
We got a new
song
studio
with
anyway.
Tommy Yarish, and now you want to go ahead and this. I'm gonna cook up something nice and
We're
nice
talking
and big for
politics
you.
in the break. We were having a good time.
I get why people enjoy viewing. I'm always in the fights. I don't get to view them from the outside. It was enjoyable. I'm not saying it was bad. It was enjoyable. I just thought we could carry it over a little bit and we could keep going. But if y'all don't want to keep going, that's fine.
It's
All right.
played. It already played. It already played.
You missed it. There's no reruns.
Don't worry though.
No. That'll be the open for a while.
Double or nothing bottle, 9 wins.
Yes.
It's on.
All right.
Bobby thinks the Cowboys are getting 9 wins now this year. That's not happening. They're not making the postseason. Now, with that 9 wins, and teams won't rush for 143 or more on them multiple times moving forward, are you having them make the playoffs, or is that too tough to project?
Oh, no, I don't think 9-7 gets to the playoffs. I just think they're going to be above 500. If they go on some Amari Cooper run where they're winning 8 in a row or whatever and things are falling in place ahead of them, then obviously that would change things. But no, as it stands now, I don't think they get to the playoffs. But it sets them up for the future, and I think that they're going to have a winning record the rest of the way. All right, let's take a look at Logan Wilson and Quinnen Williams and what makes them positive additions for the Cowboys. And we've talked, almost exclusively about Quinnen Williams, in large part because we had a lot of the Logan Wilson initial reaction afterwards. But a night to sleep on it, and now that the Quinnen Williams trade is here as well and potentially keeps him clean and opens things up, everybody feels totally positive about the Logan Wilson one. That's one that nobody has any real reservations about, right? We're all on board that the Logan Wilson one is universally, that's a trade you make.
It's a trade I make, but I'm very disappointed in Kevin Hagelin's intelligence. And it's pretty rare for me to say. To do this lowest common denominator opinion of, you had the worst defense. I thought RJ was joking about it yesterday. It was funny. Hey, the 32nd ranked defense, let's go and get that guy. So everyone sucks on the entire defense of a bottom 5 unit.
Yeah, we wanted Max Crosby. They're terrible.
Yeah. So now,
we want Trey Henderson.
Now, I would really like to know from a Bengals insider that he was benched because of politics, payment, and demanding out. Because if you change the sentence to, let's go trade for a guy that was benched on one of the suckiest defenses in the league, that is bad. That sounds bad. So I really need to know he was not playing because of politics. But in terms of, the worst offense in baseball, their 4-hitter must suck. It's not exactly the same thing, but come on, Kevin.
Yeah, Mike Trout's been on the worst team for years. Like, you wouldn't have wanted him in his prime.
Yeah,
and everybody knows I'm not a big
Kevin fan.
No, I'm not a big fan of PFF in general. But Logan Wilson was still playing better than all of their linebackers.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
But
I'm absolutely doing the trade.
They have 82.
A 7th-round pick is worthless.
They have 82 linebackers that are currently ranked by PFF. Logan Wilson was like 56 or something. Barrett Carter, one of their other starting linebackers, is 80 out of 82. Demetrius Knight is 82 out of 82, and they benched Logan Wilson.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
and so
10 out of 10 times I'm doing that trade.
So going back and watching tape yesterday on Logan Wilson and kind of refamiliarizing myself, because I think we all had a sense this was a name that could have been coming here over the last couple weeks. And so I had done a little bit to watch him previously, but this is definitely a guy who is 30. Like he's realistically a 30 in terms of his age. Like he's somebody who is going to be, he's not going to have the speed of a 23-year-old linebacker. He's lost a little bit of a step than he had 3-4 years ago. Do I want him in man coverage all the time? No, I don't. As a zone defender, he's a pretty good pass defender still. That's somebody who can play within a zone scheme and is not going to bust those Kenneth Murray issues of did you take the guy up the seam like you were supposed to and pass him off where you were supposed to? That's not going to be a problem with Logan Wilson. He is 100% assignment sound. He is 100% patient, and he's really good at correctly seeing it and seeing it quickly. And that's what gives him kind of a half a step advantage. There was a point where Sean Lee didn't have the speed anymore, but Sean Lee saw everything so much faster than everybody else that it kind of like nullified it. It was something where he could get ahead, and it didn't matter that he didn't have the speed because he was still getting to the spot he needed to before anybody else was. Logan Wilson will do some of that. And there have been issues, like I said, in man coverage that are not great, but this is a zone team that asks their linebackers to do a lot of zone coverage. And it is, as a run defender, he did not get a lot of great play in front of him in the trenches to keep him clean, and even still did a really good job of dipping some stuff. Chop, you talked about yesterday, they haven't stopped a single 3rd and 1 all year, right?
18 for 18, I believe.
Cleveland had a 3rd and goal at the 1 that I need to pull up the play, I'll tweet it, that Logan Wilson at the 2nd level saw it instantly at the snap and just shot the gap, and it was met the running back at the goal line, stopped him, absolutely no forward momentum, drove him back, and forced the field goal. And he is somebody who will make a real difference for them at the linebacker position. I think Overshown, with him back there, kind of keeping everybody responsible for what they need to be doing and kind of directing traffic.
Think about that. What's the Cowboys' number one? We've been talking about all 3 levels. What's the Cowboys' backup running back? What's their number 1 trade need? And I should have just been saying brains.
Yeah.
And football intelligence. Mm-hmm. Someone to line people up in the fire drill.
Yeah, honestly, the problem of now the way when
not that they have great athleticism or skill either.
When you talk to defensive players, you talk to coaches and stuff about it, they'll say that it's not just like you're in the huddle and you go, all right, everybody, cover 3. You know what your jobs are in cover 3? Cool, go out there. And then they go out there and somebody was like, I thought we were in cover 2. It's not that. It's, all right, we're out here in cover 3. Well, this tight end moved over to this side of the formation. Guys, okay, now we're in man match, so we're going to have this over here, and just know that if he comes into your area, and they can't communicate, they've got to have shorthand to be able to communicate some of that stuff, and that's where they're having problems. Guys knowing that something has changed, guys being able to effectively communicate, hey, this is your role now with code words.
Trying to think of a nicer way to say it, but all I'm envisioning is, this is going to sound a little Mookie Betts-ish. I'm just envisioning Matt Eberflus on the beach, like Mike Zimmer, and we get a couple of red wines and Eberflus if he survives the Oxnard next year. And again, I'm trying to think of a nicer way to say it. It's not usually my forte. Is this the dumbest football team is this the dumbest unit you've had? How do you ask that nicely?
Is this the most problems you've had understanding assignment?
Yeah.
But I mean, this is.
I wonder what we would say with a lie detector.
Do you think Jerry sounded like he had any Eberflus regret yesterday when he said that he wouldn't have had the necessary turnstile at defensive coordinator? Because obviously Quinn he couldn't control.
Couldn't control that. I mean, he wouldn't.
Zimmer. I think Zimmer wanted a head coaching job, so I don't know that Zimmer's going to stay around. But that made me think, okay, well, the only other option is you're saying that Zimmer you could have convinced to stay and you didn't, and maybe you should have.
Yeah,
I mean, he might have been able to.
Well, were we Who
Because he said
says
continuity.
Who says we were thrilled about Mike Zimmer?
End of the year, the defense did turn around.
Maybe that is a regret too about saying even hiring Mike Zimmer. That he should have been hiring a more long-term solution at defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
But either way, I think it definitely.
But I don't think McCarthy wanted that. McCarthy, I think, would have wanted somebody who was not going to have growing pains.
Right.
I agree. Let's blame it on Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy is responsible for all of the problems that exist today with this organization.
Yeah, I was trying to do a little mini study on that. Like, how much can we really blame Jerry for the DC turnover? Cannot blame him for Quinn. He kept Quinn here not once but twice.
Right.
Everyone wanted Nolan gone.
Yeah, and that was a couple years prior anyway. So you had a 3-year gap. But yeah, it's the Zimmer. I mean, look, if you made a mistake with the Zimmer hire,
like the beginning of last season.
Now, which do you think he meant more? Do you think he meant I should have hired somebody other than Mike Zimmer, or I should have convinced Zimmer to stay? When he was basically saying continuity.
I have no idea.
I wonder.
I think he's just trying to say overall that keep a system in place, and that's why I wonder if Eberflus is going to be good to go for next season.
Yeah, because this is not just, even though they're concepts everybody should be familiar with, these are 3 wildly different overall schemes. The one Quinn ran, the one Zimmer ran, the one that Eberflus runs.
And Logan Wilson and Quinnen in Eberflus's scheme.
Eberflus is a dream for Quinnen Williams is a dream for Matt Eberflus. That is the exact type of player that Matt Eberflus wants. That's the exact type of guy Aaron Whitecotton wants. And Quinnen Williams is the exact type of player Logan Wilson wants to do his job the best he can.
People are going to be lining up apologies if second half of the season defensively looks completely different or even average.
There's no excuses left for Eberflus, though, after this.
Oh, that's another segment. That's another tease from Bobby Bell and B-Lo.
B-Bell.
Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Right here on DFW Sports Station. We can all yell, scream, have opinions, tweet, text. What do the real experts think about how much better the Dallas Cowboys are? What does Vegas think? Around the NFL, overreactions or not? And maybe the happiest man in the Metroplex? Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, all in the final hour after this on Sean and...
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour. It's really fist pump time after the delivery that we just got here on DFW Sports Station. Final hour in this room.
Oh, sad.
Thank goodness. Oh, wow. This room together. Oh, wow. Yes. Yes, not just for today.
Yeah.
Because of tomorrow.
Thank goodness. More on that at 9:40. It's the entire morning crew together. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
It's the last hour for us. G-Bag has already had their last hour. Because G-Bag is going to actually get us kicked off. So
new station, new studio, new defensive tackle, and two new defensive players for your Dallas Cowboys. Nick Eatman will be going crazy at 9:20 from DallasCowboys.com. Brian Schottenheimer yesterday on his new D-tackle.
Played him a couple times, just played him a couple weeks ago. He's just a difference maker. Ability to affect the interior part of the pocket from a pass rush standpoint. I think 12 sacks a couple years ago under the tutelage. I'm not saying it was White Cotton that did it because Quinnen did it, but, around A-Dub and very disruptive. I mean, for us, there's certain calls you make. You're aware when he's in the game because he's just so disruptive. So we had alerting calls when he was out of the game. We had to set protections based on him, and you guys see it. You see the talent, but I love the play style too. Just the way the guy plays, the way the guy runs the football, and then from what I've heard from A-Dub, just the type of young man he is. I think he'll fit in great in this locker room, and very exciting.
So he's giddy. Dak Prescott was over the moon saying, I'm blanking pumped. Imagine Eberflus's reaction as well. Manny Acho, who I've enjoyed a lot more off of FS1 than I did when he was actually on TV.
Because he was buried on FS1. We didn't see him.
No, I saw him way too much. And I still see him a lot on my timeline. And Manny Acho said, Jerry Jones, keep doing your thing.
Now this is how you make a trade, Jerry Jones. From here on, here's how you trade, Jerry Jones. See, Quinnen Williams, this is a earth-shattering type of move. And for everybody that's saying the Cowboys are 3-5, why would you trade for him? Get Quinnen Williams whenever the hell you can get Quinnen Williams. This would have been a good trade in the offseason. I don't care that it happens in season. A defensive tackle to me is probably the most important position on defense. Ask Aaron Donald, because a defensive tackle is the closest to the ball. They're hardest to run away from. They're hardest to game plan against. And if you want to double team defensive tackles, then even average linebackers become great linebackers because they can run free, because offensive linemen are not coming up to them. Quinnen Williams is the move Jerry Jones should have been made over the last 10 to 15 years. Not the player, but the quality of moves, saying, I'm going to go get an elite talent, a proven talent, a all-pro caliber talent. This is a move all Cowboys fans should be hype about. I love this one right here.
Whoa.
And all God's people said amen.
All right. What about the Vegas impact? Bobby has the Cowboys with a 5-win difference because of the effect on the defense. I think he's on crack.
5-win difference if they would have had him at the start of the season. Because I think it would have been 3 games roughly different at the start of the season than 2 the rest of the way.
All right, from sportsbetting.ag, the Cowboys were 150-1 to win it all. They are now
150-1.
125-1.
100-1.
Wow.
So it does make a difference in Vegas, Chop.
They're also factoring in the hype. Cowboy fans are going to go and lay down bets and lose their
nothing to do with me trying to say that RJ was wrong.
I know they're
that doesn't matter.
Lighting their money on fire with Cowboy fans who go bet them to win the Super Bowl this year. Indianapolis, who traded 2 firsts for Sauce, went from 14-1 to
10-1.
10-1. Nice job. How about the Seattle Seahawks, who go and get Shaheed? Now you got Jackson, Smith, and Shaheed on the outside to go along with Sam Darnold's MVP-type season. They were 14-1.
They are now 12-1.
12-1 on the dot. The Jets go from 1,500-1 to 2,000-1.
Well, yeah, that's. I mean, their plan is they're going all in, and they're like, we are just going to go try to find a quarterback.
Boy, it is bold that organization that has not stayed committed to a single head coach, they are apparently just letting Aaron Glenn get rid of whoever you want, dude. You don't like Quinnen Williams? You guys don't get along? Do it. You think Aaron Rodgers is a piece of trash? Tell him to get the hell out of here.
Did Aaron Glenn have that say or the GM?
The talk yesterday out of New York is that Aaron Glenn and Quinnen Williams didn't get along, and that's the reason why Quinnen Williams is gone.
Jacksonville got Jacoby Myers with Travis Hunter out for a little bit, and Jacksonville goes from 50-1 to 45-1 to win it all. No change for the Eagles, Steelers, Bears, Ravens. So that is the Vegas change on the Cowboys after the move. 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. RJ Choppy with other NFL overreactions or not.
All right, here we go. Let's go. Overreaction or not, what Dan Quinn did, leaving Jaden Daniels in too long and getting hurt, is a fireable offense.
Not in year 2 after the turnaround that they just had and the culture change. Overreaction.
Massive overreaction. I would. It's a bad moment. He owned it and has said my faults and everything. I don't think that's enough to be able to just blow him out, though.
There's a lot of coaches, though, who are like, our offense is broken. We need reps. We need to feel good about the next week. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people, this happens, it's a preseason discussion.
Sure. He hasn't, he's been out for a little bit.
I think it was stupid. I'm always get him off the field. Always. Yeah. But there are coaches who leave guys in to play better.
Absolutely. I think it's overreaction, too. Overreaction or not, Indy has been outed as a fraud.
You start off.
Yeah, I think it's they got a.
What is this dancing?
They got a pretty booty schedule.
You destroyed them in power ranking, or destroyed them after the Sauce deal. Yeah. Now you're wavering.
Well, they get better. They got better because of the Sauce deal, right? They improved.
Yeah.
But I think they're improving for nothing. I don't think they have a chance to win a title. But yes, they're frauds. They've played 2 decent teams and they lost them both.
Overreaction. They're not frauds.
Oh. Yeah, well, because you still had them number 2 after the Sauce trade. Not an overreaction. That was I felt as fraudulent a performance as you could have put up there. 6 turnovers. Daniel Jones looked so bad.
Daniel Jonesy
in this one. That was you look at it and you go, okay, you went on the road to the Rams, you went on to the road to the Steelers. Those are tests for you, and you lose them both.
Yeah. And I think the score was a little. I mean, obviously they were getting beat much bigger than the score the score indicated at the very end. Overreaction or not, Carolina's win says more about them than it does about Green Bay.
Oh, it's tough because I'm going to say I think it says things about both of them. I'm going to say it's an overreaction.
Overreaction?
It says more about Carolina than it does Green Bay.
Yeah,
I'll lean overreaction. But I think it does say things about both of them. I think it does say positive things about Carolina. I think it does say some troubling things about Green Bay.
It says more about Green Bay. I've been telling y'all that they're fraudulent. You finally listened to me, kept them out of your power rankings. But Dave Canales does deserve credit.
He does.
They are, ever since Rico Dowdle really became their running back, they're 3-1.
Yeah, they tried to make him the backup last week, screwed me over in fantasy, so I sat him this week, and then he went and exploded again.
Tried to make him the backup, and they lost. So really, they're 3-0.
The overreaction or not, the Bears are a playoff team.
By the way, didn't Micah not have a pressure?
I didn't see if he had a pressure. I know he didn't have a sack. I know it was one of his, empty box score days. But I didn't know if he didn't have a pressure.
Micah had 0 quarterback pressures for the first time in his career, 2 weeks after having the personal best 3 sacks. By the way, Green Bay loses breakout tight end of the year. Tucker Kraft did tear the ACL.
The Bears are a playoff team.
Overreaction. I hate them now. After their head coach, the sideline, what they did to the Cowboys. Now, standings-wise, the answer may be different. They don't feel like a legit playoff team to me at 5-3. So I'll say overreaction.
Yeah, I'm going to say overreaction. They beat the Raiders 25-24 with under 2 minutes to go. They beat the Commanders on a last-second field goal 25-24. They have gotten whooped by 30 by the Lions. They lost to the Vikings. They got a get-right game against the Cowboys. Lost by 2 touchdowns to a struggling Ravens team that didn't have Lamar Jackson back.
Right.
And then they get the miracle win over Cincinnati. I think that's a 500 type of team.
I agree. The Chargers are a one-and-done playoff team.
Not an overreaction. They lost their tackle again. So Alt and Slater
made a trade for an offensive lineman yesterday, though. They did get Trevor Penning from the New Orleans Saints.
Doesn't feel like to me they're 6-3, but they are.
They are.
They destroyed the Vikings. They beat the Titans by 7, but this feels like a one and done. Even though I want Jim Harbaugh to succeed, but not an overreaction.
I wouldn't be. I haven't not looking at their schedule. I just wouldn't be surprised if Kansas City and Denver get ahead of them. And I mean, I know they're equal with Denver, but Kansas City could potentially get ahead of them. I don't know that they're guaranteed to get to the playoffs, but if they get there, yeah, they're probably one and done.
Absolutely, I agree. Not an overreaction.
Are the Chargers better than the Broncos?
Yes. Only because I trust Herbert more than Nick's.
Oh, what about the defensive difference?
That's not nothing. That's not nothing.
Denver's better.
Bobby, I'm so proud of your growth today. Well, I'm not total pass. You still got your revenge coming, but you've shown a lot of maturation today.
Seattle is a problem.
Not an overreaction. Number 1 in my power rankings.
No, not an overreaction. That is that's a terrifying defense, and Darnold just, I guess, he's clicked. He's figured things out and is a quarterback that you have to worry about, which he always had the tools. It's just it looked so broken that you're like, well, it doesn't really matter. You're not going to be able to ever put it together.
Romo was in love with him, I think, coming out.
Yeah, he was. That was
gosh, on the year, he's 70% completions. He's almost 10 yards per attempt, 16 touchdowns to 5 picks.
And they got rid of DK in the offseason. We should not overreact to Buffalo's win over Kansas City.
Ooh.
Am I overreaction or not? Should we not overreact?
Let's not give them too much credit.
Yeah.
No, that's an overreaction to say we should not overreact.
I really don't know how to.
It's a good. It's a really good victory for Buffalo. Kansas City was playing well.
They were.
And they really locked up Mahomes when Mahomes has been playing back like Mahomes level the last few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, Buffalo always does this. They always play well against Kansas City in the regular season. They always lose to them in the playoffs, but they're good, man. Allen is when he is playing well, he is as dominant of a force as the rest of the league.
RJ Choppy, overreactions or not, here on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Was that everything? Yep. Crosstalk with KNC at 9:40. Is Nick Eatman the happiest Cowboy fan in DFW? What did Nick do when he found out about the Quinnen Williams trade? We cover it in Frisco with Nick Eatman after
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
I thought of this moment way too many times yesterday when the news broke on the home of the Cowboys with the KNC masterpiece that Quinnen Williams, along with Logan Wilson, are coming to America's team. Nick Eatman had wanted a move, wanted a big-time move, and now we have it, and Nick is joining us from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning. How happy are you?
Well, I'm happy that they did something, you know. I mean, like it would have been an even longer 2 weeks here with the bye week to not do something like this. And you know what I've said all along, and I know you guys have said it too. Like, you're going to do something and you're going to make a splash. You know, make it matter for more than just year, and that more than just this year. And I think that's exactly what they've done.
So, did the Cardinals game? I know the guys probably asked you this on Monday. I wasn't in. Did the Cardinals game affect how you wanted them to approach the trade?
No, it didn't, because I thought that they could have posted a shutout and we would have known their defense is still bad. We would have been very surprised. Of course, that didn't happen, but I'm just saying we already knew the sample size was large enough. We knew that they need help on defense for sure, and they're going to need it, you know, past this year as well. So regardless of what happened in the game, win, lose, whatever, I would have been fine with them making a move like this. And really what I like about it is the move they made earlier in the day with Logan Wilson, to me, got better just before he was even here. He said he was on the plane when he found out that Quinnen Williams got signed or got traded for it. And I think now Logan Wilson just became a little bit better of a player just because of how that usually works.
Are you holding out more hope, like I am, for next year versus this year, trying to make some crazy run that Bobby thinks could come close, whereas I'm saying this year you're not making the postseason? I'm thinking more about next year.
I don't think either one of you guys is wrong on this, and that's why I think the trade makes sense. Because could they get on a run? You know, they're going to have to make some really big changes on defense. I mean, those were two of them, but they're going to have to start getting off the field and getting turnovers and all that, which some of this stuff could start to happen. We know what the offense looks like when they're rolling and they have some help. So I think a run is unlikely. That kind of run, it's unlikely because it's just mathematically it's going to be very, very tough with the tough part of the schedule coming up. But if it happens, it happens. Great, I'm here for it. I mean, we're here to see it. I think it makes a lot of sense, though. You know, if it doesn't happen, it still is a good trade because it makes sense for what you're talking about. So I don't think either one of you guys are wrong on this, except for RJ, who hasn't heard from you yet.
Well, see, that's just, it's okay. It's all right.
No, I haven't heard from you yet.
Tell him what you think.
Well, I mean, he's a great player. I love getting the player. I wouldn't. The number one picks were just off limits for me. The first rounders, they were just off limits. I was hoping out of this, because the Cowboys do this all the time. They refuse to be bad. I just wanted to be 3-14 and just reset everything and just use these picks. I wanted to take all 4 of these first round picks and trade out of them and get 8 picks out of those. That I was just hoping to reset the thing.
Spoken like somebody that doesn't have to come to all the games in the locker room and all that and deal with it.
I told you Eatman was like me on the radio, and Jerry, he's Jerry. He's like, I want to save it this year. I want content. I want ratings and numbers. No,
it's more than that. Like I get it. Like, I understand why the biggest reason why the 29-year streak and all that is because in that time we haven't seen like the absolute worst. I mean, They went 4-12 one year when Romo got hurt and all that, but I mean, for the most part, it's been in that 8-8ville, which hasn't ever really gotten them over. You look at these teams that like Detroit, Buffalo, these teams that are pretty good. Well, they were terrible for a long time and stockpiled some of these picks too. And the Cowboys have never gotten there, which RJ, I'm sure that's kind of what you're saying is to get there, you've got to kind of really be bad, and they haven't done that.
Yeah, and I was looking, with these 4 picks over the next, I was looking to get Dak's replacement at some point, and they still could do that. They just might not be bad enough to be in that position.
And I don't think we're done here because, as it stands right now, they don't have a pick on a Friday of the draft of 2026. I mean, they don't have a second or a third. With these 2 picks, I don't think that it's likely that they will be moving up that's usually for a quarterback. And I don't even know if this is a great year for one, and you don't necessarily need it. I see them going backwards with it. So my point is all these grades that come out to evaluate what the trade and all that, we haven't even evaluated all of the Micah trade and this trade, and they all kind of connect as well.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's talk about the compensation. It's going to be a second rounder in the next draft, and then a first rounder in the draft after that, and that first rounder will be the better pick between the Cowboys and the Packers. How did you feel about the cost?
Well, a couple things about that. First of all, I understand the first rounder in 2027. Let's talk about it. But before I get to that, let's look at the second rounder. Right now, what have the Cowboys kind of showed us over the last few years about their second round pick?
Gamble.
I mean, it seems to be a project type pick sometimes, and that's what a lot of second round picks are, because these guys think they're going to be first rounders, and so they have something that dropped them to their, whether it be an injury or whatever. And the Cowboys have used that as somewhat of a risky pick. Well, now, they're trying to make sure, what Quinnen Williams gets to back to all pro level. I mean, that's the project. It's not something we've seen with Sam Williams or Kelvin Joseph and
Gregory.
These last 2 years, Nealon and Azaraku have been, a little bit more solid type players, but less risky. But I just think, think about how the nature of that pick has been. And then now let's go to the first round pick in 2027. What this shows to me is, they can't afford to be bad. They can't afford to have a bad year, knowing if their pick is 10, 12, 13, it's going to go to the Jets. Maybe knowing that going in, maybe this is where we are going to see a little bit more of approach of better free agency, more aggressive things like that, because this is the 1 year. I mean, when have we ever seen them go into an offseason knowing that one of their picks is not going to be there? And so, I think you might see even more of an aggressive approach the next year.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Nick, this is a team that historically, at least, didn't used to invest in defensive tackle. It was kind of like safety. They now have 3 $20 million players on the defensive line. Do you think there's any question outside of this season about the futures of either Kenny Clark or Osa Odigizua?
Yeah, I think you have to look and see how it's going to play out and think that, Kenny Clark, I mean, he's the older one of the group, and we'll see, how he's playing pretty well, but we'll see how they all kind of mesh together. But I don't think it's just a given that all 3 of them will be here, next year, and maybe that's what, there'll be another trade next year or restructure or whatever. I mean, Solomon Thomas is your 4th best defensive tackle. He was the 3rd overall pick a few years ago. He hasn't played that way. I understand that, but I'm just saying they have a lot of depth from 1 to 4. Something's probably going to change here. I think Thomas is not even under contract next year, and Clark. We'll see how that all plays in. But good problem to have, and one that we haven't seen. In the past year.
Nick, Brian Schottenheimer the last couple of weeks had talked about their failings on defense, how if they wanted to be an effective defense, they needed to win in the trenches. They needed to win up front. How much of this move for Quinnen Williams do you think was a influence in the ear of the Joneses from Brian Schottenheimer saying, I need some help, I need you to go get some help, versus just the Joneses also recognized it and went ahead and did it? Do you think this is at all a Brian Schottenheimer move?
I think so. I mean, I do. Coaches, I mean, have you ever met a coach that wasn't arrogant? I mean, like a good one? I mean, seriously, they're all arrogant, and I don't mean that bad to him. I'm talking more about, how about the defensive line coach? You think Aaron Whitecotton's not saying, hey, well, when I had him, he was this.
Yeah.
Win rate this year and all these numbers and stats, he ranks this because PFF says he's this and all that. Well, I bet you Whitecotton's like, I don't know about all that. I know when I had him, he was pretty damn good, as long as he wasn't trying to hurt me, like that video that we saw. Which, I don't know if you've seen the one on the sideline exchange between the two. I think they have a good relationship, but they're both fiery and intense there. But I think what my point is to answer your question, I think that Schottenheimer, this is a Schottenheimer type move. Well, what do we need? Who do we need to get here in the next couple of years that can kind of get us over the top? And I think, that's exactly what that says.
David Hellman is going to be the inspiration here for the next question, your former colleague. Because what's that?
Is he even awake right now? You think?
Hell no. He had the highest ceiling for a 920 guest other than you, and he was awful because he couldn't wake up back in the day. But
everybody got pulled over in the middle of the call.
Yes. And that was probably his best call because he did the least amount of talking.
Because he was awake.
Because he was awake. That's right. The blood went through him. So if you summarize everything, Bobby did it yesterday. Micah and a 2 for Quinnen, Kenny Clark, and a first. Hellman, I thought, had an interesting tweet. He's very good on Twitter. And he said, at the end of the day, throughout all this, I think I'd just rather have Parsons versus sending this here and then sending that there and then trying to add it up and da-da-da. Would you just rather have had Micah Parsons throughout all this?
Yes. No. The Micah that wanted to be here, that was actually standing on the sideline of preseason games, that's the one that I would want to be here. Not the one that was selfish and wanted to lay on the table and wanted to pout like a kid at Toys R Us. No, not that guy.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if you were going to get that guy.
Yeah.
And so the Micah Parsons that's is unblockable in the fourth quarter of that Arizona game. Yeah, that's really hard to part ways with. But I don't know if you had that guy. And also you have to factor in, it's more than just whatever Twitter will give you as far as these three versus these three. It's also the money that they've got some contracts this year, and Ferguson and Tyler Smith and Bland and you know what I mean. We're all looking. Everybody could roll their eyes about what those guys have done, especially Bland. I think it's a good signing. I think he's going to be. I think he is a good player. And I think, all these defensive guys need help and good players around them. But, it's tough to part ways with the pass rusher that Micah Parsons is. But I don't know if it was ever going to work like that. I really don't.
Nick, give us the feeling in the building yesterday. You're living over there. The injection of energy. Right. What was it?
Excitement. The most excited I've ever seen on a Tuesday after a terrible Monday night loss at home to the Cardinals. I mean, it's about as good as you could have a Tuesday to be, just because they did something. And I get it. And maybe I'm the wrong person for this, but you're asking about the building. You ask about the people here. Is that you're going through it? Like, you go through it. I mean, like every game. Like, we're going to this game. We're going to go to this game at the Giants, on January 3rd or 4th, or Christmas Day in Washington. We're going to be there. Whether or not it matters to the scope of the NFL playoffs, I don't know. But I know we're going to be there. And when that's the case, you want it to matter. You want it to be, play for something here. And I think the Cowboys will – I don't know if they'll make their huge run, but I think that they'll have a few wins here in the next month or so that's going to make this thing interesting. I don't know if they can get there, but I think that they'll probably beat Vegas and then Philly, and then it's going to be like, let's see. That's what I think is going to happen.
Fantastic. Just as good as I was hoping for. Thought of you yesterday when the deals got done. And
real quick, I was upset a little bit just because it was, I like to talk after the game on Mondays. I didn't get to. This was even better because this is better to talk about the trade than the actual game.
Did you think, or do you know, that they tried to get something done on the back end?
They weren't done. I mean, I know at 1:30 or 2 o'clock, I was asking the questions like, are we done here? And they're like, maybe not. But I don't know. I don't think it was for a safety. I was told it wasn't for a safety, so I don't really know what else they were doing. But I know that they were doing stuff. They wanted it to be three trades, but they got to 2.
Amazing. Fantastic stuff. Thank you, brother.
All right, see you guys.
Nick Eatman, delivering the goods. DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. How emotional will it get in the final crosstalk with KNC? Next.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes called?
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your...
Market upgrade your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
It's been a long...
Oh, wow. Oh, man. This you got to know your audience.
Kevin's one is better. Green Day, Time of Our Lives.
No, but this one's really hitting chop.
Yeah.
Why?
This is the Paul Walker one, End of Fast 7. Oh, yeah. And he died.
Last crosstalk in this room, in this building, with the KNC masterpiece. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, along with Kevin and Corey. Have you gotten any nostalgia?
Yeah, man. I did this morning. I went to go number 2 in one of the private bathrooms downstairs, and I walked out and went, that's the last time I'll be able to have that private bathroom.
Yeah, because you're usually in this one, and I feel like it's private now because no one else is up here.
Yeah, so...
I've been using the women's restroom.
You've been using?
I've seen people up here.
Feels like that would be antithetical to have.
That's not. I was going to say, that's not that much of a joke because there are definitely people here who have done that.
Yeah. Give me your best and worst moment in the building.
Best moment in the building. Peace-a-thon years and years and years ago where Colby did Explore a Floor and he had to go naked down the elevator to a random floor. And we thought everything was going to be okay because it was like 3 a.m. And then he goes, "Oh, I think it's a security guard," and just ran off. And we had to dump that part. And he was on the phone and he thought a security guard was going to find him naked, like on the 7th floor or something.
Or TJ.
Of the craziness of all the night shows, with what you're allowed to get away with, you guys were definitely the 1 seed, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Boss gave us a lot of freedom to do that. You know, he was like, be wild, get some attention. Nobody knows who y'all are.
Like mouse traps on the floor.
Yeah.
Stripper in here for the no shirt 9.
Yeah.
Was a stripper?
Yeah, sorry, missed that.
Did you have her shirt on?
It was a long time ago.
Hey, that's...
No, she took her shirt off.
Right,
that was
look
the
at
whole
that.
point.
Just the shirt?
No shirt 9.
My favorite moment is the wildest story I've ever had in this building. Was on the 12th floor. We had the coolest bathroom view.
Oh yeah, you go outside.
You could step out onto the roof. You could see for miles. And Mark Cuban was up there, and he had been on with one of the other shows. And he was in the restroom, and I walked in to go to the restroom, and then he got done, and he just kind of stood there at the window, and he was staring, and he goes, "I've always said this is the best view." The best bathroom view in DFW.
Cuban said that?
And I was like, well, that's hilarious. He goes, take a picture for me. And I was like,
of what?
Of him next to the window. So
wow.
That's what he asked.
So he's got the restroom photo with the trophy of when they won the title, and now that one with Corey.
I remember that restroom as well. We all walked out on the roof one night when everything was iced over, and it was delightful. But I think we all figured one of us was going to die driving home.
We threw paper airplanes off of it to see how far they'd go, and they just catch over 75 and take off.
Chop.
You know, I don't know if there's a best. There was a worst. I did have a shark in this building once. I did
say that or not?
Okay. I'm not sure what the
Your
rule
worst
is.
moment is about to be that.
I don't know. I mean,
Dump button.
Is that an unsafe? We've said it before. Is that a bad word?
Like
is that a word you can't say?
I don't remember saying it.
Yeah, we have. So I had that.
We definitely have. For sure. Move on.
No, we have. I know we have. So I had one of those. That was the worst. I think it was also my best, too, because you get it out of the way.
Did you get tricked, or did you just not have enough time?
No, I got tricked. Yeah, I thought it was like just a regular one, and it just turned out to be not.
I got you.
Bob, how long have you been
My
here?
best, 3 years. So my best would be any one of the moments I got to sleep in and show up like an hour later than y'all. That was always like good to get the extra rest. The worst was, I don't know, was it like a year ago where this studio just died? And we had to do the first 2 hours, all 3 of us sharing those mics in there.
I had to do one of those shows with RJ because the ice and then the whole system had shut down and nobody could get here. And they're like, Kevin, you'll come up here. I was like, oh, why not?
Remember when we were doing the teas and the window shattered over here?
Yes, because it was a bullet.
No,
I thought it was a bullet.
That was upstairs.
Shot at up here.
This
we
one,
weren't up here though.
Somebody it was on 12.
Time.
It was on 12. A bullet hit the window of one of Stacks.
Matt
it was
Stacks.
It was his window.
It was his office.
Yeah. But here, this one, it was just the air pressure or something.
And we got blamed for it.
Blamed?
Yeah.
You got blamed for it?
What'd you guys do? Because you're talking about our wacky shenanigans. They're like, what'd you guys do? Did you break the window? Oh, man, I thought of one more.
Oh, I thought you said something to get someone to shoot at you.
I mean, that's happened.
No.
Yeah.
When we were on...
Cyclists don't have guns.
When we were... Okay. That was a long time ago.
Now it's worse what RJ just did.
We were on... Even though we shouldn't have. We were on floor
Did you spill
12.
all of this Prince Street pizza all over you?
I did.
I see it there. I see it on your right elbow. Like
it was.
There was a lot of oil.
This was the number one reason I was thinking about not eating that pizza. So we were on the 12th floor when Shippy was our producer, and we were doing the ham
Shippy
slap.
showed up?
Yeah.
For this one, he did, yeah.
Okay.
And we were doing the ham slap, and we had two of when we still had fantasy girls here. And I guess maybe he had been hooking up with one of them and had previously hooked up with the other one.
Oh, no.
And so the other one was the one who slapped him, and she was pissed. She slapped the F out of him, man.
What?
And it
He
was
couldn't
like...
hear in his
yeah,
ear
we
for
were
like 4 hours.
Oh! And then he missed the next several shows, and we said he had the ham flu because she slapped the crap out of him.
Pepe?
Well, when I was hired to be y'all's producer, that's got to be my best day
Oh,
ever.
my gosh.
You know, I mean, being a part of this team, I couldn't have asked for anything.
Dude, you sounded like me.
What's the worst?
Man. Well, I ruined Life Hacks. I got it canceled. So having the talk with Spittle, being pulled out of Crosstalk, that was one to remember. I remember that
your
entire
half-hour
conversation.
hosting.
That's right, half-hour hosting.
That was the
my
best.
best.
That was
the
easily the best.
I'll say the worst is either when Mike Fisher got us suspended, or no, written up. You and I got suspended over a Masters fight.
That's right.
But I'll say the worst was
Different boss, so it didn't count.
I'll say it was the fish incident at training camp. That was the worst. And the best, and I'll be cheesy here for a second. I do remember walking into Tim's office for like my interview and looking at this view.
Yeah.
And I like took a picture and like called my mom. I'm like, I made it. Like, this is it. This is the big time. And I'm going to hate just the memory and connection to looking at that and being like, you're on the home of the Dallas Cowboys in DFW, looking over the entire city until we moved to this.
Until
Yeah.
move up.
Whatever.
With no window.
I haven't been there yet.
We have no window.
You are,
Me
you are
neither.
going to
Me
like
neither.
it. Yeah, you're going to like it. You're going to like the...
Now,
it's
I've seen the design. I mean, it looks like a master designer.
It's awesome.
But it's hard.
building.
This room...
Yeah. This room is tough to beat.
This room is tough to
it's
beat in
amazing,
this view.
Yeah, it's tough to beat. We had a desk in we had an office when we first got here, you and I on the 12th floor.
That's right.
We
I
had an office with a big Brobdin Nandigian desk.
And then I will also, I'll never forget the reaction of the Jerry interview. And Bobby looks like he's getting ready to S bricks. And he was at that computer sending everything over to the Cowboys and transcribing and all that. And I like put my arm around him.
He was so excited.
I said, you're in it now. I said, you are in it now. Because I knew what was happening after Jerry went off on us. And I went up to Bobby in there, and I'm like pushing, like your bro push, like, come on, it's a big dunk. And I'm like, get ready. Like the rest of this day and week is probably going to be insane.
Wasn't one of your top... You weren't in the studio, though, physically, were you, when they picked CD?
No, I was at home.
But that was...
I was at home doing the draft.
Because that was
COVID, wasn't it?
It was COVID. That's why I was at home doing the draft.
But that one was unexpected for y'all.
Yeah, but that wasn't in the building.
Yeah.
Well, neither was training camp with Fish.
Yeah, but this.
No, but I got. Yeah, but the in Spittle's office is the worst.
Yeah.
And then meeting with the producer to figure out how the boss found out about it beforehand. That also was not enjoyable.
Oh, man, that wasn't me, was it?
That was not you.
When Gavin started coming, when he gets the left hand point going, not the right. When he goes up, he went up and over like Mike Tyson doing a hook. Right, it went over top.
In order to help us celebrate our final crosstalk ever here
in this building
at 4131.
In this building.
Yes.
In this building.
For the people out there wondering, what did I miss? We're just moving location.
325 says all of this, by the way, is other than you getting engaged in the studio.
Oh.
Yeah. That's a fair point.
Yeah, I was just talking about my worst moments.
You gave a lot of moments. You gave a lot of moments.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. You're like 8 or 9. You're like 8 or 9. See, I was thinking of Corey. Are you embarrassed? I think you should say that to Sean.
I'm taking 2 pizzas home to make up for that for my wife. But Prince, damn it, did that totally. Good point. Prince Street Pizza, who I've been food nerding out over, may be the new number 1 seed in the Metroplex. GM Tony brought up about 6 pies. We got like and they have a water filtration system. New York, it's the water. They have the system in their establishment right here around the corner on North Henderson. The New York slice I had, they're known for like Sicilian and grandma pies. A little bit thicker.
Obviously delicious.
Kevin's wearing the pepperoni, but that New York slice, Choppy, that is the
awesome.
I think that's the best slice of pizza I have had in DFW. I have not tried the other ones yet. It's the perfect amount of sauce.
Easily the best in town.
It's the sauce, the cheese, the size of it, and then they have this. What did you guys think?
The pepperoni's perfect.
I want a separate topic another day about Choppy's insistence that pizza is only round. Because I think that is a really fun conversation. Because you wouldn't. You're a man of principle. I ate the square.
Pie or square.
I ate. Okay.
So you're basically
I ate the square
saying
pizza for you.
Square pizza is a cobbler, then. Like it's
I don't know what you call it.
It's because a cobbler peach pie, same thing as peach cobbler.
Well,
just
I
a
ate
square or round.
the square pizza for you. I thought it was delicious.
Good. Very good. Look, the round, the regular pizza was phenomenal. And you could tell a good New York pizza is you have to have the cheese has to be almost ready to fall off sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially when you let it sit for a while and it comes off super easy. Awesome.
Walchuk just said, holy crap, Prince Street came up. May have to grab one for the wife. They do gluten-free. Congratulations, baby number 2.
Nice.
For Zach
Yay.
Walchuk. And they're also doing something that Dana White called the greatest effing pizza of all time. It's on their UFC box. Corey, this for you. Slow cooked short rib and sausage ragu,
dude,
with mozzarella and pecorino.
I did have half of that one because I wanted to try half the pepperoni
It's
too.
a type of cheese.
That was freaking phenomenal. It's really good.
Prince Street could be the new number 1 seed. Thank you for the delivery, and thanks for all the texts over the memories. The K. You could have played like the other song I actually asked for.
I want RJ to cry.
I asked for the other song to start the segment.
I did cry at this movie.
Just sing it, Kevin.
Hold on. I know what to do.
That's how it ended.
Kevin,
you little
That's how the movie ended.
Kevin. The
That was just the movie.
KFC master.
Paul Walker.
The KFC masterpiece is next. I'll remember that forever too.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors, and of course the famous Alec Medford. It is our final show in this studio from the 682. Worst thing that happened in that studio was Kevin firing Mike. I most certainly did not fire Mike. In fact, we saw Mike again yesterday. He gave us more stuff for Peace-a-thon, so we're great. Right?
Kevin.
Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness.
I always like this line.
We're going to be on tomorrow.
Just the end of everything you know, Kevin. This building right here. This building is the first radio building we've ever worked in.
Yes, you're right. 14 years.
14, like the first time we ever turned on microphones and started talking to the billions of people out there. I just presume there's a chance that billions of people could listen.
Do you remember the first time we talked to those billions of people?
We got 2 minutes in and looked up at the clock and went, oh, crap, how do we fill out the next 9 minutes of air?
Our first segment was intro. Spoiler alert, Alec. It didn't make it the whole 11 minutes.
So we just kind of figured things out. And, Kevin, I was watching Nobody Wants This last night. That's
a good show.
Netflix show with Kristen Bell and her hot sister or whatever. And the girl, they're like, producer was like, it doesn't matter what y'all talk about, what your podcast is about. It's about y'all. Yeah. And I think that's been the biggest deal with this show since we started was people were like, who are these idiots? They made me laugh. Or who are these idiots? They asked a question I'd never expect them to ask. And so all along the way, like we've been able to grow this audience and grow this group of friends that we've been able to get to know. And it's all been right here in this building. And so it is different. It's going to be different. So here's what's happening. Our station is moving north. We are moving not to Oklahoma. We're moving. Mike thinks it's Oklahoma.
It's 9 miles down the road.
We are moving to a facility that's just at 635 and 75. That's where we're going to be doing our radio show now.
Big day for fans of Coit.
G-Bag will officially start they'll be the first ones. They will christen it. They will consummate the marriage, if you will.
Oh, my God.
They will be the first ones inside of the studio to do a show. And so we're the last ones. So I think this is a really cool opportunity for us to say goodbye to this building. This has been a cool little studio. This wasn't our first studio. Our first studio was upstairs. But that's what's happening today. So it's kind of a celebration and a sad day at the same time. Somebody said me getting the Brazilian wax live on air.
Oh, man, yeah,
I saw
Corey's beehole.
Yep. And so did a couple of other people.
Yeah. Did you dump that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No,
I was grabbing my pen to what you saying.
I was watching just to make sure.
Oh, you're going to hear that again, trust me.
Yeah, and so I would say if for any reason the technology doesn't work for crosstalk, we should turn this into a destruction room for the last segment.
I did tell the boss that we would urinate on the carpet and kick holes in the wall on the way out. And he said, and Kevin said, oh, we weren't supposed to do that until the last day? Thanks a lot, buddy.
Oh,
whoops.
Yeah, so got to potty train Kevin again.
Oh, my gosh, man. If you have any tips, the little one is struggling.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he is struggling.
I got a guy.
All right.
It's my wife, but she's really good at this stuff.
I don't know about any of that. So just in case you're wondering, I guess we're not going to change. But, like, it might be different to a certain extent for, like, Sean and RJ and people who have, like, done professional radio other places. But for you and I, and for Alec,
he worked at the school radio station.
Yeah,
but it's different.
I mean, so did I.
First professional business.
But in terms of like professional radio, the last 14 years and 12 full time was us being in this building.
This is the first time I've ever seen this before, Kevin.
Okay.
And Alec, I'm sorry that this is just you weren't alive for it at the time. I don't think.
Oh.
From the 361, I've been with y'all since the Star Courier.
Alec was alive when we worked there.
You sure?
Yeah, he was like 4.
All right. That's probably true. But yeah, I guess that is true. He couldn't read at the time. But yeah, that's wow. That's wild. But yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun. This next building, hopefully the air conditioning and heating works efficiently. It'll be great if that's the deal. We never have to worry about that again.
From the 561, I remember when y'all replaced Ben and Skin. Once I got used to your rhythm, I was really happy the change was made. Well, I appreciate that very much. I want to take it back to when we replaced Rage. This is my favorite text exchange, I think, in the history of this station. We had been on, and Corey was on for a fourth week, but we have been on for almost 3 entire weeks since Rage was let go, and we took over for them temporarily. And this guy texted in just guns a-blazing. And that's fine if you're like, hey, what happened to Rage? Or even if they're like, oh, I don't care for your show, I miss Rage, or something like that. This guy's like, who the F are you guys? Where the F is Rage? I'm the biggest, I think it's then fan in the world. What the hell happened? Blah, blah, blah. And so I just calmly responded, and I was like, it seems weird that you'd say you're the biggest fan in the world. We've been on for like 3 weeks, and they got fired. And that dude lost his mind. He was like, listen here, you MFer, I'm going to beep, 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 beep. He was so mad, and I thought it was so funny because I was like, I don't know if you could say you're the biggest fan of this station if you haven't listened in like 3 weeks.
From the 972, been listening to KMC since they used to be on Saturday mornings. They were listening when they were at UTA radio, listening then. I like this question because I might do it. From the 214, how long till one of you subliminally goes to the wrong station for work?
Dude, I totally already thought about that.
Taking the wrong exit, and just being like, crap.
I could see that happening. Look, I could definitely see that. I'm sorry, and I know we got other stuff to get to as well, but I'm having a really fun time with this. From the 917, I've been listening since the Arnie days. So my favorite moment with Arnie was we had really struggled to connect. And so he and I sat down once.
You struggled to connect with somebody?
Hard to believe. As my wife would say, you can be very charming when you give an F. Alec, you could see that, right?
100%.
Kevin he's an acquired taste.
That's fair. That is very fair.
As the great Chris Arnold used to say, an acquired taste.
Yeah. And so I sat down with Arnie, and he goes, oh, so are you the one whose daughter had to go to the hospital? And I go, oh, yeah, that was the other one. And then we just sat there and said nothing to each other.
I remember we were at the Fans Sports Lounge, and he was looking at Sean, and he was just staring at Sean for like 5 minutes, just deep stare. And he goes, I was thinking about getting him a razor for Christmas, but gosh, he'd just break it with the first shave. And I was like, what is going on in this guy's mind? He was a character, dude. Absolute character. And what a show they put together. You know, they had wild antics that went on also that kind of gave us that opportunity to be because we existed. We took Colby. We took the best part of that show and said, what could we do, Colby? And he goes, I got plans. And it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
From the 214, you already said this, but I missed it. Where are y'all moving? Man, that's a good question. I actually really need to look that up.
I'll be honest.
Pretty sure it's on Merritt Drive.
Yeah, Alec, I drove over there about 3 months ago. And I drove up to the building, and I was like, oh, well, this is cool looking. Yesterday when I drove there, I went, this isn't the same building I looked at. I went to a completely different building about 3 months ago and thought that's where we were going to be. And so yesterday when I went in, I was like, hold on. I had to pull into a parking lot and redo the address. And I was like, is this it? And so now I know, but it is over off 635 and 75 right there at the southwest corner. And it's going to be fun for us to have something new and exciting to go into every morning. Plus, my drive is going to be a lot shorter.
From the 817, hold on. When the hell did Richie and Grego leave? Who are y'all? Okay. That was like 13 years ago.
It was March.
Maybe 12?
It was March at the, it was the day, here, I can tell you exactly, the day of the Boston Marathon bombings.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The next day, West Texas had the explosion.
And then Pat Summerall
died. And then the next day, Pat Summerall died. And we wanted to have fun on radio, and there was no way to do that because of the chaos that was happening in the world at the time.
Right. And somebody said, I like you guys, but you're far too serious. And I was like, I mean, we're not, but it's tough to be like, hey, who cares about that explosion or those people getting murdered?
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about some wacky
And
hygiene.
those were the biggest stories happening at that time. Absolutely, for sure. So that's what we try to do. I think the first target for us is usually we try to talk about the biggest story locally. And then if there's a bigger story nationally, we'll get into it. But usually we want to talk about what's happening here in DFW first.
From the 214, is it next to Watermark Church? I'm pretty sure it is.
It's around there.
Over there. From the 817, been listening since y'all were on weekends, and when y'all moved to nights, I used to always say I was going to come hang out in the studio back when that was a thing, but I never did. But I still have Kevin's phone number unless he changed it. No.
It's never changed.
I still have the same phone number, and I still think it's amazing that when Corey gave it out one number at a time, I got like 4 texts when there were still 2 numbers left. That meant that there were still 100 combinations. Did those people text every single combination? I don't know.
Probably so. Or they said they went through the first, 7?
Yeah.
Because that's the last number.
Wait a second. What are y'all doing on right now? I thought y'all were still doing 7 to 11. Again, that changed in like 2019.
Yeah, what a time.
For the 817, are y'all finally moving to Nebraska? Yes, you can catch us off.
No, that is not true.
Coach Osborne, Tom. There we go. Tom Osborne
Boulevard.
Boulevard.
Some dude named Tom.
Yeah, no, it's Tom Osborne Boulevard. And then you'll make a left off of Eric Crouch Parkway, and you'll find us there. So there you go.
Alec, you did not get your opportunity to share your favorite moment in this studio or in this building. Did you have something special happen to you in one of these rooms?
Oh man, that sounded weird.
Did you?
I don't know.
I was about to say this is going to be breaking news for me.
Yeah, stay away from the couch back there. No, I'm kidding. That never happened.
That's the goose. That's what everybody calls it.
No, that's what Corey says to every single person who comes in here, and I think it's gross every time.
I mean,
goose.
It is disgusting. I think probably the best memory would be hosting for the first time on a professional radio station. That was pretty cool. I still remember.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was on a Saturday with Bobby Belt when he was still doing weekends. And yeah, that was a soft landing. Hey, your first time ever hosting is going to be with Bobby Belt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that was.
I like the way you said that.
Yeah, that got me nice and eased in pretty quickly because he was doing everything he could to throw me for a loop. But yeah, that was probably the coolest thing that I'm going to take away from here was getting that first experience, and now I get to do it 5 days a week. It's pretty cool.
Hold the damn phone from the 817. KNC doesn't stand for OK Richie and C Grego later show. From another 817. I honestly thought y'all were doing a live podcast from the newspaper. Congratulations on the brand new radio gig.
That's funny.
Wait a minute. From the 972. What the heck happened to Mike? Did Kevin fire him? No, he's a broadcaster for the Rangers. We went through an entire season. And he was here yesterday.
Yeah, we saw him yesterday. And he had fiery opinions on the Cowboys trade.
Man, he did.
He has lots of conspiracy theories about what the Rangers' plans are for this offseason.
Is it fair to say if you think Mike has changed?
He has not.
Yes.
And, Kevin, I'll steal one from the Real World Road Rules Challenge. You think you know, but you have no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. When it comes to you heard Mike for years, right? You heard Mike for years, and you're like, I pretty much think I know Mike.
Yeah.
That was filtered.
Oh man.
Just think about that for a second. There was still a filter on him.
You'd be shocked, but you best believe it.
So yeah, everything's happening. It's all happening.
From the 575, I'm the biggest Tolo there is. Where the hell are Mike and Reggie? Man, Reggie is off in Houston.
I texted him yesterday. I texted him Apple time, and we had a little chat about that, so that's nice.
And then from the 469, so is this the texted number for the fan or not? That's going to stay the same, right?
Yeah.
You don't know.
I think I know.
Okay.
But I have no idea.
I guess we'll all find out together tomorrow. So if you want to send in more of your favorite memories of this studio throughout the day, definitely glad to hear it. But the good news is we ain't going anywhere. Coming up next.
Because we're the best.
How much?
That's what the ratings say. Thank you very much, Tolos.
You know what? Actually, I was going to maybe say this later, but I'm glad that you brought that up. I want to say, you know what I'll always love and remember about this building? It was going to be impossible to even compete with the ticket ever. Not only do we compete, we consistently beat the ticket again and again. I guess that's what consistently means.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is the building where we did what people said was impossible in Metroplex Radio.
Somebody wrote in the newspaper maybe they should have hired some bigger hitters. Well, we've swung.
Whoops. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how much different do the Cowboys look post-NFL trade deadline, and does this alter your perception at all for the rest of the season? We will do that next right here on The Fan.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? What? Cinnamon Sisters? Paper Lady. What? Nutmeg Lady? No. Who said that? Was it Spice Girl? Doesn't sound right. Was it sometimes good?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd and 3, stepping away from pressure only for so long as Tua gets jacked by Quinnen Williams.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. How much different did the Cowboys look post-NFL trade deadline, and does that alter your perception at all for the rest of the NFL season? So obviously, the Cowboys made the move for Logan Wilson, and then the much bigger move for Quinnen Williams, which broke during our show. So let's start broadly, and then we can dive into the specifics.
Okay.
You added at two places of need in linebacker and on your defensive line, specifically, I guess, your interior defensive line. Does this alter your perception of the defense? And if so, how much? I'm sure it does, like a little bit, but how much?
It definitely alters my perception of what they're capable of. They have more talent.
Okay.
Like they weren't as talented.
For sure. Agreed.
I'm still very frustrated that they don't, and they could have been working on it and it just didn't work out. That happens all the time. They don't have anybody, like they're not good in coverage still.
Right.
Like that didn't change. Now, do they think we can do better there by adding pressure up the middle? Yes. So I think they're gonna tell us that. Now they told us also they could scheme pressure, but that's a different story for a different time. But to do those things, to be able to scheme pressure, you also have to be able to stop the run. There are a lot of things they couldn't do with this defense. They have a really good tackler, and they have a defensive tackle who's considered one of the top defensive tackles in the game. So Kevin, for me personally, I've been begging for a better player there for years, and now they have 3 better players there than they've had in a long time at that position.
Right.
So I'm happy with that. I also see that thing kind of extends itself into the future.
Yes.
Further than just this season. So I also see that. But right now, you have 2 weeks to get this thing ramped up into a different animal. And hopefully Diggs can come back and help be a provider of depth or be potentially Pro Bowl form again and be one of those kind of guys.
Now, I'm glad that you mentioned the future, because I want to read you a couple of things from ESPN, if you don't mind. They're going through their grades for the trade deadline. Quinnen Williams to the Cowboys for Mazi Smith and picks. The Jets get an A. The Cowboys, and this is per Seth Walder, they get an F. And I'm going to read you what it says. There's no other way to put it. This is a horrific trade for the Cowboys. It is completely unfathomable. You got it. For a team like Dallas to be trading away major draft resources for a soon-to-be 28-year-old defensive tackle on a salary-heavy contract in a season where it has a 7% chance to make the playoffs. So
that doesn't think about next year.
That is very true.
Okay.
Now, it eventually says, because there are 4 more paragraphs before it gets to that, the value Dallas gains really is for 26 and 27, when Williams will only get older. But they aren't getting those years for free. Williams' contract was salary heavy as opposed to bonus heavy. So assuming this contract was untouched, the Cowboys are going to pay Williams $21.75 million in cash next year and $25.5 million in cash in 2027. That's not necessarily true, but fair enough. So they're focused on the now and hating that deal. And the one thing I will say for both Logan Wilson and Quinnen Williams is, much like the Kenny Clark inclusion in the Micah deal, if you don't want them after this year, Logan Wilson and Kenny Clark have no dead money attached to them. I can't fathom a world in which you wouldn't want Quinnen Williams back, obviously. Then you're on the hook for $21.75 million next year and then no more dead money. So if you just look at it from a asset player and how much money you're going to have to give up, it is a positive. Although I will admit, I also share concerns about the draft capital they gave up.
They still have a first-round pick for 26.
They have 2.
They have 2 first-round
Yes.
picks. Well, that's what I meant. They're the one that they got from the Packers.
Correct.
So in this next draft, they can add 2 first-round picks or move up if they wanted to. Like, I know there were a lot of options. There were plenty of options when you had 4 total in the next 2 years.
Right.
I would have loved to collected a couple more lower round picks while you're also making these deals.
Right.
You know, you lose a second, I would
Sure.
like to got a 5th or a 6th.
And
Just
in
as,
that draft,
as compensation. There.
If in that draft, you don't have a second or a third.
Yeah. So,
but you have 2 firsts.
2 first to add to what you hope are high pedigree players. Like, that's what your hope is.
So let's talk about Quinnen Williams, the player, because I just saw somebody say it's weird to talk about defensive linemen as if they're going to be washed by the age of 28. All right, so let's focus in on Quinnen Williams. The biggest thing I think people should probably prepare for is he can win the line of scrimmage, and maybe being in a different scheme will change this number, but he is not pass rushing anywhere near as well as he has in the past. However, where has that talent gone? It's gone to the run-stopping era. I remember when we previewed the game against the Jets, we were kind of joking about this, but Quinnen Williams has secured run stuffs, which means run plays for a loss or no gain on 9% of his run defense snaps. I know we joked the last go around that that's not very high, but that actually is very high. It is higher than his all-time career high rate of 6.6%. So he has become a more efficient run stopper than at any point in his entire career. He has 13 run stuffs this year for a loss or no gain. That's the second most in the NFL this season.
Okay.
So if you just want to look at it from that perspective, has he been as efficient of a pass rusher? Absolutely not. But where has that gone? It's gone to becoming one of the most efficient run-stopping interior defensive linemen in the entire game. Since 2022, you can like Pro Football Focus's stats or not. I'm just telling you, there are 2 defensive interior linemen since 2022 that have an 85-plus pass rush grade and an 85-plus run defense grade. One of them is Quinnen Williams.
Wow.
So from that
impressive.
From that perspective, while I wonder if some people will be disappointed about the pressures he puts on or the sacks that he gets, I don't think anyone will be disappointed by his ability to negate runs.
Oh man, I haven't had a voice crack like that in years. I want to see him in this defense first, obviously.
For sure.
Like, because I can only go and say what I've watched before and say I know what he's capable of.
Are you bummed you have to wait 2 weeks for that then?
I am.
Or a week and a
But
half?
I'm actually excited for that too. It's going to build up anticipation. Jerry knows that.
For sure.
Like, these are the stories for the Kevin, think about this for a second. They didn't make any trades at the deadline. They're on bye week.
Yeah.
They don't exist for 2 weeks.
You're probably right.
Jerry knows that.
You're probably right.
So he was like, I got to give him stories. This Quinnen Williams thing it'll roll for a minute. They're going to have all sorts of questions. They've run out of questions to ask all the other guys that are stinking. Might as well get somebody else in here. So that's I'm interested to see what they ask of him in this defense. If they say, hey, we know what you were capable of in New York, we're just going to ask you to do that. Or if they say, hey, we know, and Kevin, don't forget, wasn't Russell Maryland a key piece to those Super Bowl teams? That was from the middle of the defense as well. So that, like, those are, I don't know what Eberflus is going to need and expect from him. I have an idea, but they might ask him to do some other things. They might move some of these guys around a little bit and say, well, you know what, we actually have a little better position for you outside. I'm very interested to see what Eberflus does, and I hope he and Schottenheimer over the next couple weeks sit down with that defense and go, all right, let's make some really good plans for the last half of the season. Whether we get in the playoffs or not, we need to have a good showing to figure out what this team should look like next year. Because if you get the max out of these guys and the guys that you know you're going to have next year, then doesn't that help you build your team next year as well? You go, oh, I don't have to worry about that position. We're good there. So that's going to be a big one right now.
Now, the possible defense that you roll out against the Raiders. Now,
and he's also not Mazi.
That's true. There are some people who are glad that Mazi is just gone, but then you also get, I think it's like $2.5 million off the books. So you'll rotate plenty of players, but something like Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, Osa Odighizuwa, probably only 2 of those maybe at a time. Donovan Ezeraku, Jadeveon Clowney off the edges, Logan Wilson and DeMarvion Overshown at your linebacker spot, then Deron Bland, Kyer Elam, and Reddy Stewart, and then Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson at safety. So in terms of making those trades and in terms of getting some more time to heal up on the bye, that could be what your defense looks like. And I know I'll continue to hope, maybe foolishly, that Trayvon Diggs is not far behind to help beef up your secondary.
And you say far behind health-wise?
Yeah, that, I guess. That whole thing still feels just more complicated to me than just his health.
The fact that he's still here is interesting to me.
Yeah.
Because they're hoping they can turn him around.
For sure.
But I will say this, Quinnen Williams is the player. He's the type of player that Micah was wanting.
Yeah.
Micah, while he was here, was like, get me a Dexter Lawrence, get me a dude like this.
Sure.
And they did. They just don't have Micah anymore. And that's the trade-off they felt they had to make in order for this thing to turn the way it is.
And I think a lot of this probably pivots too on what you think about like Will McClay and the scouting and drafting staff right now as well. Because if you think they're doing a great job, you're probably like, whoa, we give them a first and a second. I hate it. But I know there's lots of people who are not enamored with the job that they've been doing as of late, and they're like, great, take a proven player that I know is good.
I'm with that. I do like that mentality too, especially when you're trying to build a team. I've had some problems with some of the picks they've made that haven't panned out.
Like most of the 23 draft.
Mazi and Schoonmaker.
Yeah.
Overshown has not either.
You're right.
Fahoko, Awesome Richards, Eric Scott didn't work out.
That was a terrible draft.
That draft is non-existent, essentially. And so there are some misses. I do think the Cowboys, because they do not do anything in free agency, have put a lot of pressure on that. And a lot of pressure on those guys to make impacts immediately from the 4th and 5th round, which I don't think is fair.
Yeah. There's no reason we should be talking about Ravel coming back again and again as if he's going to solve the defense.
Yeah, the goal is for the 4th, 5th round guys, even 3rd round guys sometimes, to come in and work their way into a position.
Yeah.
That's why you add good veterans at those positions for them to learn from and grow and learn. Now, maybe they're good enough every once in a while to take over, but it doesn't happen like that all the time. Then what happens? You put a guy out there that's not ready for the job, and now he's a bust, and you move on from him, or he's a bust, he never has confidence to play the game again. So this has been a failure on that part, but at the same time, that was the Cowboys. They said, we're gonna draft and sign our own. That's going to be our philosophy. And now they've said we're changing that up a little bit as they've been making over the last few years, they've made some pretty significant trades to add better talent.
Corey, unfortunately, I've started to imagine the Cowboys defense, but now through the lens of Jerry Jones. And I'm like, oh my God, we're going to be the best defense ever. We got Logan Wilson, Overshown coming back. I don't know if you heard about that. It's been underpublicized. And then you got Shamar James, that cornerback group with Bland, and then Revel, and then, Trayvon Diggs. Man, if I could view the defense through that lens, we'd be top 10. Probably.
We're almost there, Kevin. We're almost there.
Only a few more moves, and we'll make it happen. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Would you want these two Rangers pitchers back next on The Fan?
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll do our first show from the new studio. And Jared Sound is going to join you at 3 o'clock, talk Rangers offseason and swinging for a cause. Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
Man, I love to feast, and I love Waxahachie also. I love Waxahachie. It's a great place, beautiful place that I've always loved. Kevin, I cannot wait for this Friday for us to be the Friday football feast.
Congratulations, Waxahachie. We will see you. Taco Bueno 1080 West Highway 287. We're going to have all kinds of fun content. We got giveaways every single hour, and the deliciousness of Taco Bueno with that $6 party box. You can mix and match any four that you want with that party quesadilla, grilled roll-up, beef or chicken. I would suggest the beef. It's delicious. Party taco and party burrito. All of it going down this Friday in Waxahachie. Taco Bueno, 1080 West Highway 287. We'll see you there 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Get Thanksgiving ready at Whole Foods Market with big savings on everything you need. 365 brand turkeys are on sale for just $1.49 a pound with Prime. and they're raised with no antibiotics ever. Explore sales on frozen appetizers like breaded calamari and popcorn shrimp, great for hosting. And make Friendsgiving potlucks easy with their heat and eat festive turkey family meal and an array of grab-and-go sides. Save on your Thanksgiving spread at Whole Foods Market. Terms apply.
Tolos, did your building take serious roof damage from the storms this spring or summer, and your insurance company denied the claim?
I'm Josh Vining with Greystone Roofing. We're licensed through the Roofing Contractors Association of Texas, and I'm a Hague-certified roof inspector and licensed insurance adjuster. Our team of engineers, consultants, and envelope experts specialize in overturning large loss denials, and we've done it many times.
So Tolos, don't settle for less than what's owed.
Call Greystone Roofing or visit greystone-roofing.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or price stopped. Opt out.
Mom, can we do pizza night tonight? Not this week, sweetie. Payday's not until Friday.
Hey, we don't have to wait. Remember, we qualified for up to $750.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
He turns, hesitates, kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Four-seam fastball elevated that time by Malley, so Jansen is out on strikes.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan, where at least some of management is actively trying to wreck up our building.
I'm in on this,
right
man.
Now.
You know how I feel about it all.
Well, right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets. Do you want me to start with the Rangers or others?
Oh, are you talking about the big moves?
What big moves? There's been a bunch of spare moves, but I'll tell you about them.
I don't know. There might be big moves on the ways, but I'm hearing.
Yes, for the Rangers, I feel like we've been pretty upfront about that.
Some things could happen.
Yu Darvish has had elbow surgery. He will miss all of the 2026 season.
Oh.
And I wonder about the future of
You
his
wah
career.
wah 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 wonder.
That's a good song.
I think that he would be done. As far as it's.
How old do you think Yu Darvish is?
34.
It's 39.
Really?
Yeah. So obviously,
in human years.
Yes, in human years.
Impressive.
He will be 40 and a half, I guess.
How much has he not pitched in his career?
A good amount. And so I wonder if this is the end. You know, I don't know that, but I wonder that.
All right, so he's 39.
Correct.
You say.
Why would I lie about that?
He has pitched in 297 games in his career.
Okay.
162 game average, 34 games a year. Not bad. I don't know, something like that. He has made it to, let's say, 32. What's the height for 30?
33.
33. He has never pitched 33 games in a season. He has pitched 32, 31, 31, 30, 30, and that's it.
I mean, I count those as absolute full seasons, though.
Okay.
So, you missed
The
a
first
start
3 seasons
or
with
two.
the Rangers, 29, 32, 22, pretty good.
Yeah.
And the dude was a strikeout pitcher.
For sure.
Absolutely. I don't think his career here was a little undersold because he was really good here too.
Right.
I think his career overall is kind of a miss.
See,
considering what we expect.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that. And I know people will say, oh, he's runner-up for Cy Young twice. And I hear you on that. One of them was the shortened season, if that changes your opinion, anything. But, he was sold to us like he was the pitching-only Shohei.
Yep.
Like, he was going to come in and change everything.
And you'd get Yamamoto type moments from him.
And those first 2 years, it sure did look like that was going to be the case.
It just took, he was one of those guys that he wasn't efficient.
That's true.
He could strike out a whole bunch of people.
I think he got more efficient.
But he took 800 pitches per inning.
Right.
And by the first inning, you're like, you've thrown 7 games. You're done. And so he's one of those guys that I'm with you. I don't know how much longer he can do it, but he does have a lot of balance and, in his life when he talks about working both arms and being balanced with his physical body. But I just don't know if he can get back out there and do it. It's a lot of work.
So there's a plethora of players staying with their current team. Salvador Perez signed a 2-year deal to stay with the Royals. So 2 years, $25 million right there. Trevor Story exercised an option to stay with the Red Sox, but perhaps most surprisingly of the bunch, Shane Bieber has exercised his option to stay with the Toronto Blue Jays. His option is for $16 million. He turned down a $4 million buyout. So essentially, $4 million buyout, and he's getting paid $16 million. So he certainly would have gotten more than $12 million per year on the open market. But I like that. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to test free agency right now. I want to come back with the Blue Jays. And I'm assuming, see if we can finish the job this time. So good for him. For
that is a
back.
big, I agree, good for him. that is a big gamble in baseball.
For sure.
Because you can go get cash, buddy. Especially you can cash in on a season like that. Now,
I feel
obviously,
like he's probably made. I'll go look up what he's made for his career.
You can always want more.
That's true.
That being said, there is something to be said for happiness and liking where you are, liking the people you work with, liking the organization. But there is just no absolute when it comes to you'll be back.
Yeah.
Because Major League Baseball, you've seen this over and over and over. A team rocks in there and then never gets back again.
Not as much as I would have thought, but I wonder.
$64 million in his career.
Yeah, that's not as much as I would have guessed. But I wonder if he's like, all right, let me go out there, pitch a whole season for hopefully a contender, and then he'd be a free agent at 31.
Because you also consider this. There's two things to bring up in this. One, it seems like the last few years, the smallest handful of players get the big contracts.
Right.
And then all these other guys kind of get left out in the cold.
Right.
And they have to settle for 1-year deals.
Yeah.
So maybe that's another thing to be thinking of. Also, Kevin, we have heard some whispers that this season could be one that might be the last for a minute.
I don't think it's a secret from that to the Angels contract with their manager. 2027 could be a mess.
So maybe he's like, I'll go back to Toronto, not test free agency where I could get a giant contract that doesn't exist.
Right.
But I'll take this 1 year, and then maybe if we do have a lockout, I'll come back and be able to hit free agency again after that.
That is going to be interesting to watch.
I don't know how agents play this game right now because obviously you want to have your money as quickly as possible.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on that and see if other people maybe kind of go that direction.
Let's keep an eye. Let's do 2 eyes.
Okay. We will keep 2 eyes on it. Tyler Mahle and Merrill Kelly. I'm going to give you a price tag, and you tell me if you want the pitchers back. Let's start with Tyler Mahle. 1 year, $17 million.
That's how much it's going to cost to bring him back?
Yes. Now, this is...
No thanks.
Okay. These are projections, and this is all going off the fact that, like, they want to be back here, which, I don't know that to be the case. Tyler Mahle was fantastic when he pitched, but I know people will go back to the idea that he has not pitched more than 120 innings in 4 years.
Okay.
But he was fantastic when he was here until he could not pitch anymore. And I know that's a concern. All right, so your pass?
Yeah, and listen, Kevin, I want the pitcher. So what I'm doing right now is playing I just don't suspect our Rangers are spending that.
That is very fair.
So that's if you're listening to me at the moment, I'm in a mindset of I think that our management is about to get cheap.
Okay. And then I wonder if that would change if, like, let's say, not promising this is going to happen. Let's say you traded off Marcus Semien for half price.
Okay.
Like, you pay half, the other team pays half. And you traded Corey Seager. I wonder if the amount of savings there would be like, all right, well, we can pick up like some lower tier things.
That's a good question.
Like this.
That's a good question.
All right. Merrill Kelly, 2 years, $30 million total. So that would be $15 million per year.
I love the guy. I think he's a good pitcher. He's not an overpowering pitcher by any means, but he gives you good innings.
And he was fine.
He gives you clean innings a lot of times. I think this whole thing at the end of the year just kind of fell apart, and that was unfortunate with him, with the team in general.
Right.
But I think Kevin, if I get to a big game, I have confidence in a big game with him. So I might want to do that.
So yes, 2 years, $30 million.
Now, I mean, if there's a strike, I don't have to pay him that second year. So I'm guessing.
That's what you think.
Uh-huh.
By the way, no brainer for the Braves. They exercised the club option on Chris Sale. 1 year, $18 million.
I'm sorry, and I shouldn't say strike. I should say lockout, correct? Is that the correct term for what's really happening? Or what really could happen?
I think it would be closer to a strike.
Okay.
But I guess we've got a year to determine which side is going to pull that. One of them is going to. All right. Let's go to the finalists for the awards. NL MVP, Kyle Schwarber and Juan Soto. So no Shohei. I'm just kidding. Obviously, Shohei is the finalist for the MVP because he's going to win it. In the American League, good for you, Jose Ramirez, for making the finals. But it's really going to be down to Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh. I don't think anyone has any illusions otherwise. Cy Young Award, Christopher Sanchez, Paul Skeens, and Yamamoto. Just remember, this is a regular season award, so I would be tremendously surprised if Yamamoto won the Cy Young. I'm still thinking
he should get every potential postseason award out there.
Agreed. Even, I think he should get other awards that he's not even necessarily eligible for.
I agree.
Like ALCS MVP.
Yes.
I think they should have given that to him, too.
Yeah, he was that good.
Hunter Brown is the AL Cy Young Award finalist, along with Garrett Crochet and Tarek Skubal. I believe that the thought is that Skubal will take it down, and if he does, he'll be the first back-to-back AL Cy Young Award winner in 25 years.
Impressive.
Since Pedro Martinez.
I know him. He had a great career.
He did have a great career. Did he steal a Cy Young from Greg Maddux?
He threw an old man on the ground once.
That is true. He did. For Manager of the Year.
Old man shouldn't have been going to him, though.
You know what? That's probably fair, too.
He didn't want to end up on the ground.
Terry Francona with the Reds, Pat Murphy with the Brewers, and Rob Thompson with the Phillies. AL Manager of the Year, John Schneider with the Blue Jays, Stephen Vaught with the Guardians, and Dan Wilson with the Mariners. So there are some of your finalists for the major awards in the Major League Baseball season. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola, plus the story I know Corey cares the most about, the return of Red Panda, next on The Fan.
The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How's it going?
Never a dull moment, sir?
We did it, Mickey.
Just when you think that nothing's going on, just wait a day with the Cowboys.
Man, that's for sure. Maybe sometimes just wait an hour because...
Yes, I know.
About, an hour and a half after we talked to you yesterday, give or take.
Right.
The Cowboys make the move for Quinnen Williams. A lot of discussion about what it means this year, but also what it could mean for the next 2 years as well. I know there are a lot of layers to this trade. What's your initial thought? How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I always thought that if you were going to give up some draft choice capital, like serious one,
which they did,
then it can't be a rental player for 8 games. It's got to be multi-year. So the fact that it's this year and they have control 2 more years, I like that part of it. I like the fact that you're not giving up one of your first-round picks this coming draft. So I thought that was a plus. I know it's a second, but I think I can deal with that since I'm not sure if people are criticizing it, if they understand how weak the Cowboys were up the middle. On defense.
Well, and one of the things that Corey brought up when we were talking about it, because ESPN gave the trade an F.
I saw that.
But the first 5
it's like, who is that guy, by the way?
Right. And to Corey's point, the first 5 paragraphs were all about this team's not going to make the playoffs, et cetera, et cetera. And only then did it dive into 2026 and then 2027.
Yeah. And then I think there was another thing in there. Well, and they gave up Mazi Smith. Seriously?
Yeah.
Have you been watching? So yeah, no, I thought that when we talked about needs, and I know I probably exaggerated when I said, well, yeah, I need one of each. I need a tackle, I need an end, I need a linebacker. How about a safety and a cornerback, right?
Right.
But the biggest need, I thought, was to kind of refurbish that defensive front, especially the tackle position. Because they just were getting double teamed in there and nobody could hang in there. Well, now I think between 3 or 4 guys, maybe you got something that somebody's got to pay attention to Quinnen Williams. And when people always talk about, well, yeah, he's getting up in age. Well, he's not getting up in that big an age, right? And the fact that, well, he's a 3-time Pro Bowler. Yeah, and all 3 were the past 3 seasons too. By the way, it's not like he's totally just fallen off. So, I thought if that's where you were going to go, that might have been the best person available to help you out. And if you get better play in the middle, maybe it'll help the defensive ends to step up and do something, right?
Sure.
We saw a little bit in the game on Monday night, not consistently enough. But I thought it was a step in the right direction, and I don't think you should just slough off because they only gave up a 7th-round pick for Logan Wilson. I think that he's a guy that at least has a track record of helping how he played in the middle, and if he still has that and I understand what the Jets were doing, then yeah, I think that's a good addition also, and the fact that you might have a couple more players coming in over the hill as reinforcements.
How do you think the Aaron Whitecotton's knowledge of the player, how
his
helped?
influence?
Yeah,
I would think it had a lot to do, right?
You think so?
Or to reinforce maybe what they were considering. It's like, hey, what do you think if we do this?
Mm-hmm.
And he knew he knew all he needed to know about him. Same thing with. Who was the other guy he had? The Cowboys, Solomon Thomas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's as a rotation guy. I think he's a good hand. But they just, from a concerted effort, they just didn't get enough in there, and you don't want to overuse guys. So yeah, I think Whitecotton, and we should have an opportunity to talk with him. The assistant coaches are available starting right now, by the way. But yeah, I'd be interested to see, see what he has to say.
Okay, so I did just see something. John Owning was pointing out the difference in stance from when White Cotton was his coach and this year, and just kind of, if you want to ask about like something that he might change, if his stance might be something that he can look into, because that might be a reason, like some of the leverage he's had, some of those differences this year. That's just something thrown out there.
And I just found out that Williams should be doing a press conference at noon.
There we go. Look at that. Press conferences, baby. Let's get some football happening.
So you guys you're gonna be just overloaded today.
Yeah, we have Tim Brown joining us in the studio at noon.
Wow,
we are. So
now, is this your last date? Is that what you told me?
In the studio, yes.
In the studio.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, okay, but you're still doing.
Mickey was like, I don't have to do an interview with you guys.
I just need to know. I got a schedule, you know.
Mickey, man, I like how he's not concerned about our future.
No, easily my schedule.
Mickey,
you work.
I promise you, if we stop doing the show, we'll give you a heads up more than the day of.
No, I just wanted to know if I was dealing with you guys or backups or next man up.
Gotcha.
No, we're not being next man up yet.
Okay.
We'll see what the future holds. But no, I'm just kidding. We plan on being here.
No, I think what they did is, it's a step in the right direction, and the fact that it's not just for now. It's not like, oh, okay, this is going to fix this season for a 3-5-1 team, but who knows? This is a weird league, and we're seeing a lot of strange things happening. That I think everybody's perception was, well, this team's untouchable. You're not going to beat, and now they're getting beat by common people. So it'll be interesting to see if they can at least turn this defense around from 31st. Can you get to 25?
Right.
I'm not asking, for the world here, just to, be competitive and not be a sieve the way they have been. And, maybe with Revel coming back, maybe that helps out the cornerback position, because the cornerback position certainly is getting exposed. And, everybody that wanted to play man, well, you saw what happened when they played a lot of man this Monday night, didn't they?
Yeah.
So, kind of be careful what you ask for, and maybe more knowledgeably what you ask for. And I'm not trying to offend anybody, but when you play zone, that tells me you're protecting your secondary, because you don't trust these guys to go man. And who are they trusting besides Bland? And he didn't have a good night, right?
He struggled.
The other guys, Buffalo gave away Elam. They didn't want him. And then Bridges was starting, and, he was a 7th-round pick the Chargers didn't want. And now these are your starters. I think, they finally got Kalen Carson in there for 21 snaps or 19 snaps, something like that. Well, let's go see if Seatbelt found his seatbelt and see if he can play as one of the top 3 if you're not going to have Diggs for 2 more games. Now, and I don't even know if him coming back solves anything either, by the way.
Is that because we're still concerned about his ability to play or coming back from an injury? Or is that because you think there's still something else at play that we just haven't gotten the entire story on?
Like he's not engaged?
Yeah, or there seems to be some sort of disconnect. Like I don't pretend to know all of the inner workings of what that disconnect is, but it seems to be there.
Well, if I'm looking at body language, I would not argue with you. So hopefully, he can kind of get engaged and be healthy enough to get out there and play. And, just because he only you're on IR and you got to miss 4 games, right? Well, that doesn't mean when you come back, you're going to be healthy enough to go. You may have to practice a couple weeks and see where he's at, but just be engaged with the team. That's all I'd ask for.
The offensive line, how can they get that in this next 2 weeks? How can they get that to be back to what we were hoping it would be?
Somebody found out something these last 2 weeks because they got exposed, didn't they?
Yeah,
pretty hard.
Yeah, with your tackles and up the middle. I mean,
the
I guess
2
Cooper
tackles, and I don't know if there's something to this or not, but Tyler Smith had been on the injury report as limited for the last couple of weeks in practice, and then he's played. By Friday, he's full, or whatever day that they had to do that. But again, he's the only experienced guy out there. You know, when Steele was taken out, and there's Nate Thomas trying to play right tackle, a second-year guy playing his third NFL game, and you got a second-year guy at center and a second-year guy at left tackle who still's inconsistent. That's a pretty young offensive line at that point. So, that might be the next position or the offensive line. You know, I know they've spent capital there, but maybe you need to spend a little more. We got to see, because without, kind of reminded me what they were missing with a healthy Zach Martin when I saw him on the big screen at the game on Monday night.
Did you were you concerned at all, or did you breathe a sigh of relief when Dak was like, it was a little ankle roll, I'm fine, we got a bye week, it's not a worry? Because, I know he was out there in the second half, but when you saw him going to the locker room at halftime, I was like, whoa, that looked a little rough.
And that's another thing. I don't want him have to run like that to save sacks.
Right.
They can count sacks, they can count pressures. I count also him having to run to preserve getting sacked, right? That's why he's running. They're not calling quarterback sneaks or quarterback draws or anything. He's running because, I don't know if I got time to, sort through this. I saw there was one play, and I think it was on the first possession. Arizona had a 3-man rush, and they blitzed a guy. They triple-teamed the guy in the middle, and no one picked up the guy blitzing. And Dak had to, unload a lot quicker. Or one of the plays on that first possession when they didn't score in the red zone, both tackles got beat, and they were going to meet at Dak's feet. And he didn't have time to kind of survey what was going on. And it's like, okay, got to get the ball out, right? But he got sacked, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So, that offensive line needs to get back to playing at a higher level than what they have in these last two games. And I don't know if it's matchups, you guys, like who they were up against. These defensive lines were much better than defensive lines they faced previously. But I think, you got 2 weeks to look at this and maybe you can figure something out.
Well, we'll catch up with you again tomorrow. And
yes.
Then I was against it, but Corey said we really should give you the day off on Friday.
I appreciate that very much.
He calls the shots.
And then I'll
said yes.
I'll help you out because I'll have a bird's eye view of A&M.
Oh, hey, Mickey, I know you want your team to win. And that's great, and I appreciate that. This is a generational season for us, and we always beef it. So if you could really get A&M to win this game, I would appreciate it a lot.
And you're probably there are so many people telling me, well, you come on, they got to help us out. They got to help us out against A&M. And I'm going, I don't know what I can do for you.
Okay, well, you look into that.
I'll see if I can help you. No, I can't help you out. I know that.
Thank you very much. We'll catch you again tomorrow.
Take care. See you.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. All right, do you want to talk about Red Panda or Magic Johnson?
Oh, hold on. What did Magic Johnson do this time?
So this is something we just didn't talk about on Monday. And in Magic Johnson fashion, let's talk about it all very factually. Magic Johnson now has 18 championship rings.
Okay.
So on the court, he won 6.
Oh, yeah, he owns the Dodgers.
Yes. 1 with Michigan State.
Okay.
And then 5 with the Lakers. As an executive or owner with the Lakers, he has 5 more. And he won 1 with the Los Angeles Football Club. He won with the Sparks. And now he has 3 with the Dodgers. It is crazy to think like he's one of the greatest winners that we've ever seen.
Yeah, whenever he attaches himself to something. And he's winning at life, dude. I mean, just think about that for a second. We all thought when we were kids he was done. Life was over
Yes.
for him, and he would be gone within a year.
I agree.
And the dude has been able to continue living and have these types of successes and investment successes as well. Plus, he was the Burger King for a while, dude. He owned Burger King.
And his line for Kershaw is, he goes, "I'm happy for Kershaw to go out as a champion. And then I'm happy for myself because that's 18 championship rings."
Just the facts.
Exactly.
That's what Magic always does.
Just the facts.
Ma'am.
And then, Alec, what I know you would have picked. Red Panda's back.
That's right.
She got hurt on July 1st, the superhuman cyclist, and she came back for the Bulls game. And they had Red Panda in a Bulls Michael Jordan 45 jersey because this was the return before she really shows off her true greatness. And guess what happened in that game? It was at the United Center. The Chicago Bulls, no doubt inspired by Red Panda at the half, they made a massive comeback in the second half to win. And I think they're like 6-1 or something ridiculous. So there's nothing that Red Panda can't do except for fail.
We need a Red Panda for the Mavs.
Red Panda has done stuff with the Mavs.
But our record isn't good.
That is true.
So in order to turn it around,
do you think she could play the point? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus you be the judge if Vegas is lying to you. Next on The Fan.
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, yeah, of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
Am I not doing it right?
No.
I
Not
don't
really.
even know what y'all are doing.
That's LA Night.
You know exactly what we're doing because Mike was obsessed with them too.
Yeah. What did he call
Those are
them?
the
Like,
shoes you wear?
didn't he call them? That was didn't he call them like California thighs or something like
That's
that?
what he called it.
I gotta go look up LA Night.
Yeah. I interviewed him. He is on our podcast page.
Do I spell it with a K?
Oh my God.
Yes, you do. Anyways, it's time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford. As mentioned, the pride of Mansfield, Texas is what they call me for one final time from 4131. It is AM on the FM.
That's what they said.
Yeah, that's what they said. I mean, hey, I've got a drop for that too. Thank you for giving me a reason to play this today.
I called that one.
Thank you. All right. But we got the question of the day. Plus, you be the judge if this Vegas casino is lying to you or not. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But if you want to get things started real quick with some sports, it does look like the cornerback that everybody has been talking about because he's been injured for a while, Asante Samuel Jr., is now scheduling his visits. And his first will be with, of course, you think he's going to play with the contender, right? The Carolina Panthers is who he will be visiting with first.
You shut up. The Carolina Panthers have a winning record, Jack.
They do, and they beat us, so they're clearly contenders. They have to be, right? Maybe?
How weird would it be if the Carolina Panthers got into the playoffs for the NFC and the Chiefs missed the playoffs?
Dude.
What kind of odds could you have gotten on that at the beginning of the season?
Whatever you would have written down on a piece of paper and just gave to the odds makers. They would have said, yeah, we'll give you that. But today, gentlemen, outside of that, It's National Love Your Red Hair Day. Yes, so if you want to tell me how awesome my hair is or what you like about me, you can text that in, I guess. 877-881-1053.
What's that? That he doesn't have a soul?
No. Do you believe that this is a real day?
Yeah, it was founded in 2015 by the co-founders of How to Be a Redhead.
Have you ever seen the South Park episode about gingers?
Yes.
It's amazing.
Do you
They have gingivitis.
Do you take a lot of pride in red hair?
Yeah, I'd say so because it gets a lot of conversations going and it gets a lot of compliments.
Like what kind of conversations?
It's, oh my gosh, your hair is so pretty. Like, how do you take care of it? Blah, blah, blah.
That's not because your hair is red. It's because your hair is pretty.
Well, because it's red. It's unique. Okay. You know, I was often told growing up that the blue eye, red hair combination was very, very rare.
It is the rarest in the world.
I don't know if that was my mom just trying to make me feel special or if that's actually factually true. I don't know. But the holiday that we're going to focus on, gentlemen, is National Donut Day. It's National Donut Day. So give me your favorite donut and or your favorite donut place to go get said donuts. 877-881-1053. I would like to know. Obviously, there's a new number one seed in my heart, thanks to you fine gentlemen. I think the cronut is the superior iteration of the donut, even though I know it's not technically what you're traditionally used to. I think it's better than a regular donut.
I still think the donut hole goes pretty hard.
It does.
And
dude, hey Kevin, what do you think about cronut holes?
Yeah, so here's what I'll tell you though.
Those are trouble.
I think I like the cronuts better than the cronut holes because I think the cronut hole and the donut hole are close enough. Whereas I think the cronut's on a whole another level than the donut. And I really used to think that the donut hole, they just punched the hole out of the middle of the donut, and that's where you got it.
And it's shocking that that's not the case.
It is. It feels very inefficient, right?
Yeah, they're just like, we just balled this one up. Because they just take the ball, stretch it out, and make it a donut. Like that's essentially what they do.
Oh.
The cronut hole has.
Is that your number one?
Gone up on. It's like it's cronut then cronut hole has what has happened.
Okay.
And because of the buttery croissant flavor, in addition to the cronut hole actually collects more glaze also. So there's glaze all over it. Everywhere.
They do that in the back room.
But you start popping a couple of those things, and guess what? You don't realize you're 18 in. You know, like here, you eat one cronut, and you're like, I counted one. You pop a couple of these things, and you're just like, oh, how many have I had? I don't know.
Do you think that's why they do it in dozens? They're like, we're trying to protect you.
12 is
Otherwise, if they gave you that like Chick-fil-A nugget platter, like if you ever ordered for your office, it's too many, and you're like, how many have I eaten?
All of
17.
them.
Oh crap.
Yeah.
I get too hard on myself if I start counting. Whenever there's like a buffet situation, I start keeping track, I get too self-conscious.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm like, just don't even bother counting. The only time that I actually count for sport is like when I sit in the all-you-can-eat sections at the ballpark.
Okay.
Like that, or if it's $1 hot dog day, that's when I'm counting because I'm being competitive on purpose.
Okay.
But if I'm there just to eat, I don't want to realize how much I've eaten. I don't want to reflect on that and be like, oh man, my calorie deficit, what am I doing? Like, I don't want to do that. It just makes me sad. 877-881-1053. National Donut Day, your favorite donut or your favorite donut place.
Growing up, Kevin, in high school at Bryan Adams over in East Dallas, there was a place called Oats Donuts. All right. And I think it was just a one-off. It was the white box with Oats Donuts printed on top. You know,
those are the best ones.
And I stopped in there 3 times a week probably on my way to school. And they knew I was getting a Red Bull, I was getting an eclair, a chocolate eclair, and I was getting a blueberry donut. Every single day, that's what I took into school. And about 3 days a week.
Right.
And she always threw me extra stuff because she knew me. Like, she loved me.
The extra donut holes, I always think taste better than the regular ones.
Yes, they do.
I can't prove that. What's the donut place? Help me out, fan texters. You're going toward Austin. It's the donut place. It's just like it's a stop on the side of the road that has the ginormous glazed donut that you could like almost hula hoop in. That thing is freaking huge. It's like $15. Somebody has got to know. I'm hoping multiple people know what that is, because me and Brandon stopped there and we're like, it's probably not that big. Is
it Round Rock Donuts?
I think it is.
Yeah, I've seen
their giant glazed donut.
Yeah.
It was.
I think it's gigantic. It's bigger than your head.
Astonishingly big.
Oh, really? Good to know. Good to know.
I wish.
I had a totally different pivot from there, but now I got to write down 11:30 on Wednesday.
But I think the best donut shops are the ones that just say donuts on them.
Yes. Yeah.
And
like the chain places are cool. I'm a big proponent of Krispy Kreme. I am. Ever since I was a kid, I've always loved it. But you get some of the most unique variations too from the smaller places. Like anytime in college, I would go to visit my friends at UNT. Corey, you might know this place, Amy's Donuts in Denton.
Mm-hmm.
So good. They have the most random seasonal donuts. They're like, they're only going to be here for like this month only, and you'll never see it again in your life. And you're like, well, I got to come back out to Denton like 3 more times. Like some of the things I've seen there are amazing. Like the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup donut and the Fruit Loops donut. Like stuff like that.
They got Kolache Haven out there.
Yeah.
Do you consider
no
Kolaches in the donut world?
I don't.
They are in the donut shops.
I know, but they're their own thing because they could stand on their own.
But that's, hold on. Now, Kolaches, this is where we get in an argument, right?
No.
Because Kolaches are the ones with the little stuff in the middle.
Do you think
at the donut shops, they say Kolaches are basically pigs in a blanket.
See,
just larger.
I disappointed my father-in-law early in me and Jess's courtship because he said, does a kolache have to have like fruit in it or whatever? I was like, no, you have a hot dog. And he goes, I'm disappointed in you. And that was like the end of our conversation. I was like, oh man, I really screwed that up with your dad.
Man, imagine that. If that was like the barometer when you're meeting the parents for the first time, your opinion or your definition of kolaches, this is important.
Yeah.
This is important. I'm going to know if you're the one, if you answer this right.
By the way, thanks to everyone who did text in Round Rock Donuts.
Yeah.
You guys were
I'm
super helpful.
sorry for killing that.
Corey
dream for y'all.
ruined it,
Yeah, I really ruined that.
Well, I knew it. I just choose not to accept it.
Oh,
you know, I have free will. I don't have to accept that fact.
Oh, it's true.
It's not hurting anybody. Yeah, it's not hurting anybody, so I think it's okay. The 512 is in cahoots with you, Kevin, about Round Rock Donuts. They are the bomb.
And it was really good. I was worried that it was going to be gigantic and bad because like their whole selling point would be, hey, it's not good, but there's a lot of it, you know, but it really was very good.
From the 469 Hertz Donuts.
Okay. That's a punch, isn't it?
Yeah. From the 901 Parlor Donuts makes bomb donuts. Lots of people saying Shipley's, obviously very, very famous.
Yeah, so I haven't gone to Shipley's. We used to go there all the time as a kid.
Yeah.
But now there's not one, or I think they just opened up one near me. And so I'd been going to the mom and pop donut shop. So I have to admit, I haven't had Shipley's in a while, but I loved it as a kid.
One of my favorite moments in the history of the world. Was we were doing an event for My Possibilities. And Derek Holland comes up to me and he goes, Corey, do you think they would let me wear the Shipley's Donut mascot outfit? And I was like, yes. First off, you're Derek Holland. Secondly, yes. And so he was like, awesome. And they did. I watched them like take the costume. It was some teenager.
Yes.
And he was running around. I was throwing him footballs. He was running routes in the donut. And then out of nowhere, he ran up on Kevin and scared the crap out of him, and it was hilarious.
Okay, because he started chasing me, and he goes, "Hey, it's me," but he didn't say who he was, and I was just envisioning the story now. Radio host stabbed by man in donut costume, and so I was like, "This is how I'm going to die," and I was like, "Who is me?" And he goes, "It's Derek." And I was like, oh.
He had to keep the illusion going, you know?
Because I was like, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are, mystery donut person.
Oh, okay.
I thought they were going to stab me.
Writing that one down, too. I don't know why.
What?
I just want that.
With a knife. You can keep a knife. That suit's huge.
Donuts don't carry knives.
So we saw a guy dressed up as a toilet for Halloween.
And did he have a knife? What is this? What does this have to do with anything?
You know what, Kevin?
We didn't have an argument, so I don't know.
I think that's a load of crap, Kevin. I don't believe you.
Noah thought it was amazing. He goes, he's a potty. And he thought that was amazing.
You just flushed that joke right down the drain.
I appreciate you guys for listening to the dumbest segment in DFW radio. It makes my day every day. Thank you.
You know we're paying attention.
Yeah, that's right. So, I'm going to read this headline, guys, and I'll explain. But this headline is just unironically hilarious. Las Vegas casino exec admits charging $26 for bottled water, $12 for coffee was a mistake. Promises price changes. So, MGM executive Bill Hornbuckle, that's a real person, admits that prices have gotten a bit out of control at his casino resorts and is promising some significant changes to lure tourists back. Over the summer, there was a viral post from Las Vegas locally on Twitter X, whatever you call it, revealing that the Aria Hotel was charging $26 for a bottle of water in their minibar. And they posted a picture of the price tag and everything. And he put out a whole statement saying that, they think about pricing and things that's got everybody's attention, whether it's the infamous bottle of water or the Starbucks coffee at Excalibur that costs $12. Shame on us.
So at the fancy hotel I stayed at in Las Vegas, you could buy a sex kit in there.
I'm sorry.
What?
You could. It was like $55.
What?
And it had, I swear.
I got to pay $55 to do the deed?
Because it had.
Yeah, that should be free.
It had protection in there. It had things for personal enjoyment also. But they had this little.
Did it have bondage stuff?
No. But they had this little Reese's Pieces. It was like a little
Did it
jar.
have a swing on the wall?
No, it was in a little kit.
Right.
Pineapple.
And it was $16 for the little thing of Reese's Pieces. And they were all on pressure plates. So if you took it off,
sex Reese's Pieces?
These were separate. These are regular Reese's Pieces, not sex Reese's Pieces. That, if you want to combine, that's up to you. But if you took it off the pressure plate for more than 60 seconds, you would get charged for it. So obviously I took the Reese's Pieces off the plate just to see what happened.
Yeah.
And then I put them back on there because that was just too much. But yeah, they had a sex kit and a headphone kit and Reese's Pieces. They had a lot of choices at the Fountain Blue.
Is this Indiana Jones? You take something off a pedestal and then bad things happen?
It lit up. It didn't like lower down and like this big boulder came down, but it did light up when you took it off the pressure plate.
Well, you can be the judge. Do you think he really means it when he says, shame on us?
No.
It was a mistake.
Yeah, he didn't mean it. We're the KNC Masterpiece, I guess, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the folks who will shape the second half of the NFL season. Next on The Fan.
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's Cook. Good patient run. He busts it through. Right on cue. Off to the races. James Cook. House call, touchdown, somersault, he's in.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Let's start with a few awards. Colston Loveland is named the NFC Offensive Player of the Week, no doubt in part because of his game-winning dramatic touchdown in that game that was just freaking bananas. Lamar Jackson was named the AFC Offensive Player of the Week for the 14th time in his career, and not surprisingly, Cam Little, the AFC Special Teams Player of the Week after hitting a record 68-yard field goal.
Colston Loveland scored 29 fantasy points this week.
Nice.
He had not even scored 29 fantasy points combined the whole season.
Oh.
3-0-4-3-5-6. That was as much as he'd done all season long, and in one game blew up. But congratulations to him, because that was significant.
If you're the opponent, you got to be infuriated by that projected scoring right there. Yeah. All right, let's go to, I thought this was really interesting, NFL.com's midseason crystal ball. And we could stop on any of those. The 10 people who will shape the second half of the season.
All right.
Number one on...
Quinnen Williams.
Quinnen Williams, I do not believe, is on the list.
Should be.
The number one person on this list is James Cook, the running back for the Buffalo Bills. I think we all understand the importance of players like Josh Allen, but James Cook potentially continuing to provide something for Buffalo that you desperately need to kind of balance things out, especially in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. James Cook's fantastic, dude.
Aiden Hutchinson is second on the list.
Well, I mean, you saw, obviously there were more than one injury to Detroit last year.
For sure.
But they went through name after name after name trying to replace him last year.
Right.
And so, yeah, I can see if he's healthy and available at the end of the season, they're good.
I thought this one was interesting. Bo Nix is 3 on the list, and then Drake May is 5.
Interesting.
I guess I might have thought that those would be reversed.
Okay.
But it does feel like Bo Nix and Drake May is, on the AFC side will have a huge impact the rest of the season.
That could be the AFC Championship game. Think about that for a second.
I could see that. Which is weird.
But the Patriots have already beaten Buffalo.
Yep.
And Denver is good.
Denver is good.
So
just real quick, let me stop down on Denver. They are good. This is going to bite them. 4 weeks ago, they outscored the Eagles in the fourth quarter 18-0. 2 weeks ago, they outscored the Giants in the fourth quarter 33-13.
Okay.
And then this past weekend, they outscored the Texans in the fourth quarter 11-0. They were losing all of those games. And I just feel like that might not play the same way in the playoffs. And they might find themselves in a situation where they're trailing in the fourth quarter and they get bit or maybe upset because the Magic didn't roll into that.
Yeah. That definitely could happen.
John Harbaugh, the top coach on the list at number 4.
Why?
Because they're going to win their division.
You're convinced of this, aren't you?
So say the bettors.
Okay.
I'm still kind of holding out hope for Cleveland. That's not looking.
My thing with the Ravens is what has convinced everybody that they fixed their defense?
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson wasn't the problem before he got hurt.
Nope.
Their defense was atrocious.
Yeah.
So how did that change so much that the bettors are like, all right, here we go, guys?
I mean, you look back at the beginning of the season, they lost a game to Buffalo where they scored 40 and a game to the Lions where they scored 30. They scored 70 points in those 2 games and lost them both.
Wow.
So to your point about the defense, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Jackson Smith and Jigba,
Heard of him.
number 6 on the list. He is the highest wide receiver on this list.
More so than Sam Darnold.
I think it does. Don't you think it does seem to be like Jackson Smith and Jigba is maybe same or ahead of Sam Darnold, just like Taylor is the same or ahead of Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Just in terms of like people's importance rankings, I guess.
That makes sense. Sam Darnold couldn't do it without Jackson Smith and Jigba, I don't think.
Sure.
I mean, I think he's showing that he's a better quarterback than we thought, or has been in the past at least. But with Jackson Smith and Jigba, like the talent is so there. He's so good.
A couple other ones I wanted to spotlight because I knew we gotta keep moving. Dave Canales, the head coach for the Carolina Panthers, and then I think this one is way too low. Number 10 on the list is Rashee Rice. I'm not the biggest fan in the world of him or that organization, but 10 feels low. 10 feels really low.
You've already seen the direct impact he has.
Yes.
The gravity that Kelsey has is now deeper and heavier because of him.
Yes.
And then when they say, well, screw it, we got to go over to Rashee Rice, now that gravity pulls. That's what you're trying to do on each side of the field, is just kind of pull players to them to create other space, and that's already direct impact.
Now, let's go from that to you scoffed at my overreaction to reality question. The Arizona Cardinals were listening, and they have said Jacoby Brissett will start. And Kyler Murray has officially been benched for at least that one game, and then we'll see what happens. Any surprise at that?
Not really. I know people always say you shouldn't lose the job for injury.
I don't agree with that either.
If you were doing great.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Tom Brady, yes,
sure.
Shouldn't. But if you're middling and another guy has a hot hand, I mean, Bruce Bochy won many championships riding a hot hand, so I'll stick with that one.
You surprised at all, Alec?
Yeah, especially based off of the answer I gave yesterday. Where
Is it because I called you a coward?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm not ready to admit defeat.
Well,
give me another business day.
It's not like Kyler Murray had set the world on fire in any single year.
Yeah.
Like he's done I'm not trying to crap all over him. I'm just saying he has not done enough to say. Now, I understand, though, a lot of times, we've discussed this at many points. Mike's discussed it at many points. The higher draft pick you are, the more opportunities you will get.
Yeah.
Maybe the Cardinals are just like, maybe that opportunity is just no longer with us.
Now, we talked about Frankie Louvu, I think it's yesterday, maybe Monday. His suspension has been reduced to a $100,000 fine, and he can play Sunday against the Lions.
It's a lot of money.
That is true, and they're going to need him. All right, we talked about with Joe Alt being out for the rest of the season, would the Chargers do anything at offensive line? They did trade a 6th-round pick in 2027 for Trevor Penning, making that trade with the Saints. Now, let's talk about the Atlanta Falcons. The Atlanta Falcons are 3-0 when Bijan Robinson runs for 75 yards or more.
Then run him for 75 yards or more every game.
They're 0-5 when he doesn't.
There is nothing that says you should never try to run him for 75 yards or more.
Agreed. But also, how damning does it feel that in only 3 of 8 games has he reached 75 yards rushing?
That is pretty ridiculous. Now, I haven't watched enough of them.
Yeah.
I
know he's had big receiving numbers too.
But I have seen a lot of moments where he's in the backfield, dude.
Yeah.
Like he's just getting stuffed back there. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? And then I'm watching a lot of Red Zone, so it'll go to the next game.
Sure.
But I see a lot of those plays happening. Falcons fans out there, what's happening?
All right. And then finally for you, this is a really weird stat, but I think it's fun. Christian McCaffrey leads the NFL with 1,222 yards from scrimmage. He would be the first player in NFL history to lead the league in scrimmage yards after missing at least 12 games the previous season.
That's insane.
Like I said, this is kind of a niche stat, if you will, but I just thought it was really fun and really shows the resilience of Christian McCaffrey because he's come back from big-time injuries a couple of times.
Oh, yeah, he absolutely has. And, I mean, just the fact that they're like, no, he's the only thing carrying this team anyway. Let's keep giving him the ball.
Yes.
Joe Montana gave it up to a hot hand.
Sure.
Romo also gave it over to a hot hand.
Yeah.
Like those were hot hands that took over.
And for Joe Montana, they had already been dabbling with Steve Young for a couple of years.
They were in love with
that.
Steve Young.
They really were. How many Super Bowls did that get you? Now, for the trade deadline, there were 6 trades yesterday, tied for the third most on any trade deadline day going back to 1990. But Corey, you talked about how much it had been picking up. Think about this. It's tied for the third most this year. You know, it's the second most last year. The first most, which is what I'm going with, was in 2022. So 3 of the 4 most trades in the last 35 years have been in these last 4 years.
I like it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's navigate through the NFC East, or we might have another special guest for you. We'll find out next right here on The Fan.
else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are they? Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We were just encouraged to make it a good last 2 hours, so we intend to do just that. We will talk with Tim Brown in just a minute. He will be live in studio, but also...
We cannot cuss for the rest of the day.
No S?
No S. We cannot say bad words, Kevin, for the rest of the day. Be careful.
Okay. I hope that will happen either way. In the meantime, let's navigate through that NFC East. Always choose your own adventure as we go through the East. Do you want the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Commanders, of the Giants?
Start with the top. Let's go with the Eagles.
The Philadelphia Eagles, they were on a bye this past week, but it gives us an opportunity to reflect on a couple of things. Has Jalen Hurts been better than people think this year?
That depends on what better than people think is.
How good do you think he's been? Like 6th quarterback, 10th quarterback?
No, what stat? Touchdowns, interceptions, the whole thing. I'll say he's a top 7 quarterback.
All right. Through the first 8 weeks, touchdown interception ratio 15-1. That is best in the NFL. Offensive touchdowns 20, second best in the NFL. Passer rating 114.4, third in the NFL. Next generation completion percentage over expected 7.6, better than expected. Third in the NFL. Now I know there are plenty of other stats to deconstruct what a quarterback is, but it does kind of seem like perhaps the faults of Jalen Hurts were a little bit exaggerated. Do you smell something burning also?
Yeah, I always
okay,
do.
Good.
I just want to make sure. Like I'm having a stroke.
Yeah.
When it comes to this, I think when you're watching on the field, you're like, there should be more. And I think a lot of people are frustrated that there's not more, A.J. Brown being one of them. And so I think that he is conservative when it comes to turning over the football. He also knows he can run.
Right.
That's that is one of the factors that he's like, at any given point, if I don't feel comfortable with the throw, I can take off running. And so I think that does definitely kill people's thought on him that he's not making these big time throws, these big time windows, because he doesn't want to risk it. Because he wants to keep that turnover touchdown ratio like that.
Unfortunately, I have a couple more positive Eagles notes. Dallas Goedert has played 7 games and has 7 touchdowns. That already surpasses his career high for touchdowns. Probably not for games played. Although, who knows? Quinyon Mitchell, he ranks number 6 in completion percentage again per Pro Football Focus. And this isn't like a grade system as much as it is a factual system. And that's 6th lowest. Only quarterbacks are only completing 45% of the passes against him.
Wow.
He continues to just evolve into, looks like just a damn fine player.
Yeah, I wonder, you know what? since we are going to have Tim Brown in studio here in just a minute. It'd be fun to ask about, like,
good question.
Like when cornerbacks are that good, what is it that they're doing to be that good? What is it they're doing to give up the booty?
Now,
when they do.
All right. Now, if you're following the standings, next would be your Dallas Cowboys. Is that what you would like to go with?
Let's go with the Cowboys.
All right. Keep in mind, I have positive numbers for you, even though you saw the game. The Cowboys tied a season high with 5 sacks on Monday night. They also recorded 5 sacks against the Jets, but they won that game. For Javonte Williams, he has averaged at least 5 yards a carry 5 times this season. That is tied with James Cook and J.K. Dobbins for the most such games among NFL running backs this season. I realize there are a lot of problems on this team. It does not feel necessarily like Javonte Williams is one of them.
Do you think that he can continue this? I mean,
I think I do now because I had so much doubt, and I feel foolish to have doubted this move because it's worked better than I could have imagined.
The main factor, obviously, is how much of an impact the offensive line will have.
Sure.
If they can't block it, you can't run it. It's just not going to happen. Even Barry Sanders had holes to run through.
Right.
But there is a difference between a regular running back and a dude that can take advantage of what's happening in front of him. And Javonte Williams is taking advantage of once he sees that hole is open, he's going. And Kevin, I love the fact that once he gets to the second level, he's physical because he's not going to cut. He's like, I'll just put my shoulder in you, and then I'm going to the next level with that. So I'm liking that a lot too. But they're blocking it up pretty well. They're drawing up good plays to get him space to run through.
You know, you asked if he can keep this up. I might have to revise because right now, Javonte Williams is on pace to have 1,352 yards rushing, 15 rushing touchdowns, and a 5.2 yard per carry average.
It's a great season.
It really is.
That's an exceptional season for a free agent that you got for rather cheap.
CeeDee Lamb, 7 catches on Monday night. He has 531 career catches, tied with Dez Bryant for the 3rd most in franchise history. However, on the flip side, and this is not so great, Marvin Harrison Jr., he caught 7 of his 10 targets on Monday night, 96 yards and a touchdown. That included 5 of 6 of his targets for 61 yards on 11 routes matched up with Deron Bland. So think about it. They were matched up 11 times. More than half the time, they threw it to Marvin Harrison, and 5 of the 6 times he caught it.
Kevin, that was not, obviously, the Cowboys were not his panacea for getting
Stop
over
saying panacea.
100 yards receiving, but Aaron Whitecotton, defensive line coach for the Cowboys, about Quinnen Williams. I'm excited. Obviously, we have a history together. It was a good history. He's a phenomenal person, phenomenal player. He's hardworking. I was telling Coach, he's probably the most humble, hardworking top pick I've ever been around.
Oh.
He just comes to work every day with a hard hat mentality, which is something that they need.
That feels a little bit different than perhaps the Cowboys' perception of that one player that Jerry won't name. All right, do you want the Commanders or the Giants?
Let's go with the Giants.
For the Giants, Wan'Dale Robinson is all of us. After they lost to the 49ers, fell to 2-7 on the season. It's a variation of that kid for the Jets. And he said, I hate this S. And that just feels fair. Part of the problem was that defense. Mac Jones completed his first 14 passes in the first half.
Dang.
And, it feels like you're probably going to lose. You go back to Darnold with 16 of 16. If you give up no incompletions in the first half and it's not against, a 90s or 2000s academy.
Or Alex Smith.
Yeah, you're probably going to lose.
Which I know you love Alex Smith.
Alex Smith was a quality quarterback.
And he could complete a whole bunch of passes for 7 yards.
Hey! He taught Patrick Mahomes everything he knows.
What?
That's what Patrick Mahomes said. I might be exaggerating part of that quote. Not as much as you think. Jackson Dart, 24 of 33 for 191 yards. He also had 2 touchdowns and a passer rating of 107. He also had 8 carries for 56 yards and another touchdown. Was able to do all of that. They still lost. I wonder, especially with a young quarterback, if they are putting way too much on his shoulders. Now, Christian McCaffrey, what was he able to accomplish against the Giants? He scored a receiving touchdown and a rushing touchdown in the same game. That's the 16th time he's done that in his NFL career. That breaks the record all time with a Hall of Famer. Who do you think used to have the record for most games with a receiving and rushing touchdown in the same game?
Receiving and Marshall Faulk.
Marshall Faulk is correct. He had 15. Christian McCaffrey now has 16. And he said that's an honor. Faulk is one of the best to ever play the game. I feel like Marshall Faulk is appropriately appreciated in the history of football.
Faulk has won a Super Bowl, too.
That's true. Will Christian McCaffrey be appreciated in the history of football?
I think a lot of fantasy owners are going to hold seasons where they drafted him and he got hurt against him. I think a lot of fantasy owners are also going to look back and go, he won me some championships.
Okay.
But I just don't think he's going to get the respect if he doesn't have the championship to go along with it.
Interesting.
Or even multiples.
You don't think that's going to happen, though, right?
Nope.
Yeah. All right.
But he is the workhorse for every team he's ever been on.
For the Commanders, well, obviously they have all kinds of problems. Jane Daniels faced 50% pressure on his dropbacks. That was the highest of his career. But
doesn't have an elbow anymore.
Yeah, then he got hurt, so maybe that part doesn't matter. But let's talk about the defense. We talked about this defense a lot early in the season when people were super high on the Commanders. The Commanders' defense, they're 21st in points, 27th in yards given up, and they have given up 25 or more points in each of their 4 straight losses.
They're bad.
The Seahawks, they passed that in the first half.
Yeah.
Remember, at the first half, that game was OVER, over. Now, here is another potentially huge problem for the Commanders. Dan Quinn was talking about Terry McLaurin. Obviously, he missed the last game against Seattle. But also, Ian Rappaport added that he could be out against the Lions and he could be out against the Dolphins for their game in Spain.
Dang.
Now, that's not set in stone.
Especially after that contract.
Yes.
I mean, that's frustrating.
And what was one of the things that we talked about in our offseason study about the best players in the NFL? The vast majority of them are under 30, especially at key positions like this. And I know Terry McLaurin, who had just turned 30 when he signed that contract, is like, hey, I'm going to see if I can prove it wrong and change that narrative. He has 13 catches this year for 203 yards and a touchdown.
That's unfortunate. There really is. I mean, the Cowboys, their study has shown running backs under 30 is where you stick. They've stuck to that for a while. So that stinks for him. As great as I think he's been, he had to be around those quarterbacks for most of his career, and now he finally had one that he could run with, and that dude can't stay healthy, and he can't either. That stinks.
Is this division starting to just kind of spiral out of control? Because all 3 of the teams that played, they lost. And then you look at this weekend, Monday Night Football, the Eagles, they're underdogs against the Packers. The Commanders, they're massive underdogs against the Lions. They are 8.5-point underdogs. Obviously, the Cowboys don't play, but the Giants are underdogs as well. Could we see a second straight weekend in which all of the NFC East teams that play lose?
Yes. This division it's kind of beat up right now.
It really is.
In a lot of different ways, more than just one. Like the Cowboys are not there beat up in health.
Right.
They're just mostly, well, I guess in safety for sure, but they're beat up because they're bad in a lot of areas. And then the other 2 teams, like the Giants, are bad in a lot of areas, and they don't have Malik Neighbors. And that's a frustrating thing.
Yeah.
So this division could be in a weird spot.
And just juxtapose the top of the West and the East, or excuse me, the top of the South and the East, where Bucks and Eagles are both 6-2. Look at their point differential. Eagles plus 23, Bucks plus 19. 2 teams that are 6-2 in the West, Seattle and the Rams, plus 81 and plus 82.
Wow.
That is a staggering difference right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we might just do a little NFL overreaction or reality right here on 105.3 The Fan.
that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, sorry. Oh, is that your name? No, what is your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Rantanen moved it off for Johnston. Rebound. Score! Yes-ho! Heiskanen ties it at 3.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, oh man, we bring to you Heisman Trophy winner, College Football Hall of Famer, Pro Football Hall of Famer, lover of all things Metroplex. It is Tim Brown. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you guys?
Man, we're doing fantastic, except for the Cowboys and stuff. But
and the Mavericks.
Yeah, and the Mavericks. But the Stars won at least yesterday.
There you go.
How the heck have you been? We haven't seen you in a minute.
Man, I'm here, brother. You know.
You are. Indeed, you are.
I am here, but I'm doing good. Things are well.
I know it's become a bigger deal over especially like the last 5 to 7 years. Was there ever much of a concern or discussion of the trade deadline when you were playing in the NFL? Like I said, I know it's gotten to be more of a big deal, but was there ever rumblings in the locker room about, I heard this?
Yeah, well, up until, 94, I was on the trade block every year. There was something. Me and Mr. Davis just didn't see eye to eye,
right?
About certain things. So
seems like a lot of people might have fallen into that category.
I was way down the list, no doubt about that. But so yeah, I mean, one of the first things I did when I got a chance to control my contract was I put in a no trade clause.
Okay.
So if I got traded, it was only because I wanted to get traded. So and I thought that was important because that it's not a good feeling when your name is floating around and you don't know if you're going to be in Oakland or in LA or, you're going to be in Philadelphia the next day,
Did you ever have to think about the logistics of not just like playing, but like, oh man, do I have to sell my house? And,
it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. I mean, even when I eventually left Oakland and went to Tampa for my last season, I mean, getting all that done, you don't want to dump all that in your wife's lap. So now you got to bring in other people to do it. And, it was a nightmare, no doubt about it.
So Cowboys just got 2 new players on the defensive side of the ball. How much of an adjustment is that when a new guy comes in? Because now he's got to get to know the guys. They all kind of know each other, though. You all kind of know each other a little bit, but now you got to learn a couple things, find out where the bathrooms are, obviously.
Yeah. And that's really the toughest part of the whole deal. The locker room part would be the easiest part. I mean, hey, it's another brother coming in trying to get it done. Let's get it done, And so from that standpoint, I think it'll be all good. Learning where to go eat at night. Don't want to be in a hotel, those type things. He's going to need somebody really quickly to help him out because you don't want this guy, who is supposed to come here and wreak havoc. You don't want him thinking about those kind of things when he's on the football field.
Yeah, that was always like my favorite Bill Parcells. While he was here, one of the things that he said, I think it was Bobby Carpenter, came in and he was like, let's let him figure out what the bathroom is first. And he was like, then we'll see about getting him on the field. Like,
yes, that's that part later. Yes.
Yeah, sometimes those rookies take a second.
Did you, and this is not really related necessarily to what we were just talking about, but I have to know because I think about this probably too much. Did you ever watch that 30 for 30 with Al Davis where they creepily recreated him and his conversations?
Yeah, that was a little creepy.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I just need everybody I meet that might have seen it. I just need to agree with me that was weird and like why did they do that? Have you been keeping tabs on the Cowboys this year? And even if not, I think we all agree that the defense needed.
Living in Dallas, man, you can't help but to hear about the Cowboys. I tell people, look, at two teams I keep up with now. Obviously, the Raiders and the Cowboys, because I'm in Dallas. Every place I go, hey, man, what do you think about that game last night? So
is that better? Is them saying, what did you think about that game better than the weird, vague question of, how about the Cowboys, huh? Like, what are you supposed to say to that? Like, what specifically do you want to know?
I don't think I've heard that in like 30 years. That's when the Cowboys were it's like, oh, how about those Cowboys? Now people are like, oh, my God, what are they doing? So, Look, this team, man, is it's tough. When you take somebody like Michael Parsons out of the locker room, it's more than what happens on the field. Now you're talking about, because we don't know, but they know. They know what was taken out of the locker room. And I in my experience, and you guys have obviously seen championship teams around here, and I was in locker rooms that should have been championship teams, but because of this or that, it didn't happen, So I just know that, this is bigger than what they lost on the field. And you can see it. I mean, all of a sudden, this went from one of the best defenses to one of the worst defenses in the league. And that's not because of personnel. I mean, that's just because of the mojo, man. There's no feeling. There's nothing there for these guys to latch on to and feel about.
I think you're dead on with it when it comes to like the level of play, the guys that have been through those things before, and they have a certain expectation when they come to work every day, and they know what to expect. Listening to the Cowboys offensive line, they did a little special on that Tyron Smith, Zach Martin group, and they were talking about how hard they worked. You listen to Troy Aikman, and those guys talk about, we worked hard. The talent level may have been the same in some areas, but the work we put in every day, we wanted championships. That was the deal.
Yeah,
and that's a different mentality that you have to come to work with every day.
It is, man, and you need leadership in that category. You need people to come out and do that, and so people can see this is how it's supposed to get done. And if you don't have that per se, then you're going to go out and play football. You're not going to go out and play great football. You're just going to go out and play football.
We were talking a minute ago about Quinnen Mitchell for Philadelphia, the cornerback up there, who's just having another exceptional season. And I was kind of going through my mind. Now I have a wide receiver to ask this question to. Guys like Revis, Nnamdi Asomugha, they had these years that they were unstoppable. Like they were some of the best cornerbacks you see. What is it that they do so well in those seasons where they are shutting people down, shutting receivers down? What is it that they do so well to be that kind of corner?
Well, look, in my eyes, there was never a shutdown corner, right? You know what I mean? That's just the way I thought.
I imagine you need that mentality.
But look, I mean, the fact of the matter is, you have a guy like Dion that you're going up against. You have a guy like Dale Carter back in the day, we can go on and on with names, and even to the guys that you mentioned,
the Darrell Greens,
all those guys. I mean, Darrell Green was a beast.
It was amazing.
I mean,
when I was a kid, I thought he was the greatest defensive football player there was.
I mean, because you were never open with Darrell Green, right? We're going to run by him for sure. But even trying to, my whole deal was, when I put my foot in the ground, nobody was good enough to, stay with me.
Yeah.
But this guy, man, picking balls off. It's like, oh, bro, wait a minute now. we can't be playing that game when you picking off my routes and all that stuff. But look, I mean, the one thing you have to be able to do, you have to be able to shut down one particular thing about that receiver, right? So you're saying to the receiver, you're not going outside no matter what you do. So whatever you want to do inside, I'm going to play you to, but you're not coming outside, or I'm going to play you inside. And when these guys are able to do that, it makes it very difficult. Now you're in the quarterback's head because we got this play call, but he's shutting them out on the outside or inside, and it becomes problematic. So now the quarterback is automatically going, I'm not looking over here, I'm going to the other side of the field. And, you do that 2 or 3, 4 times, you do it for a season, all of a sudden you're a shutdown corner.
Yeah, and then you got that, okay, now the defensive coordinator knows,
Yes.
hey, I'm going to funnel him inside. The safety can step up a little bit. Maybe he can get in. That communication, though, that's what we've seen as part of a frustration as Cowboys fans, is the communication in the secondary doesn't look like it's there.
No. I mean, look, when you have young guys playing like they have playing right now, it's really difficult, man. I mean, because you go over all this stuff, you do all this practicing, but you get on the field, it's like your head just blow up, man. And you have to be able to settle yourself down, man, and play this game. And you could just tell right now they're running the plays, they're running the defense. They're not playing the game. You know what I mean? I mean, you can call defenses all day long, but sometimes you got to adjust.
Yeah.
And there's no adjustments going on right now.
Does it ever feel like, because people use the poker analogy, if you sit down at the table and you don't essentially know who the chump is, it's you.
Yeah.
Would you line up and you would see a defensive back, especially a young one, and you're like, that guy. Put me with that guy. I'll torch him.
I mean, there's been some, I was talking about this early in the season with somebody. I forget who it was. We were talking about, they would ask me the best game I ever had, or yardage-wise, and it was versus the Jets in, I think, 1995. And the guy who they had on me is the guy who is the defensive coordinator for the Broncos, man, Vance Joseph, yeah. Oh. And they had just converted him from like being a receiver or something. So, and they were down to like so they're like, hey, Vance, you got Tim Brown today, right?
Thanks a lot.
And I had like 250 at halftime, and the Raiders were like, hey, do you want to go break the record? I was like, look, man, I'm not, I wish I would have went for 400 because I would still have that record probably. But yeah, I mean, there are times where you see people out there, you go, you give people their respect because they made it that far. But at the same time, you know that this should be a game that you should dominate.
Was that the most yards, even more than any game at Woodrow Wilson? I know maybe you guys didn't have the best team in the world there.
Yeah, probably.
But was that
not.
even better than in high school?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't have a quarterback. I had to play quarterback when it was time to throw the ball.
To himself.
Yes, exactly.
That was definitely. Well, I had an all-purpose game at Notre Dame. The reason how the game Notre Dame came to recruit Dante Jones, who ended up going to Oklahoma and playing 10 years at middle linebacker for the Chicago Bears, that game I had like 500 yards all-purpose yardage, So kick return, punt return, long catch, long run. I even picked one off on defense that I almost took back to the house. So
holy cow!
But that was probably that was a game that put me on the map because of that game, Notre Dame offered me a scholarship.
Wow, that's freaking amazing.
One of our favorite people is Darren Woodson.
Oh my God!
And he's just a great dude. Great. We got to watch him obviously as a player and just got to see how much of an impact, how he kind of changed the position. And we don't understand.
I don't either, brother. I don't get it. It makes no sense.
It really doesn't.
Because that defense was nothing without him.
Right.
The one thing that people, and I'm going through this with Everson Walls right now too, with the Hall of Fame. The one thing that people don't get is that if you line up on somebody, you're going, oh my God.
Yes.
This is going to be a problem. And, one of the things that made the Cowboys defense so good back in those days, they didn't substitute a lot on defense. Mm-mm. So when we went to 3 receivers, I'm thinking I'm about to get some third corner. No. They brought Woodson down on my butt, right? So now I got to deal with this guy who is bigger, stronger.
It's like a linebacker.
So now my routes are going here, and and I have never understood why he wasn't the first ballot guy. And I just hope they get it done now and not, put him on this senior list and all that stuff.
Do you think it's
ridiculous.
less prestigious then? Or does it feel like less prestigious if you had to get in on the senior list?
No,
you're in.
Okay.
You're in.
Once you're in, brother, once you get that gold jacket and that ring, it means a lot.
And you just mentioned Everson Walls as well. We've talked to Darren Woodson a lot more than Everson Walls. But with Everson Walls, somebody who won a Super Bowl with the Giants. He was 3-time first-team All-Pro, led the league in interceptions 3 different times. That's another one that I don't.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Look, I told the guy, I was talking to a Hall of Fame guy, I said, look, man, Everson was probably 4'7", speed-wise, probably 4'7" guy. How many times do you remember him getting beat deep?
Yeah, not really.
How is that possible?
Yeah.
It's possible because his technique was so incredible that it was almost impossible to ever get on top of him, and to be able to get deep on him. So I just think, man, that I don't know what these people are looking at times. Look, when I retired, I was second in catches, third in yards, third in touchdowns, and it took 5 years for me to get in, right? So, so I know there's other things that they're looking at, but if they're looking at the championships, he has that. If they're looking at, touchdowns and all, I mean, he has everything that you think a guy at that position should have.
When you were talking about the scheme, you can play the scheme, but you got to play the game.
Yeah.
That he and George Teague both told me something that just changed my perception on that. And he said every once in a while we would be playing and I would see something.
Yeah.
And I would tell George, I'm going to go make a play. I'm going to vacate where I'm supposed to be.
Right.
And he said, but I trusted that George was going to be in that spot too. Yeah. And that's what always makes me think of that's the difference between just showing up and being more than prepared for a game.
No doubt. No doubt about
that's
it.
That's what I respect.
It's a game that is ruled by, the play calling and the defense call and all that stuff. But every once in a while, the great ones are able to step outside that box, and nobody knows they're stepping outside that box and make that play. That's what this thing is all about,
You just better make that play. Right? Yeah,
exactly. And when to do it. It's not like I'm doing this every other play. You know what I mean? It's like, that special moment.
I know it's a different sport, but I think about Steph Curry with that all the time. He takes these shots, and I was like, well, he made it, so it's a good shot. Otherwise, his coach would be like, the hell are you doing? Like, what is that?
Seen
shot?
Steve Kerr do that? Like, don't.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah. Well, at this particular point, they probably just let him do whatever he wants to do, and it knows he's won enough championships to know when to do that and when not to do it. So
that is very, very fair.
Joined here by Tim Brown, right here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I saw this list this morning. I was kind of hoping to get your thoughts on this because first off, how much of an impact does a great coach have on a team?
Oh, it's look, you have to have a coach who knows how to. Let me just say this. Coach Holtz back in the day was a coach who could come to me and say, hey, Tim, hey, this is what I need you to do, man. I think that we're going to, put you in this position. And he would go to you and like, God dang it, you son of a, you need to, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And he, but he was able to do that. And it registered with me.
Right.
And it would register with you because that's what you needed. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And that's what you need as a coach, man. You can't talk to me the way you talk to, especially in the NFL, because now you got guys in their early 20s and their late 30s or mid 30s. So it's we're different points in our life. So I got a wife and kids back home, bro. Don't be talking to me,
Right.
Don't be talking to me like I'm some
not a kid,
14-year-old kid.
Yeah.
That's not going to fly.
Yeah.
And you have to be able to do that in order to. Fred Belitacall, he used to come in our meeting room like, Timmy, I'm not talking to you. You cunt! The rest of it, he would just go on, you know what I mean? But you have to be able to control your team by individually at the same time speaking to everybody. And that's not something that everybody can do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I mean, Jimmy would always say you treat everybody the same differently. And
that's exactly right.
And it took a while for me to figure that out, but then I see how he treated Michael versus how he treated Troy and all that. So I learned, this was the list for semifinalists for head coaches in the Hall of Fame came out. And I wanted to see where these guys stand with you, Schottenheimer, not Brian. Marty.
Yeah, the one I hate, for real. But Marty was a great coach, man. Yeah, thankfully, Marcus Allen went there and converted me on him because I hated that man for sure. But because he hated the Raiders like no other team. But he was a great coach. No doubt about
Did you respect that level of sports hatred though too?
Well,
probably more so now.
I did. Yeah. It sort of went over to cheating, but we will.
I gotcha. Yeah.
George Seifert.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Coach won a couple championships. He has to be in there.
Yeah.
Do you think he gets overlooked because everyone just thinks he?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. Yeah.
Without a doubt. Mike Shanahan.
Yeah. Look, he drafted me in the league.
Yeah.
He was a head coach at the Raiders at the time. So, but what he did at Denver was incredible, man. So, yeah.
Yeah, he evolved his coaching style too. It looked like as he got towards the end with John Elway there too. Dan Reeves.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I can't believe Dan's not in right
Yeah, I'm kind of...
It's crazy.
We've got a lot of issues with the Hall of Fame committee, as you can tell.
Mike Holmgren.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No doubt about that.
Tom Coughlin.
I'm a waiver on that just a little bit.
That feels like a no.
All right. Okay, hold on. Kevin's always hated this line, and it was a Tom Coughlin line, is if you are 5 minutes late, or 5 minutes, what is it, 5 minutes late?
If you're on time,
if you're
late.
on time, you're 5 minutes late.
Just tell me when you want me there. I promise I'll be there.
Yeah. No. That they play. Art Shell was like that too. We just have an 8 o'clock meeting on Fridays, and he would be there at like 7:50, and you come in at 7:55. He's like, "Why are you late?" It's like, you said clock says 7:55, bro. What you talking about?
I always felt bad for Art Shell that he didn't get like another fair second shot at coaching, or a more timely shot.
Well, I think people realized that, or believed anyway, that Al was a big part of the reason why he got that job and had the success that he had. And all of a sudden, what ended up happening with him, he ended up almost having issues with the players.
Yeah.
And when you get that reputation of not being you're a player and you're not a player's coach, that can be a problem.
That's the end of it.
There were 3 others. Belichick, I think we all can kind of agree with that one, even if he cheated a little bit too. And then there was, I don't know enough. I'm sorry, I'm not this much of a historian. Buddy Parker and Chuck Knox. I don't have
Chuck Knox. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know Buddy Parker.
Yeah, so Buddy Parker looks like before my time.
Okay.
Probably before your time as well. So, so that's why I'm just going to look. But I was just kind of curious on some of these coaches.
But only one of those guys are going to get in. They're not
it's going to be tough.
Multiple coaches at one time,
which is a shame about.
It's crazy.
Yeah, whenever we go through, like we had, was it Rondé Barber a few years ago at the Super Bowl, and it was before they announced the Hall of Fame class, and we knew if he got in, that Darren Woodson wasn't going to get in. We talked to him that day. He was freaking giddy, and we're like, he already knows he got in, and so nothing against him, but we were just sad. We were like, that means Woodson's not going to get in. I don't know if you ever care about things like this, but this is amazing. From the 469, I used to destroy people using Tim Brown on Sega Genesis Madden days. That go route, and it was over.
Absolutely.
Tecmo Bowl.
Absolutely.
Me and Bo Jackson on Tecmo Bowl.
Oh, I freaking love it.
Unstoppable.
And then, sorry, one more, because I think this is kind of what you were getting at with Schottenheimer. I like you now, Mr. Brown, but man, I hated when the Broncos played you. This is a diehard Broncos fan, and I appreciate that level of,
no
maybe
doubt.
we can be
doubt.
friends.
No doubt about it. I signed with the Broncos. I was trying to get away from the Raiders. I signed a contract. I wanted to go there. Me and John had a plan, man. He was giving me a house and all that stuff, and giving me one of his dealerships. And
wow.
It was. I mean, we just thought there was no way the Raiders were going to match that contract, and strangely enough, they did. So.
Were you disappointed then?
I was because again, me and Mr. Davis, we were not seeing eye to eye. I mean, we went to play would have been my last game. We played Buffalo in a division playoff game. I have 2 catches for 108 yards or whatever, right? Took 185 yards for a touchdown. Found out after the game that the game plan was not to get the ball to Tim Brown, and if you try to win a playoff game,
that's not the right way to do it.
Maybe it's not. It
do
just
we know why? That's
because my contract was up.
Oh,
so what just so happened that the week before the Denver game, I get into a fight with Braxton, and one of my guys who's not even suited up comes off the bench and is fighting with me. Only the Raiders, right?
Yeah, yes.
And, so I look up, I was like, Trap, what are you doing? So we get him off the field. Well, because we won the game, the NFL barred him from being on the sideline for the next game.
Wow.
So on the way up to the suite, he hears Al Davis saying, we're going to win this game, and Tim Brown is not going to catch a pass, right? And that was a game plan. So when you hear that kind of stuff, you just know it's time to separate yourself. Right?
Yeah.
So once I got called back, or once they matched the contract, I had a legal pad of like 21 things on it. It took 6 hours, me and Mr. Davis, one-on-one.
Wow.
And I felt a lot better. A lot of stuff I didn't agree with, but at least I knew, right? And so from that, man, I just said, hey, put your head down, go get it done.
Did you ever consider Dallas?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I tried a couple. Look, I'm going to expose the Cowboys right now. So
I'm in. Let's go.
Don't forget, we got Jerry coming up on Friday.
The first time, and this is a Michael Irvin did, 93, make the Pro Bowl. And I'm over there and I'm thinking, hey, look, let's go to Dallas, right? Let's play second fiddle to Michael. I don't care about that. I just want to be home.
Yeah.
So the bright idea I had was, let's tell Michael what the plan is, right? So I go to Michael and I say, hey, Mike, hey, man, look, contract's up, man. I want to come home to Dallas, man. I'll play second fiddle. Oh, no. Oh, no. You ain't coming to Dallas. Oh, no, man. Oh. I was like, Mike, come on, bro. Come on. I ain't know, man. No, Timmy. So let me fast forward on that.
Oh,
real quick.
wow.
That was crazy. So when I get to the Hall of Fame, he greets me and said, we wouldn't have both gotten here if you would have came over. So, I'm not going to disagree with him on that. But so then.
But we would have won in '94 with you then.
Yes. No doubt.
That's the deal. Yeah.
Dion couldn't cover everything.
Yeah.
And he might not have pass interfered on Michael at the end of that game.
So in '97, my contract was up again, and I had the option to get out of my contract with the Raiders, and there was only one team I wanted to play for. That was the Cowboys. So Steven, Jerry, all these guys were in on it, right? So Al calls them and says, look, the only way he's going to, avoid out his contract is if you guys say that you're going to get him. So just please tell him that you're not going to get him. So, and this is after we had all these conversations with them about, hey, this is going to happen. And yeah, we're interested in all this stuff. And then all of a sudden we get a call like, well, Tim Brown's too old and we don't want an old receiver. And that's when they went and got Galloway.
Yeah.
So if you remember, Galloway tore his knee up 2 years in a row, whatever.
Yeah.
So my marketing agent every week was sending the Cowboys, Tim Brown 6'2", 200, Galloway 0 for 0. Literally, they had the NFL to call my marketing agent saying, will you please have this guy to stop? He's killing us.
I love that. That's hilarious.
Man. So anyway.
Well, this team currently has what I think is two exceptional receivers.
Yeah, no doubt.
In Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. They're both individually different, very unique styles of receiver. We'll get texts sometimes that people saying that CeeDee Lamb's not a top 5 receiver in the NFL. And I look
or even
at
a number 1 wide receiver.
Or they're like, he's not a number 1 at all. And I know he plays in a lot of different areas on the field. You can move him outside, inside, you can do whatever. When you watch him play, and there's a lot of different styles for receivers too.
Mm-hmm.
When you watch him play, do you go, that's a number 1 receiver?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, first of all, that guy has to have the mentality of being a number 1 receiver, and that he definitely has. Now, does he run every route perfectly? Does he catch every pass? No, but I can tell you there are a whole bunch of guys who are not. They don't even want to be in that position. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't even put me in a position that I could drop a ball or I could run the route the wrong way. You know what I mean? So I think from that standpoint, it's a lot more to it than just catching a whole bunch of passes. Yeah, I know we're used to Michael Irvin. We used to, all these other great ones that we've had around here. But he is who he is. And I think he, look, I mean, sometimes he get a little, he drops some balls, but that's just being over anxious and all that kind of stuff. But I definitely see him as a number 1 receiver, no doubt about that. And, people, I hate when people start talking like that, man. It's like,
it frustrates me too, because I mean, I think very highly of what he does on the field physically. Also, what he puts his body through. What you guys put your body through is insane. Going across the middle at times.
Yeah.
I mean, even what you got to deal with, getting hit by linebackers.
Oh, look, and y'all just keyed in on a conversation that I think is really fascinating as well. I know there's a more, maybe at times, direct pipeline to try to get your hate out to particular people now. When you were playing, were you aware? Did you listen to what outside sources? Because I'm sure there were people who were like, Tim Brown's not that good anyway. Back then, did you hear that or did you care?
I didn't care for sure.
Okay.
I did not care at all. I mean, the situation I was in, it's like I tell, we joke around the Hall of Fame, everybody, oh man, all that. And I just say to these guys, would any one of y'all have switched with me? I would have switched with Michael. I would have switched with Chris Carter. I would have switched with Andre Reed. I would have switched with all those guys. Would anybody who came out there and played with 17 quarterbacks with the Raiders like I did? Would anybody have done that?
Most of them probably say no, right?
Most of them say, oh, well, man, Tim, you're not in it. You're not in it. Listen. And so, but no, man, look, there's certain, one of the things that you have to learn early on, and one of the things that I was taught my rookie year, You know, the first time I touched the ball in the NFL, I returned a kick 97 yards for a touchdown, right? So, wow. Right. So all that week, you know, I'm every article, I'm like, oh my God, I'm in the locker room. And Howie Long came and snatched it out of my hand and said, kid, can't be reading your own press clippings. Because this week they talking good about you, but next week, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They won't be.
Yeah.
And, you know, yes, sir.
Yeah.
What
yeah.
else?
He's an intimidating
But
fella.
I never read another article until after I retired.
Really?
Never. And that was my rookie year. So I went 16 more years. I never read another article because I got it, because I was feeling like, oh my God, reading this article, I'm the man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm the man. But what would have happened is, you know, 2 weeks later when I dropped the pads,
Your
or
confidence.
you know what I mean? It's if you're relying on this, then it's going to be a problem. You know?
I always, as a kid growing up watching, as in my teenage years watching, I was just like, well, if John Madden says that he's one of the great players in the game, then must be one of the great players in the game. I always thought he did a really good job of like lining up. These guys have these qualities that I like.
He had real football players on that list.
And we don't seem to have that anymore, where you're just like, that's the one I have to listen to. You know, and I miss that a little bit.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I mean, for a while there, it was more popular for us to make that list than it was to make the Pro Bowl. You know,
exactly.
Did you ever get to talk to John Madden as an aside about what a pain Al Davis could be at times? Because I bet he would have that conversation with you.
I think they had sort of mended all their issues by then, so I didn't want to bring up any bad memories for that, brother.
But you're right. The all Madden team was like, that was where it's at.
Yeah,
or
I relied on that. I was very reliant on that.
Absolutely, I agree with you on that.
I did want to ask your thoughts on Pickens too before we let you go. He's high pointing a ball, catching deep balls the way he does. It's pretty unique.
Yeah,
not every single receiver can do it. Larry Fitzgerald was amazing at it.
Yeah,
Justin Jefferson has a pretty exceptional style. What he does is it's kind of a niche thing for receivers.
It is. Well, you know, look, I mean, it ain't for everybody. You know, it's just, you know, I mean, excuse my language, it ain't for everybody as much, you know. So, no, man, look, I mean, the guy is a football player, man. And, you know, he's one of those guys, it's like, throw the ball here in this radius, right? You know, this 10-foot radius, just give me a shot. And I'm gonna make a great effort, and most of the time I'm gonna come down with the catch, you know. So I just think he does a great job, man. You know, and he should be such a comfort for Dak, because Dak knows he doesn't have to be perfect with this guy, right?
Yeah.
Just get the ball over there by him and let him do the rest, you know. And you know, I can tell, and you know, with CD being out for a couple, 2 or 3, 4 games, whatever it was, they really got a connection. And it's still going with CD being back. So, I mean, that should be enough to get this team through it. But they just have so many little issues that they're dealing with. And we'll see. You know, leadership can change that. But everybody else has to be on board with the leadership, you know.
Drew Pearson gave me that line of, a lot of guys have a catch radius. I had a zip code. And I was like, you put certain receivers in that category, and y'all have to have that confidence. Y'all have to have that belief in yourself.
No doubt.
And I love these messages that continue to come through from the 817. Mr. Brown, I loved your game on the field. However, I also love seeing you praise God when you're singing with the other NFL players. That's incredible. And then from the 469, my last name is Brown, and Tim Brown was the first jersey I ever owned, and he is the reason I am a Raiders fan today.
Part of the nation,
cool.
Baby. No doubt. I mean, look, the Raider Nation is they're part of the reason why I stayed in Oakland, because, I mean, there was a point with the Raiders where we were a bad football team. Like in '96, I think we went 4-12 or 6-10 or whatever.
It was a tough season.
And we were winning games away from home field. You know, we came home, we lose, and there was a game where we were playing so bad that they were booing us, right?
Oh.
And that just, I mean, and I had a radio show that was pretty popular for Raider Nation at that time. And that Tuesday, I just went off, man. I just went off on the nation, man. Like, you know, you guys call yourself real fans. You're not real fans. You're going to come to a game and boo your own team. What do you think? We're trying to drop passes? We're trying to miss tackles? Nobody trying to do that. Just having a bad, you know, we need you guys for support, right? And so everybody's like, Tim, you may have gone too hard, right? so these guys are, you know, you're some hood brothers we talking about here. So we got to be careful. So anyway, but the very next game, man, of course, we're playing bad again. And people started to boo, and you literally see people in the stands going, no, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that.
And they're looking right at you, probably.
I said to myself, I was like, dang, they're actually listening. They're actually paying attention to what, And I just thought that was remarkable that, and my time there, I'd never heard a boo again from a Raider fan, So I just think that was remarkable. And I just said, look, why would I want to leave this fan base to go to any? Now, I would have came home to Dallas. I would have just purely just to be home. But there was no reason for me. And the only reason I went to Tampa was because I was thinking that was going to be my last year, but I thought it was going to be my year to wave my towel on the sideline with the Raiders. And they had different plans. So I had to go do something different. So.
Well, several years later, we tried to get back for you because when there was a Cowboys-Raiders joint practice, I did a wireless, and I asked every single Raiders fan how long they'd been on probation. The second person I asked, he goes, all right, you got me, about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's real, bro. I mean, look, these brothers come up with tattoos and all this stuff. You know what I mean? That ain't, you don't just get that walking down the street, bro. So, no, it's a different group, man. And I probably had 20, 21, 22 guys to fly to Dallas, have me to write their name, have me write my name on their arm or their leg, and they go get a tattoo.
Wow.
Wow. Now, I've always had people around me when those people come because
you never know.
And I'll tell you guys one more story. This was early in my career. I mean, this is like 92, 93. And, I'm just a guy, I'm trying to come back from this major knee injury I had in 89 or whatever. And I'm at an autograph session in the mountains in California. I never forget because the mountains where I was outside looking at the mountains. And this kid was like, he was obviously not a kid, but he was a small guy. And he was just going back and forth. And I told security, let's just keep an eye on him, right? Because something's not right, right? And by the time he gets to me, he's in full tears, right? And he was like, Tim, bro, I love you, man. I was like, bro, it's cool. Just calm down. He said, no, I love you. This brother pulls up his shirt, and he has a full body tattoo of me.
Wow.
And it's me catching a pass, like wrapping around his body. I said, bro, in 30 years, that my arm's going to be down here. He had a full body tattoo of me, man.
That is crazy.
And I had never, and that was the only time I've ever seen that. And I just thought that was crazy, but it was scary too at the same time. So.
I think that's a great description. That's crazy and impressive.
Scary.
Yeah,
it's just a little scary. Let's be truthful here. So.
Man, thank you so much for the time.
The last show? I'm here for the last show.
We're shutting it down.
Yeah.
What better way to do it than with the Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys, man. This
Absolutely.
was great.
Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Brown coming up next. We will talk with Corey Majors for the C Block right here on The Fan.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
No. Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. What an awesome event we just had happen. Tim Brown for 40 minutes. That was great. And we did make mention, Kevin, there are a lot of people asking again, whoa, what's happening?
We're going to keep doing the show.
We're moving buildings. Hopefully that building will be ready to broadcast our show to the billions of people out there.
I mean, G-Bag's coming up next, and they're in the new building, so hopefully that will go.
Yeah.
Or else Peace-a-thon's starting early, I guess.
It is. I also want to point out, is it pretty fitting? We were the last show inserted into this lineup this way, right? Into this part of it. It is fitting that we are the last show then to broadcast from this room.
Yeah.
So I'll look at it that way. So we are moving up the road, and that's it. Show's going to be on for as long as y'all listen, all right? As long as y'all keep listening, we'll keep rocking this thing out and doing our thing. But no, we're not going anywhere, although I guess technically we are going somewhere. So that's the way that you can think of it, Kevin.
But don't worry, we're not going to start 45-minute jam band concert conversations.
Yet. All right, guys, here's a couple of different things. I got a variety of stories, if you will, Kevin, to dive in on. Number one, according to the Silver Bulletin, this good.
Oh, is that like a beer newsletter?
I don't know about that, but I'm sure that Carter could help us out with this as well if he wants to give me thumbs up, thumbs down. There's a fun fact out there that over the last 17 Big Ten conference games, Ohio State's opponents have been called for 0 holding penalties. So in 17, and Carter gives me the thumbs up on that, this is the 2-year anniversary.
Wow.
That no Big Ten opponents have been called for holding against Ohio State specifically. Now, I don't know how this runs with any, I don't know, Big Ten officials are like, we just don't call holding up here. Or if this is specific with Ohio State. But, Kevin, that seems like it's making it more difficult on the best team, right? Like they're like, hey, we know y'all are good. We're not going to make it any easier.
That's fine. They don't need any more advantages.
And luckily A&M is in the SEC, so you don't have to worry about that.
Not until the
They'll
championship.
call holding on y'all.
Man, if we made it to the championship, I would freak out.
I'm rooting for y'all to get to the championship. Y'all are. Marcel Reed, I don't know if you saw Broadus this morning, giving him lots of love, exceptional talent. But that is and that defense is playing spectacularly. Kevin, you got to be proud of your Aggies right now.
Oh man, there's a lot of people saying we sound different now.
Already, huh?
And yes, I will be at the Dallas Card Show this weekend. You just heard that spot. We're going to be there. I need to gather things for Peace-a-thon and get lots of good deals and stuff.
Kevin, I didn't get to this story yesterday, but I need to get to it now. If you had one thing in your life, any one particular thing that you could clone, what would it be? Tom Brady's dog, Junie, is a clone.
Me when I was skinny.
Of his dog, Lua, who died in 2023.
He has a clone of his dog?
Proving that not even death can defeat Tom Brady.
Whoa.
I guess. But yeah, evidently, he said, I love my animals. They mean the world to me. And a few years ago, I worked with Colossal Biosciences, which I believe is right here in DFW, and leveraged their non-invasive cloning technology through a simple blood draw of our family's elderly dog before she passed away. And I do believe they were the ones that worked on the dire wolf and cloning that. Yeah. No, the real life dire wolf, Kevin. So Tom Brady has a clone of his other dog.
That's kind of cool. Does it say how much it cost?
I have not seen this.
If I have to ask, I probably can't afford it.
Probably Tom Brady money.
Yeah.
If you will.
I got you.
Hey, but that's the thing, a couple things here. That was a different dog. My dog right now, Kodak, looks just like the dog that we had before Landry.
Okay.
That was not on purpose. We saw him and we're like, he's really cute. Let's give him a life with us.
Right.
And I saw, but they're two different personalities. Does the cloning, when you clone a dog from another dog, do they carry the personality gene over? How does that work?
Yeah.
Because it's a different dog.
Then you get into bigger questions about souls and whatnot.
Why didn't you just get a different dog
know.
and give a different dog a life? You literally went and got it. You got your old dog, Now there's some other dog out there that might die because you decided to clone a dog.
I
that didn't
don't
exist.
think that's how it works.
Yeah, because Kevin, he could have gone to a facility.
What?
He could have gone
Man,
and rescued a dog.
I really used to think when they said the dog went to the farm upstate that it really did. I didn't know that meant they were killing it.
What?
Oh, man, did I just tell you that news?
What is he talking about? My dad's dog Cowboy went to a farm.
Yeah, he died.
Yeah, so did my beagle.
My dad, I literally asked him the other day, and he was like, no, he wasn't a good hunting dog. So we gave him to a different family that lived on a ranch so that he could run around free. And you're saying that he died?
Yes. And how long ago was that?
I was like 8.
Okay, well then your dog is definitely dead either way.
From the 316, have we not seen Pet Cemetery?
Yeah.
Those dogs are cute.
You know, I've thought about that a lot. Like if it was a human cemetery and you could bring back like your kid, but it wouldn't be the same.
A lot of people are saying it's $50,000.
Oh.
How many gold bars is that? 3? 2.5?
Yeah, those little Costco ones. It's like 25 to 50. All right, seriously.
Do you want to clone a dog?
And that's
or do you want a gold bar, Kevin?
I don't have enough money to fix my dog or clone him for $50,000. If they said your dog needed a $50,000 surgery, wouldn't you have to be like, dang it, I'm sorry.
If I'm Tom Brady, I would absolutely do it.
But if you're you,
I would say time to go buy a bunch of steaks and hamburgers.
Exactly.
And let you live out as long as we can have you.
Yes.
Live out the best we possibly can.
Agreed.
From the 469, breaking horrible news from Kevin, your dog is dead.
Look, how long does a dog realistically live? 15, 17 years? So, like, if you're texting in, this is 30 years ago, you know what? Your dog could have gone on a farm. And guess what happened to your dog on that farm? It died.
Lived its best.
Your dog is dead.
Dang.
If those other circumstances are happening. And I know for subtlety's sake, we won't keep that part.
Yeah, I don't know many dogs that have lasted 30 years.
Yeah, you don't know any real dogs that have lasted 30 years.
I know real dogs.
That have lasted for 30 years? What dog?
From the 469, clone the gold bars instead.
Oh, man, that's
smart.
a great idea.
That's a good idea.
That's, you know what? That's dangerous, though, because you could get tricked. One of the Halloween movies I watched was Sorority Babes at the Slime Bowl-orama. And there's this little creature that
said Halloween movie.
It was. Uh-huh. It was
Sorority Babes.
There was a shockingly low amount of what you might think in that movie.
Sororities.
So there's this imp in there that causes trouble, and one of the guys said that's what they call him.
They're troublemakers.
And
that's what it is.
And it's like a little creature that's evil. And they said this guy said he wanted a stack of gold bars, but it turned out they were fake because the imp tricked him. So I'm just saying, you can't count on cloning those gold bars.
From the 817, is Santa's Little Helper still around?
That
He's
is
like
a cartoon.
50? Okay.
And the person who says they have a dog that'll be 16 in 3 weeks, trust me, I get it. Our dog is about to turn 14, but your dog's not going to make it to 30. I'm so sorry to tell you that.
You're not lucky enough to have a dog like that. Snoop Dogg's over 30.
All right. That is the exception that proves the rule. He's a human being. I know Jane McGarity must be shocked by that. Rapper Snoopy Dogg. Look it up, kids. That's a real thing that happened on the news.
As arrogant as Tom Brady is, I wouldn't be surprised if he's not trying to clone himself. So he wanted to see if it works.
Yeah.
See how the animal acts and go, oh, I can just continue on my legacy until I'm forever years old. And I bet he would be like, hey, also give me that gene where I don't age so that I just stay alive.
Would the cheating mechanism be the same in the cloned Brady?
Probably
We'll call him the Clady. Would it be the same?
I don't know that I like that.
All right, fine. Call him Tom Cloney. I don't care. You can call him whatever you want. I just want to know if he can cheat as good as the first one.
And Kevin, I saw this from a guy. He said,
what?
I don't know, dude. I don't know who he is, so I didn't look. Hold on. He's a chief marketing strategist and creative planning for somebody. He said that Americans bet over $148 billion on sports last year, which is more than they spent on movies, books, concerts, and sports tickets combined.
That's more than they spent on sports tickets, too?
Combined.
So we're more interested
$148 billion
in gambling on the event than going to it.
Which brings me to this. Multiple UFC fighters have come out and revealed that they have now been approached about throwing fights before. And it looks like ESPN sent out a report earlier that the FBI and UFC are now working together on this.
Well, they damn sure better be, because I think it was last week that came out that there was a UFC fighter that it was very kind of like the Emmanuel Clase situation, where like very questionable, and that person has now been cut from the UFC. He says he's never going to fight again. And I'm amazed that they've been able to keep off this level of corruption, especially maybe in the earlier days of the UFC. Maybe it's not as surprising now, but that is something that they really need to keep an eye out on. It is amazing to see like all these big time sports institutions like kind of teetering on the brink because of all their dalliances with gambling.
And from Zach in Frisco, we go from the greatness of Tim Brown to Kevin telling Corey his dog's dead. Sorry about your dog. You can only hear this on 105.3 The Fan.
It doesn't mean that I'm not sad.
It's my old dog.
Yeah.
Who I thought was at a farm all these years.
Well,
living his best life.
You know what?
Chasing squirrels.
Grow up. Your dog is dead. Okay?
Jeez.
You said it was when you were 8. Mm-hmm. How old are you now?
43.
Okay.
Ish.
You think that your dog how old was your dog when it went to the farm?
5.
All right.
4.
So you think your dog lived to be 40. So you have like a balding dog trying to do a comb over or whatever. Come on.
I like to imagine that he smokes like 8 packs a day.
Yeah.
At his poker games with the other dogs.
And instead he's like rough instead of rough. So, yeah, like if you have a dog that got sent away 15, 20 years ago, your dog is dead. I'm sorry.
That's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't understand why this is hitting people so hard.
You've always I don't understand why you don't understand. You've always said that people can't handle the truth.
That's true.
You're trying to be the ambassador of truth right now, and I don't know how to handle it.
You know what? That's a good point. Steven, Rhonda, Jennifer, Alec, Patrick,
Rick,
your dogs are all still alive. Rest of them, dead.
Oh, my gosh.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do a Stars and Mavs super segment, plus perhaps a question or two from NFL overreaction or reality. All of that next right here on The Fan.
like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Pops out to the circle, Draisaitl collects, and gives it right back to Petrovic. Johnston on the turn, Eagles right wide, and it scores!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for our Stars and Mavs super segment. Let's start with the Dallas Stars. Mikko Rantanen had 2 goals and an assist. At one point, did I think he had a hat trick? Yes, I did. As the Stars rallied for a 4-3 shootout win against the Edmonton Oilers. They now have points in 7 straight games. And if you want to know something super cool, remember how we've relived our sad Kike Hernandez bobblehead night?
Yeah.
This was
Teoscar Hernandez.
Teoscar Hernandez, sorry. I was just thinking about that tattoo.
The butt tattoo.
So this was Mikko Rantanen bobblehead night. And he scored his 300th goal. Only the 4th Finnish player to ever accomplish that, and they got the win. Boom.
That's great timing. Like, it's accidental.
Sure.
It's accidental for the most part, but that's really good timing.
And then Wyatt Johnston had not 1, not 2, but 3 assists. And, like I said, they've gotten points in 7 straight games. Have I given you enough positive information?
Are you about to tell me another dog's dead?
No. I'm sure they're all in heaven. But I do have a realistic...
I did see a movie.
Yes.
That told me that, yeah.
I do have a realistic concern about the Stars.
Okay.
They're playing very much like the Broncos. So, in their last 7 games, They are 4-0-3.
Okay.
All right. So you've got 11 out of the possible 14 points. Rock on. That's awesome. Here's the other thing that's happened in those last 7 games. Do you know in 5 of those games, they've fallen behind 2-0?
Really? So they're having to play comeback a lot.
Exactly. And you saw it again last night. They were down 2-0 after the end of the first period. What did we do what did we ask when we had Jim Nill on a couple of weeks ago? You've had a lot of slow starts. Feels like it's not sustainable. And I realize that the counter argument is going to be, hey, 11 of 14 points. But this feels not sustainable.
Yes, but at the same time, you are kind of working on 2 different things at one time.
And you were missing a lot of people yesterday.
No, that's for certain.
I will concede.
You also have a new coach who's still probably learning players. Listen, man, he can know the players from afar.
Sure.
And he can have a great system.
Different deal.
But just like Tim Brown told us earlier, he's got to get to know how he can talk to each one of these guys to push their buttons. So I'm going to give him some time to get to know this team still a little bit. But you're right. These guys as themselves have to carry that weight as well. And that's going to be a big factor with this.
Anytime you can get 2 points on a DeSmith day is a good day. And that's nothing against him. I feel that way about pretty much any backup goaltender.
Mm-hmm.
And you also were without Hintz, Duchesne. You continue to be without Ben. Foxa wasn't there. Nils wasn't out there. And then, of course, Ottinger didn't play. So you're missing a lot of people, and it's great that you got the 2 points. It's just, I look at that bigger stretch, and I'm hoping that corrects sooner rather than later, because you're already 13 games in. You would hope by this end of the month.
This might be a unique team to anything we've seen in a while.
Okay.
Because they have the type of talent that they have,
right?
And health is so important. There's a lot of health concerned players on this team. We've just seen it before. But because it has so much talent and because of the things that they're going through, this might be one of those seasons where you kind of float along for a while.
Okay.
And you're in the contention for it all. But, man, you got to hope everything comes together right before the end of the season and they can turn a switch on. Because I don't see this team just going on a 12, 15-game run where you're just like, they're the best in hockey right now. I just don't. That's just me right now.
I would love to see, let's start with just the first period issue then.
Yes. Okay. All right. Let's start there. Dude, I love how you did that.
End of the month.
It's a great way. Great approach.
You've played 13 games. You got 13 more games until the end of the month.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that'll be 26 games. So almost a third of the way through the season. Does the end of this month seem like a reasonable point to hope that you're at least significantly closer to being on even footing after the first period?
Yes.
That feels like an
after the first period,
goal, right?
Absolutely. I would say, though, for me, I'm thinking more like late February before I have a true understanding of the identity of this team.
Yeah, no, I hear you for sure on that. It's just, this is my first step.
Because there was some sort of, yes, and that's a great approach. Hey, we got to fix this first because all these other things look like they're reasonable and you guys understand.
Yes.
So let's figure out how to come out firing. But it does seem that this team did kind of take on DeBoer's personality a little bit. And so finding out Glenn Gullickson's personality and identity is going to be, because, you were bringing in and touting, hey, special teams should be a strength of his. And he actually kind of carried that, didn't he?
Yes.
He was walking in, putting that on the top of his resume going, hey, my special teams is the best.
And then I've seen a couple of people shout out to Miro, who was locking it down on Connor McDavid. And then shout out to our engineers, because apparently now we sound better.
Nice. Good job, engineers.
So that's good. All right. Do you want me to quick hit some Mavs stuff?
Do it.
Okay. So, unfortunately, I have some bad news on that front.
For who?
For you and other Mavericks fans like me. You ready?
Yes.
All right. The good news is you have shown some stints of better overall defense. Bad news on that part is still against the Rockets, you gave up 62 points in the paint. You're probably going to lose just about every game when you're giving that up.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the bigger concern. What was one of the questions we asked Jason Kidd going into the season? Are you concerned about your level of shot creators and offense creators on this team?
Yes.
Yes.
Without Kyrie, absolutely.
Yes. Going into that game against the Rockets, which, like I just told you, the Mavericks lost that game, and they only scored 102 points. Sorry if that's breaking some old news to you. But concerning in that, they had the worst offensive rating in the NBA at 104.5. The worst in the NBA. And then I'm going to give you one more thing to think about. Jason Kidd said that the Mavericks would reevaluate Derek Lively because he didn't play in that game. That was his fourth straight game that he had missed. You saw this play out in that game. They said they were going to keep Daniel Gafford on the 15 to 18-minute restriction. Well, guess what? He played 25 minutes. So I wonder if they extended that out specifically for that game, because it looked like in the fourth quarter you could legitimately win that game.
Yeah.
Or if that just happened naturally with the flow of the game and Gafford's like, no, I feel good and everything. But
that's probably a big deal.
Okay.
There. Yeah.
It remains concerning, I assume, to all of us, that you have now seen Daniel Gafford just jump in there for 2 games. You've seen Derek Lively already miss 4 games at a time when you're waiting, like you just said, for Kyrie Irving to come back. Like, that's a whole lot of stuff for a team that is also trying to figure out its way. No Kyrie, instead inserting in Cooper Flagg and finding out really quickly that skill set ain't going to work the same. That's a lot.
And I'm massively concerned with Anthony Davis's anything
fair
involving
that's
this team.
A great point.
Like I don't know. I do wonder how much Jason Kidd was like, all right, let's build this thing. Now that we know what our roster looks like, we know Kai's out for this long. Let's build this thing this way. And we're going to go this. And they just didn't think, but he might miss 25.
Yeah.
And like that part of it's very concerning. Kevin, you were absolutely banking on Gafford and Lively being part of the solution for what you're talking about with points in the paint.
Yeah.
And now that's not even available to you for most nights for the future.
Now this time I'm going to try to turn it around and give you a positive.
Look at this.
My
dog's back.
Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd said he couldn't wait to get Kyrie back. Sure. And then he added, hopefully it's in the year of 25, not 26.
I'm sorry, what?
This feels like a fairly stunning revelation. Now, he didn't say it would happen
the season of
for sure.
Yeah.
But he said, hopefully it will be in the year of 25 and not 26. All right. I don't think it's a semantical thing where he's trying to dance around whatever. I think he's saying he is still optimistic that Kyrie can be back in the next 2 months. And that feels like that would be huge for the Mavericks and also huge for the development of Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, no, that absolutely would be significant if that could happen. No, and you talk about the development of Cooper Flagg.
Yes.
Because it'll take pressure off of him.
For sure.
You know, to have to be the scorer, to have to do things that maybe he's not good at or comfortable with yet.
Sure.
Because I think he's going to be good at everything at some point.
But it's not there yet,
yeah,
for sure.
And so I feel that. So that would be significant.
So
how do we make this happen? Do I need to get a hyperbaric chamber?
You might need to buy one for him.
Well, what about for me?
Feel like no.
Okay.
I don't feel like you need to necessarily do anything except root for him.
What if I want to be in a hyperbaric chamber?
How much does that cost?
Alec?
I don't know.
All right.
That would be really weird if you just would have known offhand how much that cost.
He could have said any price and I would have been like, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I better start saving up.
Okay. In the meantime, can I do a couple of overreaction or reality questions for you?
I guess.
All right. Oh, man. Overreaction or reality? Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, and Osa will all be part of the Cowboys roster in 2026.
Ooh.
Because there's a lot of people who naysay that.
Reality.
I think so, too.
I mean, I think because the work Kenny Clark's doing, how much is he going to cost you next year? Whatever you deal with him?
Yeah, exactly. Because people will be like, because I've seen this a lot. The salary cap hits in theory for Quinnen, Kenny Clark, and Osa are 4th, 5th, and 6th highest on the team. I don't think that's going to be the case with Kenny Clark whatsoever. He has $0 guaranteed left, so you can negotiate that to look however the hell you want.
Yeah, so I feel like it's available for that option, and I know that Osa's not playing up to the level he or we expect.
Right.
That's an absolute fact right now.
Right.
But I think that I don't think there's they're going to move on from him. I just don't think so.
Alec?
And I think Quinnen Williams is somebody they desire being around for
Quinnen Williams
some time.
will be here for sure. It does kind of feel like it might revolve around Kenny Clark. Alec, what say you? Overreaction to reality. Quinnen, Kenny, and Osa will all be part of the Cowboys next year.
Reality, I think they're dug in on this idea that the way they're going to win games in the future is by stopping the run. And how do you do that? Hey, have a bunch of really good defensive tackles, which that feels weird. It's still, we got to see it play out, but still, on paper, you have 3 big money defensive tackles on the same roster. At the same time, I think Jerry's going to do the whole, this was the plan the whole time. We finally got where we want to be in terms of run stoppers. I think they're all going to be here.
NFL overreaction or reality. Forget the Cowboys. The Bengals obviously have the worst defense in the NFL, even before the trade deadline.
At the moment, reality.
Okay.
However, that is a miserable defense the Cowboys have put out there, and they are competing for the worst defense in the NFL with the Bengals.
Do you think the Ravens are in that mix too? Then
they're not as close as those two teams are together. Just go looking at specific numbers and the success rate against the Cowboys defense. Success rate. I think the success rate for for Brissett was like extremely high.
Okay,
and it's above 65% success rate on most plays against the Cowboys. They're having so much success, Kevin.
Okay.
So, and the Bengals same way.
Alec, even before the trade deadline, the Bengals were the worst defense in the NFL and still are.
Yeah, 1,000% reality. Like, it's bad here, but I challenge you to go watch some of the condensed games of the Bengals. Just watch any game. Pick any game that they have played, watch the condensed version of it, and you will know very quickly it somehow can be worse. They look like they have no idea what they're doing 99% of the plays. They're missing tackles at an alarming rate. They are just bad.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
This is exciting.
We will throw things over to the new building to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's...
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Budding star. Team leader in goals this season. Wyatt Johnston scores! Dallas takes it in a shootout.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is he today?
Amazing. Hagee, how are you?
Oh, we got him. I'm doing so much better now. What is your scouting report on the new digs?
Totally pimp. It's amazing. It's like our studio has flashed forward 25 or maybe 30 years into the future.
Wow.
So, yeah, pretty cozy here. Great building. Awesome accommodations. It looks like a pretty good deli / snack bar right when you walk in with customer service agents attending those. And how do we sound?
You sound fantastic.
Sounds great.
Okay, because I'm used to to walls that have like soft deadening material. These are more techie. It's kind of like metal with tiny holes in it. But yeah, it seems like it sounds pretty dang good in my headphones right now. So I think we're off to a good start.
That's kind of awesome.
This is nice.
I don't know if you guys did this yesterday. Do you have any particularly favorite or fondest memories from this old building that we're in?
Top memory, 2010 ALCS was secured, and we were all at the ballpark and rallied up in Greg Henson's Jeep. And we all came back into the studio. Lucius was there and, drank beer and whiskey all night long and taking phone calls about the Rangers getting to the World Series.
All right, if I can add on that, it was a year later, but one of my favorite moments was we had Mike Bassick on after the Rangers had just made the World Series in 2011. And Corey asked Mike, do you think the Rangers are in it to win it? And I always just thought that was an amazing...
It was part of a tease. I was like, we'll find out if the Rangers are in it to win it. And he goes, I think they are. And I was like,
they just made the World Series. So
you can never be too sure, though. I think it's a fair question.
Corey was there to
guess
ask...
what? They lost it. So
yeah. Oh my gosh. So I guess in retrospect they were not. What about the rest of you fine fellas?
Yeah, I mean, I got a couple. Of course, there is the time that I peed my pants in the studio, just a few feet away from where you are right now, Hagee.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably still smell it a little bit.
Yeah.
And then also the time that Alec Medford snuck in and dunked an egg on top of the dome of Brian Broaddus. He went soaring through the heavens. It was like a John Morant kind of dunk.
Yeah, that's right.
Right there.
Without the suspension.
Yeah, exactly. Without and the guns and everything like that. So that was impressive, So I'll always remember watching Medford soar through the skies.
That startled me for sure. I thought he did that very well, but then Broaddus looked really mad.
Yeah,
I was fine.
It cut him open a little bit.
It did. I had the old bald head got cut open a little bit there. So I was thinking about workman's comp, but it didn't work out.
People forget that Medford had his shirt off and for the first time unveiled those pierced nipples of his.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
That was right here in this studio, too.
Yeah, it was.
An amazing time.
Fake news.
Broaddus, what about for you?
Yeah, how disgusting our bathrooms are over at that old place. I'm so happy we're here at a new place.
How's the bathroom there?
Yeah, well, I haven't used it yet, but I understand you have to have your card to get in and out of the area.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's nice to be away from that and be in some new digs.
Oh.
Very secure. I think I had to swipe my card 5 times by the time I walked into the door here finally.
Okay.
Kevin, we've had Broaddus for so many nights of Peace-a-thon. And the first thing he thought of was how bad the bathrooms are there. How good
this morning, Sean didn't mention his engagement in the studio.
That is true. That was one of the 9th or 10th thing that he thought of about this building.
Now, speaking of big life moments, for people who don't know, where's Mr. Wolchuk?
Yeah, he had the 3:14 in the morning baby being born.
Wow.
Baby number 2, double girl dad. Princess Leia is the name. I don't know about the princess part, but definitely the Leia part.
Just adding that on right now.
Yeah, just adding that on.
Love it.
So, yeah, man, he's now he's drowning with the 2 babies. You know, this is when it really starts to, the level of difficulty cranks up in a big way.
Still playing man coverage. You just got to hope that you have, somebody that can cover on the other side. That's a big deal there. When you get into zone, that's really tough. That's tougher. I've found.
Chiafalo, are you going to encourage him to go ahead and have another girl then, or what are we thinking here?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I appreciate the approach of one more shot to try and get that boy. See if it's possible. And if it's not, you end up with 3 girls, and you're still in a beautiful place. So now I didn't want to take the chance to go for number 4, hoping it's a boy, and then get another girl.
Right.
That I drew the line at 3. So I'm encouraging Wolchuk to do the same. Maybe he can crank out a woolly bully.
If somehow you knew you were guaranteed to have a boy, would you have a 4th kid?
Ooh, okay. That would have changed the math on that a little bit.
That and the 8th job you would have needed.
Yeah, there's no question. There's no question. The financial ramifications were huge when it came to the additional child. But
life has chose you, not you chose it, right?
Yeah, knowing it was going to be a boy, I'd go for the gusto on that. Absolutely.
I like that.
Once you get to a 4th kid, though, talking with parents that have 4 kids, their lives are mania.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, they're losing them on Halloween. There's not enough eyeballs.
Yeah.
With 1 or 2, you can sort of sit them down and say, hey, if you move, forget about it.
Right.
And really lock in on it. Mm-hmm. Once you have 4, you can't keep track of it all. They're moving. They feed off of each other with the rebellious nature.
Yes.
They're like, oh, you're going to not listen to Daddy? Me too. This is so fun.
Yep. My brother-in-law and sister-in-law have 4 kids, all 8 or younger, and so I love all of them, but there is no such thing as quiet.
Yeah, my boys have now just started to team up on us. They'll do things where they're like, oh, let's pick on mom and dad tonight, and it really does get to us. But they're old, You'd think that at this age they just gave up on that stuff, but they're now finding it funny.
You're just so old. What kind of feedback have you guys gotten in the last 24 hours specifically about the Quinnen Williams move?
I think the feedback has been sort of a shoulder shrug, like they're still not good.
Yep.
And I'm kind of disappointed in that because, it's not every day you get to acquire a player this good. This should be very exciting. But I think it's telling. When the stock market is really down, good news won't rally it. Good news, people are just like, nope, not put any money back in that thing. I see where this economy is going. And that's where we are right now. The sentiment around the Cowboys is so low that trading for Quinnen Williams, outside of a brief excitement and roar on Cowboys Twitter, it's just kind of gone over like a dud. So I hope Jerry's paying attention to that.
I think they actually did a pretty good thing trading for this guy, and I look at it as a way of that you still have your 2 first-round picks, and you look at Quinnen Williams as your 2nd-round pick, and they're going to probably tag or sign Pickens. So I'd say they had a pretty good haul. 2 first rounds.
Did. Yeah. Did a nice job.
Yeah, and I think if you look for it going forward, I think that they did exactly what they needed to do. Was it quick enough now to save a season? Probably not. But I think that if you look at overall in the offseason, we'd say, hey, how do you fix this football team? Adding 4 players or 4 pieces like that, I think would be a pretty good start.
But Hagee asked, what kind of feedback have you been getting?
I think that's the feedback that I've been getting.
That it's a good trade?
Yeah, it's a good trade for the fact that you're probably making your team. It's probably not going to help you right now get in the playoffs, but what it might do is in the future, if you think about, hey, let's talk about an offseason here. How do you fix this team? 2 first-round picks. You've added a 2nd-round pick, which is really Quinnen Williams, and then you're likely going to probably tag Pickens. I think that if those are 4 players you add, you're probably looking better for 2026.
What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program from the new digs?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. This is pretty exciting. We're off and running without a hitch here in Crosstalk. We'll have Jared Sandler join you, talk about Rangers offseason baseball and swinging for a cause coming up at 3 o'clock. And there's 5 hours of sports here coming up. Lots of what Quinnen had to say here right out of the gates.
Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight to 4131, Kevin.
Good night.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut, but that's how your haircut.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Our maiden voyage at the new Lakeside studio here, 75 and 635 in North Dallas. Welcome in. Thanks for making us part of your day. General at your service, at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup and Master Control here at 75 and 635. Wow, there we go. I'm going to have to work on my verbiage. That's become second nature over the years. Now, as you might have heard, Wolchuk is out. Congratulations to the Wolchuk family. Successful delivery of the beautiful baby girl. He's 2 for 2 with cute babies.
Yeah.
That's hard to pull off.
It is, man. I was blown away. Usually the infant baby is like let's circle back in about 6 weeks. But, this was a beautiful little baby.
Looking good. So congrats to Zach. And, of course, he'll be out for a while, but he'll be back before too long. And his nosebleed partner, Eric Chiafalo, has his top 10 and other broadcast responsibilities in the meantime. Okay, you also have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. I suppose he's back at 4131. Is he back home there? Maybe he's at home. Is he heading to a college football game? I'm not sure where Carter Freeman is. I just know that he's not here. But you can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. It's been a day 2 of a reaction to the Quinnen Williams trade. And Bobby Belt is in studio here with us. I think he's just hanging out to observe new studio history. Is that accurate?
Go. I had to go to Frisco here in about 15 minutes, and so I had time to kill. The wife wasn't home, and so I was like, all right, cool. I'll pop and say hey.
Right on. Well, it's good to see you, brother.
Good to see you, too.
What's been your thoughts? What's your reaction to the Quinnen Williams trade?
I had a strong, aggressive pro Quinnen Williams trade take. I don't think Dallas loses more than 2 games the rest of the year.
Okay.
I think when you're talking about the problems that they've had to this point, the defensive line is finally starting to come into focus. Ezraku's playing well. Clowney's playing really well. And I think you can reliably say, all right, this isn't just a stretch for Clowney. Clowney's showing you who he's always been. He's knocked off the rust. This is who he is. Ezraku is showing you who he's supposed to be. So I think those are pretty good bets. Osa and Clark played well this past week, and he's been a little up and down, but Clark is kind of settling, it feels like. Osa, you hope, is coming around. If you can put Quinnen Williams in there, you've got a legitimately good defensive line. Not just one that, you can pass by with this. You've got a defensive line that should be giving you an advantage over most offensive lines every week. So I think getting Logan Wilson in there, the Quinnen Williams trade only makes Logan Wilson better. I think it's been way oversold how poor he played in Cincinnati. I thought he was their best linebacker that I saw. And I think he still remains a smart, really good mental processor at linebacker. And whether Overshown comes back and is able to play at a high level right away doesn't matter to me as much as I know Overshown's going to make sure guys are standing where they're supposed to be. Overshown is one of their top communicators. Overshown is one of their best mental processors, one of their best pre-snap read guys. He is going to tell everybody, you need to be here, do that. He's going to become an orchestrator that the knee, even if he's got a knockoff rust there, he's going to be able to help just being out there telling guys where to line up. So at that point, it just becomes a question of the secondary, and that's a big question.
That's what I was going to ask you. Bigger concern, the offensive tackles or the corners with this group?
The corner. I mean, Dak has shown an ability a lot this year to be able to sidestep pressure.
Couldn't do it this week.
Couldn't do it this week. This week was not good enough for that, but has shown an ability to do it often enough that I trust that you're going to be able to scratch some stuff together most weeks. The corners have just been bad, and it's tough because I think a lot of people hear about the miscommunication and they think you're in the huddle and you go, all right, cover 3, break. And then somebody walks out there and goes, we're in 2, right? Mm-hmm. And it's not been that.
No.
Schottenheimer's talked about it, that it's cover 3, break, and then they're standing out there and it's, this tight end moved, we're in man match now. And you over here, it's your responsibility that when if this is an in-breaking route, we're out of zone now, you're a man and you're picking him up. This over here, you're now doing this. Our coverage has changed here. We're changing what gap responsibilities where. And the issue is that all 11 guys are just not on the same page consistently enough when those changes happen after the huddle breaks and before the snap is made.
And you're trying to do it with guys who don't have the best NFL starter coverage instincts or reactions to begin with.
Sure. Yeah.
So it's tough. I mean, I could see them going 6-2, Bob, but it's aggressive to say no more than 2 losses.
No more than 2 losses. I'm committing to it. Now, also, I think if you look at the back end of their schedule, You got the Raiders coming up. I think you're better than the Raiders. I think you've got Giants, Commanders.
You've lost multiple games to teams that you're better than, while your offense has misfired significantly.
Sure, no doubt about it. I think there is a case to be made that if Logan Wilson and Quinnen Williams are on this team at the start of the season, this team right now is 6-3. I don't think you lose to Philly. I don't think you lose to Carolina. I don't think you tie with Green Bay. Because you just need a stop. I think Quinnen Williams and Logan Wilson are getting you a stop or 2 or 3.
So you're really counting on beating Philadelphia, probably losing to Kansas City and Detroit, and then taking care of the Minnesotas and the Chargers and Washington and New York?
Basically, I look at it as a best case scenario, or not best case scenario. Just to me, it's you win one of that Kansas City, whichever combo it is, that combo of Philly, Kansas City, and the Lions, you win one of those. And if you get out of that, I think they're going to be able to handle business otherwise.
So you think if this season restarted now, this is a legitimate contender as built today?
Yep. And I think it's just because, again, we've talked about where the offense is at. I don't need them to be a top 10 defense. I need them not to be a bottom 5 defense. If they're not a bottom 5 defense, the offense can compete. And the offense can put them in a position to win games. The problem is you've had historically one of the worst defenses in NFL history. You right now have the worst third down defense in the history of the NFL. There's nobody that's worse than you. And you're the worst in the history of the NFL by 2 percentage points. It is that bad.
Yeah. I mean, I was wondering, is this the worst secondary ever assembled since all of your safeties have been hurt? And I would love to see a study on that. But you don't need Diggs back. You think these guys at corner can do enough? And Deron Bland appears to be in a career crisis. That's a lot to put on that group.
So if you are generally in zone, if communication gets better, at the very least, you shouldn't have busts. Busts have killed them. So at the very least, you should just be in a position to keep things in front of you and make a play and have safe football on defense. You're still going to have some of that, I would imagine. I don't think their communication's going to get better overnight. You're still going to have some of that. But I do think that if you're generating better pressure, if teams are now going to say, we can't just run the ball at them, we have to throw it, because we got to take advantage of the efficiency, then what you have set up then is teams that come in there predictably throwing the ball to where Dallas can kind of pin their ears back, rush, and now you're going to just start getting more negative plays with pass rush. You're going to get more turnovers, and naturally that's going to flip these one-score games that you've been losing because the defense can't get a single stop.
Yeah, I don't know about Brian, Chief. I look at it as like one more team-building window away from potentially being there. But the good news is you might have your linebackers for next year all of a sudden.
Sure.
If this works well with Logan Wilson and Overshone. And I feel like the edges might be closer than what we thought now that Ezra Raku's coming on strong. I don't know if Clowney's going to play another year or if you want him to play another year at his age, but he looks pretty dang good. I bet you could get Dante Fowler back for fairly cheap. I think the only holes now are I want to draft a young safety and I want to draft a corner.
Yeah, I mean, if you were, like I said, no more than 2 losses. I was just saying it with my chest, a big part of it.
Yeah,
but I'm taking it. I made a double.
Bit.
I made a
good bit.
Not just a bit. There's money on the line because I made a double or nothing bet with Sean over a $300 bottle of alcohol. So it might become $600 if I lose both of these.
Oh, that's the Lakers bet too, right?
That's the which I'm winning that one so far.
Yeah, you are.
Because he said the Mavs would have a better record than the Lakers, and I said no. And so we're going at that one. But
what kind of odds do you get on your 6-2 bet? That's just straight up 1-1.
No, it's double or nothing. So we're basically if we split the bet, nobody owes anything. If somebody wins both, you're buying 2 bottles of this liquor. So
okay.
But I think that if they would have added Minkah Fitzpatrick, for instance, I think in addition to this other stuff, now I'm talking about, all right, this is a team I think can make a playoff. This is a team that I think enough has changed that it's a similar situation to when Amari Cooper walked in here and you went from 3-5 to 10-6 and you won the division.
Why do you think they didn't add a guy like Minkah Fitzpatrick or even a safety?
So Miami had chased off a couple teams. They made the Jalen Phillips trade. They got more for Jalen Phillips than I think people anticipated. They got a 3rd-rounder for him from Philly. And I know there was buzz around the league that teams were then finding that Miami was coming back and going, well, Chubb is now up because the market's been established, so Chubb costs more.
Yeah.
And a lot of teams backed off of him there. I don't think a lot of teams liked the way they were talking about Waddle trades, and they felt that they were inconsistent there. And I think some of this was groundwork laid by Chris Greer, who is not there now, and that caused some miscommunication. And so I think a lot of teams backed off, and that probably is why Minkah and more deals with the Dolphins didn't get done. But adding another safety, to me, the only guy on the market who looked like it makes sense of like that's a difference maker is Minkah. Yeah. And I think if you were to put Minkah in here with Malik Hooker coming back, I think a lot of the communication would have settled down in the secondary. Nate Newton has said for a long time his greatest argument for Darren Woodson being in the Hall of Fame is he said, we didn't have sub packages, we had Darren Woodson. You didn't have to have a nickel package, you didn't have to do this, that. It was, Darren, your job is this on this play, and we're not changing the rest of the personnel. Darren, you change, you're doing this. And Darren just shifting around would change the personnel. And that's what Minka was. Minka could have played 3-4 different things for you.
It really seems like it became a seller's market. And in the build-up to the draft, people were saying all these players aren't really available. Teams aren't willing to deal this player and that player. And a lot of them ended up staying home. But as yesterday really took off and Asante Samuel goes for 2 2s and then Quinnen Williams for a 1 and a 2, I think what teams found out is we're going to have to overpay a little bit to convince the teams to actually give up the players. And that's what the GM in New York said. They didn't really think they were going to trade Sauce. They didn't think they were going to trade Quinnen Williams, but all of a sudden the value got too high. So from a Cowboys perspective, why didn't you get more? I think there's just only so much overpaying you can do.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a position now, you still need depth.
Yeah.
And they like to rebuild through the draft. They got 5 picks next year now. So, I mean, after the 2 first-rounders, they have 3 picks the rest of the way. So I think that you're right. The value changed so aggressively. Because we're just talking about a couple weeks removed from Roger McCreary going for a 6th or whatever he went for, which is a decent player. What, an offseason or 2 removed from L'Jarius Sneed being a third, like one of the top corners in the game, going for a 3rd-round pick. So the corner market has not been a super aggressive market in terms of having to pay a lot of capital. And even some of the smaller moves leading up to it felt like, all right, you might be able to play in these waters a little bit. And then I think the Sauce Gardner trade just kind of flipped everything. Jalen Phillips kind of pushed the edge market a little bit. And then the Sauce Gardner trade kind of pushed the corner market.
Yeah, so free agency coming up, the draft, they still have plenty of capital and a really great opportunity. But that's exciting to think about, Bob. Going through all the different players, they're getting healthy. It's a significantly different team than the one that has been struggling so much. Just getting your safeties back and the experience there gets you with at least guys being in position and not having any busts. I think it should significantly reduce the amount of points they're giving up. I guess we've just looked at it all season long, like after the Raiders game, this schedule has the potential to get very tough.
Yep.
Now, Washington's not quite what they were. Joe Alt got injured again for the Chargers, so maybe that game's a little bit more winnable. But what's the reaction been like? I know you've had some strong takes out there on Twitter.
Yeah, I think everybody in general is excited. I haven't found anybody who's not happy that Quinnen Williams is here. People are excited about him being here. They think that's a game record. He is the best defensive tackle you've had on this team since Leroy Glover. It's been 20 years since you've had a defensive tackle as good as him. But there's obviously split on, sure, I like having him, but do I like having him for what they gave up? Do I like it? Like, there's going to be a ton of Quinnen Williams fans. I don't think anybody's against the player, but there's a split. I'd say it's probably, for me, what I've seen is 60-40. I think 60% of people are like, yes, I'm glad they did it. And then there's a strong 40% that's saying this isn't enough and you sacrifice something too important. I will say it's still the first round pick you gave up. It is still one that's 2 years away. So you generally kind of reduce that by a round, and you've given up 2 second-rounders. So in the immediate future, you do still have 2 first-round picks. I would have felt worse about the trade if it was this year's first. Yeah. And then you were holding on to the 2 firsts in 2 years.
Yeah, I get the people that say it feels like you traded Micah for Quinnen Williams, and I wouldn't do that.
I think they were trying to do it anyway.
Yeah.
I think that at the start of the season, this is the team that they targeted. It wasn't the Packers. I think the Jets were the team they targeted.
I think they called the Jets and offered Micah for Quinnen.
We heard that in the week after because they wanted they wanted draft compensation plus Quinnen Williams.
They wanted Quinnen Williams. They wanted Derek Brown from Carolina, and they neither team went for it. And I mean, the Jets clearly had a change of heart because 3 months ago they gave Sauce Gardner all that money, and now he's out.
Yeah, I think the important thing is, wouldn't you rather have Quinnen Williams at $24 million than Micah Parsons at 45?
Yeah,
we're close enough as players.
If it helps you keep George Pickens, yes, I'm absolutely on board with that.
Yeah, and you're talking about flexibility here, too. I think Kenny Clark's probably got an expiration date here now, and it's not anything to do. I think they like him as a player, but it's also, hey, we've added somebody now. We need to kind of mess around with resources a little bit. There's no guaranteed money on Kenny Clark's deal next year. It's $20 million of free money if you get rid of it.
It's a no-brainer.
And so, yeah, I think either if he wants to come back, he has to take a massive pay cut in all likelihood, or, and really this is the case anywhere, he's going to get cut or traded somewhere, and anywhere he gets traded to is going to want him to rework his money because he doesn't have anything guaranteed there already. So if he likes Dallas enough, maybe he reworks it to stay here, but I think short of a rework deal, Kenny Clark is probably in the last 8 or 9 games or whatever it is of his Cowboys career.
It would be cool if they could rework a deal like he comes here and he's like, wow, I didn't know Dallas was this awesome and I want to stay here and put down permanent roots with my family and everything. That might be, tough to imagine right now, but what if they do switch to a 5-man defensive line a little bit more permanently? I guess they ran it 27 times Monday night, and that doubled the amount of times they've run it for the season. What if you switch and it really kicks something great in here? Maybe you'd want to make sure that you make him the kind of offer that would make sense for him.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're going to do. I think they'll have 5-man fronts with all the 3 defensive tackles and the 2 edges in there, and then I think they'll still run some obviously traditional 4-man fronts, but. If he finds that he's got a fit here, that would be big. Because, again, he's also a big culture guy. And Shoddy's influence on some of these moves they've made, the last 3 players they've acquired, Kenny Clark is a captain, Logan Wilson is a captain, Quinnen Williams is a captain. Like, they're clearly also going for a type of locker room presence with all of these deals. And they want those type of people here. So if Kenny Clark comes here and goes, I love what this is, and I love being a voice here and building something like this, then, yeah, maybe he looks at it and just says, I want to be part of what's building moving forward.
Who are you going up to the Star for?
Media Mash, doing their daily podcast. We do it Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And so yesterday was off. It'll be me, Newey Scruggs, and Nick Harris today.
Who you got for Cowboys Crosstalk?
Leighton Vander Esch, which I don't know if I've heard Leighton Vander Esch speak since his career ended. And even still, I don't think I heard him speak for the last 2-3 years of his career.
You gonna get him to do like a wolf howl at some point into the microphone?
I think we're gonna have to build up to that. That is not a guy who used to love the media. No. So I think if we build some trust, I'll ask for you.
It's a little walk off.
Is he local? Has he been living local?
I don't know. He strikes me as a guy that would have moved back to Idaho.
That's what I thought too.
I know during the offseason he used to stay in Idaho. He did not stay in Dallas. Yeah. And so
like that mountain living.
He does. That was somebody who I think it was just the spotlight was hard for him. Not like he couldn't handle it
at times.
Not that he couldn't handle it. I don't think he loved it. And he loved being a Cowboy. He loved playing football. He loved his teammates. I don't think he loved what all came with Dallas all the time.
Are you with me on how unlucky the Cowboys have been with injuries over this last 5 years? It's incredible. Like Leighton Vander Esch should be in his prime, 29 years old, middle linebacker, solved, getting 3 interceptions and 110 tackles a year.
Yeah, I think he's younger than Logan Wilson. I think Leighton Vander Esch is younger than Logan Wilson. But yeah, they've had some bad luck there. Some of it you obviously got to look at and say, did you bank on too much with Leighton? Leighton had some injury concerns when he was coming out, but yeah, they've hit a string of some bad luck for sure that has taken them down. And I mean, the Gallup one changed things. Terrence Steele's trajectory feels like it got changed when he had his knee injury, and so they've definitely kind of seen players' careers move because of it.
All right, buddy, I understand you got to run. We're not going to break.
Okay,
Apparently
well,
we have our first Gator sighting in the new Pimp Cup as, we're going soccer format, commercial-free until the referee blows his whistle.
So you're saying we're going to talk for the next 5 hours?
5-hour expressway?
I can't confirm or deny that at this moment, Brian. I've only been told that they'll let me know.
There we go.
We do have the Mavericks back in action tonight, though, so it's a big night of sports. Take care, Bob. Have a good podcast up there at the Star. They're going to host the Pelicans at 7:30. New Orleans got their first win of the season last night with Zion Williamson out. He's got, I believe, a hammy. So he and AD, you'd put it in a script. Absolutely, you could make this up if you were writing a script for the season and said what's the most likely storyline going into New Orleans and the Mavs in Game 8 of the NBA season. You'd say, let me guess, AD and Zion are both out.
Yep.
Ding, ding, ding. You win, but you don't get big odds on that prize. But congratulations, you did get the dub. Now the Pelicans have been terrible. 3 of their losses have been by 30 plus. I wish I could feel confidence about the Mavs, but they have so many players out themselves that this could be a dogfight, against, I guess, Jordan Poole and Trey Murphy and Jeremiah Fierce. Got to lock in with those guys coming to town. This group.
They are a truly bad basketball team, and the on-off splits when it comes to Zion are huge. Like he does so much for them.
He's incredible talent.
Yeah, he is, and that's what's unfortunate about him. It's not like you drafted him and then he ended up being just a bad player. Like he is what you hoped he would be from just an on-the-court player standpoint, but He cannot stay healthy. They're a really, really bad basketball team, and the Mavericks aren't really that much better. I mean, they have started to climb when it comes to the defensive rating and things like that, but offensively, dead balls last.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough because you're going to hang your hat defensively, and your best defensive weapon might be Derek Lively, the kid who's also out. You know, he's a special kind of player, and to not have him as part of your defense and igniting the offense, I'll throw them a little bit of bail for that. But man, I would say depending on him is part of the error in how you drew this thing up, like trusting that Derek Lively is going to stay healthy and Anthony Davis is going to stay healthy and Kyrie Irving, what they did last year. I would just beg and please, like, what we are realizing now is, yes, you did trust a shoe executive to come in here and run a basketball team.
Yeah.
And for a short period of time, it looked like things might have been going in a great way. You're like, holy crap, this guy who's been more focused on selling sneakers to kids through superstar players actually knows what the heck he's doing, man. How did this turn out? I guess, his drive, his ethics, his self-improvement mantra, like his relationships that he's built, even though he hasn't been studying how to construct a basketball team, he's kind of, figured it out as he's went along. But right around the time he got full power and authority in that organization and it had gotten Mark Cuban off to the side and some of the other influential people off to the side, now we're seeing what many thought when he was hired. And there were a lot of speculative people like, you did what? You hired a sneaker executive to come in here and be your GM, and I think those voices have died down. And last year was all about Nico, but I really, this has got to be a home run to fire this guy after a start like this.
What led him to believe that he could have an 18-year-old bringing the ball up every night? I mean,
naivete.
I just wonder, and you wonder others in the organization. You wonder, is he a my way or highway guy? I wonder if there's some
that way.
I wonder if there's some people in the organization said, we're going to lose a lot of games if you do this.
Yeah.
And I just, that to me is, I don't know how you can evaluate going into a season and say, this is our best plan right here.
Yeah.
This is going to win us games this year. Mm-hmm. I don't know how you could put that kind of pressure on that kid. And that to me is where the problems that I have, of all the things that they've done, this one seems to be the most egregious thing you can imagine when it comes to a team.
Yeah. And that's why I asked Bobby Carella last week, like, is this Jason Kidd's idea? And apparently Kidd's saying, this is my idea. I just can't believe it. I can't believe a point guard would have that idea.
I don't.
There's reason to believe out there, like, the point guard is less important than it used to be because of the way that defenses are limited and they're finding out big guys can bring it up the court and we can just pass it to each other over the top. But if you don't have that sort of a calming influence and you're 30th in the NBA and scoring dead last right now,
that's
the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
And you had plenty of sample size last year to find that out.
Yeah, absolutely. When Kyrie went out and all of a sudden now you're rallying to get in position to where you could potentially get the first overall pick. But this seems to me when you talk about things that he's done, whether it's trading Luka, whatever, this one seems like to me that this is just as bad as that. Believing that this kid and putting that kind of pressure on him and believing and it's like they really don't have a plan how to get out of it.
Yeah.
They're pushing Kyrie to come back because they don't have anybody else, to make this work.
I do believe Jason Kidd could come up with the answers eventually, but I just don't know how much he's able to do that. We've, in an era across sports, we're seeing the GMs be more influential than they used to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, man. And that's the thing, too, about it is where Nico's saying upon trading Luka, we have a championship window right now, so he's trying to win now while also experimenting with an 18-year-old out of position. It just doesn't make sense at all.
And Dawson, you brought it up. And he has been a general manager now for several years. It's not like it's a brand new thing. But to me, I look at him and if he's lone wolf doing this, then Patrick Dumont, please move on from this guy.
Yeah.
If you're going to just lone wolf, if somebody in the organization stood up and said, we're really thinking about doing this with this kid, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I'm sure everybody's scared to say anything that is going the other way of what Nico is saying.
What about terrible way to work in an organization?
Yeah.
You can't. Now, I admit it. I said way too much and got fired. But I couldn't imagine working and thinking, we're really going to do this, aren't we, guys? We really are going to put the ball in this kid's hands and make him do this.
Yeah.
When there's no sample, I guess there's some sample size in, but this, it just seems to me it's such
as a win now move.
Yeah,
we're going to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
It's brain dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I mean, trading Luka, investing in injury-prone players like Anthony Davis, or trying to start Cooper Flagg, like that should be 3 strikes, you're out. We got the G-Bag of the Day champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10. The new daddy is out. Chief has the top 10. Where are we going, buddy?
Happy 67th birthday to actor Robert Patrick. Who are the top 10 most famous Roberts or Bobs of all time? 877-881-1053. That's next in the nation.
Hey guys, it's your favorite bug.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. We usually get you the G-Bag of the Day champ here, but that's can't happen today. Apparently the audio files are still in transit as we're making our debut voyage. It's radio history.
Yeah.
It's KRLD-FM history here as we got a new broadcast location. So thanks for making us part of your day. They're going to tweak the audio and the mics and everything over, I don't know, next couple of days, couple of weeks. We'll be sounding just like we did at the old spot here before too long. So sorry if it's just a little bit different, but it's cool. You know, you'll remember the day that we moved and once again made radio history. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Eric Chiafalo with Wolchuk's Top 10.
Yes, sir. All right. So today's the 67th birthday of actor Robert.
I'll Google him.
He's a Terminator guy.
Oh, Robert Patrick, T2?
Yeah.
Oh,
there you go.
Man.
See, he's got one of those all-time faces.
Yeah, I always get
Doesn't
him
he?
mixed up with Ray Liotta.
Yeah.
But
yes, another all-time face.
Incredible character. Maybe one of my top 10 villains of all time.
There you go. 67th birthday today. We have the top 10 most famous Roberts or Bobs throughout time. Okay, 877-881-1053. Wolchuk had baby girl number 2 at 3:14 in the morning.
Named her Bob.
And, named her Bob in honor of Bob Patrick. So it's very, very exciting times. He said his wife is doing super well, and things are good in the Wolchuk household, at least for a short period of time. And then things are going to start going crazy. He's going to be itching to get back into the studio. You know how that goes, right? You start the paternity leave. You're like, all right, it's kind of cool. A couple days off, be a family man. By Friday, he'll be itching and scratching for excuses to get back into work. That's just the way it goes.
Absolutely.
And we
work ethic like the woolly bully.
Are you sure of this? Are you sure?
Be back in no time.
Are you doubting? Are you doubting?
You can keep that paternity leave.
Yeah. By the way, it's like how he saw what Sean did.
Yeah, he did.
And Sean was off every other week.
He set a precedent.
He was kind of like, oh, they're going to let me do this. So yeah, I think you're kind of saying itching to get back to work. Nah.
This will be like year one, where he was off 3 days a week to do the Rangers postgame.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We can never forget that. Speaking of Rangers, we have an opportunity to party with you. You have an opportunity to party with us at the Sandlot Charity event, which is going to be at Globe Life Field once again. It's an all-time party. All sorts of celebrities are going to be there. Food, drink, and good fellowship time. So if you want to bid on that, what's our bid at now? I think it's sitting at 19 hundo.
Yeah.
Thanks to our guy Justin last night.
Salute.
19 hundo. So if you want to beat that bid, you and a bunch of your friends can come kick it with us. Mardi Gras brought us, and Super Bowl rings, the whole nine, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Drew
Always
Pearson
is.
always sits at our table because he doesn't like the other shows. He likes our show the best.
Hut. It's
Hut,
true.
yeah.
Top of the hour, Jared Sandler joins us. Looking forward to that conversation.
Sure.
Bruce Bochy taking a little bit of a roll-ski with San Francisco advisory role.
Okay.
Going to have to get to the bottom of that one.
But that's just kind of like we're going to pay you and you're going to live in Nashville and you come in. And,
just give us a phone call from time to time.
every once in a while you're going to show up
for.
Yeah, we'll see him at spring training, right? Maybe, right? When we're there, like the Giants in the same area that we are.
He'll saunter through.
Yeah, he'll be hanging out on the field,
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I'm just kind of surprised that nobody wants Boch. 4-time Hall of Fame World Series winning manager. Everybody's like, no, we're good.
Everybody's going the youthful route.
We'll take this 32-year-old guy from college instead of Boch.
That is a little crazy.
I'm kind of glad that guy left Tennessee, though. That was going to be a problem for LSU. That guy's a damn good coach. Manager. What do you call it? What, baseball's a manager, right?
It's
you don't
a
call
manager.
him a coach.
In college,
right?
it's a coach. For some reason, don't ask me why.
Yeah, what happened there? I don't know. Yeah. All right, happy 67th birthday to actor Robert Patrick, the top 10 Roberts and or Bobs of all time. Of course, Bobby Bell getting a lot of love right now.
Yeah.
As well as Baba Ganoush and Bob Dabalina. Those are all-time
Mr. Bob
Bobs.
Dabalina. Mr. Bob Dabalina.
Mr. Bob Dabalina. Thank you, Lucius. Look at Lucius sounding good. Is that the first time we've heard?
Good, baby. Yeah, let me put Bobby De Niro in the building.
Bang, I love it.
Bobby De Niro.
He'll be high on this list, no question about it. Do you guys have any all-time favorite Bobs?
How about, I got a Robert for you.
There you go.
Robert Wadlow.
Okay.
Who? Robert Wadlow.
Not familiar.
You don't know who this guy is?
He's an orchestra guy.
Nope.
He's let's see, something in the music world.
Nope.
Okay, he was an actor?
Nope.
Artist?
Nope.
Baseball manager?
Nope.
Baseball coach?
Nope.
All right.
World's tallest man, 8 feet 11 inches. Guinness Book of World Record guy.
8 feet 11.
Yep. Robert Wadlow.
Is it the big lurch-looking fool that was always in that book?
That's him.
You would look for him, and you would look for the twins on the bike.
Yeah, the fat
man
twins.
with the long nails.
Yeah, the long nails, bro.
8 feet 11 inches, my man was.
Dang.
Famous Roberts for you.
Is he still with us?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, being that tall, you probably don't have an opportunity.
No,
Not
his picture was black and white, so I think he's not with us anymore.
Not a lot of Bobs through sports history. Of course, Bob Hayes.
Rob Ory.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Bob Ory, yes.
Big shot.
Robert Parrish.
Clutch. Robert Parrish. Bob Cousy. A couple of Celtic legends.
Bob Cousy. Bob
And
Hayes.
David Hellman, he imitates Bob Cousy. I used
he
to
dribbles.
laugh. Hellman's so short, and it's funny. He puts his hand up like he's hand checking.
I love
good
it.
bit.
All right, let's see here. We have on the outside looking in, you do have Bob Cousy.
Yeah.
And you do have Bob Hayes. You also have Bob Hope, Bob Newhart, Robert Smith, Robert Mitchum, Robert Frost as well.
Robert Frost, the poet?
Yes.
Bob Frost.
But at number 10.
But Robert Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer, yes.
Yeah.
He's
Is he in this
on here.
list?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
is
on
he?
here.
Okay.
He absolutely is. Let's see here. We have Bob Parker. Or excuse me, Bob Barker.
yeah.
My apologies.
Price
He
is
and I
wrong.
were born the same day, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
December 12th, 1923?
Well, yeah, it's 63. He was born in 23?
Yeah, he was born in 1923.
Wow.
Yeah, he sure did. Great Depression.
Yeah.
Okay, number 9.
Bob Seger. You guys don't acknowledge Lucius' greatness right now.
I was trying to figure out what song that was.
Yeah.
Tell him, Big B.
Turn the page.
Bob Seger, here we go, coming in at number 9.
There we go.
You don't get 80% of them.
Who, me?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You start calling them out then.
I did.
Know it all.
I am a know-it-all. I am the king of music.
Big Dawson doing some hate right now. Pay attention.
Yeah, he's a little jealous he couldn't figure out that one.
Gators got him
Bob
down a little.
Seger.
Why you call me out like that?
It's Ice Cube. Don't you idiots know that?
Number 8.
I really don't, Dawson. Sorry.
We have Robert Plant.
Oh, there's you go.
Led Zeppelin.
There we go, Dawson. All right. Bob Plant.
He's the real deal.
He's real deal.
Okay, we are now at number 7.
The man that makes happy trees. Come on, dog.
Oh, that's a good call.
I'll wait. It's probably on the list. I know this list is not going to disappoint me.
Number 7, we have Better Call Saul's Bob Odenkirk.
Oh, yeah, Bob's good.
He's been doing good
Funny
now
guy.
work with the, he's become a producer, director guy, too. Like, he's been in these couple...
Yeah, he's well-rounded.
It's weird to see him in these movies. I've only seen the trailers, Dawson, because you know I hate movies. But he's in these movies where he's he's an action hero guy now.
No way.
Yeah. He's like Family Man, but then CIA operative guy, you know.
He must be a gun guy.
Yeah.
I can't buy him as a martial arts.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's definitely a gun guy. Yeah, gun guy. He had like a heart attack in the middle of being that guy, like an actual one, and then still came back and finished the job as being an ass kicker. Now I think they're going to make it like a thing. Like he's going to be like a John Wick style, where he's going to keep cranking out these
so
movies.
hard for me
until his heart finally does stop. Yeah, well rounded. Coming in at number 6, Robert F. Kennedy. Bobby Kennedy.
That's not.
Or
Oh, wait.
RFK.
That would be his brother. Yeah, it's the brother that was gunned down in campaigning in California.
That's right.
Yeah.
We have at number 5.
What's the dude's name?
Sirhan?
Yeah.
Sirhan.
Yeah.
It's the first and last name?
I think
Hand of
so.
the king.
How about that? At number 5, we do have Lucius's Bob Ross.
Bobby Ross, baby.
Bob Ross, the The Painter Man?
The Painter Man.
I almost went as him for Halloween. I was trying to talk Remy into it.
You really pull that off.
She didn't know who it was. My Michael Myers is pretty good.
Yeah, we need to get some pics or something of that, man.
Yeah, pics.
There were a couple of kids going as Michael Myers, too. We had a moment in the street.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
You pointed at each other?
Yeah. Yeah, one came up and goes, Dad. We go, oh, yeah. High five. That's great. Here we go.
Hey, that boy Bob Ross was slanging it, by the way.
Was he really?
Yeah, watch that documentary. That boy was slanging it.
Him or Mr. Rogers
They
slinging
like
it
them
more.
happy trees out there wherever he was at.
I bet they did.
It's amazing. Take the fantail brush and look at these birds. Like he'll just like put a little paint on next to it. It's like birds flying everywhere. I'm like, wow, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I know, dude. He's incredible. Robert De Niro at 4. There you go. Lucius with the back-to-back pulls. At 3, we have the greatness of Bob Marley.
Oh,
come on now.
Come on, man.
At number 2.
Brian.
Song change.
Oh, I know. You got me on this one, Dawson.
Call it out.
Oh, wait.
You can get there.
Oh, yeah.
You can get there.
Oh, I've heard this one. Ooh.
It's on the tip of his tongue.
Go ahead, Dawson.
Bobby Brown.
Bobby Brown. Oh!
Maybe his best song ever.
It's a banger.
Him and Whitney Houston, right?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, that's well documented.
Yeah.
Number 2.
I was just asking.
Bob Dylan. They say I'm crazy.
Yeah.
Ooh, Bob Dylan. I almost watched that movie last week.
Once upon a
My parents
time,
were
you
in town.
just so fine through the bumps of dime in your prime. Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Singing on wave.
Yeah. I want to do this interview with you. Yeah.
And at number 1, the greatest Robert/Bob of all time, the most famous, is going to be Robert Downey Jr.
Oh, wow.
What a come up for him.
From drug
he was
addiction
down and
to-
out.
Seriously, man.
God.
Yeah.
Greatest Bob of all time.
Didn't they find him in some child's bed?
Ooh,
Sleeping, right?
Wow.
Kind of sleeping off.
Oh, yeah. Geez,
Stumbled into the
crashed
wrong
down.
house bed.
A random child's bed, sleeping it off. Damn.
Should've
That's
never
Iron
let him out of
Man.
jail.
Yeah.
That's crazy. There it is, your top 10 Bobs. Thank you, Chief. We got Jared Sandler talking Rangers offseason coming up here at 3 o'clock as we're in the new studio for the first time. It's feeling good. Wish Wolchuk was here, but congratulations to Wolchuk. Send that man some congrats on social. His
diapers.
His baby arrived perfectly last night, so congrats to him and the missus. We got Sands coming up at 3 o'clock, though. A little college football darty coming up.
Let's take a look at the first CFP rankings next year in the nation.
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curl?
No,
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, y'all.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the fan. We got Jared Sandler talking Rangers baseball coming up at 3. It is a Mavs game night. I'd love to hear some Fire Nico chants coming over the TV this evening. If you're heading to the AAC, let's have it. I think it should be louder than ever because I don't know if the owner realizes how much of an idiot he's got running the team. And, you know, sometimes you got to shock these guys. They got to hit rock bottom before they realize, man, maybe I should ask some people how bad my GM really is. They just take their word for it. It's like their basis for basketball reality is whoever the GM is when you get these new owners in sports. And I think Patrick's a big part of the problem. It's got to be louder. It's got to be more consistent with him in just hopes of rattling him into evaluating. I know the players asked for, hey, please don't do this while we're in the game, so you know it bothers them. And unfortunately, that's their reality. And maybe it can actually prompt them to go to somebody and be like, hey, run this thing up the flagpole. How do we have the worst GM in sports? How are we here right now? This is unbelievable. Anyway, here's the chief of the college football, Darty.
Yeah, we had the first college football playoff rankings come out last night, and I know Aggie fans, I think we're probably the most frustrated by some of this stuff, but they're still number 3, right? I mean, their resume speaks for itself. There's no question about that. But Ohio State remains number 1, Indiana at 2, then it's the Aggies at 3, Bama at 4. So those are your first 4 teams right there. They would have a bye if the playoffs started today. Then your first round games, these would be on-campus games going down December 19th and 20th. You would have at number 5, Georgia, hosting number 12, Memphis. Okay, that's how it would stand right now. You'd have number 6, Ole Miss, hosting number 11, Virginia.
Wow.
You would have BYU hosting Notre Dame. And then you would have number 8, Texas Tech, hosting number 9, Oregon. That's what the first round would look like right now.
It's juicy. It's tasty. Cannot wait for it. I think what we learned from last year, the most important thing is be healthy and be playing your best football when it comes. And even if you have to play on the opening weekend, if you're good, you're going to be fine. And take care of your business. You'll be one of the top 2 teams. At least it's not like the BCS era where you had to watch there in horror as, you know, there's 4 weeks to go. We're only number 3. If those teams went out and we went out, are we going to get there? You're fine. You can actually go prove it on the field.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So we'll see. I mean, there's still plenty of movement that's going to take place. This is just the first installment of it all, and we'll see which teams can go ahead and find their way into the actual rankings here. Plenty of teams still actually have a chance. Teams like Texas, things like that, you run the table, you got a shot.
It has been such a huge win for college football. The fact that a Vandy and an Indiana are finding ways to compete and these fan bases to get to go on this magic carpet ride, it's amazing in every way.
Yeah, even still in the mix, my UNT squad, North Texas, and Drew Mestamaker will be on Fan University this weekend.
Wow, crushing.
That's a nice get. They continue to dial up big-time college football guests, and one of the best quarterbacks of the season, and probably the best story at the quarterback position throughout the entire country. Drew Mestamaker on with Fan University this weekend, so looking forward to that. But
never started in high school. Is that the story?
Yeah.
Didn't start in high school?
Didn't start.
Yeah.
I mean, made his first start, was in the bowl game last year, and was like, oh my gosh, this guy might actually be
Some
something
players
special
are just
here.
gamers.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Mestamaker is, so looking forward to hearing him on Saturday.
You guys have any problems with Texas A&M being 3? And I say that in a way of
their resume.
Their resume to me looks better than what you would get with Indiana and then what you would have with Ohio State. You know, and I'm not saying that just as an SEC bias kind of a thing, but you look at their wins. I mean, their win at Notre Dame and then go through. I mean, Notre Dame is a team that's in this playoff thing right now. I'm looking at A&M, and trust me, my family, everybody, Texas A&M people, I'm not trying to fight for that, but I just look at, and I think RJ Choppy had actually a really good point this morning.
You're kidding.
Well, yeah, and the point was, why play these games? why play these games if they don't matter?
And get a meal masseuse.
Well, because and get a fat finger Popeye forearm masseuse. But he was referencing the fact that Notre Dame is in this, and Miami beat Notre Dame, and they have the same record.
Exactly, and so you're kind of wondering.
And Miami's out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about Texas A&M here, and I'm like, their resume, if you look at just overall who their wins have been against, they have a right to be number one in this thing right now.
Yeah, no, they totally do. They totally do.
Yeah.
And so I understand that, but I'm also not going to argue the fact that Ohio State is sitting there at number one. Indiana still has obviously a huge win versus Oregon, and they've been dominant. So I guess they just went with the eye test factor of we just think these teams are better.
It was probably a pretty strong debate. I think they were also debating on Oregon. Should they really be in the top 10?
Yeah.
But I think you can feel strongly the Aggies are better than the Hoosiers, right? So they'll get a chance to prove it if they have to.
Yeah, there it is. There's a little college football darty for you.
Thank you, Chief. We got Jared Sandler coming up next. Rangers off-season. Baseball signings are starting already, and we'll ask him when the Rangers are going to do something and talk to him about swinging for a cause, which is coming up here before too long as well. 1 hour down, 4 to go. Maiden voyage. New studio here at 75 and 635, and we're back in the nation.
never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. Thanks for making us part of your day, as we'll have more Quinnen Williams discussion and reaction. He was at the Star and talking with reporters, so we'll have highlights of that coming up at 3:20 and some Cowboys Twitter. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40, but joining us now, Jared Sandler here on your home of the Rangers as we get ready for a very busy and important offseason for these Texas Rangers. How you doing, man? Oh, we got Sands? You gonna get Sands? That's right.
Just working the Gators.
It was going to be smooth.
Yeah, working the Gators.
I don't know if I can assume that at this point, as I believe we're in the process now. We're efforting our first phone call in the new studio here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in the Lakeside studio location. I see Lucius, he's manipulating the Gators over there.
Yeah, he is.
He's asking for more. But he's having a hard time keeping him down. Okay, we got a corporate engineer and DJ. The DJ, I'm sure this is going to be settled before too long. Now, Swinging for a Cause is coming up. Last night, if you missed it, we got our high bid up to $1,900. So we are still in third place with KNC sitting there at $5K and Sean and RJ at $2,500. We would like to, invite you to bid higher if you'd like. Just call in at 877-881-1053, and we'll take your bids right over the phone, or you can text in. You're monitoring the text, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm all over the text at 877-881-1053. Of course, yes, you can call in. You can slide into some DMs. I know Broadus's DMs are wide open.
Yeah.
And he's down for picks as well. So just bombard him with whatever you got. And he looks forward to partying with you and all your friends at Globe Life Field
Sunday night.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
I just want a veteran pitcher here for these Rangers, okay? Give me a veteran pitcher. I don't know if it's Malley or Kelly, just one. A new catcher, that preferably has some upside at the plate. An outfielder. I think it's time to probably say goodbye to Dolly, and you can't trust Evan Carter.
Yep.
So I want an outfielder with a good bat, talking like 270 with 25, 30 home runs, just like Dolly in his prime style, good defender. And then maybe a first baseman to get us some better offense to go along with Berger.
Yeah. I think those are all on the table. I'm interested to see just how aggressive they're going to be able to be, and what type of dudes Schumacher and CY are looking to bring in here. But I think all of that is absolutely on the table. No one would be upset about that, and I do think Adolis Garcia for sure. We've seen his last.
Yeah, and maybe a second baseman. I think they're gonna kick the tires of the trade market, see if somebody out there wants Marcus Semien, and maybe you have to eat half of the salary or something. But as a way of clearing that position and clearing some payroll, it'll be interesting to see how they look at third base after a couple of disappointing seasons from Josh Young. It really looked like he was on a superstar trajectory when he was winning the World Series and making some of those defensive plays. He was one of my favorite Texas Rangers, but 2 years later, a stint in the minor leagues and some whispers that maybe he's a little moody, not the easiest guy to get along with through adversity. So there's a couple of reasons maybe to wonder what Josh Young's future is going to look like here in 2026 and beyond. As Jared Sandler joins us now here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Sands, how we doing?
What's up, fellas? Gavin, I heard your wish list. I feel like between Santa Claus and Hanukkah Harry, we can probably split up those asks and knock it all out.
Okay. Are you being facetious, or do you think it's realistic that they could, have four different guys in their lineup and a veteran pitcher?
No. I mean, I was just saying that as like a throwaway bad joke, but I think that's one of the challenges for the Rangers is that they, everything you said is appropriate, right? Like you're not identifying needs that shouldn't be needs, and I think one of the challenges for this front office is going to be trying to figure out how to check off all those boxes over the course of one off season. And some of that's going to come in free agency. But, the reality is, in order for them to get some of this stuff done, they're probably going to have to make some shrewd moves in the trade market. And, we'll see, free agency. I know we think about all the big names, or at least the names that we know, but, they're also going to have to probably make some really adept moves with guys, minor league deals with big league invites, guys like Adrian Hauser, who, ended up being a really productive pitcher for the White Sox, but was a really great find by the Rangers this offseason. And guys like that who aren't going to cost an arm and a leg, but, have the ability to be really productive for this ball club.
Seems like they have enough payroll available, just loosely guessing on their obligations and what they've said, that maybe they could add a couple of name players, but they might be tapped after spending $40 or $50 million in payroll. How would you evaluate that?
Yeah, I think a lot of it's going to depend on the decisions they make with guys who are technically under control, but they could free themselves of the financial obligation. You mentioned Adolis Garcia. He's a perfect example of that. I think they got a decision to make with Adolis. Do they want to bring him back, or, they have the ability to do what's called non-tender him, even though he's still got one more year of arbitration. They essentially would make him a free agent and not bring him back and not tender him a contract. And then, there are guys who aren't in that situation, but guys who could be traded, where there's some sort of financial obligation to medium, large, whatever the case might be, and that could clear some cap. So I think, there's obviously the money we know that they have, the money that they, with one click of the button, so to speak, can have. And then there's the money, and this is where I think it really kind of impacts what they're able to do. There's the money that they could free themselves up depending on, how they navigate the trade market. So, I don't think we know for sure, but I think you're right. Like, it's not like they're not going to be able to spend any money. Their payroll at the end of the day is still going to be, pretty high, right there on the threshold, of the luxury tax. But, this isn't going to be one of those off seasons where they go and get Seager and Simeon and John Gray and Cole Calhoun, or Jacob deGrom, Nathan Eovaldi type of off season. They're going to maybe make a move or two that, is kind of headline stealing to some extent, but then the rest is probably going to, have to be moves that maybe aren't sexy in nature, but moves that can end up being incredibly beneficial once, the season gets going.
Jared, when people meet you for the first time, when they say you're out and about and they meet you and they find out, oh yeah, you're the broadcast guy, what's the one thing that they ask you about the Rangers, about the team? What is their biggest concerns?
That's a good question, Bros. After they get over how short I am, because, they expect someone who's like 6 feet tall for some reason, they usually then get to, it's usually just a general, well, if they're plugged into the team to some extent, it's, well, what are we going to do about the hitting?
Sure.
So that's obviously the big question. I'm trying to think of like a good runner-up. I'd say the last year and a half, 2 years, that's really what it's largely been. I get asked about Marcus Semien a lot, and the Rangers have a tough decision to make with Marcus, and we talked about him a ton throughout the year. If your expectation, listen, the contract is what it is. This isn't the NFL where you can, try and renegotiate the contract, have a guy take a pay cut. So, that the contracts, what's done is done there. Now they could, explore a trade. And, I think even with that, it's not like they're going to totally free themselves of that money if they wanted to go that route. But I think the question is now, how did it, Marcus Semien's spring training, he's with the Texas Rangers. What is the role that, they see for him in the lineup? Is he a guy who's going to be a middle of the order hitter, or are they going to just say, hey, until Marcus, hits his way back towards the top, we're going to look at him as kind of a bottom half of the order hitter. And I think a lot of it, there's the money side of it, and then that's always going to be a part of the conversation. But at the end of the day, if he's playing, how is he helping this team win? And if he's a guy, and I think we talked about this, if he's a guy who you have hitting 7th, 8th, 9th, then you know what? He's not a bad player, because he's still going to be a great addition defensively. I mean, he just won the Gold Glove. He's obviously a plus on the bases. I think the issue is, with the production the last couple of years, when you're relying on him to lead off or hit third or hit fifth, some of these high leverage spots. So, I'm curious, how they see Marcus and what his fit is for 2026. But I get asked about him a lot. And then, again, just in general, how do we get this team hitting again? And the most dialed-in fan, I would say, Broadus, has asked about the ballpark. And, is this a pitcher's park all of a sudden? Wondering about that. And I think the answer to that, in short, is we really don't know, because in the short existence of the ballpark, it's had years where it's played more favorably to pitchers, and then we've had years where it's been a little more favorable to the hitters. So I don't know that we really know the answer to that just yet.
Jared, what did Skip Shoemaker learn about this baseball team sitting above and watching?
My guess is, and I don't know, we obviously had that press conference with Skip, and, he's not going to totally dissect everything that, that he observed. But my guess, not to go back to the hitting side of things, but I'm sure there were things that, Skip was able to glean. And if you were to ask him, hey, what's your 5-step plan to getting this team back to World Series contention, maybe the first step is, figuring out how to reinforce, develop, whatever words you want to use, the type of approach that is going to put these hitters in a position to succeed. And it's not necessarily that it's not being coached or taught, because, you can tell a guy one thing, and if he executes it, that's kind of out of your control. But it's figuring out a way to teach it, to coach it, and to kind of hold people accountable. And, one thing at the end of the year that I don't think got talked about enough with the Little Rascals was that we started having conversations about, when this guy comes back, is he going to play? Or is this guy taking playing time? And you guys know this, when you've got someone who's on your tail, who's kind of pushing you for playing time, that changes things. If I'm sitting pretty and I know, hey, no matter what I do, whether I hit 200 or 300 or anywhere in between, I'm going to be out there every day because of X, Y, or Z reason. Well, it's not that these guys aren't competitive, but it's a little bit easier to just kind of kick the can down the road and making changes. But when I know that, hey, if I don't get my crap together in the next 2 weeks because I got this young buck who's, on my tail, well, maybe that changes things. And I think having a roster that, kind of reinforces the importance of internal competition, might help get some of those messages across. But, you look at the Blue Jays, the Blue Jays have some big names in their lineup. Vladdy Jr. is a great hitter. But if you watch that World Series, the way those guys competed and the way they made life difficult and miserable at times for Dodgers pitchers, I don't want to say it doesn't take talent to do that. It definitely does. But that level of talent, that skill, I think is something that can be taught, can be learned. Whereas the ability to hit the ball 500 feet and have, Corey Seager's hand out, like that stuff, that's rare, right? But you can still grow certain qualities within a lineup that make the lineup tough and allows these guys to maximize their abilities. And I think the Rangers would love to bridge the gap from where they've been the last couple of years to where, the potential is for them with the guys that they have.
Jared Sandler with us here on The Fan. Where are we at? What's the timeline in terms of getting this coaching staff all filled out?
Yeah, that's a good question, Eric. I think there might be decisions that have been made, but, they're just waiting for the right time to announce or finalize things. My guess is that they have a pretty good idea on most of these roles. And I would think that, if the Rangers were granting Mike Maddox permission to talk to the Angels, that, they have an idea of what direction they want to go. I think, you look at Skip Schumacher's time with the Marlins, I think it would make sense that, there could be a guy, a couple guys, three, I don't know, some guys that come to Texas from his staff there. But, I would imagine in the next week or so, you probably have those things finalized. I know the GM meetings are coming up, and I would think that most of this stuff would be taken care of here in the next couple weeks in advance of the winter meetings, which is, the second full week or maybe the first full week in December. I think it starts on December 8th. And I would say most of the coaching decisions, I got to believe, would be wrapped up by then. And now you're really just kind of locked and loaded trying to build the roster.
Jared, what do you think about trading big names? I noticed in Evan Grant's piece, he went through scenarios of considering and floating, Seager, DeGrom, and Simeon. And that was kind of a surprise to me to see kind of like the beat writer of record putting that out there in print.
Well, I think, if you're the baseball operations department and you've got a mandate, hey, we need to cut payroll, and you've got a team, going back to the very beginning of our conversation, Gavin, I made that joke about Santa and Hanukkah Harry. You got all these needs. One way to do it is to free up some money. And so I think just logically, you look at, all right, where are our bigger investments? And I think you have to at least have the conversation. Do we feel like bringing these guys back is what makes sense, or is it worth exploring, what's out there? In Marcus Simeon's case, obviously the level of performance at the plate the last couple of years hasn't been what, he would even expect from himself. With Corey Seager, he's been outstanding. Gold Glove finalist, obviously had the bad luck appendectomy at the end of the year, but, he's been the one guy who you can count on offensively. And then Jacob deGrom was a stud. And I think there's a lot of thought and hope that next year will be even better with his, first full year second Tommy John under his belt. But, you got to pay to play. So, those guys could have value. So, at minimum, I don't think the Rangers would hang up the phone if anyone came calling. Now with Marcus, I don't know that you're going to shed a lot of money necessarily. And with Corey and Jacob, even though teams would be more than happy to, take on their services, they've got to have the money, to take on those contracts too. So it might be a way to add some talent, shed some payroll, or maybe, you end up going into camp with all three of those guys. And with, Corey and Jacob, you just hope that they keep doing what they're doing. And with Marcus, at that point, you're betting on the work ethic, the discipline that he has, leading to better results coming off of a down year. But I think that at minimum, those are conversations that they'll have internally. I definitely don't think it's, inappropriate to at least discuss, those types of moves being on the table, given that, cutting some money is a big priority.
So we got about another 51 hours to get bids in here for Swinging for a Cause table?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And Lucius was asking me yesterday, so I think it's important to bring this up. If your bid is a minimum of $4,000, that qualifies you for VIP status. VIP status gives you valet parking. It gives you a special entrance. You don't have to worry about any lines, and it also gives you access to an open bar. So that's a little encouragement to get to 4,000 with the bid. But you and five friends, six of y'all, you'll be able to hang out with you guys at the event. But as you guys know, this event it's not as not as kind of stay in one place like Topgolf. So to make sure that the winners get time with you, they'll get to come hang at the new studios. I'm excited to go check those out. The new studios sitting in in for a little bit of a show. But we're really excited. We got a big surprise with one of the events that we'll hopefully be able to share here in the next week. Something that may or may not have been a part of RSM this year. People will get a chance to participate in, but all sorts of events. It's great for kids. It's great for adults. You don't need to worry about what to do with the kids. If you guys want to come out, food, drinks, we'll have a bunch of celebrities. We're a few days away from announcing who our big Sandlot Community MVP Award winner is going to be. Last year was Elvis. We've had Darren Woodson, Drew Pearson, and others. So we're really excited about that. 877-881-1053. Is that still the number? 877-881-1053? Okay. Yep. I didn't know if that changed. So, call that number, and really appreciate the support for Sandlot Children's Charity. I appreciate you guys a ton. Thank you guys for everything y'all do.
Hey, Jared, I'd like to request that if our show pulls a $4,000 bid or $5,000 or more, that our show have a piano by the bar, so we could just we could have sing-alongs and stuff we could have karaoke there at the bar. Just have a great. Yeah, I just request. I just like a piano.
Broadus requests a grand pianist.
Yeah, I request that we have the ability just to drink a lot and then have the piano going and just have a good damn time sitting there. How about that?
I'll tell you what. If we get a bid of at least $5,000 for all three shows, we've got one of the three taken care of. I will make sure that there is some sort of musical opportunity in the VIP bar area for people to have some fun once they've had a couple beverages.
I appreciate that, Jared. Thank you so much, man.
You're the man, Jared. We'll see you soon.
Anything for you. Appreciate you, fellas.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere, and he coordinates the finest charity event of the year.
It is a lot of fun.
You are invited to join us, but you can only get in if you bid on our table with a high bid currently at $19. As the man said, you go $4K, that opens up VIP status in an open bar. Cowboys Twitter coming up next. Top tweets going viral about America's team here on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan.
Tolos, now is the time to take control of your financial future. That's what...
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Juicy boy, welcome in here. It's the G-Bag Nation. Time now for some Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral. Quinnen Williams, the man has arrived. And he was speaking to reporters earlier today up there at the Star. We'll give you some highlights from that, see what else we can poke around and find for you on Cowboys Twitter. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. On wanting to win, Quinnen Williams, I'm hungry to win. That's the main thing. Like I said in the beginning, I'm an ultimate competitor. Everything I do is about winning. Everything I do, everything I work when I wake up, man, I just want to win. So that kind of forms my ego of I can do anything the coaches ask me to do if it's going to get us a win. I like that attitude a lot. Kind of seems like the defensive version of Tyler Booker here with these quotes. Yeah. Big man with a big heart for football.
Yeah, no, he is this guy is a very, very competitive. You watch him play, and he's been a guy that's, when you break his tape down, he is, when the team is going bad, no matter what the score, he's still playing. Ron Leary was that way. I remember watching Ron Leary when he was playing at with Memphis.
Yeah,
and they were really bad, and they were getting beat. They're playing Mississippi State. They're down 40, and he's still pancaking dudes. And you're thinking, okay,
not going to whip my ass today.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah. I'm not going to. Yeah, everybody else might be playing like trash.
Yeah,
but I am not. They're not going to talk about me playing bad today. And I think Quinnen Williams is a lot like that.
And they need guys like that on the defensive side. I feel like maybe Kenny Clark is one of those dudes as well.
Yeah.
But I don't know how many guys they have with that kind of work ethic. And this goes back to, I believe, Shoddy's pre-draft thought of let's find players that love football and have a high energy for it. It was, kind of unfortunate how their drafts got away from them there in the Mike McCarthy years. But I like the kind of guys they're looking for. And if you want to install that enthusiasm culture, you're going to need guys like Dak Prescott who happily carry that torch for you and just kind of do it by habit. He was asked how impactful Aaron Whitecotton was for him with the New York Jets. Quote, I think anyone can look at that, the resume. Before I had Whitecotton, I was ascending to be a good defensive tackle. When he came into my life, I became an all-pro and a pro bowler. This Whitecotton, I mean, that's Solomon Thomas and him.
Yeah.
Wonder what's going wrong with Osa then.
Yeah, it's funny that there's been some questions about how well the defensive line really has played.
Mm-hmm.
And, why the slow starts. Why all of a sudden are we in week 9 that, we figured out how to rush the passer all of a sudden.
Yeah. Nothing's happening with Nealon and Williams.
Yeah, and it's just, that's really disappointing, Dawson, because just young guys,
Mm-hmm.
and that's...
But Whitecotton has a lot of believers out there.
He does, but
maybe everybody's not a fit.
Maybe the guys who we kind of thought that were going to be. But I know this, watching Nealon play in week 1, I was like, all right, he's going to get it now. He's going to get it, but he struggled with some of his health, but he just hasn't been as consistent. I thought he was going to be able to become a pretty good pass rusher. It just has not. It's just not materialized like I thought it would.
No, but I think the biggest disappointment with Nealon is the fact that even as a run defender, you felt like that was like going to be his bread and butter, and then you hope that he would develop as a pass rusher.
Right.
But, I mean, there's been too many times where he's getting bullied by tight ends.
Yeah, he's right out of the picture, and that should not be happening for a guy of his strength level, especially considering what he showed his rookie year.
Well, that's what he was in college.
Yeah.
He was a guy that was a really good run defender, and then you were going to have to try and figure out, how do you make him a pass rusher?
Yeah.
And then he was kind of going that direction, then got hurt and missed time, and you're like, okay, well, now it's a big setback.
It's so disappointing how big the holes in the defensive line have been, at times this year, and how it appears that everybody is just getting dominated by the block at the exact same time. So it kind of makes you wonder, how far away is this team? Do they have a lot more work to do? And that's what I think so fascinating about these 8 remaining games is now that they're getting healthy and they've added a Quinnen Williams and a Logan Wilson, can they be more competitive? Could you set a goal of, hey, guys, the rest of the way, let's try to average 25 points per game given up? And that's still too high, but that would be a tremendous step in the right direction. Yeah, get better on third downs, get a couple of more stops a game. It will be fascinating to see what type of difference it can make, adding a handful of players, and especially a guy like Quinnen Williams. Like, you get a real feel. We all wonder, like, what can one guy do? What can a handful of guys be able to do here? And maybe they make some tweaks schematically now that Eberflus has a little bit more ingredients. But it'll be fun to see just how much better you can actually be in real time, just getting some better players.
Does this mean Kenny Clark's gone for sure, or would you be excited about having 3 of those guys? 3 big old dudes in the middle of your defense. That would be the fun thing to do. Was the trade for Quinnen Williams a partial Kenny Clark is on his last legs here?
I don't know if that's the case, but I feel like that Quinnen Williams was the first guy they really, really wanted, and they had to settle for Kenny Clark.
It feels like the night they made the trade and they started talking about Kenny Clark, the way they were talking about him, it's almost like Jerry actually thought they had Quinnen Williams.
Yeah.
Because,
no,
I mean,
you're not wrong.
Like, the way he was describing everything, it's like, okay, if that was Quinnen Williams, we could all nod our head and be like, okay, you're not totally insane.
They've had a lot of regrets of saying things. I think the big one this year has been we fixed the run defense.
Oh, no question.
I mean, that right there was, they were trying to talk themselves into that one.
But, I mean, I would love to be able to keep all 3 of those guys together, but there is no world where you keep Kenny Clark on the contract that he has.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
Like,
that makes sense.
If he's still going to be here, which is fine, he's still a solid player. And when you have him and Osa and Quinnen Williams, and you still have Solomon Thomas, you got him inked in for a couple years or whatever. So there's no question that if he is going to be around, it's going to be on a new deal.
With those guys in the middle and Logan Wilson and Overshown, I feel like now they fixed the run defense now, haven't they?
I think they've gone a long way in doing so. Your linebackers are still, I mean, and they should be helped with this Quinnen Williams addition, but your linebackers have been so bad, and you don't really know exactly.
But now it's different guys, right?
Well, with Wilson,
Logan and Overshown?
Yeah, and then Overshown is it's still, to me, a question mark of, like, what version of him are you actually getting? And is he like a true thoroughbred, like, thumper linebacker? No. Or is he a fun, splashy guy who's super athletic and can blitz and make plays in the open field and stuff like that? But I don't know that he's Mr. Diagnose, get off blocks, and be like some adult DeMario Davis at linebacker.
You know, it's funny, and I'll ask you guys this question, is that there are folks that, just talking to people around the league, that they'll say, yeah, everyone goes, yeah, you know, Quinnen Williams really helps your run defense. And he does. And then the next thing they say is, well, yeah, who eat up blocks and do all that stuff. Dallas's linebackers were so bad that it didn't matter whether people got second level on them or not. You know, that they
run themselves out of plays.
They run themselves out of plays. They go underneath blocks. They don't react.
Missed tackles.
Yeah, they just they get frozen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody's like, yeah, he'll take up blocks and they'll free. I don't know about that. He probably will, but your linebackers just were so poor reacting to the ball.
Yeah.
That him taking up blocks isn't really the biggest thing. I mean, the thing that's going to help is having Wilson be able to react. Like, okay, it's like a zone drop, and we're going to cover somebody. Oh, wow, that's unique. Let's take an angle where we can cut off the ball going inside and maybe knock it down instead of standing still or playing flat. Just having that kind of awareness. This linebacker crew, I mean, it needs a big overhaul, and hopefully with Wilson and hopefully with Overshown, that you can at least play at a quality level.
I like the sound of that because, you know, at times, if you would have told me the Cowboys linebackers are point shaving, I would have believed you. I'd have been looking for a last name Rozier on one of their jerseys. We got Krusty's Corner coming up next, though. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I got some more questions for my guys. We'll do that next.
a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes good?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I was just kind of surfing through X, Twitter, on the break, and I saw something that I want to ask you guys about. And I'm curious, Lucius, are you with me today? You working back
GP,
there?
are you with me?
Are you with me,
yeah.
Lucius? All right, here we go. This Cowboy fan, and I don't know if you can get in trouble for this.
Oh, I know where this is going.
But you know what? I like what he's doing because I'm thinking the same thing myself. All right? There's a guy who's, and Wanye Thomas is trying to reach out to this gentleman. And there's a Cowboy fan that poured his deceased cousin's ashes on the turf at AT&T.
Oh, my gosh.
I saw
and
that.
It rubbed it into the star.
Okay, now I'm questioning the details on whether or not this was actually AT&T.
Does it look a little like Tostitos Plaza?
Yes, it looks like it's that fun field that you can play in outside of the Star.
Oh, that's even worse.
In Frisco.
I say that respectfully.
You got a bunch of kids just running around on it playing flag football.
Dude, come later and vacuum it up.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
had questions. I had questions if this was honestly, because I don't think the Cowboys would let you do this.
No, I mean, after games, there's a ton of people down on the field, so you could just kind of sneak it and just don't ask.
I don't think I would film it, because see, I've talked to Bennett about this, because there's some places that I've thought about this.
Getting yourself dumped?
Yes.
Death Valley. Where do you want to be dumped?
I've got some places in mind.
The lake.
The lake is one.
Yeah, Lake Louisville.
Well, no, my lake.
Party code.
My lake at home. That Sneaky
Just drop me
Pete's.
off right there at the bank, man.
Sneaky Pete's, have a burger and just dump me into the lake. But I was thinking about the lake at where I want to retire. I was thinking about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is another place.
In the infield?
Yeah. Well, on the track, actually by the Yard of Bricks what I was thinking. It'll be on the track, but in that area, But I just want to be on that. But I was also thinking about Tiger Stadium at LSU.
There you go.
As my other one.
That would be the ultimate. As an alumni, as a guy who's donating a ton of money to get Brian Kelly bought out.
You deserve it.
You do deserve it.
But are you?
You were one of the best long snappers in SEC history.
Yeah,
that's well documented.
That is well documented. I did have a scout. I had a scout, Cio Bricado, tell me one time when I first started scouting, he took me out as a scout. He my first time I ever go, I'm going to Iowa, and he goes, Ron Wolf, my boss, goes, Cio, here, I want you to take care of Brian and all that. And he goes, Brian, what's your last name? I go, Brian Broaddus. He goes, LSU? And I said, yes, sir. And he goes, I gave you a reject grade. And I said, Cio, that's not hard to do. I go, yeah, absolutely. But anyway, but that was but getting back to this other thing, is that something you guys ever thought about doing, the ashes thing?
Getting poured out?
Yeah.
I always held out hope that somehow I'd come back to life and I'd want my body there. So like the whole, fire thing.
I need everything.
Yeah. I need my last chance. It's not over till it's over. But I would be willing to do that for a loved one. You could get your your loved one on the Globe Life Field 2023 World Series champion turf.
Yeah.
If you come to Swinging for a Cause.
Right.
You could be part of the infield dirt forever.
That's a good call.
There are cool opportunities out there.
That would be pretty cool. Lucius has got me worried because I'm an organ donor that something's going to happen if I get in an accident that they're not going to try and help me. Lucius has got me worried.
I'm just concerned. I think they'll look at my insurance and be like, sir, those kidneys you got.
Yeah, we really don't want to help you all that much. We don't want to help you here. We want to take those.
Greed is undefeated.
Yeah.
I
tell
you get one of these paramedics. They're on call. They're looking for a blood type, and
got
a 5-figure payment coming their way. Things can happen.
Yeah. Well, I just
some drunk billionaire.
Yeah.
I need a new liver.
Yeah.
Well, he needs to pass on mine is what he needs to do.
After that World Series parade, that's for sure.
That is for sure.
Looking more for your lungs, I think.
Not my eyes. Not my eyes. My heart. I think, well, maybe not. I don't know.
If they could get your immune system, because that's been pretty incredible.
Yeah, my immune system is pretty good. I will watch me get sick tomorrow. I just break it up.
Nobody's going to want your balance. That's for sure. If balance was transferable, we wouldn't want yours.
Not at all. Not at all, for sure.
Hey, when you come talk about dumping ashes or whatnot, I think about it sometimes, like, what am I going to do with my body?
Sure.
What are they going to do with my body? What should I request?
Yeah.
The ashes sounds easy to the family. It's a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
They put you in an urn. You got to hope that a nephew or something doesn't knock you over later or whatnot.
Yeah.
But I'd rather have my body in the ground.
See,
straight to the ground. so I can go right back to where I came from.
Yeah. Ashes to ashes, dust to
That's
dust.
what I'm saying, man. Let the worms eat me.
No casket?
I'm a tree. No casket,
Put me
fam.
in there.
Throw me
Yeah.
in there with a sheet.
Well, are we talking?
Do the dominus ominous and let me go, bro.
Become one with the earth.
That's it.
What do you
People
guys are-
dig up your bones.
You guys
hundreds of
talking
years.
like tombstone, like dig a hole and throw you in there, kind
Put
of
me
thing?
in a hole in the ground and let the worms and God do what he's supposed to do.
There you go.
Because I feel like, what if we're supposed to come back some way and we're not connecting to the ground because we've got these caskets, so we can't connect to the ground?
Yeah.
All that cement. You really trying to come back?
I don't want to mess up the process, whatever the process may be.
That's a good
I want
call.
to get there and be like, hey, well, we handed a little spot for you, but you did the concrete thing.
Hey, I guess I know you're already gone, but my fear is being buried alive.
Oh my gosh.
That is a fear of mine. But I also fear fire. And so now here I'm talking about
Getting cremated.
And I tell you, I've watched those videos of cremation. Like now, they show you how they do it. They show, well, hey, we put it in, they turn it on.
A big old fire.
That's frightening. Don't show me that.
That's in your algorithm, huh?
Yeah.
Wow,
see
they know
that.
you're old. Yeah, they do know.
They absolutely know I'm old.
They're trying to entice you to put your plans together.
I have a fear of being buried alive, so that's why I don't think I would do that.
I hear there's like people that scratch their hood of their coffins and whatnot.
Geez,
I don't know if that's a wise tale or
don't.
whatever, but I heard there's people that scratch their hood of their coffins because, hey, I wasn't finished.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, knowing me, I'll pop up at the wrong time, like, oh, hey, whoa, what's going on here? Kind of a thing. But anyway,
yeah, people have confirmed this was dumped at the Plaza. This was not actually at AT&T Stadium.
Yeah, this looked very much like I was just curious. I don't think the Cowboys #1 would let, but you can take a tour of the stadium. Yeah,
this isn't something you want to try to get permission for. You just want to do it. I would record it, but I wouldn't post it on social. People are going to come after you.
I think that if you don't ask permission for this, I think you're going to get in trouble.
Well, yeah, that's why you wouldn't post it on social.
Right.
Yeah.
But people want to show like, hey, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing.
Yeah, my dad was the biggest Cowboys fan, and I've done this for him. You just got to know in your own heart you did it. You can't be showing stuff off like that.
You see that 30-yard line?
Yeah.
Right there when he got tackled?
Yeah.
That's your Pops.
Like to think Dad made that tackle.
Look, Pops tripped him up.
You're not getting past the 40, I promise you.
All right. Hey, my question for you guys for the day, by the way, is that do you expect this defense, though, to be much improved? Or is it too far? Is it two players are not going to make a difference? And by the way, Quinnen Williams, I learned from my guy over there at the Cowboys, he's going to wear number 92. He's number 92 for your team. So if you're interested in grabbing the jersey, he's number
Going back to his college number, is that what that is? I'm going to say, Brian, that they are going to be better. I don't know if it's significantly better. I don't think it's much better.
Could they pull this thing out of being the 32nd ranked defense to like the next?
Yeah, 24th.
You think so?
Yeah, because you've been giving up like $145 a game on the ground. Like I do think your run defense gets better here. And in theory, your pass defense should, to some extent, especially with guys like Ezeraku playing the way they are, Quinnen Williams, now Osa probably benefits there in the pass rush, and then having a guy like Overshown who can be a blitzer for you. But I'm still super concerned about the secondary. Right, Deron Bland, awful. Like your pass rush was working the other night.
Yeah, and you still couldn't
do anything.
Couldn't do anything.
And maybe Carson comes in and can play a little bit.
I liked what Carson did the other day.
Yeah,
I really did.
But Revel, it's a huge question mark. I still think your secondary is bad enough to where you're still going to struggle quite a bit. But you should see noticeable improvements, in particular in the run defense. Yeah, getting your safeties back are going to help the run. I imagine Hooker and Wilson will help clean up some of the screens and the flats that are going for 25 and 30-yard gains. There's a lot of ways that you can get significantly better with this defense by just having somewhat replacement-level players. These corners are bad, though, and Deron Bland is now on bad contract watch. Like, we have to see this thing start to turn around because right now he might even be below average for the season.
Have you guys given up on Diggs?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he could come back and play for you, but it would be at a below average level.
See, even with this potential, like they found a little pass rush, maybe the run defense will be a little bit better. you still feel like, though, that...
Yeah, I think the best you can hope for in coverage is really eliminating big plays from your safeties being more experienced and in position.
Yeah.
I think you're still going to get carved up pretty good, and if you're going against all pro level wide receivers, they're going to have a field day. It just won't be as bad. You won't compound it with as bad of tackling and as many busted coverages and also being able to get run all over. So, yeah, I think 23-24 from this point for the rest of the season, getting out of that bottom quarter of the league is a good goal for this defense now.
Yeah, I think so, too. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. We got 2 down and 3 to go as we're at the new studio here, the Lakeside Studios in North Dallas, 75 and 635, and we're excited about opening this next chapter on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Texas Rangers. How about some C-Note? We'll give you more highlights from Quinnen Williams. We got a Mavs segment coming up here in about 20 minutes and so much more. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. We have more Cowboys news here for you, including an update on the Asante Samuel Jr. story. Let's discuss it. By the way, send Wolchuk some love on social media. Let him know he's missed and maybe congratulate him as a new baby arrived early this morning. I think around a 3 a.m. birth. So salute to Zach Wolchuk. He'll be missed there for a while, but he's on double dad duty now, and we'll miss him for the time being. All right, let's jump into this, though. Asante Samuel Jr. going to visit 6 teams. It's quite interesting because Brian was just talking to us about expectations for the rest of this season and asked you what your biggest concern is at cornerback or offensive tackle. And I would answer that corner. Even though I don't believe in Steele or Guyton or Nate Thomas that much, at least for this year. But I think corner's massive right now, and so whenever Asante Samuel news comes up, I'm always interested. He's going to go visit 6 teams. You ready for these teams? Panthers, Vikings, Niners, Packers, Bears, Pittsburgh Steelers. No Cowboys in there. Ouch. Little disappointing. Bobby Bell thinks this team's going to go 6-2 at worst down the stretch. If you would go out and get Asante Samuel, I guess I could start to squint and see that a little bit. But if the Joneses are aligned with that line of thinking, then I would believe right now Asante Samuel Jr. might be the final piece that we need to actually forge that into reality. But right now, I don't think the idea has a lot of credibility. I salute Bob for the bit or the shtick. I'm not sure which one of those it is, but it's good radio.
I just feel like, though, Gavin, and people are going to hate me to say this, I think this is a Will McClay thing. and I say this in a way that Will is really, really focused on cornerbacks that have
the length.
And
height, the long arms.
Yeah, and
for the draft or free agency, I love that. But right now there's only one guy available.
See, and that's when you get into something like that, it's like, and people go, well, hell, all those long, tall corners he's drafted hadn't done worth a damn either.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
It's a fair point. But when you get to a point where you get personnel guys, and unfortunately, we get dug in. Like, we're not going to play. But I'll say this. It's interesting to hear the Packers, because the Packers are a team. We drafted Terrell Buckley in 1992. He was a 5'9" corner and all that. And they've only done it one other time after that. So it's kind of one of those ingrained that, we're not going to play with short corners. We're just not going to do it. And the fact that they're talking about even going after this guy, he's a heck of a player. But the thing about it is, I think that it has more to do with the beliefs that Will has about shorter corners.
And I totally get it when you're on draft night and you're thinking, which one of these corners do we want to take? Take the tall guy. There's less bustability. But once the guy has come to the NFL and proved I can overcome my shortness, I can play at a decent level, and you're at this point in the season where the trade deadline is passed. There's literally no other way you could get a quality corner. Kyrie Elam's not good. Kalen Carson's not good. Deron Bland has, apparently that foot injury has shocked him into being not good. The one pick six of the year, that was great, but I think he only got one good game for the entire season. So if you are legitimately believing that this team can make the playoffs up there, I salute you for your optimism. But somebody needs to go in and tell one of the Jones boys, Jerry or Steven, Will McClay, he works for you. Okay, so let's go get the good corner, and we don't have to commit to him long term. If I think most of these teams would look at it like, if you want a long term deal, it's going to have to be very team friendly. This is a prove it type of deal with incentives.
Yeah, but with all those teams wanting him, do you think he's probably going to get a pretty decent deal? Maybe a couple years.
I don't know, but I'd be hard to imagine.
You named like 6 teams.
It went spinal.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing about it is that, to me, if he's got 6 teams that are willing to work him out and maybe sign him, I think he's going to get some pretty decent money for halfway through the season. And maybe another year, maybe not just a prove-it deal like you're talking about. If he had just one team that was interested, he's going to visit the Packers. Okay, maybe it is that prove-it deal, but the fact he's got, I think, 6 teams interested in him, he might get a little bit more than we think, and maybe a second year out of this thing too.
Yeah, and hey, I would definitely be considerate of that. I don't want to make any long-term commitments to a guy who, had a concerning injury and, has only been in the NFL for 4 years, but 2 of those years with the Chargers were really dang good in 2022 and 23.
He's a good player.
Before with the neck, the neck became a factor there for Asante Samuel. But he's gonna visit 6 teams, not the Cowboys. Chief, would you be in on Asante? Can I recruit you over here to team? Let's go to Jerry and insist on it.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, there's no reason to not bring him in and at least check him out. Like, get the medical update on him, see where he's at physically, and see what you can do. And if a team is willing to give him multiple years or whatever, then hey, so be it. We don't have to do that. But he would absolutely be a guy I'd be trying to kick the tires on right now.
And big picture at corner, I don't expect the Cowboys, because of the reasons Brian explained, and in this report, he's not on the 6 teams. I imagine the agent is talking to the media and saying, we're a popular guy, and but I think going into next year, I guess Revel could play so well you'd be excited about him, but still you would have just Deron Bland as average corner that you're hoping to get pick 6s out of. You need at least one more corner in the first round. I mean, go spend money in free agency, because you're not going to find a starting corner in the 4th.
No,
that's a wing and a prayer. Okay, what else do we got here?
And you'll see what you have in Savon Revel.
Yeah,
right.
That was the 3rd.
Yeah, and
probably, if he's not hurt, you're not seeing him. He's going to go
probably first round.
Yeah, he's probably going to go in the first round.
Quinnen Williams asked about Dallas moving on from Micah and those looking for him to now uplift the Cowboys defense. Said it's pretty cool. Mike is a phenomenal player. He could do things I can't dream about doing, especially when it comes to rushing the passer. We're totally different players. I'm more interior presence, push, physical, strong, and pass rush from the inside. I'm just here to do my job to the best of my ability and to be a difference maker from an interior standpoint and a defensive line standpoint the best that I can. I know some people might react to that saying, man, this guy, you got him and he can't even dream about doing things Micah did, but the style of play is so different. This is a guy that's going to eat up blocks and absolutely demolish the run and give you some pass rush as well at that size. It's unique. You know, you can find edge dudes that can rush the passer. It's hard to find a guy that big who stops the run and can also get after the quarterback a little bit. Plus, he makes almost half of what Micah's cap hit's going to be. So, at least for the next couple of years, it's a tremendous bargain. And like Quinnen Williams plus $20 million of cap space, I think will get you closer to winning than Micah at 45. Would you agree with that?
Well, if they're going to do right by that cap space, right? I mean, do you actually trust at this point? Do you have good reason to trust that the Cowboys are going to do right by that cap space?
I have an inkling that they're about to push all in like they never have. And that's why they wanted to give the 2027 one to the Jets. Because 2026 is going to be 2 first-round picks and a lot of financial commitment. They're going to be looking at back-to-back losing seasons. Dak coming up on 34 years old. I think 2026 could very well be. Now, I can't guarantee it, but that's what my gut's telling me right now, what we're about to get.
Yeah, and I hope you're right about that, and I understand why you would feel that way. And if that's going to be the case, and they go out there and actually take some swings when it comes to free agency, bringing some good players in, then, yeah, I think there is a world where you can make that make sense.
Jets GM talking about the trades he made yesterday says he's thrilled with the value they got. You never know how the future is going to unfold, and we always wanted to be in a position to potentially trade these contracts in case that you got into a situation where the value you think is just too good to pass up, and that happened to be the case here. Says Indianapolis kept getting richer and richer with their value, and eventually it was too good to pass up. This is Mogi. He added that talks escalated over the past couple of days. You know, I there was nothing specifically about the Cowboys increasing their value, but I mean, a week ago we were hearing Quinnen could go for a 2, and then it's got to be a 1. Well, I was surprised when it was a 1 and a 2.
Yeah, I think to me that it went from. I remember Gang of 7 was saying initially a 2, and then like 3 other guys got back to me and said you're going to have a 1. It's going to be a 1. So. He did go for a 2 initially, and then but the kicker was the extra 1 there. So
yeah, that's a lot. But you know, I love that the Cowboys are like, screw it, we need to get good.
Yeah,
you know, we can't take a long-term approach and just wait and hope these picks are there. I think this is more urgency than I've seen from the Cowboys in a long time.
Well, Jerry talked about it. I mean, he's an older man. I mean, that's the deal. He just doesn't have time. He's running out of campaigns. I mean, we all are.
You know, the other thing he said in that interview that was very interesting is he didn't want to saddle the future of the organization with Micah Parsons' contract.
Sure.
Wasn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Like, we've seen the Lakers sell because they couldn't afford the $400 million Luka Doncic contracts that are coming down.
I think Mark Cuban was the same way.
Yeah.
I think Mark Cuban had to sell because of the Luka, the prospects of having to sign Luka.
I mean, that would be wild, but it might be at this point a decent business decision if you're looking at the amount of cash flow you need to now fund these massive contracts, to the point that in the NBA, most every private billionaire or millionaire has sold out now to massive hedge funds and insurance companies, and some of the richest people in America is what it takes to be able to afford these contracts. That would be the surprise, and a surprise that I think a lot of Cowboys fans would celebrate. That might be a 98% participation party.
Oh my gosh,
be a little bit more boring around here, but the business of winning would get significantly better.
I think there's Cowboys alumni from the winning years that would maybe celebrate that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yes, a lot of people would, and I just don't, you know, I like to talk about the business of sports and how the landscape is shifting and how ownership groups are starting to look more and more like giant corporations that own the most appreciated assets in the entire world. But would that apply to the Cowboys? I think it could, you know, because of the opportunity to sell at such a high level. Like the value of these teams has just exploded to get, I don't know, what would he get, 15 or 20 billion dollars?
Yeah.
Can you predict, can you expect that's going to continue to grow at the rate that it has, or is that bubble getting close to bursting a little bit?
What do you think about TV, though, Dawson? You seem to have a really good understanding of stuff like that. Where are we on the TV, the streamings and stuff like that?
Seems healthy.
Are we going to have money for the streaming stuff still? Are we going to have the YouTubes and people like that show up and continue to pay these big bills? Because I was worried about network TV not being able to pay the big bills.
We've seen the regional sports networks kind of fail.
Yeah,
and
we
that
have.
that happened around the Rangers and a lot of baseball teams. Like that model actually went tees up. But I think the NFL is different because they're rolling with the biggest brands and CBS and Fox. And, I guess for the time being, I expect it to continue. The in-demand entertainment has wiped out all sorts of TV content. It really has. Like the Netflix and everything is so much more popular in the TikToks. But live sports is the thing you can't replace. It's still the one thing that's going to gather millions and millions of people.
No question. I find myself watching far more YouTube stuff than I do anything else. So we say, let's sit down and watch TV, and I'm like, I'd rather watch. I know, like on TV, I have to kind of wait and see, is this something I want to watch? Whereas YouTube, I can go immediately and watch something a cooking program, or I want to watch something, that
cremation program.
Yeah, but that's strange. No,
But to your point,
they do that on TikTok. They show you how it's done.
But now they're getting in the YouTubes and the Netflix and the Amazon, so they're getting more competitors to roll with the networks, and there doesn't really seem to be an end in sight. They just gave a ton of money to Drew Brees to do TV, and the reason they want to give
Sancho's situation there
might be, But they're willing to give these guys like Romo and Brady $20-25 million, even though they're doing a bad job, because that's a marketing asset.
Yeah.
Like we got Tom Brady.
They're treating these guys kind of like they do the evening news. Remember that for a long time there were all those those evening news guys and gals, $14, $15, $18 million to read the news.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It really is.
Yeah.
So, I could see it either way, that they could be looking at this asset and going, wow, these contracts are getting too big for us. Yeah. And it's really going to be gymnastics on a family level to come up with the cash to fund all these signing bonuses. And when you do these big contracts, you got to take the entire amount and put it in escrow.
Yeah, that's
and
what
then it pays out from there as, part of the collective bargaining agreement. We'll go around the Mavs, including a superstar predicting what's ahead for Cooper Flagg. That's coming up next here. G-Bag Nation and the Fan. back. It's a Fire Nico edition of Around the Mavs. You got a Mavs game night here. They'll be tipping off in about 3 hours or so. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Real quick, went to Target this morning, had a couple of things to get, coffee, whatnots, breakfast foods.
Spent $75?
It was $1.40, but that's not the point. The point is...
The point is you can't walk out of that place without spending $75.
That's definitely part of the point. It's a big point. I maybe had a quarter cart of groceries.
Exactly.
I almost doubled up $75.
Yeah.
So I got some NA beers. Like I told you, the Athletic Brewing, the Free Run IPA. It's one of the best NA beers out there, and it's at most of the major grocery stores. So I picked up a 4-pack or 6-pack, whatever it was, as I usually do. I still love a cold beer with pizza or tacos. Okay, I don't know what your favorite item to drink a cold beer with is, but I love it.
Pizza and beer definitely was motivation in the Navy. Dude, when we get off this boat, bro, pizza and beer, bro, when we get off.
We will have it made. We'll be living like kings.
3 more months.
I always felt
3 more months.
chili.
90-day countdowns.
Yeah.
You got an advent calendar for pizza and beer.
But chili was my big thing. If you always like chili, like
chili and
beer.
Good spicy one.
Yeah.
Yeah, chili season just kicked off at the Chia Follows, man. It was a big chili weekend, and I was it was just
I think I'm going to say it's
so amazing, man.
Chili
we're
season.
back to the weather being a little bit cooler here. I think I'm going to whip up the chili dogs for us again here.
Sounds amazing.
Do you think the listeners, I could bring them in here, right? They're not going to say anything.
No, I don't. They're not going to say anything. Your Brian brought us. You kidding me? Might want to wait till corporate leaves town here as we're broadcasting from our new studio. So you just go chili out of a can, or are you making your own chilies?
No, yeah, my mom does the chili deal. Now she puts beans in it, so you can crush and dunk on that all you want, but it's incredible.
I love a bean.
And I'm actually, I don't know, I might need to tap in somebody here because me and Wolchuk were supposed to do. We're going to be judges back to back.
Oh, you
2
did
years
that
in a row
last
for
year,
the chili
right?
cook-off.
Okay.
Yeah, in Dallas on Saturday. So I'm looking forward to that. Just basically a Russian roulette of like 15
how
different
overall
chilies.
has the chili been when you did that?
It was great last year. I mean, they were probably
a small taste, a spoonful. Is that all you get?
That's all you have to get. But come on now, I was tearing it up, so I took advantage of that.
And I would imagine Wolchuk will be back for that. I can't see him missing out on that. But I'm at Target. I did not get any chili, right? But I got the NA beers, which they still card you for. Right?
Do they really?
So I'm in the self-checkout. I have to call the guy over. Guy walks over, goes, "Can I see your ID?" I say, "Sure." He goes, "I mean, you look like you could be my grandpa, but I still need to see it."
Thanks, kid. Appreciate it.
And then he looked at it and he goes, "Oh, 1976, not too bad."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Yeah, we're doing okay." But I didn't know how to take it. I think he probably looked at my face and thought, "Oh boy, I really offended this old man." But that's the first time I'd heard anything similar. I'd never thought of myself. I wanted to ask the kid, like, "How old are you?"
Yeah.
I'm not even 50.
Was the hip acting up? Were you gimping around a little bit?
Your kid cranking out, your grandpa cranking out kids when he was like 14 years old? I don't know. No, he did not see my gait.
He didn't.
Which could be an obvious tell.
I'm just telling you, when I have to buy alcohol, I don't go through self-checkout because they always make you wait around for somebody to come, to check you. I just wait and go through.
I'm a little out of practice.
Yeah, because they're going to make somebody's going to come over and they're going to be a smart ass about it.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you got to look at your ID.
I was thinking is maybe I should shave my beard. Do you think the gray beard is making me look older, or is it the wrinkles on my forehead and cheeks? I don't know what it is, but it's really accelerating quickly.
It's got
was in my head.
Beard, man.
It was in my head. Coming up on 50 years old, that was the shocker, of epic proportions. I didn't anticipate it, but got grocery store kids commenting that I look like a grandfather.
They have to do that by law, right? They kind of have to.
Unsettling. Yes, and I accept that.
Yeah,
it's fine. Yeah,
you never can. You never. Don't be mean to them about that.
No. But don't call me.
Jobs.
I think I've been carded more over the age of 40 than I was just on the other side of 21 because back then they just kind of eyeballed it and shrugged their shoulders.
What, though, I went with Bennett one time. We went into a club, and everybody had to pull out their ID. And I handed it to the guy.
He laughed at you.
He laughed. He goes, Have fun. I'm like, oh, thanks.
Okay, so
hey, it is better to be carded sometimes.
Yo, it is.
Because it's when you hand them the beer or the alcohol, whatever, and they just look at you to give you the once over. And they don't even ask you for your ID. And you're like, damn, I must be looking washed.
Exactly.
No,
That's
you're
the
good,
moral of the
sir.
story. Okay, around the Mavs, a Fire Nico edition, as I promised, and my appetite for Fire Nico content is stronger than ever, actually, right now, Eric.
Man, I got some bad news on that.
What happened?
got a
They
contract
extend him?
extension? Yeah.
Our buddy Walt, the barber, just tagged us in a video, and I'm like, this has to be AI. This has to be a ballsack video. Apparently, when it was Thunder Mavs, you're seeing tons of Mavericks fans gathered around waiting for Nico Harrison photos to take with him and autographs. I mean, he's like surrounded by Mavs fans who are all handing him posters
Is that
and
like
jerseys
ironic
and shirts.
comedy? What are we doing here?
It's the darkest of comedies, if that's what this is supposed to be. I mean, they have smiles on their
this-
faces. They are waiting. I mean, groups of people
Is this
waiting to get his
Mavs.com?
John Hancock. Are
Have
you
I been
kidding
tagged
me?
on this?
It's
Yes,
It's gotta
yes.
be Mavs.com. They probably put this out.
Oh my gosh.
NBA Central, not Centel.
Okay.
Not
Okay,
AI.
okay. Our buddy Kid Muse, who is a legendary Tolo, he says, don't get fooled. This is the friends and family section where they have groups of kids come pregame to watch warm-ups. Okay, so I guess this is...
So everybody's out for autographs right now. They're standing there, and he's like, I'll take care of you, kid. And they don't have the awareness or the desire to pull it back from Nico since he's coming up. That's probably the only positive fan interaction that he's getting. It's partially staged. And I feel bad for those kids having their merchandise ruined with that Nico Harrison autograph on it.
Seriously, man?
But yeah, see, when they got flag, I thought it deserved a reset at that point. So we're like, well, let's just see what happens. But now the season is back on. There's new data appearing, and it's worse than ever. When you consider the fact that their offense is terrible, they can't defend, and they've invested in injured guys that got injured again. I think that should, get some Fire Nico chance going. So if you're on your way to the game tonight, I'd love to hear it. But check this out. Check out this tweet that I found. The Mavs have missed the playoffs entirely since the trade. They're 15-25 overall. They're now second last in the West with a 2-5 record for the current season, with the worst offensive rating of all 30 teams. Luka is averaging 41, 11, and 8 for the season, and he has played more games. Luka has now played more games than Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving, and Derek Lively combined since the trade in February of 2025. Like, the basketball injury gods are telling you, fire this man. You can only hope that, Patrick has a line open to basketball god. Okay, let's turn it to a more positive, though. Kevin Durant's Cooper Flag prediction, quote, I think he's going to be a bleep of a player with a positive on it.
What's the bleep there?
I don't know. Maybe a mother bleeper?
An MF of a player?
He's going to be a real mother bleeper, this guy.
I think so.
That's the highest of compliments.
I believe so. Said, I think he's going to be such a nightmare that he'll be considered one of the best of all time. So that's awesome. I'd say the most important thing for the future with the Mavs right now is to double down on firing Nico, because this could be such a dumpster fire for the next 3-4 years that Cooper Flag might not want to be around.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna be talking about him like Paul Skeens here coming up soon. Like, please save this kid, get him somewhere competent.
I mean, I know we kind of joked about it, but the idea that there is a curse of Luka Doncic, effectively, like the curse of the great Bambino. You trade this man, you're not going to have anything go well for you. I would be worried about that right now, and the only way I know to possibly debunk that or whatever, delegitimize that would be to move on from the man and just hope that could correct course for you. Smoking Cuban has a story up on how bad the Caleb Martin trade has turned out to be as well.
Oh.
Okay, I told you this was a Fire Nico edition. Shortly after the Luka trade, they moved Quentin Grimes, who's been even better than he was for the Mavs in a short period of time. I thought that it was like an unsustainable run that Quentin Grimes was on, but you moved him and he became like a 40-burger kind of guy. But the Caleb Martin trade has been about as bad as you could possibly get. Like, if there was a guy who was already washed up, but Nico didn't know it, he found him. I found him with this Caleb Martin guy.
Amazed, Chief. Have you seen Dawson? He's done 3 stories so far, and all of them he's worked in Fire Nico.
Yeah.
In all of them.
Yeah, he's committed. He's
He is
committed.
very committed to this.
He
yes.
had a tease, a Fire Nico edition of Around the Mavs, and he paid off.
It's going to be Kids Day at the Mavs. By the way, bring your Fire Nico signs.
I wish somebody had one of those Nico shirts where he's the clown on it and he's got the clown nose and try to get his signature on that.
Yeah. I mean, what else could we do? Could we take Nike, since he worked for Nike, and make them Fire Nikos instead? Like just change the Nike word to make that last word an O and put fire on top of it, maybe in some permanent ink. Maybe you could have that embroidered in.
Yeah.
You know, they could do like a bespoke sneaker for
Fire
you,
Nico
customized.
shoes.
I have a little bit of a conundrum because I'm supposed to be taking my wife to the game, I don't know, next Friday or something like that, and we're going to be using CA's incredible friends and family seats, and but I want to have the Fire Nico energy. I want to have the Fire Nico energy,
you gotta
but
be careful. You can't.
I'm
do
going to
that.
have a date night.
Don't do that to CA.
Yeah. I know I can't do that to CA.
No, you
That's
can't
the
do
tough
that.
part, but
Yeah,
also
don't
it's
do
like
that.
I got to be true.
Well, go to a different section.
Yeah.
Really belt it out. I'll be back, honey.
Get mobile.
I'm going to go for a drink run. I'll be back in a few minutes.
And then she sees me on the Jumbotron getting cuffed out.
Yeah, I got to get this off, babe. I'll be right back.
Happy birthday, honey.
All right.
I need some bail money.
It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Top 32 things we learned about the NFL in Week 9, including the MVP coming back to Dallas somehow. That's coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I feel like this is your haircut. That's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and salute to the great Chuck Cooperstein, radio voice of the Mavericks, listening. Texted Brian at the break to correct me. The Mavs defense actually top 10, 8th, I think, in points per game allowed, and 6th in points per 100 possessions. So the defense a little bit better than I was giving them credit for. Just watching the games, I feel like there's been breakdowns, but that's the bias of the eyes. That's why I'm an analytics guy. Your eyes can deceive you.
Yeah.
You put too much weight into, oh my gosh, who missed the backdoor layup? What are you guys doing? Jumping off the TV, yelling at the screen, maybe just Mavs frustration. But the numbers say that's something to build on. Top 10 defense. Okay, what we learned in Week 9 of the NFL season here is next. The sub-headline, good luck figuring this league out.
Yeah.
As this is perhaps the most parity I've ever observed in the league. There's just not any great teams. And that's what's really throwing people off, because the best teams in the NFL are still the best, but they could lose to anybody and might end up with 5 or 6 losses by the time we get done. Everybody had lost at least one game quicker than I think ever. But I think it's clear what we have really is, there's the group of bad teams that's always there is there. The middle is just more populated than ever. So I feel like I do have this league figured out. There's, not any teams out there that are going to be obliterating anybody. It really is there for the taking. Philadelphia's got to feel like they're in it. The Rams got to feel like they're in it. Everybody's in it. Buffalo's in it. Kansas City. Probably 8 or 9 teams per conference, I think, legitimately have a case that if things go their way, they could find themselves in the conference championship game. And maybe that does include the Cowboys. But let's jump into this. This is USA Today's Nate Davis. And we jumped at number 3. Says, admittedly, I was wrong about Indy. I thought the Colts would be picking near the top of the draft in 26, not competing in the playoffs in all likelihood, but they had gotten awfully fat on the schedule, packed with low nutrition opponents like the Dolphins, Raiders, and Titans twice. And they went down in a heap of flames against the Steelers. I mean, it was a horrible bad luck game. Daniel Jones had 5 turnovers. I think the Colts are still in this thing, but that was a truth-telling game about them, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was weird because they start the game with like a super long drive, and they go up.
They usually do.
Yeah, and then things just started to fall apart on them with the turnovers and the offensive line not being as dominant as we had seen throughout the season. That pass rush started to get after them pretty good. So I wouldn't be freaking out. I think the big thing here is, especially trading for Sauce, you're really going all in on Daniel Jones. Like you're saying, Daniel Jones is going to be our quarterback of the future. Does he get like a Baker Mayfield type deal, Sam Darnold type deal? And they're really committing to him. And I don't know if that's something you really want to do. Like, can you close your eyes and envision a world where Daniel Jones is helping lead a team, quarterbacking a team to a conference title game, let alone a Super Bowl?
You saw him have that one good year with the Giants where they win 10 or 11 games and they make the playoffs, and of course you have Saquon Barkley. I think I would not have decided yet on Daniel Jones.
Right.
We have a Sam Darnold conclusion to the season that could be on the cards, or more likely it's just a guy that when things are going well and the protection is there and the run game is going and he's got a target like Warren that he can feed and sort of be a safety blanket for him like that, I think his confidence goes up and he can ride that wave for a while. But when that breaks, it can easily go back to the depths. I put him in a Carson Wentz type of category where he's super duper talented. You just can't fall in love with that talent and make a long-term commitment to it. I would be shocked if the Colts decided to, saddle up to him long-term. I guess if the season goes well, we'll do a contract where like 1 or 2 years is guaranteed for $30 or $35 million. Would be the most I'd be willing to offer right now.
Yeah, and I think that's probably. I mean, it seems like that's where this is headed. When you punt on 2 first-round picks like that, you're taking yourself out of the opportunity to go try and draft a future quarterback. So they're going all in on the fact that Daniel Jones is their guy, and they're certainly trying to strike right now while the iron's hot for this season.
Could they be thinking about Richardson coming back next year? Did they find a way to maybe this Daniel Jones thing was only going to be a Band-Aid? And that they'll move on from him with Richardson being healthy and getting himself.
I want to trade for Kyler Murray. Maybe we can get Kyler Murray for a 2.
Kyler Murray's now on IR.
I just wonder if Chris Ballard. Well, it's interesting because we've had these general managers, and a couple have been my buddies, like Les Snead out there at the Rams. Mm-hmm. He was thinking he was going to get fired, and then all of a sudden it's like he gets Sean McVay, F them picks. They go get the quarterback, and now they win the Super Bowl. He gets a 5-year extension. Same thing happened to my guy down in Tampa. They're going to get fired, and then all of a sudden they get Tom Brady, and then he gets a 5-year extension. I think Chris Ballard was on the hot seat. Mm-hmm. Chris Ballard was about to get fired, and all of a sudden it's like he was thinking Richardson was going to be the guy. He got Daniel Jones as a backup just in case. And now it's kind of playing out for him. I think he kind of still feels pressure there. And he's like, I'll just give up the 2 1s. That'll be somebody else's problem if this thing doesn't work out. Mm-hmm. But I wouldn't be surprised if they think that Richardson is their guy, and they're going to try that in 26.
Yeah, the Daniel Jones trajectory from here is fascinating, though. I guess, why couldn't he join the Baker Mayfield club or the Sam Darnold club where
Sam Darnold's
it looked like we were busts, but we're legit. I guess, everything that's gone on and the fumbles and the turf monster and that look in his eyes, I just don't think he's got the it qualities, the intangibles to be an NFL quarterback. We jump to number 5, the number of consecutive times the Bills have beaten the Chiefs in the regular season. Buffalo prevailing 28-21 at Highmark Stadium on Sunday. It is 4 in a row in the postseason for the Chiefs. Do you think it'll go the same way if they meet again in the AFC playoffs this year?
Same way in the sense that the Chiefs will win again like they always do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would still probably take the Chiefs. Buffalo had an unbelievable plan going into that game, especially, in particular defensively. It really worked for them. Can Joey Bosa stay healthy throughout the season? He was a guy that was outstanding in that game. The pass rush in general was dominant. You would think that, Andy Reid and those guys in round number 2 in the playoffs would have a much better plan for that. And hopefully if you're a Chiefs fan, you're going to get that offensive line figured out. The Josh Simmons thing is super weird right now. But, does McDermott have something else up his sleeve to throw as a curveball here in the next matchup? I wouldn't bet on it, but it was a heck of a performance by that defense the other day.
They got Mahomes under 50% for the first time in his career, and he wasn't even close. It was 15 of 34, and watching the game, even when he did have decent protection, he didn't have guys open. What were the Bills doing?
Yeah, I don't know. Cole Bishop just had the game of his life. And that was not something that we've been accustomed to seeing from that dude in the back end for the Bills. They got Hairston back, the rookie who had an impact there, getting an interception. So they were stifling, man. It was really dang impressive. And then despite all that, it still comes down to a possession, right? At the end of the game, the Chiefs still have a chance to win that game.
Yeah, it's crazy how that keeps happening. So I guess I would pick the Chiefs. Maybe Buffalo should have held that game plan adjustment for the possible playoff matchup, but right now Kansas City wouldn't even be in the postseason.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens. They still have 2 more matchups versus the Broncos that can obviously dictate things in that division. Now the Chargers dealing with all the injuries that they're dealing with. Will they be the same? You lose Joe Alt now for the season. You saw how much that impacted him earlier in the year when he went down. Their offensive line was a disaster, so I'm sure the Chiefs will still find a way.
Number 13, Green Bay went from the NFC's number 1 projected playoff seed at the start of Sunday to number 4 by day's end, and fortunate to still be atop the quickly condensing NFC North. I would still pick Green Bay to win it,
but they are vulnerable. Like, their offense starts misfiring if things aren't going well. If they're not getting Josh Jacobs into space, I think things really become a problem for the Packers. If they face a defense that does not blitz Jordan Love, that can put them in a little bit of trouble as well if they can get enough pressure and cover on the back end. Like, there's ways to stifle Green Bay. But, right now I think the pick, they have it projected to be the 24th pick. That'd be a big win.
Oh, huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were expecting that to be probably 28th at best. If you get that, the 24th pick. And now with Tucker Kraft out for the season, that's a huge blow for them.
Massive. I think their two top pass catchers are going to be out for at least another month or so with Reed. Okay, who's the MVP frontrunner? For my money, it's Matthew Stafford, thrown 9 touchdown passes against 0 picks in his last 2 outings for the Rams, who have won their last 3 games by a combined score of 86-20. Is the MVP coming back to Dallas and Highland Park there with Matthew Stafford this offseason?
It very well could. He's playing lights out. He really is. You mentioned Sam Darnold. He's playing great football. I think those two are probably the leader in the clubhouse right now. And the Rams are legit, man. The Rams are legit. If you told me the Rams are in the Super Bowl, I'm not going to be surprised at all.
No. I mean that's a strong pick as well. It's either the Rams, Packers, Lions, I guess. Is that your Tampa?
I would probably put the Eagles ahead of Tampa. But yeah, that would probably be the.
There's a shot. There's a shot. Just looking at like the possibilities, like that. You mentioned the Rams. They've got a 28% chance of being the number 1 seed in this thing. The next would be Philadelphia at 22%. So there's people that believe that the Rams are maybe the best team.
Well, and what a crazy game for them to lose to the Eagles earlier this year.
Yeah.
Right, where they were winning that game, and then it was a crazy comeback for the Eagles. That could play a role in the seedings.
Yeah, Wolchuk called that, didn't he? He called the Rams top team in the NFC.
Yes, I think he did. Yeah, I think he did have the Rams winning or getting to the Super Bowl.
He did pick the Eagles to miss the playoffs. It does not appear that that's going to be the case at this point.
96% chance of them getting into the playoffs.
96% chance. And I thought they might have been on the ropes, but I think they thrive in that toxicity. They're like evil superheroes that like, cool, people are mad at each other and everybody's bitching, and this is exactly where we need to be. No quarterback, not Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, or Warren Moon has thrown for more yards in a regular season game after his 40th birthday than one Joseph Flacco, who's absolutely on fire, averaging 40 points a game there in Cincinnati with
3-6 right now.
Yeah, with the great, they can't stop anybody. They're going to throw for 500 and give up 500. Okay, we got more sports coming up here for you. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and Chief, in addition to the finest.
Yes, sir. The trade the Cowboys almost made, and the Ezeraku stock report is promising next in the nation.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 4, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in the new studio this afternoon, and it's pretty dang cool to usher in a new era of 105.3 The Fan broadcasting. Salute to all the engineers who are running around here helping us get this thing pulled off. Salute to Lucius Alexander, juggling multiple technical challenges back there in his new Pimp Cup Master Control here at 635 and 75. He's kept the caters down admirably, I would say. Okay, and speaking of that, here's Eric Chiafalo with some of the finest.
Okay, so we got some Cowboys things to get to, some NFL housekeeping stuff. The Cardinals are placing Kyler Murray on injured reserve due to that foot injury, so he will be missing a minimum of 4 games. Jonathan Gannon did say, though, that they would have gone with Brissett either way, even if Kyler was healthy enough to go.
It's a short week for them next week. So they have a
Yeah, they got the Thursday game, so Brissett was set to start anyways, but now the foot injury is bad enough to where he's going to be out for a minimum of the next 4 weeks. The Kyler stuff's going to be interesting when we
get to the offseason. Do you think this is a convenience deal? Is this very similar to Diggs? Out of sight, out of mind?
It's hard to say. I know there were some doctors that were like, an injury like that's going to be 4 to 8 weeks. But they were late to the party of getting him on IR. So I'm not totally sure. Is it really the injury, or is it them just trying to put the quarterback controversy to bed here for a month or so?
I think that's the case. Let's see what happens with Brissett. And if he finds a way to win games, then you don't worry about it. It's one of those. I think it's one of those things.
Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans said that C.J. Stroud will be out this week versus the Jaguars as he remains in concussion protocol. So the neck of Davis Mills will be once again starting for the Texans, which sucks if you're somebody like me and you have Nico Collins and you really need him to start doing some things in fantasy. But it's exactly that. It's a fantasy.
It's a hell of a neck. That's a Mike Glennon neck right there.
It's an all-time neck. Yeah, I think we did a top 10 necks in sports history.
How do you survive quarterbacking with a neck that long?
Yeah, I don't know. It's quite a target. So he will be getting the start. C.J. Stroud with the concussion situation. Okay, got some other football things to get to, but we start with the Cowboys here, because you have the ESPN Insider article with the trade buzz and everything post-deadline. Dan Graziano, a guy that brought us, went out of his way to approach and shake his hand and tell him thank you for all your work in the press box a couple of weeks ago. He is reporting that at one point the Cowboys were talking to the Jets about a deal that would have sent Dallas both Quinnen Williams and linebacker Quincy Williams. So I know that's a guy brought us that you were studying a little bit.
Yeah.
Quincy Williams was floating around ahead of the trade deadline, and the Cowboys were clearly interested in him. That clearly didn't work, so they pivoted to Logan Wilson. So, I mean, that tells me they were working the phones and trying to get a deal with the Jets.
Man,
because
driving a hard bargain if you won't throw in his brother, who's like a borderline starter, right? Talented guy.
Yeah,
he's not like elite linebacker or anything.
No, and he's apparently benched now. Like, that's the other thing that's come out today is Quincy Williams is benched. I don't know why we couldn't get him. Maybe Quincy Williams will be a Cowboy in 2026.
Well,
maybe that's what we're headed for here.
Yeah. There's a viral clip going out there. I don't know if the Jets put it together, like a goodbye video of Quinnen and Quincy Williams making plays together, celebrating. Like, they were living it up. They were living their best life as siblings.
Well, you also have them.
He would have helped, I think, with this linebacker room. I think he was. He's kind of a will linebacker, but man, he runs and makes plays. I'm surprised they're doing this to that kid, though. I am surprised. I like I said, I liked him as a player.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess they were.
I liked him better than the Cincinnati guy.
Yeah, you liked it better than Logan Wilson, and I think the Cowboys clearly did as well.
Yeah.
They were trying to get them both. Now, a couple people wondered in the wake of the Quinnen Williams deal how Dallas planned to use all 3 of its defensive tackles. I know we've talked about that a little bit.
I talked to somebody in the organization about this.
Okay.
And they said it was their responsibility to get all their best players on the field at the same time.
Okay.
And they're not, and because I said, okay, do I need to figure out who's odd man out or what's the situation here? And they said, you need to figure out who's odd man out, but let me just tell you that we're going to play our best players. And how we do that, whether That's, see, like we were talking about the 5-man line. There's things they could do.
Is that essentially a 3-4?
Essentially 3-4, yeah. But you could play 4-3 out of it. I mean, there's ways of doing this. Like you can use your edges as well. Actually, use your tackles as ends, and then use your edges as outside linebackers. Is what you can do.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of different ways you can play, like because they play what they call under and over tackles and stuff depending on strength. And then you could like I say, the 5-man line stuff is really kind of just really like a 3-4.
You got to go for that hard, I think, hoping that it changes the dynamics enough.
Yeah.
And that's a fairly common move, isn't it? If you're really struggling.
I would like we saw it a little bit against Arizona where Clowney was playing that 4-eye, that inside eye of the tackle. I don't think you want him doing that. I think you want him standing up on the outside, and put somebody, that's when you could use one of these. You could use Osa or somebody like that, and then let Clowney be like the stand-up outside linebacker. So there's ways to get everybody on the field.
Yeah, I mean they played 27 snaps with the 5 linemen during the Monday night game. They've played 43 throughout the season, but 27 the other night, so that was clearly something they were trying to mix in there. And Graziano says that it really exactly that. They'll play all 3 of those guys, Osa, Quinnen Williams, and Kenny Clark, when they use the 5-down linemen, and they'll rotate those 3 when they're in 4-down lineman sets, and Williams will play on passing downs with the other 2 rotating in alongside him.
So how do you get to nickel out of that? Do you take one of the down linemen out, or do you...
You would take a linebacker out, yeah.
So it's a 5-1-5 at that point.
Yeah, or you could play 3-3 is what you could do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see with Eberflus how he decides to mix and match here. But I do think you're at the point now where there are no more Eberflus excuses. I mean, I don't think the fan base was giving him much of an excuse for how bad this defense has been. But
I give Derek Eagleton some credit on the break today. Derek basically called that out. And that is kind of surprising of somebody working for the organization, but he basically said Eberflus has no more excuses now.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is where they went out and got him a couple of guys. You got to figure these things out. They did generate some pass rush the other day, but I was surprised that Derek said. Derek might be driving around listening right now, but he was pretty adamant about it. He's like, listen, you went out and got, a couple of guys. You have to figure these things out. And so
he's doing a nice job with you. Salute to Derek if he is listening.
Yeah.
And, I would say the only excuse would be if your corners just can't cover.
Yeah.
But getting your safeties back, getting new linebackers, the blown coverages and getting run all over should stop right now.
Man, the problems that they've had, and I wonder, it's the communication that they've had. They've given up some big plays, but it's when people motion. It's all of a sudden when it goes from one thing to another, when they start to communicate about who's got who and the match coverages and stuff like that.
Yeah, the responsibilities change on the fly.
When the responsibilities change, this is when this defense is at its absolute worst. It's so surprising to me that if somebody just motions on them, that they have those kind of problems. An NFL team. Amazing.
That's buy-in to me. That's buy-in and setting. And I know about 3 weeks ago, Kenneth Murray started having those defensive meetings, and it looked a little bit better, I guess, against Washington. Yeah. And we thought, maybe that was a step in the right direction. I guess there's been less blown coverages than there were in September, so maybe they're making some progress on that. Only 27 points against Arizona, even though it felt like 40.
Yeah. I mean, it was still really, really bad. Even though you're not giving up the explosives, you're still giving up multiple drives of 75 yards or whatever to an offense that hadn't had a single drive of 75 or more yards. You can't get off the field on 3rd downs. Doesn't matter if it's 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 16. Nobody at AT&T Stadium is comfortable when the defense is in any down and distance. So listening to what was his name? I'm sorry, Tim Brown this morning with KNC Masterpiece, or early in this afternoon driving over. He was talking about the difference of elite corners to jobber corners, and he was just blown away with how the good ones can be so sticky and change direction. And a guy, Tim Brown, with Olympic-level speed, all the return touchdowns you could ever want, the 85-yard receiving touchdowns you could ever want, he was just gone. And he said there were some guys out there that just blew him away, like, holy cow, how did this guy stick with me, right? So you're dealing with not only the opposite of that, but then you're getting to corners trying to play safety. And the art of trying to come down and read that receiver, is he breaking this route short? Is this an out route, or is he going long? It has gotten them killed way too much. And I think just having guys who have been doing that for 5 or 6 years, you can have that either through Darryl Green level athleticism, which is one of the players Brian was talking about, or you can gather it through experience and tells of film. And you need time on task, but also a very strong buy-in. And I think that's been my biggest disappointment from Eberflus. And it might be a personnel thing that they're just not that interested in learning new stuff, or always looking to make an excuse like, we traded Micah, this organization isn't serious about winning, or they have their built-in excuses that they're using to rob them of the drive to really propel them to get on the same page. That should be an embarrassment, right? As professional athletes, these kind of communication things couldn't break down. There's some understanding for the difficulty of the job and the difficulty of, sticking with an elite wide receiver, but there's two different things going on, and one is controllable.
Yeah, and the regression of a guy like Deron Bland right now is maddening, but I hope they don't just keep Eberflus for the sake of continuity if the defense doesn't get any better the rest of the way now that you've added some talent, and especially in positions where it's like Quinnen Williams, the 3 technique in the Eberflus scheme is supposed to be incredible. Hasn't really worked out with the Osa stuff. Now you bring in Quinnen Williams. That better start to show itself here a little bit. You're seeing Ezraku come on. We'll have some numbers on him here in a second. But he's supposed to also, Eberflus, be a linebackers guy. Linebackers have been a disaster. Was he the one that was pounding the table to go get Kenneth Murray? That's been a dumpster fire. Now we're giving you Logan Wilson. You got Quinnen Williams. You're getting Overshown back. You're going to get some guys back in the secondary. You better figure it out, man. He's got a ton of pressure now moving forward the rest of the way.
You know how Jerry loves getting something for nothing, and Eberflus is still under contract with the Bears through 26. I think they're picking up most of the freight on it.
You wonder,
that's a good pull.
You wonder how much of his defense got jacked thinking that Micah Parsons was going to be part of it.
No, for sure. But now you have the Quinnen Williams factor to say, like, okay, now that is no longer really a part of the...
I understand, but I just wondered if the bad start was like they were thinking that we were going to have Micah Parsons, and they worked on it all training camp.
But they didn't even have him, though.
I know, but
I know it was in the plan.
But we did see like the double A gap mug look and stuff like that. We saw some of the stuff that we've seen with Micah Parsons before. But I'm not trying to give him a pass. I'm just saying I wonder how much of his overall scheme out of the gate got jacked because of the trade.
Yeah, and I just think that if that has been an excuse up to this point, it kind of no longer is.
No, you're right. You're right about that. You're right.
Okay, so the best pass rush win rate since Week 5, according to Pro Football Focus, you have guys like Aiden Hutchinson, Will Anderson, Karlaftis, Myles Garrett, and then you have Donovan Ezraku right there, just under 20%. On the pass rush win rate since Week 5. So we've started to see it, and you can see some of the numbers reflect it. Now, the most interesting thing on Ezraku right now was from Dane Brugler.
Yeah, he had a Carter over him, right?
Yeah, Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
Abdul Carter he did his mid-season all-rookie team, and so we did have Abdul Carter, which is fine. Abdul Carter has been really, really good, and no one was expecting Ezraku to be better than Abdul Carter, so no one's upset about that. But he does have a little write-up on Ezraku, and he says True Media tracks a splash statistic, which compiles impact plays such as sacks, tackles for loss, turnovers, third down stops, etc. Ezraku leads all rookies with 16 splash plays. Wow, that is incredible. I felt like over the last couple of weeks, it's starting to slow down for him in a way. I don't know if it was anxiety or overthinking, but Brian was noticing very early on, he was just running into guys. It was like, where is the athleticism? Like, this guy was a blur in college, but you saw it especially against the right tackle for Arizona, who might just be stuck in quicksand enough. But
yeah, Jonah Williams.
He's setting the guy up and then making the break for space, much better now.
All right, let me ask a question. You hear all that. Is the eye test showing you that?
Yeah. I think it is. I mean, I think it is here as of late.
As of late,
As
right?
of late,
and Dawson
yes.
brought up the early. I thought that the learning curve was going to be really small. I thought he was one of the 3 best pass rushers coming in the draft. I thought him and then Carter and then Green that the Ravens had. I thought those were the 3 best pass rushers in in college football last year. But man, it sounds like all these pressures, all these splash plays and stuff like that. The eye test doesn't always show that, does it?
It hasn't been dominant. I think these are more in the form of you won
don't
the
get me
rep.
wrong. He's played well.
It's better. Yeah.
Yeah, but to me, you're kind of like, wow, that's great. And it's like, oh, he's close. He's close. Oh yeah, he's close. It sounds like I'm trying to slam on the guy. I'm not. I'm just trying to say that with all this, sometimes do the metrics really show, yeah, it's really, really good, or is, I don't know. It's okay right now. I think he could be even better myself, but I just wonder about the eye test a little bit.
Yeah, it's fair. To start the season, it was not there, but it's starting to make an appearance.
He should have, like, if the way we're talking about him, it's probably a 4, 5, 6 sack guy right now, right? Wouldn't that be something the way that he's having all these pressures? He's having this. He's having splash plays. He's in the pocket. He's causing fumbles. To me, it seems like that it's been good, but all the metrics say it's been better than good.
Yeah, I think some of it too is like the TFL stuff, like how he was starting to come on in the run game a little bit more, and then now
the
as of late,
run game stuff's been good.
Yeah, and I think that comes into the factor when it comes to those splash plays or whatever, the TFLs and third down stops and stuff like that. But now you're seeing the pressures, and hopefully you'll start to see the sacks come on as well. And now with the addition of Quinnen Williams, it should only get better.
Yeah.
You face a number of quarterbacks as well that are going to be good at avoiding one guy.
Yeah,
and a lot of good dual threat type of guys, good evasive type of players. And I would just say that maybe he's winning his rep and getting a pressure, but he needs somebody else to be there, and he needs somebody else creating pressure that pushes the quarterback into him when he is getting his pressure. And most of the time you're ecstatic to get one guy beating his man there in a pass rush set on defense, Chief. Okay, we're live at the new studio here today, and this is an exciting day for us at 105 through the Fan. You're going to have Sean and RJ and KNC in the morning here as well. We are still taking bids for Swinging for a Cause. We're up to $1,900. And this is, to me, the number one charity event of the year in DFW, because you get to hang out at the Globe on the field where the Rangers won the 2023 World Series, and Sandler just makes it so fun. It's a first-class event all the way around. Okay, we'll hit the expressway, go commercial-free to the top. Got G-Bag of the Day and LA Live coming up for you as well right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
No. Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Every day at this time, we hit the expressway. It is brought to you by the On Time Experts. And salute to the On Time Experts for sponsoring this commercial-free run to the top. I don't think we're going to get the G-Bag of the day in today because I don't think Lucius has access to audio.
I have been hustling, bro.
Oh, you got something?
I put us a little something together. I might be able to feed the family.
Look at
what
that.
I found in the refrigerator. You know what I'm saying?
Great news, man. A little G-Bag leftovers.
Yeah.
Don't even have to heat it up.
The mayonnaise sandwiches, huh?
Yeah. A lot of good going on here with Lucius rallying. You got multiple possible Gators in the Pimp Cup. New Pimp Cup here, 635 and 75 are new studios, and this is palatial. It's great. Thanks to Odyssey for giving us a significant upgrade. I mean, I love the old studio, but this one feels like we're walking into like a corporate paradise here with all the coffee machines and the hangouts and the lounges, the fancy, comfortable furniture. It's a win-win.
Yeah, it actually feels like a work environment, you know?
How about us all doing our show prep in the lobby there, just all laying around on the couches?
Couching it, man.
Yeah. I'm sure
it's kind of different.
I'm sure they had that in mind. Elvis, just like I've been there watching like college film. Everybody's just kind of doing a little thing, you know.
I'm bringing a blanket, bro. I'll probably crash up here from time to time.
I mean, since 2020, our studio has basically been like an office space that we come into, and there's like two other people there for the entire day, and now it's like a full-blown, robust environment.
Well,
so
it's funny when people like, and I apologize to the folks that might be listening right now, but there's like folks that are like, hey, Brian, how's it going? I have no idea.
You don't know how it's going.
I don't. I'm being honest. I mean,
you got people coming up to you and trying to talk to you.
Yeah, if you're like the folks that's coming up and saying, "Hey, Brian, good to see you," kind of thing, and I've worked with you now for the last 5-6 years. I'm sorry. I started with the pandemic. You know,
got to learn everybody's name now.
Yeah, and now you got to like you run into folks and they're like super nice.
Yeah,
but you're like, I'm sorry, man. I don't know who. Yeah,
I guess they've been working from home. I mean, I've seen people I haven't seen 3-4 years. I'm like, wow, you still work here? That's fantastic, buddy. Okay, Kyler Murray, as Chief mentioned, going on IR. That's amongst the news of the day. Seems like that run could easily be over in Arizona. I don't know if he's that hurt. He was getting ready to come back, and all of a sudden, I think they just want to go with Brissett. I would be worried that Brissett's going to crash back to earth, but now Kyler's going to be out for at least the next 4 weeks, I guess. It looks like to me they might want him to go away.
Yeah, this might be a thing. I wonder if in his contract he has an injury clause that they're trying to kind of get this thing to the end of the season as close as they can.
Recoup some salary cap space?
Well, maybe that, or they don't want to play him because if he's hurt, then he gets a full guarantee or something like that. You know?
I could see that, some medical guarantees on the next year. But I was kind of surprised that we didn't hear about him being in the trade market a little bit yesterday. Kirk Cousins down there in Atlanta, he's available as well. Maybe that's going to be amongst the big stories when the league year starts in March. Like, where will Kyler Murray next play his football? I'd be interested if I didn't have a quarterback. I don't want to bring him in at top of the market money or something like that, but I think if you have a good offensive line, a good running game, and a good defense, you could go win a Super Bowl with Kyler Murray. Crazy? I don't think so. Okay, the Rangers are going to take the field for the first time under their new manager, Skip Shoemaker, in a February 20 Cactus League exhibition against the Royals at Surprise Stadium in Surprise, Arizona. MLB releasing their spring training schedules for the full league today, revealing the Rangers will play 29 games in Arizona over a 30-day stretch. And Charlie Woods coming on strong, Brian. I know
How's he
Chuck.
doing?
Well, he was named an All-American by the American Junior Golf Association, one of 12 high school-age boys around the country that have been named to the first team of the AJGA's annual list. He is currently a high schooler there in Arizona or in Florida at the Benjamin School. And I guess that's cool. He's
probably got a lot of Benjamins to get into that thing.
Yes, I can imagine. Yeah. 6 figures probably annually. But, Charlie not projecting as quite the same player that his dad was, but it seems to me like he's kind of on his way to being a D1 golfer at least.
I'll tell you what, though, to watch the young man play, he's got his swing is really pretty. I mean, he's got a little bit of his dad that way with the swing and the follow through, and you'll never be, never be that, right?
No, but could you be close?
Yeah,
could you be a pro?
Yeah, could you be a good pro
awesome.
golfer that's like, not scratching out a living? I mean, he's going to have opportunities with sponsors and stuff like that, but
yeah,
he might have that type of game. I hope so.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. He's definitely stronger than his dad was.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, his dad's got him in the weight room or something because he's built like a linebacker, hits the hell out of the ball. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup here for Lucius Alexander's G-Bag of the Day. Look at this.
Yeah.
We're back.
It's G-Bag of the Day every weekday here on The Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If there's anything you think I should be playing, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. That is Lucius, Lucious. I'm going through it. I'm probably like a week behind now. I'm almost there, player. I'm almost there. Now, I believe this is day 2 for this champion audio. It comes from the morning show here on The Fan, the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? It's this one right here. And we're going through some Reddit questions, and RJ Choppy, well, I feel like he confessed. I feel like he came out the closet. Oh, crap. Oh, it's still the wrong one. Hold on. There we go.
What's something men secretly love doing but pretend they don't?
Look, for me, this is easy. Getting a massage from a guy. All right.
Maybe this was Spittle did when he left our party after 20 minutes.
You can say all you want that you want a girl. But the moment a man, not a guy, a man with Popeye forearms and fat fingers gets his hands all up on you, it's over. You'll never go back to a woman again. So, a massage from a guy.
You'll never go back to a woman again. And women are, in fact, overrated in Choppy's eyes.
I'm just going to take his word for it.
Pretty useless, aren't they, those women, huh?
Yeah.
Man, I was thinking something like a girly drink, like a fruity cocktail or, It's crazy because you can get a girl with fat fingers and Popeye forearms these days. Some strong gals out there.
Some athletes.
Dial it up. Or they could use their knees.
Athletes, yeah.
It's the Midwest girls.
Yeah.
In a bowling league or something like that.
Put a little cankle into it.
I'll tell you what, man, maybe a lady that's scooping ice cream. You ever seen the girls that do ice cream? One forearm is bigger than the other because they're scooping that ice cream out there.
They encourage you to switch it up, go back and forth so you don't
get
overcompensate.
One big arm, one big arm, one little arm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to 106.7 The Fan in D.C. Now, we don't wish injuries on any athlete out there.
We
do
not. Not our show. Not our show.
These
Part
guys,
of sports, unfortunately.
They were streaming live when their quarterback went down in the 4th. Okay? Streaming live.
It was nasty.
Down
that
30.
Exactly. Here we go.
Are they the dumbest beings alive? There's not an amount of catchphrases to save this. The dumbest human beings alive. It's 38-7 in the 4th quarter.
Why is he out there? You know you don't got no damn wide receivers that can separate, so we gotta run. And you still gotta.
And then
He just dislocated his arm, bro.
They're running Jaden Daniels.
He dislocated his arm, bro. He's hurt again because they're leaving him out there, bro. For what?
Are they the dumbest human beings alive? It's 38-7.
This is so irresponsible, bro.
And you're running your quarterback.
His arm. Oh, his elbow, bro.
Oh, my God in heaven. What are they doing?
Get him out of the game,
Get him
bro.
out of the game.
No, man.
Too late.
Yeah, a little too late. Sad.
Sounds like me and Wolchuk watching the games.
That's freaking awesome.
Screaming, man.
Yeah, are they the dumbest humans alive? I think so. I think a lot of teams are leaving their players in there for way too long. And I guess it's to try to get stats or try to figure something out.
Yeah.
Let's try to get some progress going here.
Maybe the guy doesn't want to come out kind of a thing, but you got to.
Yeah.
Because he was just injured, right?
He was.
So it'll take him a second to get back in the game, get the feel for it. Plus, they're cursed up there when it comes to the quarterbacks. I've seen the stats. It's crazy.
Horribly.
Yeah.
And I hate to say it, but I think Jaden Daniels is now in a short list of the most injury-prone players in the game, and it's wild because coming out of LSU, we were talking about how careless he was with his running style, and it hasn't really even been that. It's just he's still getting hurt.
Yeah.
If I'm Washington fan right now, I have no confidence that Jaden Daniels is still going to be our quarterback in 5 years. I think he'll probably injure himself out of the league.
Hey, you know when somebody has a catchphrase and you see him out in public and you're like, hey, JJ, do that dynamite for me.
Yeah.
He's not going to do it. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing.
Yeah, I saw Henry Winkler, and I said, hey, and I was like, oh, my bad.
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry, fam.
Said no boo. You were walking out. Yeah. I think we all did it.
Yeah.
Hey.
Coach Jim Moore, what's his catchphrase?
Playoffs.
Playoffs. You're right, fam. Let's go to NBC 7 in San Diego. They gave it.
Of course, you're also famous with the Colts playoffs.
Yeah. I tell you, my first year with the Colts, we were 3-13. Peyton Manning was a rookie, played all of our games. The next year, we were 13-3. We 3-13 to 13-3. So that was a big deal too when we were able to do that. Yeah.
Jim, can you give us one playoffs?
You want it really?
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me when I have to do it. Playoffs? Are you kidding me? Playoffs? We're just trying to win a game. There you go. I wouldn't do that for anybody else.
Jim Mora.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't seem like he appreciated that too much.
Nah.
They should have had him reenact his early 1990s post-practice.
Diddly squat? The diddly, was it diddly squat?
I don't know. He just dropped the S-bomb like a million times.
Yeah.
We played it a few weeks back, all time.
I mean, if we see Gundy on radio or something, we're getting it, though. I'm a man. I'm 40.
100%. I'll go wireless on that. I'll be very intrusive and disrespectful until we get what we need.
Plus, he's caked up now. Get over it, bro. You caked up now.
Yeah. Come on, dude. You got nothing to worry about.
Relax.
For a haircut now.
Speaking of coaches,
Jim Moore, by the way, is 90 years old.
What?
Dang.
90 years old. Yeah.
I seen Morgan Freeman the other day. And I was like, okay, for the first time, Morgan Freeman's starting to really look like an old guy. He's been old my whole life.
Right.
But now he's starting to really look like an old guy.
Starting to hit him. That's how I felt when I saw Lee Greenwood do the halftime show at AT&T Stadium the other night. Like, damn, that's him?
Damn, somebody help him with that guitar.
For real, bro.
From one coach to another, let's go to College Game Day. Nick Saban humbling himself.
88.
I think one point I'd like to make about Julian Sand is he was at Alabama, and the coach at Alabama played him on the scout team for a whole year. What a dumbass.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What a dumbass. I'm pretty sure it's funny, too, because I think he was only there for about a month. Wasn't even like he was there the entire time. January 2024 until he entered the transfer portal on January 19th, 2024.
They don't recognize your talent, you got to go.
That's right, man. It was quick. And he's locked in. That dude's the real deal. That's a QB prospect a few years from now in the NFL.
See, I got one more for you here. I was able to pull out of my behind. Young Jets fan.
Oh.
Got his heart broke. Yeah. Heard about the trades.
Oh, is this in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Poor guy. He hasn't had a girlfriend or anything in his life, and he's already heartbroken.
What? The Jets traded Sauce today.
To where? To where?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll get you a different one. He went to Indianapolis, and they also traded. They also traded Quinnen Williams.
That's why he signed the deal.
He did, but so did Sauce.
No, I don't like the Jets.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. That's your jumping off point.
Jets are the worst franchise.
I love it. Is it the Jets fan after the Sauce trade? I'll get you a different jersey, I promise.
No, it's okay. It's fine.
Yeah, that's perfectly executed by a dad. Some of them seem staged, but that seemed legitimate. That seemed genuine. Yeah. Okay, is it Nick Saban on Julian Sand? Jim Moore recreating the playoffs moment. Commander streamers ticked off at Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury for still having Jalen Hurts in the game, or my bad, Jaden Daniels, or is it Choppy, our two-time champ, looking for 3 here? Won a vote off last night on Twitter. Follow us all at GBagNation. I'm going to go with that young Jets fan. Lucius, how about you?
Big Chop.
Chief?
Give me the Commandos.
We're tied at 1, Brian.
Yeah, we'll go with Choppy again.
By a score of 2-1, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's RJ Choppy from Sean and RJ. They'll be rocking the house from here, the new location tomorrow morning, 6 to 10 right here on your home of the Cowboys. Okay, we have more Cowboys chatter coming up at 6 o'clock for you, the latest on the Quinnen Williams edition and what everybody's saying, but it's time to stay in the new Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius in LA Live.
Let's get into it. Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
fire up this funk and let's have a toe.
That's weed.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Hold on, watch.
Everybody get high.
This is LA Live for Wednesday, November 5th, 2025.
It's Soundboy.
Soundboy, rewind that champion sound. This is a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Shout out to Miss Erica Badu for naming today. And peace to the gods and earths out there. Shout out to y'all, baby. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. All right. I'm not sure if this is a sign of the times or is dictionary.com just clout chasing. Might be clout chasing.
They put 6'7" in there.
6'7" is in the dictionary.
Okay, what is it? I'm happy about this because I'd have no idea what it is.
It's a song from this rapper named Skrilla.
Okay.
And it's called Doot Doot. And when Doot Doot, it was already buzzing on TikTok. That little Doot Doot song is trash. It's awful. But one of the Ball brothers was talking about his height. And then they had that 6'7" in the background of that Skrilla song. And it just took on a life of its own. Wow. Yeah, everybody just started repeating 6'7", 6'7". There it is. Yeah, Skrilla's 6'7" is officially dictionary.com's 2025 word of the year. The lyrics from Skrilla's 2024 Doot Doot track became one of the most viral catchphrases in the world, Craig.
Yeah, it's everywhere. All the kids are saying it. When they say it, I like to say 8, 9, 10.
Now you have them off with the college basketball starting, like when the team scores their 67th point, like the student section.
Everybody's just going up doing
nuts.
6, 7. Hold on, here's a song. It's terrible.
Shoot a stay strap. I don't need a stay strap. Eatman. Bro, put belt right to they behind. The way that swing through, I know he not. 6, 7. I just been right on the highway. Just been right on the highway. Terrible. I'm sitting in the driveway. Pull up, do dump truck, baby shark, do. I pop the perk and pop the blue. I get.
Okay, jeez,
bro, that's even worse than I thought.
Yes, it's terrible.
That could be the single worst song ever created by human beings. You almost wish that was AI.
Nah, it's 100% awful, man.
Sounds like a fun guy to hang out with, though.
A whole lot of shooting going on.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
You said baby shark at one point.
Yeah, he did. Dictionary.com says they chose 6'7" as the word of the year because their data shows just how deeply it impacted culture in 2025. Dictionary.com says what makes 6'7" stand out is it's impossible to define. It's random, it's everywhere, it's nonsensical, and they even admit that it shows signs of brain rot.
Oh, yes, I can
that
see
song
that.
certainly does.
Yeah, so 6'7", I don't know. I think dictionary.com is cloud chasing because it's letters. I mean, it's numbers, it's not letters. It's not a word, dog.
It's cloud.
You're cloud chasing. Did Webster sign up for it? Did Webster say, man, this is what we need. This is the new language. No. Dictionary.com might be cloud chasing.
Webster's better than that.
Yeah, it gotta be, bro. It gotta be. But it made me ask a question to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook and Threads. If I get my mouse back over here. Gosh darn it. Hold on, I lost my mouse. Talk about yourself. Oh, no, don't do it. All right. Found it.
He's back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Skrill Bill, by the way, used to be my poker screen name.
Skrill Bill?
Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
I thought it was clever.
Like Kill Bill?
Yeah.
Skrill Bill? Mm-hmm. Okay, I like that. Yeah, LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Butt Naked Wednesday. Question for the Tolos right here. What was your generation's 6'7"? What was your generation's 6'7"? What was that viral thing that everybody just kept repeating and saying?
We're totally tubular.
Totally tubular, dude.
Yeah, it's big. About 6th grade.
Wow. Totally tubular?
Yeah. If something was great, it was totally tubular. Yeah, you'd say it like a surfer.
Yeah, okay.
And then if something was stupid, but someone had tried to make a great point, we'd go, oh, powerful.
Jeez.
But I think ours was the D's nuts.
D's nuts, yeah. D's nuts that's everywhere. Yeah.
I got hit with that in the concession line, cafeteria, about 7th grade.
You got set up too.
Got totally dunked on.
You got set up.
Wow, bro.
These nuts, and then like later, these nuts became the these nuts. Got him.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes,
Got him.
Yeah. With the guy with the teeth, right?
Yeah. Welvin the Great. Yeah. What was your generation 6-7, Rodis? I know y'all had something y'all said.
Oh, we were cool beans.
Cool beans.
Cool beans. Yeah.
Cool beans.
In the 70s, if you as a kid, you was like, oh, that's cool beans. I mean, it's great, splendid, that kind of thing. That's we were cool beans.
Okay, yeah, I'm not mad at that. My mother, she's from New York. She used to always say, we used to say, that's the joint, man. Yeah. That's the joint. Yeah. All right, let's see. One Tolo says their generation says 15, 30, 37, 30. Oh, 15, 30, 37, 38, 45, 47. I know what that is. It's from the movie All About the Benjamins.
Oh.
Okay.
Mike Epps. Trying to buy some lottery tickets and making fun of the guy that was in there with his hair. Hold on. Where's my darn music, famo?
Good one in the 817, YOLO. That was popping.
10, 12 years ago?
Yeah. Yep. High school. A lot of YOLOs going on.
How about what's up?
Oh, yeah.
What's up?
We used to depend on the Budweiser commercial for the cool saying of the year.
What's up?
The frogs.
We have another one right here. Tolo says, bout it. Yes, bout it was everything. That was a regular conversation. You ain't gonna go out there. You ain't bout it.
Oh, you ain't bout it.
Talking about another dude. I like Mark, but Mark ain't bout it. We used to put bout it in there. Another Tolo says, talk to the hand.
Yeah.
Talk to the hand.
Yeah.
How about this one? The Rock. What would The Rock say? What was his catchphrase?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. The next one right here, this Tolo sent in, got my son in trouble in elementary school. Remember, 21? 21? If somebody says 21, you just hit him back with the 21.
I know the do your thing 21.
To your thing, 21, to your thing. 21, no, I think it's 21 Jump Street he came from.
Okay.
Yeah, and the math teacher was like, hey, your son's a good student, but it's kind of distracting with the 21 every time I mention 21 in the class. It's kind of distracting. What was your generation's 6-7? We got a Tolo that says Generation X.
Yep.
Suck it.
Oh, yes. D-Generation.
Oh, yeah.
D-Generation X.
Did you guys ever deal with the word when someone goes, psych?
Oh,
yeah.
Psych.
Psych.
Oh, Psych was amazing.
Yeah, psych. Like, yeah.
You talking about being set up.
Yeah.
Oh, man, they got you, dog. They hooked you up. Oh, for real? Psych. And everybody run off.
Right around the time you had the Wayne's World swing, you know. You'd see a hottie out there, you just say to your buddy, swing.
That Generation X had a big problem back in the days because kids were going around making that X, right down, right by their waist.
Yeah.
Got real viral. I got this story. What was it? Inside Edition back in the day.
Toward his crotch and yelled, suck it, at a female classmate. So when you say suck it, what are you telling somebody?
It's just a gesture. I mean, it's not like I'm not saying, get your head down there and suck it.
Oh, geez. He's not the only one out there. His friends, people you see, you hear them in the stores, everywhere you go. So it's not just him singling out doing it.
So we got a generation of kids yelling, suck it.
Yeah.
Now we encourage them. That's funny. It's just a saying.
Yeah. What was your generation? 6-7.
There's Eat My Shorts.
Eat My
Shorts. That might have been the first suck it from Bart Simpson.
Eat My Shorts. Yeah, that was definitely vulgar too back then. Bart was vulgar compared to now. Like, now Bart is nice in a sense.
I mean, you'd have parents, this is in junior high school, so 12, 13, 14 kids were not allowed to watch The Simpsons.
Yeah, that's a real thing. What is this one? 281-330-8004.
Who?
Mike Jones about to blow. What was your generation? 6-7. Somebody said Yaga. Am I doing that right? Yaga?
Not familiar.
No.
Is that when you're shooting a 3?
Yaga. Oh, I'm so glad you said that, bro. We were talking about 6-7. My auntie said, oh, I got another one that's saying, every time they shoot the ball, they say, LeBron James.
Yeah, we did. Kobe was one for 20 years.
Yeah,
Probably still saying it.
Jordan. Yep, every time. What was your generation? 6, 7. Damn, Daniel.
Ooh,
back again with the all-white Vans.
Yes.
Hey!
Leave Britney alone was in the same era.
Oh, leave Britney alone. Oh, this Tolo right here got a good one. 1730.